Enrage, what's going on, buddy? Mr. Stars, man, what's going on? Why are you not like thising? Today is the end of this game. We get to move on from a different game after this. There's nothing bad with that. You got work in half an hour? Pepe, hands. Well, let's see if we can't get this done, or at least chapter 4 done before you have to go. I thought you had work yesterday. That's why I took Saturday. What? Niggas on a bridge. Sorry, but you're not gonna get the chance. Oh. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It's the first case of Mia? Fugitive data, Terry Falls, kidnapping, murder, death penalty. So this is the case Mia lost. Who had recently broken out of prison? Damn. Alright, well... Okay, February 16th, 9:24 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 4. Wait, did it say Hawthorne? I didn't read the fucking... the fucking Vic data. I'm so nervous, I feel like I'm gonna die. I never should have accepted this case. Dog. What's up, Juicy? SNRGTC? What's going on? Was Valerie Hawthorne? Wait. Val Hawthorne? No, because Dahlia Hawthorne. Never mind. Starting remix was kind of nice. A little bit nice. Good morning. Don't be so jumpy, Mia. I didn't do nothing. I swear I didn't kill nobody. Terry Falls, my first client. Sentenced to death 5 years ago and now a prison escapee. Just relax, Mia. Make small talk and try to relax him. Why'd you escape anyway? I'm sorry. Dog. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. I didn't escape from nowhere. What's going on, Ben? But, Mr. Falls, the police just recaptured you 2 days ago. Sorry, I told a little lie. Oh boy. But anyway, I didn't do it. I never killed nobody. Sorry for asking, but you're on death row, right? I'm really sorry. What's going on, Solaris? They sentenced me to die 5 years ago, but I was tricked, I tell you. That woman, she lied in her testimony. That's why I got the death penalty. Jewel, what's going on? We're out here doing anti-illegal shit. We're defending people doing illegal shit. That's a good time to ask, yeah, why do people use double negatives when they mean single? Is just fucking slang. Cause there's really no reason, there's no reason not to say it, but people have just been conditioned into saying double negative shit. 2 days ago, he escaped from the police wagon when it crashed. Then about 8 hours later, a policewoman was murdered before the police could recapture him. And that's Valerie Hawthorne, right? The police believe that Terry Falls did it. After you escaped, did you meet a policewoman? Yeah, I did. She's the reason I escaped. So that much is true. He did meet with the victim. But I didn't kill her. She was alive when I left. She was alive, it's true. I can trust him, right? I mean, I should. Ha. Ah. Damn. Vest. Long singular tie. 2 earrings in the left ear. Wonder who that could be. You're not gonna figure out the truth just by staring at the guy. Why are you here? Came to see how our little kitten was doing all alone in the big scary lion's den. I thought maybe you'd like someone to play with. Where's Mr. Grossberg? That old man's probably still in bed. But he's clutching an empty bottle and mumbling in his sleep. Aren't I good enough? After all, it's me, Diego Armando. Yeah. So, if you didn't get it before, you should get it now. You got point rewards? A little bit, just a couple. What's going on, by the way? I didn't say... So, Diego Armando, the finest attorney at Grossberg Law Offices, is here for me? No, you've got it all wrong. Today, you're the finest. After all, it took an amazing amount of guts to take this case. Imagine, an escaped death row convict for a first client. Thanks. I wish I could get out of it, though. Relax. I just heard some good news. Prosecutor for today is fresh out of his diapers as well. Is fucking Miles, nigga. Hold on. Really? However, unlike a certain somebody who I won't mention, he's earned the reputation as a genius since the beginning of his law career. Genius? Well, it's about time to head in, kitten. Sharpen those claws of yours, it's go time. A solitary confinement cell for the condemned must be the world's loneliest place. And that's what my client ran away from. My god. Before I leave, I'm gonna drop my favorite Ace Attorney picture on Discord. Poggers. Dog, is this just everybody chilling? Bro. Who invited Larry to the fucking picnic? And why is he fighting over... Who brought Lobster to the picnic? When I saw those overflowing eyes and heard that simple childlike voice, I just had the feeling that he was telling the truth. Yet not a good record for people potentially telling the truth, but okay, fuck it. February 16th, 10 a.m. District Court Courtroom number 4. I saw him. Court is now in session for the trial of Terry Falls. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution has been ready for a while, Your Honor. Oh, fuck, is the Canadian nigga. Hold on. I understand the lawyers are both sides are newcomers. Yes, Your Honor, I'm Mia Fey. Miles Edgeworth, Your Honor. So you're the new prosecutor everybody's talking about, eh? They say you joined the prosecutor's office at quite an early age. At 20, Your Honor. Guess our little kitten hasn't earned herself much of a reputation yet, huh? Come on, Mia, you can't lose. Not to someone younger than you. Okay, hold on. We're about to lose. Young people running a trial. I'm not too sure how I feel about that. Now then, the defendant in this case is currently a felon on death row. 2 days ago, he escaped from a police wagon. Is that correct? Precisely. But the defendant is not on trial for escaping prison. On the day that the defendant escaped, a policewoman was murdered. So we're here to determine if Mr. Falls was responsible for her death. You got it, kid. Dog, Solaris is literally just... I'm pretty sure that fucking Gumshoe doesn't sound like Detective Gadget. However, here we are. Well then, Mr. Edgeworth, let's hear your opening statement. Yes, Your Honor. It was 5 years ago. Dude, young Edgeworth got sauce. Hold on. He actually looks younger in the face, too. That's actually really impressive. Like, his jacket could have looked the exact same, but he like... It's nice that he looks younger. Like, I didn't think it was gonna be very easy to make him, like, distinguishably different from his current time model, right? The defendant, Terry Falls, was sentenced to death in this very court. His crimes were kidnapping, extortion, and murder. Dog, this one right here, this picture right here, this sprite, like, you can really see the difference. Like, his hair seems shorter, his face seems a little bit more sharp. This is a good sprite set. I like this one. The girl he threw off the bridge was only 14 years old. Truly horrible crime. I remember it well. Yeah, I'm gonna drop the Canadian, because I can't do it for too long. There was no decisive evidence, so the trial was long and protracted. Correct, but in the end, what finally decided the case was a certain witness's testimony. Yeah, you can tell this is, like, I'm gonna fucking gush about it for a little while, because this is, like, this is really good. It's almost like a different character, but it's Edgeworth. Witness's testimony? Testimony of Detective Valerie Hawthorne, the person who confronted the criminal. She arrested Mr. Falls at the scene and later testified against him. She said she witnessed Mr. Falls throw his young victim into the river. For those who are not aware, Eagle River is well known for its powerful current. Most bodies that fall in are never recovered. So Miss Hawthorne's testimony was the one that put him away. The policewoman you just mentioned, would that be exactly the victim, the same woman that was killed 2 days ago? Police Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Like, he doesn't have everything down yet. Like, it's kind of smug, but you could tell it's not full smug. He hasn't gotten used to it. Oh, this is great. I actually like this. I see. The man who was sentenced to death based on her testimony escaped 2 days ago, with only one thing on his mind: to take revenge against the woman who convinced him, or convicted him, rather. Ah, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, yes. It's quite obvious that the defendant is guilty. Wait a minute, that's not right. At least hear the case before you decide the outcome, Your Honor. Okay, Canadian judge suck too. How can you guys not get good judges? Does every judge just suck? Watch yourself, Miss Faye. I'm not sure I care for your word choice or tone of voice. Young people these days simply don't know how to respect their elders. Wait, you're even younger than me, you hypocrite. Now then, Mr. Edgeworth, please call your first witness. I call the detective who was in charge of the initial investigation of this case. Oh, shit! Young Gumshoe. Pog. Poggers. Gumshoe. Dick Gumshoe. I'm the homicide detective in charge of the case, sir. I finally got promoted to the detective division half a year ago. I don't believe anyone asked you for that. Hey, ma'am, you got any idea how much work it takes? What is it? You're really gorgeous. Excuse me? No, seriously, my heart. It's aching for you. Detective, pull yourself together and try to be professional. Otherwise, I'll write you up in contempt so quick that something other than your heart will ache. Okay, I got it. Yeah, it's the Von Karma mannerisms, like, fully, like, taking form. Like, he hasn't gotten 100% used to them, but they're there. They're there, at least. Now, detective, tell us about the incident. Yes, sir. Right away. The victim was Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, a veteran on the police force. She was stabbed in the back with a knife and died from excessive blood loss. As much is already stated in the autopsy report. Should probably take a look at that. Died from blood loss from 4 and 5. Still pretty accurate. We don't really need too much beyond that. So, sanguination. Is this case going to be only the trial? Or this chapter, rather? The court would like to hear much more details about the incident itself. Yes, sir. I got you. Okay, let's take a look at this aerial map of the area here. This is a sketch of Dusky Bridge, an old suspension bridge. And the river that runs there is Eagle River. The victim and the defendant met there, on top of the bridge. Well, they couldn't get to the other side. Why the fuck did they even... Okay, so people involved in this case are stupid. After stabbing her in the back, the killer carried the victim back to his car. Well, wait, hold on. Does that mean you came here, you walked onto the bridge, stabbed her, then walked off the bridge? Are you stupid? Okay, well... He was recaptured at a police checkpoint as he was trying to make his getaway, sir. I see. Dusky Bridge map, added to the court record. 40 feet above Eagle River. Was the victim's blood found on the bridge? The victim, Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne, was wearing a thick coat, sir. Unfortunately, no traces of blood were found on the bridge. Mr. Edgeworth, I warn you that I absolutely despise conjecture. If there was no blood on the bridge, then you have no proof that they even met there. Your Honor? If you would listen to the testimony we have prepared, I'm sure you'll be convinced. The two of them most certainly did meet on the bridge that day. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? I'm not sure I like you wagging your finger at me, though, as were some hoser. Detective, proceed with your testimony. Yes, sir. There's a third judge. Oh, boy. Oh, no, there's a lot of judges. No, and they're all stupid. No. Here we go, Mia. Hang on. Okay, now, listen carefully, kitten. One little mistake and this guy will drink you for morning tea. Trust me and get ready. Oh, do you notice how he has his coffee cup in the courtroom? Damn, I wonder who else we know like that. That's pretty crazy, huh? On the day of the incident, an unknown person phoned the sergeant and asked to meet. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls, and that's where she was brutally murdered. So, who called? An unknown person? Criminal stuffed her body into his car and tried to make a getaway. Mr. Falls was arrested at a police checkpoint we set up at the base of the mountain. There is a female judge? Oh boy. Well, you certainly have established the importance of the bridge. Naturally. Okay, the head shake is the only thing he has down pat. That's the only thing he's got right. Now, would the defense please hurry up and proceed with the cross-examination? Yes, Your Honor. Cross-examination coming right up. Hey, settle down there, kitten. If you keep trembling like that, you're gonna make me spill my coffee. I'm not trembling, it's just cold in here. The courtroom can be a cold battlefield, alright? Especially for a beginner. I don't need you to worry about me. I mean, the defendant, the witness, everyone's a beginner in here. You got me there. But maybe you should keep your claws out and show what you've got, kitten. It's okay, Mia. Stay calm. Just remember those court procedure videos you stayed up all last night watching. Alright, so. This unknown person, you have no idea who it might be, right? Sorry, but I'm afraid I do. What? The one who called Sergeant Hawthorne was the defendant, Terry Falls. The defendant called her. Sergeant Hawthorne was a very thorough person, sir. She left a note about a phone call with Mr. Falls. The fan translation does a real job with the names. They call her Justine Courtney. Okay. Okay. How the fuck? I hate these niggas. What's up, Hyperion? What's going on? A note? Yeah, a top secret memo that she left in a desk. Victim's court, confidential police materials written by the victim. Well, can I look at them? February 14th, 124, Falls 4:30 at that bridge. Wear a white scarf for identification. Talk to Dahlia. Dahlia Hawthorne. I see. Okay, so then Dahlia had reason for killing Diego way past he was just investigating the case. Because it seems right now he's a defense attorney. Right? So there's no need for him to there's no need for Dahlia to try to kill him from defending, right? There's no, like, he didn't get anybody put away, but there's definite connection now. Alright, so this is the, I assume we're gonna meet Dahlia a little bit later. According to this note, it seems the one who called her to the bridge was indeed the defendant, Terry Falls. Whose bright idea was it to keep that note away from me? Looks like the judge is even more sure of his verdict now. Listen up, never ask a question if you don't already know the answer. It's that detective's fault. He's the one who said unknown person. Hey now, don't make that face at me. I just said that way because the prosecutor told me to. Was that a trap? With that cute face, I didn't expect him to be so sneaky. Sergeant Hawthorne went to Dusky Bridge at the designated time and met with Mr. Falls. Alright, so 4:30, we already know that from the note. There's no need to really press on that. That's where she was brutally murdered. The criminal stuffed her body into his car trunk and tried to make a getaway. What do you mean tried? Mr. Falls had a car then. Well, that bridge is way up into the mountains, man. The defendant and the victim both went up by car. I mean, how else, right? What? You mean the defendant drove his own car? No, of course not. It was stolen. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light. Car thieves? I'm not sure how I feel about car thieves. Is this guy sure how he feels about anything? This is a photo of the stolen car's trunk. Naturally, that's the body of Valerie Hawthorne in there. Okay, so was the lock to the trunk fucking broken open? That seems about right. Also, she's not wearing the scarf to identify herself. Whoa, that doesn't look too comfortable. The victim, she was stabbed in the back, correct? Yeah. For some reason, men always seem to get stabbed in the back. We're talking about a woman here. Bro, Diego is literally just in the court shooting. You You can't tell from this photo, but the knife was stuck in her back nice and firm. Yeah, you can't really see it from here. Although, yeah, if the coat was thick enough, if we're led to believe that, then we shouldn't be seeing any blood either. Also, alternative title for this photo is me riding in my friend's car when the entire car is full. The condition of the body when it was discovered is very important information. Detective, was there anything strange or noteworthy in the trunk of the car? It's a photo of the trunk, but I didn't see anything strange. Do you? Anyway. Alright, hold on. Hold it! Because wear that scarf, or wear white scarf for identification. Where's her white scarf? Witness? What is it? Do you have something to say, Miss Faye? I'm sorry, I totally forgot what it was I was going to say. This is the first time I've ever had to actually address someone like that. You should have practiced before coming to court. Honestly, Miss Faye, I'm not sure I like this. Say there, little kitten. Want a piece of my coffee candy? Candy? Well, you're still too young to be drinking real coffee. Diego. Come on, Mia, shake it off. You're a lawyer. Detective. Yes, ma'am. This photo. You said there was nothing peculiar about it. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I said. Well, then, I suggest you take another look at the note written by the victim. The note. How old is Mia? Let's check. We don't have her. Bro. A hotshot lawyer, my senior and rival at the office, a bit smug. Homicide detective in charge of the initial investigation, still new to his position. Police officer and victim, the key witness in the case against Falls 5 years ago. My client sentenced to death 5 years ago, escaped from custody 2 days ago. Dubbed a genius as soon as he started as a prosecutor. Today is his court debut. Dog. There you go. Alright. But, yeah, no, we don't have Mia's profile. But definitely younger than 27, older than 20. We got that much at least. I would say 22, maybe 23. Sounds about right. The note? It very clearly says wear white scarf for identification. The caller must have forgotten what the victim looked like, thus the special request. I've one very simple question for you, detective. Where's the white scarf? I can't seem to find it in this photo. Well, to be honest, we didn't find it in the trunk, ma'am. And you stopped there? You should have looked for it. The caller told her to identify herself, so I'd expect she did just that. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what do you have to say about this? Time for smug. I see the defense is a little lacking. The scarf you are searching so desperately for, is this one, perchance? Where did you find that, sir? On Dusky Bridge. I was there first and decided to conduct my own investigation. Why didn't you tell me? I made a decision to keep all pieces of evidence in my personal satchel. It's the safest place I know. That hotshot sure has a flair for the dramatic. It's not exactly white as the caller requested, but as you can see, it's close enough for what it was intended for. Looks like it spent some time in the mud. Not surprising, it was drizzling on the mountain that day. Prosecutor Edgeworth, he was intentionally hiding that scarf the whole time. Dog, Edgeworth been sauced up since he stepped in the courtroom. Literally been cheesing. Von Karma taught him well. I'll give him that. Manfred Von Karma was definitely greasing. Instilling fucking a whole bunch of virtues into Miles. The court will accept the scarf into evidence. Scarf added to the court record, worn by the victim at the time of the incident, found on Dusky Bridge. Time for me to go. Enjoy Case 5. It's my favorite in the series. See you later, stars. Take it easy at work. We'll see if you get back soon enough. Probably be going for a long time. Didn't notice Godot did the same thing. He's learned from Miles. Yeah, nah. Godot saw one prosecutor and he was like, hey, hold on. I gotta start doing that if I become a prosecutor. Why did he become a prosecutor, though? And why wear the visor? What happened to his hair? Questions for later. Now, if the attorney for the defense is finished embarrassing herself, I'd like to move on with the testimony. That is alright with you, isn't it, Miss Faye? Boy, I would like to wrap this scarf around his smarmy little neck. Very good. Now, if we're done with this mud-covered scarf business, the prosecution moves to establish conclusively and with hard evidence that Miss Hawthorne and Mr. Falls did indeed meet on the bridge that day. Furthermore, we shall show exactly what occurred there. That sounds quite promising. I can't wait to hear all about it. Everything is moving as his whim, or at his whim. Mia is far more vindictive than Phoenix in her internal thoughts, and I think that's neat. Yeah, I'm gonna fucking choke this loser out. Don't forget, kid, there's a reason why everyone considers this kid a genius. A genius, huh? The events on Dusky Bridge. Alright, talk to me, Gumshoe. Actually, there's an eyewitness who was there when the incident took place. This photo was accidentally taken by the witness. It shows the Vic wearing the scarf, sir. And a hat. Where's the scarf and the hat? Are y'all good? It was drizzling that day, unfortunately, so it's a little hard to see what's going on. Anyway, the criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. How did he get behind her? That must have been when the scarf fell off. Are you stupid? How? Okay, so there's a lot of stupid here. The photo was taken by the witness. Well, I mean, the only thing that we can really prove is with the photo that he stabbed him from behind. It's stupid. You really get the sense that this bridge is very high up. It is about a 40-foot drop from the bridge to the Eagle River down below. Mr. Edgeworth, who took this photo anyway? Let's just say that it was a well-intentioned third party. A potential witness. So why isn't this person in the courtroom? Well, they said they absolutely did not want to testify. The person in question is very delicate, Your Honor. Besides, as long as we have this photo, we see no reason to compel them to testify. Is it fucking Dahlia? Is your other witness Dahlia? Dickhead. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Witness's photo added to the court record. So, as you can see, Terry Falls both had the motive and the opportunity. I think it's quite clear at this point what happened on that bridge. Ah, the truth is becoming clear to me now. Huh? Yes, it's quite obvious he's clearly guilty. Not again, this isn't fair. I haven't even done my cross-examination yet. What do you mean, This judge sucked. Actually, we did get the photo, right? Yeah, we got the witness photo. So, how the fuck did, like... How can you get behind someone and I think I dropped my knife over here. Let me just scoop past you real quick. Thank you. Like, is that what happened? Because that's stupid. So, objection. Your Honor, what do you think of the witness's statement? I don't think anything of it. How about you? I guess I don't think anything of... What? You wanna have a What? How does that... Okay. I guess... Do I present it here for this one? Okay, yeah, I guess. Fuck me then, right? Your Honor, that statement contradicts the evidence. Sorry, but... What? Are you guys stupid? Okay. Okay. So, do I have to present the fucking layout of the overhead map? No, because that doesn't prove anything either. Fuck it. My health bar went away. Why is it the fucking crime photo? So at the time of the crime, there was a light drizzle coming down, correct? Yeah, and fog too. Just a generally soggy atmosphere. Well, I have evidence that doesn't go with the soggy atmosphere. But this is a photo of the victim's body that was found in the trunk. Kind of slipped into it there for a bit, you'll have to forgive me. Considering the conditions at the scene of the crime, something isn't right. Well, you would think that if it was raining, she'd be fucking soaked in the back of here. Well, by all means, enlighten us as to what isn't right. What is it about this photo that doesn't, well... Naturally, the answer is right here, the victim's coat. As far as I can see, there's nothing strange about it, except for she should be wet, right? Because the scarf proves that it was fucking rainy and wet and muddy and muggy and awful out there. That's exactly what's strange. Recall the testimony. What were the conditions on the bridge that day? It was drizzling and foggy. Dusky Bridge was all wet. If the victim really had fallen down on her stomach on top of the bridge, then the front of her coat should have been covered in mud. That's exactly right. The other day I fell on a muddy street and my gorgeous playoff beard was befouled. This idiot. I do admit that the crime scene was quite wet that day. However, that doesn't mean that the top of the bridge itself was muddy. If Your Honor had fallen in the shower instead of a muddy street, your glorious hockey beard, the pride of the legal league, would be wet, not muddy. Fortunately, I have yet to test that. Still, your point is well taken. Can you prove that the surface of the bridge was muddy that day? You showed me the scarf, idiot. The surface of the bridge, huh? Huh. A real man wouldn't stand for a taunt like this. Neither would a real woman. Of course I can. Here's the evidence that proves the surface of the bridge was muddy. Well, at least they give us, like, limited options for evidence. The evidence is this scarf. Ah, it should be obvious. If the scarf fell into the bridge and got this muddy, it means that the bridge was obviously covered in mud. What's up, Lucius? No, I can't be outwitted by this novice bimbo. Edgeworth! My goodness! Sub badge is looking clean. I was considering making the 1 month Shuichi with the hair, or with the hat, and then the second month his the Ohoge shining. But you gotta wait up for a long time because there is we go all the way up to 1 year. We have 1, 3, 6, and for months base, 3, 6, and then month. I haven't figured out what to make the other ones yet. Like, why is there a fucking option for a 2-month badge? That seems just silly. Hey, same to you, buddy. This phase assertion makes perfect sense to me. I do admit there appears to be a contradiction between the condition of the victim's coat and her scarf. However, the real question is, why is there a contradiction? Huh? For every contradiction, there exists an explanation. Let's look at the explanation in this case, what the explanation in this case may be, shall we? Alright, it's not like he's really giving me a choice here. Doing pretty well for a little kitten. Diego. Back up. Mr. Armando. No matter what he says, a contradiction always comes down to a lie. It's either the victim discovered in the trunk, the witness photo showing the defendant and the victim, or the witness's testimony that stated she saw the moment of the murder. Just relax and think it over. It's pretty simple, isn't it? The false evidence? It's one of those three. Okay. What up, Zach? Casual misogyny textbook anti-hero before redemption. Yeah, no, Miles definitely out here grilling before he got changed, before Phoenix came along. What you just said now, I'm not sure I like that. That wasn't me, Your Honor. That was the coffee aficionado over here that said it. This court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know? Blame it on him, Your Honor. He's the one trying to slip false evidence into the court. Bro, Diego actually fucking called him out. So you submitted fake shit? What up, Gary? But we won't let him. We'll expose his evidence as a flimsy scam it really is. Yes. The false evidence in this case is the... It has to be the photo, right? The witness photo? Or it could be the photo or the testimony, though, right? Well, we don't have a health bar here, so... Fuck it, witness photo. About the photo that the prosecution claims was taken by a witness. It certainly seems to show a man in a prison uniform and a woman in a coat. However, we can't tell any more than that from the photo. He's got the same objection still. Are you saying that the people in the photo may not be the victim and the defendant? Well, that's certainly a possibility. So perhaps it was another prisoner and policewoman? I admit people have their quirks. Perhaps they were part of a role-playing group. Dog. Miles banter. It went down over the years. Holy shit. Dog. like, what a rhetorical to ask. Well, I suppose that's also possible, I guess. You messed up again, kitten. Mr. Armando, there should be something else even more suspicious. Now think the whole thing over again. Miss went on, Miss Faye, I'll penalize you for making unsubstantiated accusations. Don't do it, Mia. Don't cry until you get home. In any case, this court is not in the habit of accepting false evidence, you know? Alright, so... What would it be? It would be it'd have to be the testimony then, right? It's a no-brainer. Obviously it's the witness that's suspicious. I thought it was been anything related to the witness because it just made sense that the witness would be lying about any and everything. The photo could have had no relation. They could have indeed met on the bridge, but that doesn't prove that she was murdered there. During his earlier testimony, the detective pointed out a crucial fact. The criminal shoved the victim down from behind and stabbed her in the back. Now, is that a testimony exactly what the witness claims to have seen? Yeah, that's what the witness told us. That testimony is filled with holes. After all, the victim's coat isn't dirty at all. That's true. It's not just true, it's the... What's the difference, Diego? What is the difference? There was surely a decisive witness in this case. I'm certain that boy Wonder over there would have called them in the first place. Your Honor, the defense requests to cross-examine the eyewitness. The testimony presented so far is not only vague but contradictory as well. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, it appears that we'll need to hear from your mystery witness after all. You should brace yourself for the brutal truth. Your Honor, the prosecution has no intention of hiding the witness from the court. We are prepared to present our witness at any time. Very well, please bring forth your witness at this time. What Mr. Edgeworth said kind of worries me. What does he mean by the brutal truth? Now let's proceed with the testimony. Mr. Edgeworth, please go right ahead. Thank you, Your Honor. The prosecution summons the woman who saw the events that day with her own very eyes. It's Dahlia? This is it, Mia. The battle begins here. Witness, what is your name and occupation? What's up, idiot? Everyone is so silent I can hear their hearts going pitter-patter. Oh, what's up, the man? When I look at you, how can I put it? You look as scrumptious as a double-double and a dozen donut holes. Tim Hortons niggas, I see you. You got your representation. I feel like I want to hurry up and hand down a verdict just to have a bite. Yo, hold on, judge! I've heard of horny in Maine, horny in court? Dog, get out of here. Yo. Hey, not so fast. As I said before, this witness is very sensitive and delicate. I would ask the court to please exercise care when addressing her. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. You are a true gentleman. Miss Faye, you could learn a lot from this man. If he's such a gentleman, he sure doesn't act like one to me. Sir? Yes, my dear? This is my first time, so I'm sure... Okay, phrasing, nigga. Just say this is your first time on the witness stand. What up, Agent Mooseman? Anyway, I just wanted to say I'm sorry for all the trouble I might cause. Not at all, it's no trouble at all. Now then, may we please have your name and occupation? My name is... No, it isn't. No, it isn't. No, it isn't. That's not your name. Okay. I'm a college student, a freshman in the literature department. You were on the scene when the unfortunate event occurred, correct? And you were the one who took this photo? Is that accurate? How can you be so mean? Now see here, what are you doing shoving that in her face like that? But it's just a photograph. It's not like it's something dangerous. Next time I'll be forced to penalize her. I don't like the turn this has taken. Is she staring at me? And you would be? I'm the defense attorney. My name is Mia Faye. I see. So you are... Oh, so you know some shit, Yeah, you're definitely fucking... You're... Melissa Foster. Okay. Whatever, nigga. Alright. Lying bitch. Now then, young lady, could you please give us your testimony? Yes, Your Honor. I'll do my best. The witness's photograph. I was using my camera to take some pictures of wildflowers. Then I noticed there were 2 people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly, why are you taking pictures if it was fucking raining, you moron? So, you know it was raining, right? Your little parasol can't block you from that. Suddenly, they just started fighting. That's when I hurried in and took the photo that shows the crucial moment. And right after they were fighting, they were standing fucking like feet apart. Like, how were they fighting if they were like? They're fighting, huh? Okay, that's cap. All right. Right after that, you called the police. By the way, where were you standing when the incident occurred? I believe the map would be of help here. I was standing right over here. I was standing in a beautiful field surrounded by tall cliffs. So you took the photo from that location, eh? I brought the camera I was using at the time, just like Mr. Edgeworth asked me to. What a cute camera, just like its owner. Judge. Melissa Foster took the witness photo with this, a small but powerful model. I get it, it's like poetry, it rhymes. Alright then, Miss Faye, time for your cross-examination. But I warn you, make the witness cry again and you'll feel the wrath of my gavel. Alright. Alright, you were, yeah, they were starting, like, that's when you hurried and, yeah, no, you don't, not today, you lying whore. Objection! Witness, when you say you took a photo of the crucial moment, is this what you meant? All I can see in this photo are 2 people facing each other. You testified that you saw the 2 of them starting to fight. Normally that's the kind of thing we refer to as a crucial moment. Why haven't you presented a photo like that? Well, you see, the photo we presented was the only one there was. But if you really wanted to capture the crucial moment, then what happened next? You must have taken a photo of it. Oh. My apologies, young lady. Miss Faye's assertion is not without a certain amount of merit. He can certainly downplay a situation, can't he? I'm sorry, I'm a very bad girl. I used it all up. The film, I mean, was the... It's not a... It didn't say it's a digital camera, right? Yeah, it doesn't. You ran out of film? This photo was the last one. What? Unfortunately, that is the truth. I personally examined all the photographs she took that day. All the other photos of the witness herself playing among the wildflowers. The witness herself? Then who took the photos? Well, you see, my camera has a timer feature built into it. So, you took photos of yourself. I remember taking some photos of myself once too. Judge. Back up. Please, no details. Seems that Miss Faye's assertion was not so decisive after all. Wait just a minute. Well, if she had no film left, she couldn't very well take more pictures, eh? I mean... But... it's super coincidental. Like, there's no... Miss Foster, perhaps then you could tell us about a different sort of photo? Photos of the incident that you took with your very own eyes. Dog... Is this... Like, his mouth just seems too big right now. That's what it is. Mr. Edgeworth, you're quite the poet. Very well then, let's get back to the cross-examination. Let's hear your thoughts of the fight that you witnessed. Yes, Mr. Judge. Boy, this guy really is a sucker for sweet talk. Huh. Looks like the other kitten in the room is the one that's getting all the attention. Yeah, it's sickening. I was using my camera to take some picture of wild flowers. Alright, so... we need to see what else new she's gonna say now. 2 people standing up on the suspension bridge. Suddenly they just started fighting. The victim turned around and tried to run away, but she only got about 10 yards before she was stabbed in the back. She ran 10 yards? Now, I may be an American nigga, but at the same time, I do know about the foosball. Where's my 1-month badge, fucking Shuichi? Lame hat, Saihara? Correct. Stay here for a couple months. This don't look like no 10 yards, nigga. That's at most 2. That's at most 2 yards. She didn't just fucking turn on the jets like Reggie Bush and made it past that nigga. Yeah, nah, she... Okay, but... Let's see this. What do we present here? Because I want to present the witness photo. Again. But that seems like it's cap. Because they're just gonna say, well, you don't know how far she could have gotten. This doesn't matter. It's one of these. It's either the map or the witness photo. But fuck it. Health bar went away. Witness, your testimony is a joke. Huh? What? But Miss Faye, I thought I warned you not to make the witness cry. Fuck her. One short testimony and two bad contradictions. There's no possible excuse. You say there were two contradictions? The bridge is out, so how could she run? Well, yeah, that's true too. I thought they were saying that she ran past the suspect. Yeah, Mia's hair flip is the greatest thing. But she obviously couldn't run back. But I thought that she was running, like... I thought that what was trying to be said was she was trying to run past him, right? Yeah, that big-ass guy. Well, you don't know. She was a police sergeant. She could have been nimble. Could have been quick. He's also holding a ball and chain. He might have just missed. And that's what I thought they were trying to say. So I thought one of the two would have been the option. But I guess yeah, if you're going along the logic of she couldn't run back past the other side of the bridge, then yeah, that works better. Say there were two contradictions? It's simple. Just take a look at the diagram of the area. According to her testimony, the two of them were in the middle of the bridge. But if they were and the victim had turned around and tried to run, yeah, no. And luckily we have this fucking 5 yards marker on the left side of the screen that shows us that she couldn't have even run 5 yards back, and she couldn't have ran 5 yards forward without running into him. Well then, she would have hit a dead end. You said 10 yards, but she couldn't have even ran 5. Because Dusky Bridge is collapsed on that side. I'll be taking a shower. I shall return. We'll see you in a little bit then, Ben. What does all this mean? It's very simple, Your Honor. This charming little witness told a charming little lie. That's all there is to it. This beautiful young lady has been lying to the court. Just a moment, Your Honor. Mr. Edgeworth. Your Honor, allow me to personally apologize for the confusion. What do you mean? There's one major mistake in this diagram. What did you say? What are you referring to? It's all because this diagram was made after the incident occurred. Edgeworth. Nigga. You're not gonna do this. You're not gonna say, oh, the bridge was... You have an updated autopsy report. You need the previous one. It's a very old bridge. We couldn't find any official blueprints of it. So you're saying... I'm saying that even though this bridge is currently in disrepair, there's no evidence that can prove that the bridge was broken during the incident. That's ridiculous. You can't actually tell from the condition... You actually can't tell the condition of the bridge from this photo. I apologize to the court for not being more clear when I presented the evidence. That guy's good. What do you mean? Planned it from the beginning. He's a genius, alright. That diagram of the bridge was his insurance policy. What? That coward? Well, Miss Faye, it seems you've once again made a reckless accusation. Dog. Miles is a dickhead. Hate that guy. I'm so sorry, I should have been more careful myself. No, it wasn't your fault at all. Now then, shall we go on with the trial? I'd like to establish once and for all what it was that the witness actually saw. Indeed. Alright, young lady, may I ask you please to please proceed with your testimony. But it's so hard to go on. We're all on your side, Miss Foster. There's no need to worry, just tell us what you saw. Yes, sir. Running from the crime. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms, then he carried her over to the car. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stayed hidden. Well, no. Edgeworth, you're wrong. If she ran past the bridge and was stabbed in the back and fell, there would definitely be mud all over the front of her fucking coat. Like, there's holes in this, Edgeworth. I can tell this is your first case. Oh, I'm sorry, but I'm the only one... I'm only supposed to talk about what I saw. Wait, what? He couldn't just leave the body on top of the bridge? Ooh, hold on. So, you're a little bit shaken up? If he accepts this testimony as it is, we're finished. Don't say that. Oh well, maybe I'll stop off at my favorite cafe on the way home. Make a really great mocha latte. This trial isn't over yet. Huh, that's what I like to hear. Alright, Miss Faye, your cross-examination, if you please. The contradiction is staring you right in the face, Mia. Go on the attack. Yeah, he could have just dropped it. Literally, we were told, hey, bodies that get dumped into the river, they don't get found. But fuck it. I'm just gonna put the body back in my car, and I'm just gonna drive away, running from the crime. After he stabbed her in the back. Yes. I suppose that was the only way he could make sure the body stay hidden. Yeah, about that, dumbass. A killer not wanting his victim to be found. I can understand that. However, the idea of moving the body for that purpose is clearly odd. There was a much easier way to make sure the body wasn't found. Oh, fuck. Well, what is it? Take another look at the map of the area and you'll see how. There's a river right below the bridge. Earlier, Mr. Edgeworth pointed out something interesting about the river. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, never recovered. Ooh hoo hoo. In the kidnapping case 5 years ago, the victim's body was carried away and never found. So, Miss Dahlia, or should I say Miss Melissa, you're in cahoots with that nigga. You told him to hide the body because he did it out of love. No. If 10 murders were to occur at that same spot above the Eagle River, you can bet your boots that every other killer would have tossed the body in the water. Order, order, order. I'm not sure if I care for the way you put that, Miss Faye, but I must admit it does seem odd to not have thrown the body in the river. Ooh. Well, Mr. Edgeworth? How sad. Perhaps Miss Faye would like to try taking a dip herself in the river. After all, you claim to be such an expert in the ways of nature. What are you talking about? My point is that no matter how odd you find the killer's method of body disposal, the fact is that this is what the killer did. None of your arguments have anything to do with the witness saw. Quite true. Miss Faye, it seems your assertion is without merit after all. But what the witness claims to have seen is totally ridiculous. Surely you can't deny that the body was found in the trunk of the car. That's certainly consistent with what the witness has told us. Please, witness, go on with your testimony. I'll try. Master, tier 1 sub. Why didn't the sound go off? Alert box? Alert box? Okay, well either way, welcome to the family, Master. Thank you for the sub. All you have to do is tell us only what you saw. Otherwise, the mean lady might yell at you again. Who is he talking about? Alright, I'll do my best. After he stabbed her in the back, he quickly picked her up in his arms. So... she's repeating her statement. Poogers. Dude, Opkers. Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body in there. How could you have seen it? The fucking cliff blocked your fucking path. It is time to present this map for the 18th time. Well, Miss Foster, it looks like you've done it this time. Done what? Made a crucial mistake. A crucial mistake? Like what, Miss Faye? The killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there? You're saying you saw that, right? With your own very eyes? Yes, and? It's simple, Miss Foster. Take a look at the diagram. The place you claim to have taken the photo from that day is here. Do you see what I mean? Even if you tried to see the car, it's physically fucking impossible unless you were not on that side and you only set your camera up there on a timer. You're so dumb. Ah, that's right, Miss Foster. From where you were standing, you could have not possibly seen the killer's car. I admit that the diagram shows a large outcropping of rock. However, it isn't so tall that it would stop her from seeing the car. That's right. It's not that high at all. I was able to see his car just fine. I'm so sorry. That just doesn't wash. I believe it was the witness who presented this as evidence to the court, yes? This is the location that the photo was taken from? Your own photo tells the whole story. You can clearly see the left side of the bridge, but the outcropping that is being referred to is really more like a cliff. Ah! Your view should have been completely cut off by this cliff, but still you claim to have been able to see the killer's car. No. Order in the court. What is all the meaning of this ballyhoo? Your Honor, don't jump to any hasty conclusions. The fact that the escapee fled in a stolen car was reported on the news. After witnessing a murder, I'm sure that you can appreciate the witness was very upset. She must have heard about the stolen car and convinced herself that she saw it. But she was repeatedly warned that before stating her testimony, she was told to testify only about what she saw with her own eyes. Oh. Mr. Judge? What is it? I think I must have remembered things wrong. Yeah, because you guilty as hell, nigga. Again. It's amazing how somebody can pull up into court. Also, it's 2 p.m., which means it is time to do Grand Blue Draws, which means give me one moment. It's amazing that somebody would implicate themselves on such a degree as this when they're trying to get proven as just an innocent party. You could have just shut up. You could have just not done anything. Yeah, this takes place before case 1, right? Yeah, so obviously we know that Dahlia is just an asshole, right? So there's no reason for it. Oh, we got our fucking 100 draws today for Grand Blue? Poggers. Hopefully I hope I can get some stuff during Premium Gala. I don't know what else I can get from Premium. I guess getting any of the what's the word? The Zodiac units would be nice. And then we get Muku Frenzy too, right? Or Super Muku Frenzy. That's gonna be fun. Oh, I gotta fucking. Oh shit! Oh shit! Gary with the tier 1 sub. Welcome to the family, brother. I got both of y'all in here at the same time. Nice. Check DM for my Star Premium pull I did yesterday. I saw you got Anila. That was pretty sick. I hope to get her. SSR. Oh, that's a fucking summon. Vortex Dragon. Yeah. We'll get back to the gameplay in just a moment, folks. Give me just one moment. I'm being a degenerate. SSR. Oh, I got Caglio. Nice. It's Earth Caglio. Neat. Oh, I didn't even get an SSR pop for that. Neza? Sick. Just what I wanted. Robimi? That's pretty good. Dog, I'm getting SSR pops. I got Vicala. Sick. There's a Zodiac unit. Hell yeah. Yeah, I'll take that. This is good. I'm enjoying these 100 pulls. They're finally not fucking me. I would have liked fucking Anila to round out fire all the way, but I'll take Vicala. Vicala's nice. No more SSRs, it's looking like. Oh, nope. I got a gold moon for the Turpin Spear. Nice. And then bro, I got a gold moon for Vicala's weapon again. Amazing. Alright, while we're waiting for this animation, I think I must have been remembering things wrong. Hey, wait a minute, you just can't say that. Miss Faye, no one on the face of the planet is perfect. Yes, indeed. Quite true. You know what they say. To err is to human, forgive divine. I'm inclined to give the benefit of the doubt to our witness here. What? That's not fair. Save the tears for later, kitten. Oh, another SSR. What do we got? Oh, I got Sora's. Hell yeah, nigga, what's poppin'? Nice. So there's one. Here's two. Oh wow, I got two things I haven't. Oh well, there's one SSR, two SSRs. I got Apollo and Gilgamesh back to back for summons, and then I got a fucking Gold Moon. So I'm literally one off of finishing my Super Muku Frenzy. Oh, here we go. Forbidden Memories? Oh shit. Anthuria, nice. Anthuria will round it off. And then I got fucking Summer Lesia. Nice. Alright, well that was decent. That was a good thing. Got a whole bunch of good shit. Got Vikala, which I'm happy about. Let's do my scratcher real quick. You fuck with a sub badge. What's up, Guava? The sub badges are for 1, 3, 6, and 1 year. Months, I mean. I'm about to get a fucking thing of half elixirs for my scratcher. That's tragic. One more scratch. Yay, for some fucking half elixirs. Oh boy. Great. Alright, that's enough of Grand Blue bullshit. Let's get back to it. Mr. Armando. Don't look back until the trial is over. Now's the time to go forward. But that wasn't fair. Okay, kitten, you need to relax. Then you need to remember the other kitten's testimony. Killer broke into the trunk of the stolen car and hid the body there. So tell me, how did she know that? How did she know that he broke into the trunk? Aha! I mean, like, it's very obvious at this point. I don't think I really needed that. Thank you, Armando, though. Well, Miss Foster, until you can explain how you knew that, you're going to have a lot of very suspicious people on this side of the courtroom. Well, witness? What's up, DC? Well, I'm certain that he broke into the trunk because there were marks left on the trunk lid. I'm certain they were scratch marks from when he broke into it. You had to have been very close to know that, you lying bitch. What? Let me see that photo. Super Muku's Athena summon, 2 gold moons, Vajra, Varuna, Gilgamesh, and Summoner Satyr. Last roll had 3 fucking SSRs. My second roll had 3 SSRs. I would have wished for 3 SSRs in my last. It's obvious that his trunk has been broken open. Well, Miss Faye, are you satisfied? The judge is on her side. I can't make any mistakes here. What she just said, is there a contradiction in there somewhere? It doesn't fucking work. Melissa Foster, it looks like you finally betrayed yourself. What? You said that you were in a field taking photos of wild flowers, but even so, you knew about the scratches. The question is when? When did you get a chance to see those scratches? Finally got her. I'm getting pretty tired of waiting over here. Then perhaps it would be faster if Miss Faye explained herself. Your Honor, there's only one possible explanation. The reason the witness had seen the scratches was she put the body in. There's only one way the witness had the chance to see those scratches. Yes, what is it? Naturally, when she opened the trunk and stuffed the corpse inside herself. The person who really hid the body in the trunk of that car was Melissa Foster. It was you that did it, wasn't it? That's ridiculous. I could never. It was the man in the prison garb. He's the one that... I don't think so, Miss Foster. If Mr. Falls had been the one that put the corpse in the trunk, he would have simply used the car key. There's no need to break it open. But he stole the car. He stole it from a young couple that had been waiting at a red light, which means that the key would have still been in the ignition. Oh, I see. Fernando's cup been empty for about 5 minutes. Fernando, his name is Diego. Is it just racist hours? Is that what we're doing? Jewel, please, no. Thank you for telling us about the scratches, Miss Foster. Without that, we never would have uncovered the truth. That it couldn't have been Mr. Falls that put the body in the trunk. Preposterous to even suggest that the witness put the body in there. If that were true, then how do you explain the photo that she took? The corpse could have only been put in the trunk when the incident occurred. And we already know that at the time she was taking photographs. Are you stupid? It has a timer. Miles, she told us about it. Now's your chance, Mia. Finish this thing. On the contrary, I'm not so certain about that anymore, Mr. Edgeworth. Fuck. There's no need to think too deeply about it. What I'm saying is that the shutter for this may have not been pushed by Miss Foster herself. Let's take another look at this camera and see what features it has, shall we? It has a timer built into it, even a mini tripod. Why, it's almost as if she had bought this camera just to take this picture. What are you trying to say then, Miss Faye? That when the crime occurred, Miss Foster wasn't in the field as she claimed. Well, if she really did use the camera's auto timer, she could have been anywhere. She could have been anywhere. The answer is yes, she was somewhere else. Exactly, she was not in the field. Would the defense please explain further? Listen, this is a crucial point. Where was Miss Foster when the incident occurred? And answering that question will also make clear Miss Foster's true identity. Dog. Diego knew. Scratcher gave me legendary merits? Lucky bitch. I can't speak too much. I got a whole bunch of grants today. I'm happy. Alright. Where was Melissa Foster? Well, if she knew where the camera was being set up, the victim wasn't the victim. Naturally, the witness was right here. But that's the victim. That was where Miss Hawthorne was standing. Order, order, order. Miss Faye, what on earth? Your Honor, if I may. After parting with the victim on the bridge, the defendant fled by car. But this would mean that there was no time to put the victim in the trunk. In other words, if someone put the body in the trunk, it could have only been before the defendant met the victim. How asinine. Of course Mr. Falls met with the victim. The only person with the opportunity to have put the victim in the trunk is the same man that killed her, Terry Falls. You still don't understand, do you, Mr. Edgeworth? By the time the witness's photo was taken, the victim was already dead. The person in the photo is not Valerie Hawthorne. What? I've never heard anything more ridiculous in my entire life. Then who exactly is the victim in this photo? It's obvious, isn't it? It's your own witness. What? It's the only possible explanation. The woman that Mr. Falls met on the bridge that day was not Valerie Hawthorne. It was you, Melissa Foster. Me? Let's remember that it was raining and foggy on the mountain that day. Mr. Falls himself believed that the woman in front of him was Valerie Hawthorne. But the defendant knew Valerie Hawthorne very well. After all, she was the woman whose testimony helped get him convicted. Just got Narmaya? Good shit, brother. But since then, my client has spent 5 hard years in a federal penitentiary. He couldn't remember exactly what she looked like anymore. You're just making this up as you go along. Where's your proof? I've got it right here. This piece of evidence will blow this case wide open. Scarf, niggas. Well, are you dumb? Are you stupid? Are you dumb? Are you stupid? Mr. Falls had forgotten the victim's face. That's why he needed some piece of identification. Namely, this muddy scarf. Ah! It was Mr. Falls who requested that she wear this scarf to identify herself. That's already been proven by the note the victim left. Fuck. In other words, as long as you were wearing a scarf like he asked, anyone could have pretended to be Valerie Hawthorne. Got Soares? Welcome to the Soares family. I got Soares today too. Good shit. Well, what do you have to say to that, Melissa Foster? No. Fainted. King shit. I just don't think I can fit him on any team. That's the unfortunate thing for me. Where is Miss Foster? She's collecting herself in the lobby. It's obvious that Melissa Foster did it. She hid the body in the trunk and disguised herself as the victim. She set up the camera to snap a fake photo of them together. The only question is, why did she do it? Well, isn't that obvious? She's the real culprit. Huh. Dog, fucking Diego going ha like every fucking 12 seconds is starting to get on my nerves. Euseus? Yeah, you got the Yakuza rat. Or fox. It's a fox, right? Until then, this court is in recess. Well, The defense and the prosecution are both to wait in their respective lobbies. Yes, Your Honor. Understood. Very well, this court is in recess. No. Moose Man, no! You hate to see it, but unfortunately, you've been glared. Save your progress up until this point. Sure, why not? Fuck it. So there was no need for that, though. She's an Aroon, an indiscriminate animal, most likely fox. Yeah, I know the fucking Aroons are, like, closest to foxes, but didn't know. February 16th, 114, District Court, Defendant Lobby, numero 4. Mr. Falls, I'm sorry. I wanted to see what it did. It tells you what it does when you fucking select it. When you select it, it says force somebody to stop speaking for 5 minutes. What did you think was going to happen? I want to say thanks, you're real good. You really hooked me up. Thanks, we're almost there. Once I prove that she committed the crime. Yeah, but there's one more big obstacle we've got to get past. Dog, don't look at me like that. Yeah, motive. Why would Melissa Foster kill that policewoman anyway? Motive, huh? Anyway, we're still badly in need of information. Information? Right. What we need most is info about this Melissa Foster herself. All we know is that she's a student studying literature. And one more thing. What is it? Well, the incident that happened 5 years ago, of course. The kidnapping murder case that Zebra Boy is on death row for. I didn't do nothing. I didn't kill nobody. I never lie. 757's in a basement. Dog, I haven't gotten one of the 5 stars to drop yet. I think I've ran JSO's map like 8 times. I think I'm just going to run JSO's map the most. And I'll just get the 500 medals and then just turn it in for 5-7 because I am so annoyed with 5-7's map. That shit's annoying. Mr. Falls, in that case, tell us more about it. About what happened 5 years ago. Okay, I trust you. That day. Also, why did they let you have gold fucking chains in prison? What's around your neck? No. Run 5-7's map, dude. It's annoying. I don't want to run that. I can just fucking literally do JSO's map and just turn my brain off. That day 5 years ago, I dream of it every day. This picture reminds me everything. It reminds me everything. I'm not reading that wrong, right? That just says it reminds me everything. Like, I'm not crazy, right? Huh. Okay. Yeah, it is a typo. Great. Bridge looks same. Okay, so it's literally just his fucking he got brain damage. Nice. Like it could fall apart any minute. So it's been broken like that for at least 5 years. Sorry, buddy, but you sound like the one who could fall apart at any minute. It's true, I did kidnap her. 5 years ago, I kidnapped my girlfriend. Wait. No. Because that was a kidnapping and murder case. What? So... So what? So no. So that is that really Melissa Foster? What's her name? Is she a twin? Check the ages here. 5 years ago. Well, oh, it's time to go to jail. Nah, you deserve to be in jail, little nigga. Oh my god. Yo. Nah, jail time. Nope. 14, stay in jail. Nah, I'm walking away. Your girlfriend, huh? Hey, hold on there. Did you say Hawthorne? The victim's last name. Dahlia Hawthorne, Valerie's little sister. Dog. How do we have his age? 25? 20 dating a 14? Go to jail. Oh. Jesus. The girl let her go. Shut up, come closer and I kill her. Sorry, but you're not going to get the chance. Actually, back then was Valerie Hawthorne. Yeah, you tossed this bitch into the river. Wait, is his brain damage like... Okay, so... Did she not actually die then? Did she climb out of the river? And he got brain damage from being shot? And he doesn't recognize her now? Because you should recognize the 14-year-old you were trying to pipe, you freak. At first I thought shooting someone for a kidnapping was crossing the line, but if it was to protect her little sister, I can understand why she did it. Wrong, no protect sister. Valerie betrayed me. Betray us. What do you mean she betrayed you? Everything, all lies, all make-believe, kidnapping too. Yeah, no, you got brain damage. A make-believe kidnapping? Dahlia, my girlfriend, my love, my teen angel. Jail. Time! Did he actually say my teen angel? He's seen one too many soap operas. I do anything she says. Anything Dahlia says. Anything Dahlia... Hold on a minute. What you're saying is the kidnapping 5 years ago was planned by... Yep, me and Dahlia. And Valerie, too. Valerie was in on it. Dahlia's family rich. Jewelry business. We get one jewel. That's what we thought. Me and Dahlia wrote kidnap note. We send to her dad. Ask for $2 million diamond. Tell him to make exchange on Dusky Bridge. We tell him Valerie make transfer because she knew detective. Having police detective in your pocket sure is a useful thing, alright. In the end, you were planning on splitting the $2 million 3 ways, huh? Yeah, but that woman... That woman, Valerie, she do it for real. She shoot at me for real. Me and Dahlia. Wait, so is Valerie a twin then? I think there's got to be another sister we don't know about. I'm not calling it at 2 sisters. There's a 3rd sister. I was shot in arm. Dahlia, she jumped in river. Jump? You don't mean she jumped on purpose, do you? I couldn't do it. I could never push her. Anyway, I blacked out. Wake up with police all over. And that's when they decided to give you the death sentence. I couldn't believe it. That woman, she betrayed me. 3 grands, 1 from the last pull, and 2 from Super Muku Frenzy. Luck out. Yeah. We're done with the luck for this year. That man, Terry Falls, he killed her. He threw her off the bridge. He threw my beloved sister into the roaring river 40 feet below. These 5 years, all I wonder is why? 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 Why did she lie? That's all I want to know. So that's why you called her. You wanted to hear the truth from Valerie herself. Yes, but I forget what she looked like. So I tell her to wear a scarf. I don't want to hurt her, just ask why. Why did you lie? Why did you betray me? I just wanted to hear an answer come from her mouth, that's all. So that's why you made a crazy escape like that. Just one more thing, Zebra Boy. My senses are tingling all over. Tell me, Mr. Falls, where is it? Where's what? Come on now, kitten. The ransom. The $2 million diamond. Remember that now? Did you give it back to Pops? Did the police take it? I don't know. Huh? You don't know? No, really, I don't know. It's gone. With Dahlia. With Dahlia? That day, on the bridge, Dahlia put it in backpack. Now gone. With Dahlia. Gone forever. Into Eagle River. It disappeared with Dahlia, huh? Wait a minute. You can come back in now. We're ready to go. Mr. Falls, just one more question. When you said with Dahlia, you mean the diamond is still missing? Along with the body of Dahlia Hawthorne? Never found her, my sweet Dahlia. They never found her. Swallowed by river, gone, Dahlia, my teen angel. Your teen angel? How old was she anyway? Just 14. Why don't you recognize her? I mean, yeah, she grew up, never mind. But you should no, he's stupid, never mind. I was good. There is so many things I want to say, but you should recognize her, but he's an actual moron. So, never mind. Oh, frames? Hey, I see you down there. Stop it. 14. I guess you were robbing cradles before diamonds. She plans a fake kidnapping and disappears into the river with a rock worth 2 mil. Man, oh man, angels these days. Falls takes the fall. Falls. I guess a one-way ticket to death row. Is Dahlia Hawthorne an angel, or is she really a... It's time, kitten. Looks like we have a few more aces up our sleeve now. You bet. Diamond. Added to the court record. $2 million gem. Used as ransom for Dahlia. Lost to Eagle River 5 years ago. The training wheels come off now, Mia. You gotta strike while the iron's hot. It's one of my rules. Remember it. February 16th, 1:49 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 4. Now then, let's continue with the trial of Mr. Terry Falls. Witness, are you feeling better? Yes, Your Honor. I'll try my best. You'll try to get fucking arrested, you lying bitch. I'm on to you. You're a brave young lady. Not this again. I can understand a defense lawyer wanting to get her client off the hook. However, trying to pin the crime on an innocent student is... What are you talking about? My witness is not the person on trial here. She's an innocent bystander who witnessed a violent crime, that is all. What possible reason for a girl like this have for murdering a policewoman? Well, unfortunately... Melissa's looking pretty clean with that dress and parasol, almost like she had money. Of course. That's the case. Like, literally, hey, get this nigga to throw me in the river, and then we'll make off with the 2 million. Also, I'm gonna get you killed later. We have motive. You'll shut up and he'll go back to jail. It's certainly hard to imagine this woman is a murderer. Well, do I have a story for you 5 years after this? Her motive, huh? I figured that's what I had to establish next. Well, Miss Faye, do you have any evidence of a motive? Yes, of course. I think. You're still acting as tame as a kitten. Kitten. Mr. Armando. Listen, a lawyer is someone who smiles no matter how bad it gets. Oh, great. So, we're 2 generations down, trained under Diego, and now we're facing him in court. Amazing. Out-fucking-standing. Smiling on the outside when your guts are twisted in knots is the mark of a pro. Maybe so, but I wish you would quit grinning at me like that. Excuse me, may I speak, Mr. Judge? Of course, Mr. Judge is ready anytime you like. I'd like to say something. Some people here are suspicious of me, right? That's why, at least I wanted you, Mr. Judge, to know that's not true. I see. You're such an honest and upstanding young lady. If only you knew, Mr. Canada. If only you knew. Looks like this witness is a real professional. What do you mean? Look at that 100-watt smile. Just when things seem darkest for her, click. She lights right up. Very well then, let's hear what the witness has to say. Melissa Foster's history. I was out of the country until the year before last. Alright. Until I entered college, I had never been to Eagle Mountain before, and I certainly don't have any reason for wanting to hurt a police officer. Holding a grudge and killing the officer who testified against you 5 years ago. What? Or kidnapping a poor girl. I think the defendant is a terrible, horrible monster. Out of the country, eh? How would you, if you were out of the country until the year before last, did you just get fucking told about the murder? How'd you know he kidnapped a girl? Is this just stuff that you found out right now? Did Edgeworth brief you on this? Like, are you stupid? Precisely. Furthermore, she has no possible motive for committing murder. Indeed. You're up to bat, kitten. Sharpen those claws and put on your best smile. You bet. Somehow I have to tie her to this case. Alright, so. Holding a grudge, how do you know? A grudge? Well, the policewoman's testimony was crucial, wasn't it? Crucial in getting the defendant sentenced to death. Yes, and that's precisely why he harbored such deep anger against her. So much anger that he forgot his own guilt. My client has always maintained that he's innocent of those charges. He seems rather forgetful. And your client, I mean. Yeah, okay. Thanks, Dahlia. Not only did he forget about what he did, but he forgot about the poor policewoman as well. What do you mean by that? Your client, he forgot what the detective looked like, right? It's too bad for her that he didn't forget about her testimony as well. Well, she's right about that. Mr. Falls kind of is forgetful. Well, press that shit harder. You said he forgot what the detective looked like. What did you mean by that? Well, they couldn't tell who she was without some kind of identification, right? Quite right. That's why the victim was wearing a scarf as identification. Why, if I had been wearing a white scarf that day, then he probably would have tried to kill me. That's true. He's clearly a bitter man. Well, he said he wanted to talk. That's where you're wrong. This is bad. Mr. Falls' reputation just keeps getting worse and worse. Sometimes it's best not to poke too deep. What should I do with that last statement? Have it added to the fucking testimony. Are you Your Honor, what the witness said just now was tremendously important. I'd like it added to the official testimony. The prosecution has no objection. After all, the defendant is a killer and mentally unbalanced one at that. That testimony only helps to further prove the point. No, that's not why I... Enough. Witness, if you would. My pleasure, Mr. Judge. Yeah, you weren't wearing a white scarf? Are you sure about that? Are you fucking positive? Witness, I want you to look at this photo you took. It's hard to see in the photo, but look at the scarf the victim wore as identification. Also, who did... I think... Moose Man, I think you're free now. Gotta be free now. You are free now. Never mind. I saw you type, and I didn't remember how long 5 minutes was. Forgive me. I'm stupid. You're talking about this scarf right here, eh? Yeah, that's it. The scarf the policewoman was wearing. Got her now. Just don't mess up. But that's strange. In your testimony, you stated the following. I'm lucky I wasn't wearing a white scarf. White. Blue tracksuit niggas. This is a scarf you identified as belonging to the victim. But it certainly doesn't look white to me. Literally blue tracksuit niggas. I can't believe it. Well, it was foggy that day, and it was raining as well. I'm not surprised, or it's not surprising that she mistook it for white. Sorry, but not this time. The witness just confirmed that this was the victim's scarf. Yes, but what's the significance? It's true that the scarf doesn't look white, but there's only one explanation for the mix-up. She was there. The reason why the witness thought the scarf was white is... the fucking phone call. Witness, have you ever seen this note? No, no, never. It's top secret evidence. There's no reason that you would have. I wonder about that. What do you mean? This note shows that Mr. Falls' instructions to the victim regarding their meaning. It says, wear white scarf for identification. White scarf. Ah, fuck. Witness, you knew what this note said. And it's because you knew that you slipped up and mistakenly said, white scarf. Well, Miss Foster? No. Just shut up and give your actual name, you lying whore. Order, Mr. Edgeworth. I'm waiting for an explanation. I'm quite sure this note wasn't leaked to the public, and yet this witness knew exactly what the note was said, or what the note said. At the time of the murder, the number of people that knew were quite limited. Terry Falls is one, the person who wrote the note, Valerie Hawthorne, is another. And finally, one more person. Did you say one more person? That's right, a person that no one would have suspected. Have you figured it out, kitten? Yep. The third person that knew the content of the note were... Oh! Black niggas. Valerie's younger sis, victim of the kidnap/murder, fell from the bridge, no body found. And that person is Dahlia Hawthorne. Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never heard that name before. Look at the victim's note. This is what it says. Talk to Dahlia, tell her this time. There is her name right there. What is this? So who is this person? I didn't even think about that. In the note it says talk to Dahlia. Yeah, so Dahlia never died, and Valerie knew that. This is Dahlia Hawthorne. Miss Faye must be desperate if she's trying to bring the dead back to life. The dead? Dahlia Hawthorne was the victim's deceased younger sister. She was killed in a crime 5 years ago. Killed in a crime? You don't mean... Yes, she was kidnapped and killed by Terry Falls. You said she was killed, but was she really? What are you implying? Of course, people thought she had died 5 years ago, when she fell off Dusky Bridge and was lost in the Eagle River. However, her corpse was never found. She was declared legally dead 5 years ago. As far as the law is concerned, Dahlia Hawthorne is officially dead. But the fact remains that her body was never recovered, and her sister was talking about telling her. Dahlia Hawthorne was 14 years old 5 years ago. If she were still alive, she'd be 19 now. Melissa Foster, I believe that's the same age you are. Even you could, Miss Faye, you're not saying. But I am. That's precisely what I'm saying. This witness before us is the girl that was kidnapped and killed 5 years ago. This girl is in fact Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. What? Nice word. It was like tossing a grenade into a 3-alarm fire. Unless you can tie all the loose ends together, you're nothing but a hit-and-run arsonist. I understand. If I can expose her true nature, I can turn this whole case on its head. Well, now's my chance to make Mr. Edgeworth score. That's literally just a Fujo line right there. Okay. Diego's metaphors are great. It's like he's a southerner. It is great. So everybody that's saying that, oh, why has he got a southern voice? Back up. His metaphors are fantastic. Metaphors and simile niggas. Witness, just who are you anyways? I didn't think it'd come to this. That's enough. You don't have to say any more, witness. Did Edgeworth know the whole fucking time? Yes, I understand. What? Mr. Edgeworth, explain yourself. Your Honor, I have an admission to make. I honestly never thought the defense would pursue the matter this far. You don't mean, dog, Miles Edgeworth. That nigga. Yes, the prosecutor's office isn't filled with fools, you know. Naturally, we conduct full background checks on all of our witnesses. What did he say? Looks like the kid knew. He knew her true identity from the get-go. No way. But then why? If you hadn't revealed her secret, he wasn't going to say anything about it. All he wanted was her testimony, so he made a little trade. Let me introduce you to the victim's younger sister, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. But I thought she died 5 years ago. We thought so as well, but, well, as you can see. Why? Why did she hide her identity for 5 years? That has nothing to do with the current case. She was merely an accidental witness to a crime. Accidental? I don't believe that for a minute. For the last 5 years, she's been playing the role of victim. And now we find her acting suspiciously at the scene of another murder? Really, Miss Faye, I must say your strategy here is painfully obvious. You're trying to pin your client's crime on an innocent witness in order to win. At any cost. How dare you? Please, let us take a moment to think. 5 years ago, this girl was kidnapped and nearly killed. But even worse than that, 5 years later, Dahlia Hawthorne lost something much more precious, her big sister. Miss Faye must be insane to even suggest that she murdered her. There's a whole diamond, Miles. You might not know, however, I know. Miss Faye, do you have any evidence to back up your assertion? What possible reason would this witness have for killing her beloved sister? So, I got you, nigga. Like, you can't beat me. Well, you see, I thought I was winning, but somehow he's turned it around on me. No, he hasn't. Mia, just head down. Diego, say something. Huh. I think you need a little push in the right direction, kitten. The defense is prepared to present evidence supporting our claim. That wasn't me, it was this guy, this crazy coffee addict. I think we've heard enough empty threats from you, old man. Makes you think they're empty, boy. Because your protege looks like she's sweating bullets. I am sweating bullets. You think you're in a tough spot, huh? No. Of course, aren't I? No. You just arrived at the moment of truth, that's all. Whether you win or lose, that's up to you. Up to me? The rashness of youth, how charming. This coming from someone younger than me. Now then, let's not waste any more time, Miss Faye. What motive would this witness have for murdering her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne? The whole truth must come out. Gotcha, nigga. The story starts after Terry Falls escaped. He called Valerie and told her he wanted to meet. This is the note she left. It says, "Talk to Dahlia. Tell her this time the whole truth must come out." Valerie Hawthorne gave Dahlia a warning. She told her that she was going to reveal to the world the whole truth. The whole truth. There was a dangerously important secret between Valerie and Dahlia. That's the reason Dahlia felt she had to kill Valerie. To keep her mouth permanently shut. Terrific story, Miss Faye. If you like fiction, that is. Enlighten the court, Miss Faye. What was this secret that was so important? Where's your evidence? Dahlia and Valerie Hawthorne and Terry Falls. There's only one important secret that connects them all. Oh yes, I know the secret. Holla holla, get that troop, the holla. Dog, never again say that. Ben, you got that? Please don't say that ever again. Your Honor, the defense would like to request further testimony. What testimony? Regarding the kidnapping 5 years ago. We believe it will explain a lot of things. Such as the nature of important secrets between the Hawthorne sisters. Ugh. Very well. I'll grant you your request for further testimony. No you don't, Gary. No you don't. No you don't. No you don't. Back up, Gary. Back up. Back up, Gary. I was about to say shit. I know it'll be painful for you, but can you enlighten us once more, my little maple leaf? Dog, get the judge out. I hate this nigga. Yes, I'll try, Mr. Judge. Putting on the old charm one more time, Dahlia. But this will be the last time you hide behind your womanly wiles. Ooh, bars. Hold on. That was kind of nice. Womanly wiles? 5 years ago. 5 years ago, I was kidnapped by Mr. Falls. The ransom price was a raw diamond. My sister Valerie brought it to the bridge. After she made the exchange, she shot Mr. Falls in the arm. That's when Mr. Falls tried to kill me by shoving me off the bridge from behind. I mean, you probably would have landed on this cliff if he pushed you from behind, right? He knew exactly where to throw you. I survived, but I was afraid I might be kidnapped again for my family's money, so I decided to change my identity and start a new life. The kidnapping left her emotionally scarred. With her sister's help, she left the Hawthorne family and started all over again. And what I believe after all that, she murdered her sister? Preposterous. Thank you, Mr. Edgeworth. Miss Faye. Yes, Your Honor. As you've heard, the witness is still traumatized from the kidnapping. I'll ask you again to be extremely gentle in your cross-examination. Not gentle. No gentle. Niggas. Mr. Edgeworth got the jump on me again. Dog, Edgeworth was really coming out the gates, shooting threes with 75% accuracy. If we're not allowed to fight, let's twist some arms. Listen up, we still got that info. The ace up our sleeve. What info? Come on now, kitten. Don't say you've forgotten already. The fact that the kidnapping happened 5 years ago was staged. Oh, poggers. That's right, it was a fake kidnapping. Terry Falls told us that in the lobby. Do anything she says? Yeah. So, now that this has been revealed to Dahlia, this nigga's gonna snap his neck in the courtroom. She's gonna be like, hey, don't reveal the truth, take your life. That's it, the fake kidnapping is your best shot, Mia. That's her secret. 5 years ago. Well, let's go to shove from behind. And let's show you once a how many times have we presented this bridge? It's gotta be at least like 6, right? 6 or 5? We've presented this evidence a fuck ton. You say that Mr. Falls pushed you into the Eagle River. However, that's hard to believe. But it's true, I felt a push on my back. I'm certain of it. It was Mr. Falls. I'm sorry, I guess I wasn't clear enough. I shouldn't have said that's hard to believe. I should have said that's impossible. Impossible? I asked the court recall the condition of Dusky Bridge now and 5 years ago. The bridge hasn't changed one bit in the last 5 years. If someone had pushed you from behind as you claim, instead of being carried away by the river, you would have snapped your fucking neck and fell to your death. you would have been smashed by the bedrock below. A most certain death. Well, 40 feet? Is 40 feet enough of a fall to kill you? I mean, definitely breaking some bones, but 14-year-old, maybe. We don't get much evidence this trial, so it's trying to figure out what the small things given to you need to present. 40 feet's enough to kill you? Damn. Alright, then brown rice. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? I've never really understood how far you need to fall in order to kill, or somebody needs to fall in order to be killed. Nekomaru died in 25 feet. Dog, that's a whole robot. That's not a person. Shut up. And he fell on a pillar. If you would have landed on the rock, as long as you don't land on your head, if you like land on your legs or something. Yeah. Also, Ben, that's not how that works. Galileo niggas really got to come out here and start teaching y'all niggas. Do you understand now, Dahlia Hawthorne? The very notion that my client pushed you from behind is impossible. Your Honor, this event occurred 5 years ago. Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. Didn't fucking Maggie survive being thrown out a 9th-story building? At age not even 1, at 6 months old? You're telling me a baby has more durability feats than a supposed teenager? Why, for all we know, the water level in the river may have been higher back then. But it's 40 feet from the bridge to the river. A small change in the water level wouldn't have made a difference. Edward taking damage. You're right. If the events occurred just as the witness has testified, then the defendant couldn't have pushed the witness into the river. Young lady, what's the meaning of this? You see, Just a moment, Your Honor. Dog. Even this sprite, he looks way more pressed. He learned to get in control of his emotions really well in 4 years. Or in 5 years. 6 years? 5 years. 5 years. It's true that the witness testified that the defendant pushed her into the river. However, she never stated that she fell from the back end of the bridge. What do you mean? After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. That's true, she would have fallen into the river. 4 years before game 1? Yeah. But this in particular is 6 years from... Oh yeah, no, 6 years from the current point that we're at in the game, which is 2 years after the first game, so 4 years before game 1. You're right. Well, Ms. Hawthorne, is Mr. Edgeworth's explanation correct? Now that you mention it, I do remember now. When I fell off the bridge, my skirt got caught on one of the bridge's side wires. You can't be serious. Order in the court. It seems Miss Faye's assault has finally reached its conclusion. Not now, Mia. This is no time to retreat. Unfortunately for you, this is just the start of Miss Faye's assault. What? I believe your reasoning went something like this, Mr. Edgeworth. After being shot in the arm, it's plausible that Mr. Falls panicked. Therefore, he could have unwittingly pushed her off the side of the bridge. However, once again, I'm forced to say that's impossible. Ridiculous. What's so impossible about it? Because your flawed logic contradicts the court record. I mean... It makes sense. It makes sense to me. Because you can't really, like, be pushed over. You have to willingly jump over. Or slide through the center of it. It makes sense. Your Honor, all the answers are right here in this photo. Take a look at the wires supporting both sides of the bridge. They extend to about 5 feet off the ground. It would be impossible to push someone off from them. But let's remember the size and strength of the defendant. Wires like this wouldn't be a problem for him. He could have easily picked up a 14-year-old girl and thrown her over. So young and already so forgetful, Mr. Edgeworth. Mr. Falls had been shot in the right arm. And more important, Valerie Hawthorne had a gun trained on him at, that's not really point blank. It's close to point blank, but almost. So, Mr. Falls throwing the witness off the bridge, that is clearly impossible. Order. What is the meaning of this? Dahlia Hawthorne, you jumped into the Eagle River intentionally. What? What is this? Was that a lion roar? No, that was Tiger. That was Tiger's roar again. What is he doing in here?
Indeed, what do you mean by such a ridiculous remark? Yes, it's ridiculous. My sister was there to help me. She had her gun in handcuffs. She could have saved me. Jumping into a raging river like that would have been suicide. Perhaps, but that's exactly what you did. You were probably confident that you could handle the swift current, but even more so, the witness had a much more compelling reason for jumping into the bridge. Oh, then what was it? What was so important that she wanted to jump into the river? The witness is still alive. This fact alone explains everything. This is why she risked her life by jumping into the rapids of Eagle River.
Gang, gang.
5 years ago, something else disappeared along with Dahlia. The item that Valerie brought with her up to the mountain. The $2 million diamond. No, it can't be. Yes, Dahlia had planned it all from the beginning. The $2 million, she was going to keep it all for herself. She forced Mr. Falls to help her fake the kidnapping. At the last minute, she betrayed him and threw herself into the river, with the ransom tucked away safely in her backpack.
Why, that's simply ridiculous. Uh-oh. I really hope the next question isn't gonna fucking blow me away. Your Honor, 5 years ago, the witness was only 14 years old. Do you really think a 14-year-old is capable of such a demonic plan?
This woman is a demon. And there was one more person who helped make a demon out of her. Her sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
You mean the victim involved in the kidnapping plot as well?
But she was a detective then. Are you saying she participated in her sister's kidnapping? Precisely. I'm sure that it weighed heavily on her conscience for the past 5 years. This is the sole reason behind the victim's murder.
What do you mean by that?
On the day of the murder, after receiving the phone call from Mr. Falls, Valerie called her sister, Dahlia, and then she told her what she was planning to do.
Planning to do? She was going to tell the whole truth, as she wrote in her note. He's pressed.
That is what sealed Valerie Hawthorne's fate. That is when you hatched your demonic plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. A plan that would ensure neither of your accomplices to the kidnapping would talk. And that is why you killed your sister, Valerie Hawthorne.
Uh-oh. Niggas laughing in the courtroom. Who is that laughing at a time like this?
Forgive me, it's just hilarious. Witness, is that you? You amuse me, woman, Miss Mia Fey. You can certainly weave an exciting tale. Naturally, you have the evidence to back it up, don't you? Evidence? Evidence that I planned the kidnapping, of course. That at 14, I plotted it with Mr. Falls and my sister. Well, And one more thing. What happened to the $2 million diamond? If you can't provide evidence, at least to show that.
Well, Miss Fey?
I don't know. What a joke. You, Miss Fey, are you stupid or something? How can I prove a fake kidnapping that happened 5 years ago?
We have to fucking bring Terry up on the stand.
I don't even have a decisive proof of Valerie Hawthorne's murder.
Well, it seems we've come to the end. To be honest, the witness's behavior does raise certain suspicions. However, I am forced to reject the assertions made by the defendant.
No, that's not how it works. We made progress. I hate, this is the one thing I don't like about fucking Phoenix Wright trials. It's literally like, oh, you've proven all this stuff up until now, but, you know, because you can't wrap it up in a neat little bow, I guess that theory has to be thrown out the window. Just because I made it, I fucking went downfield 80 yards. I'm about to score. I can just kick a field goal. Fuck it. You can believe that. Of course you are. Is this it? Is this really over? That girl has made a fool of me and there's nothing I can do about it.
Huh. Without evidence, the trial was over? Who decided that?
Talk to him, Diego! Mr. Armando.
Come now, kid. Haven't you figured out that you can make your own rules? For example, even if there's no evidence, there's still testimony.
Testimony?
On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and then went to meet with him, disguised as her sister.
That's what you're thinking, right? Yeah, that's right. In that case, there's only one answer, right? There's only one person left who can testify about Valerie Hawthorne's murder. Since there's no proof, there's only one thing left to do. Who is the one person that... Oh. Well, it's definitely fucking Terry, but fuck it, bring Dick back up. Listen up, this is your last chance. Think it over carefully one more time. Relax, Mia, this is easy. On the day in question, Dahlia Hawthorne murdered her sister, Valerie Hawthorne. She hid her body in the trunk of Mr. Fall's stolen car and then went to meet with him, disguised as her sister. Yeah. So, there's only one person. Oh, not the scarf. Jesus Christ. Terry Falls. So that's what Force Me to Throw does. Unfortunately, sometimes there's gonna be choices that don't have any repercussions, like that one. So Force Me to Throw, you gotta know when to use it, or have good intuition. Wasted throw, and you only get 10 of them per stream. That's unfortunate. Your Honor, the defense wishes to call a new witness. A new witness? Yes, we would like to hear the testimony of Terry Falls. The defendant. There's only one person that can shed any further light on the situation. Only one person that knows what Dahlia's role in the kidnapping was. Oh, Chris, you shouldn't have said that to me, who has actually played this game. I mean, I'm going to save during any of all... You know what? I'm just going to do that from now on. If I see one of those things pop up, I'm going to save instantly. Only one person that can say whether the person in the photo is Valerie Hawthorne, or whether it was in fact her younger sister, Dahlia, in disguise. There's only one person who can solve this riddle once and for all. And that person is Terry Falls. Well, Mr. Edgeworth, what is your take on this? Fuck. Well, why not? The prosecution has no objection. Very well. Bailiff, bring the defendant to the witness stand. This is my last chance, Mr. Falls. My last chance to establish Dahlia's guilt. You're all I have left. I thought that was going to be a to be continued. Defendant, you've heard everything that's been said up to this point, yes? I don't believe it. No way. Dahlia died 5 years ago. Valerie betrayed me. Mr. Falls, I don't know what she said to you 5 years ago, but one thing is clear. Dahlia is very much alive. And you were used for $2 million. That's not true. Mr. Falls, there is only one question I want the answer to. 2 days ago on Dusky Bridge, who did you meet? Was it Valerie Hawthorne or was it Dahlia Hawthorne? Dahlia, did you betray me? 5 years ago, she promised never ever betray each other. Terry? Dahlia, it's true, you are alive. You don't trust me anymore. That makes me sad. Tell the truth, the real truth. I believed in you. I shouldn't need to say it. You already know. But there is one thing I will say. My life is in your hands right now, Terry. Dahlia. Bro. Of all the people that have eating out of her hand, I don't trust the nigga with brain damage. I will allow Mr. Falls to testify once, and only once. Well then, Mr. Falls, yours will be the final testimony in this trial. Alright, well, let's get it. Witness, eek, I'm sorry, I apologize. Water, please, water. Can't talk, need water. Oh well, I guess it'll have to be my coffee instead. At least it'll match the way he's probably feeling right now. Darker and bitterer than hell itself. Okay. Simile niggas. Who Terry Falls saw. That day, 4 p.m., I stopped the car. I was in front of Bridge. She wasn't there, so I waited on Bridge. I watched my car from Bridge. I never put no body in that car. Finally, one woman came. She stood in front of me. We talked, then she left. That was Valerie, not my Dahlia. Mr. Falls, you're covering for her. Do you think she would do the same? That's enough, Miss Faye. His last statement was a fitting way to end the final testimony of the trial. Well then, Miss Faye, please proceed with your cross-examination. Is this how you want it to end, Mr. Falls? Another guilty verdict to go along with your death sentence? There's only one person who can stop it. You, kitten, I think. Oh boy. Do you need a reason to make Chris take damage? I mean,
I have only taken legitimate damage during this stream today. And I think it was I've only taken damage for what I'm going to fully call out as stupid reasons. This is nuts. I ain't saying no more. I know what happens. Well, of course, it's going to be nuts. Because it has to be. This guy has to go back in jail. Because that's the only reason we get a guilty verdict. Dahlia goes free and Edgeworth wins. That day, 4 p.m. She wasn't there, so you waited on the bridge. I mean, if she wasn't there, then how did she get further on the bridge than you? So, I'm sorry, guy, you're a little stupid. So when you got to the bridge, no one had arrived, huh? So you waited on the bridge. You're sure of that? Yeah, I'm sure. You're sure, huh? Well, then I'm sure too, Mr. Falls. I'm sure that you're lying. Huh? What? What? Oh, I would love to hear your rationale on this, Miss Fay. You want to know who arrived at the bridge first? Just look at this photo. It's perfectly clear. Obviously, the person that came first would be at the end of the bridge, right? But that's the victim at the end of the bridge. Precisely my point. In other words, Mr. Falls, you must have arrived at the bridge after she did. Mr. Falls, please don't get so worked up. We just want the truth. I got there around 4 o'clock. It's true. I had somewhere to go. A special place. Did you go to the special place before you went to the bridge? Yeah. It's an old temple about 15 minutes from the bridge. 5 years ago, me and Dahlia, we promised each other. We swore we wouldn't betray each other. She brought me a memento to represent our love. Oh, no. You don't have that memento on you right now, do you, homie? You wouldn't happen to have a little necklace on you right now, homie, do you? A memento. 5 years ago, I hid it under the base of tree there. Fuck! So he's just got it on backwards. It's not a fucking joke. You can see the clasp. That's supposed to be the clasp in the front. Right. It's a special memory for me. This is it. This is what I went to get. This little bottle on your necklace is a memento. It's quite charming, but it looks empty. Did he drink it already? Your Honor, you heard what my client said. He arrived at the scene at 4 o'clock. Is that why he's coughing? Terry, no! But then he left his car unattended and walked away. He was gone for approximately 30 minutes. With that much time, Dahlia Hawthorne could have easily hidden the body in the trunk of his car. Why did you say fuck? Because that necklace has poison in it. Or it's, in the past, it had poison in it. So, and she gave it to somebody who she was saying that she loved to hide it. Indeed, there was certainly enough time for it. I've still got a chance. Mr. Falls, there's no mistaking it. Yep, Mr. Falls. That's enough, please. Witness? I promised her 5 years ago, if it ever happens that we can't trust each other anymore, then we're supposed to drink bottle. Yep, okay. So, this sucks. We're gonna convict a dead man. No, stop the trial. Your Honor, we need a recess. I was stupid. Couldn't keep promise. So I did it. I drank this. No, we're so close. Just a little more. I'm gonna prove your innocence. No, don't want that. Don't trust self. Maybe kill again. Kill sweet Dahlia again. Mr. Falls. Mr. Armando. Thanks for the coffee. Mr. Falls. And so my first trial ended, suddenly and tragically. Dog. How is this our loss?
how do we lose here? Nigga, I won! I won! It ended with no winners, only losers. I ended up with a wound that cut so deep into my soul it'd never heal. Dog. No, Mia won. Mia won this case. She proved without... Like, you can say, oh, there were no winners, only losers. But no, shut up. Edgeworth didn't lose, you didn't lose, you won. This case doesn't count. This is a tie. This is a tie. Edgeworth didn't take a lot. Edgeworth didn't win this, and he didn't lose this either. I'm sure it was the same for the young prosecutor as well. But one person, the one true criminal, Dahlia Hawthorne, she left the courtroom with a secret smile on her demonically sweet face. Y'all didn't lock her up instantly? Are you fucking insane? What happened? Literally, hey, Dahlia told me to drink this poison, if anything got bad. I drank the poison. So kind of hides the truth. I'm dead now. Y'all wanna arrest her? It's her fault. She did it. Yo, run that shit back. Evidence is greater than the testimony? Yeah, fuck that. We have evidence. It's her necklace. It has her prints on it. They're faint, yes, but they haven't been wiped. Unless you mean to tell me fucking Terry wiped the prints off. If you want to be technical, he dug up the poison and drank it. Yeah, but that's his own accord. She's still guilty. Like, it's not like this is it's not a complete mistrial. You can still convict her on things. She should still be in prison. Unforgivable. That witch. Mr. Armando, we were so close to the truth. It was right there in front of us. You were just a little too soft, kitten. It's my fault. My fault that Mr. Falls killed himself. Don't cry, kitten. You're gonna make my coffee all salty. I knew it. I knew it wasn't cut out for this. Pep talk time. Mia. Don't you get it? You can't cry yet. Huh! What? Yo, Diego, calm down. The only time a lawyer can cry is when it's all over. Mr. Armando. No matter how tough the case, no matter how bitter the memories, they always fade over time. You can file them away and eventually forget them. 1 year later in this very same... Okay, so... What timeline is Phoenix from right now? Where is Phoenix? Because it looks like he has a fucking... He's in a hospital. He's got a fucking IV drip hook up to him, and he's got his laptop. I myself got wrapped up in that case. Yep. Only after that did Dahlia Hawthorne get put to trial for her crimes. The verdict that ultimately was handed down to her was... guilty, of course. Naturally, when the verdict was read, she had a perfect angelic smile on her face. It was finally all over. At least that's what I thought at the time. Unfortunately, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's been 5 years, but now something has happened that's made me remember all this. Turnabout beginnings, the end. Oh, shit. Damn. Bridge to the turnabout. Well, here we go. We're doing it all today, boys. Strap in. So, what the fuck Phoenix doing in the hospital? Who beat his ass? Also, Terry Falls didn't deserve that. He was just stupid. Oh. Shishishido, the treasured Karain Village heirloom. Oh, well. It's got chips. Sacred Sword represents life itself. Who's going to be at the end of it? Through the branches, it may appear to be infinite. The choice is limitless. Like our destinies, the sword comes to an end. One merciless point. Who's going to be at the end of the sword? And when the silver cord, this fragile thread... It's showing a whole bunch of... Oh, yeah. There's somebody at the end. The illusion is revealed, and the... I can't read that fast. Not out loud, at least. February 6th, 9:48 a.m., Wright & Co. Law Offices. Hey, Nick. Yeah, what is it? You know how I've got spiritual powers unlike you? Shut up, Mia! You are a spirit medium, after all. But just like you, if I didn't keep my powers sharp, they get dull, right? I guess so, yeah. Glad you agreed. Okay, Pearly, you're up. Pearls? So, that's why we need to go on a special spiritual hotspot tour, Mr. Nick. Huh? I'm lost. What is this magazine you're shoving in my face? It's a New Year's issue of Oh, Cult! Winter Spiritual Location Special. Oh, Pearls looks so happy. Maximize your spiritual powers with just one night of intensive training. It sounds too good to be true. Honestly, it sounds more like a scam to me. It's a spiritual retreat called Hazakura Temple. It's way up in the mountains, and I bet it's nice and cold. Just perfect for training. No, I definitely don't want to go. You know, I think I've heard of this temple before. It's a famous channeling dojo. It's hard for even real spirit mediums like us to make reservations up there. Was that Dahlia in the magazine? What magazine? I didn't get to fucking see it. Fuck. I missed it. Damn it. Missed all of part 4. No, Exalted. No! Alright, Ben. Catch you later, buddy. 10-hour stream today. I told you, I'm locked in. Don't worry. I made special reservations just for us. Dog. Y'all couldn't have talked to me before this? Yeah, and I signed up for the special course. That's nice, and the timing couldn't be better. Since we don't have a case right now anyway. Alrighty then, it's settled. Well, come on, don't just stand there. Start packing your stuff. Yes, Mr. Nick, you better start packing your stuff. Me? Why do I have to go? Well, we have to be accompanied by someone over 20 years old. Hey, I don't have anything to do with spirit power. That's the only thing I can channel is a TV. So, is there a heated pool at this Hazakura Temple? No, but you can stand under a freezing waterfall. Sorry, but I'll pass. I hate cold places. What? No way. How can you be so selfish? Come on, Mr. Nick. Look at this place. Doesn't it look beautiful? It does kind of look like Dahlia. In the face, at least. A little bit. I can see it. I wonder if that's going to come up as a piece of evidence, though. Because this could be like a... Nope, not going. I'm going to be nice and toasty at home. What the... The hair, it is Dahlia? Yeah, so I assume this is going to be like a report on the actual events of the first murder, of the first case in this game, right? The murder of Diego and the murder of Doug. What was it, Doug Swallow? What is it, Mr. Nick? Let me see that magazine. This nun. Is she a friend is she a friend of yours or something, Mr. Nick? This girl, it's... Yep. Okay. Oh no, so this is from the actual magazine. Never mind then. Fuck everything I just said. Fuck it. So did she get out? But it can't be. She was found guilty and should still be in prison. Mr. Nick? I'll go. Huh? Hazakura Temple. I said I'll go. Yay, isn't that great, Pearly? Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Nick. You do anything for Mystic Maya, right? Even walk over burning coals, right? Oh boy. And it's evidence, so... Wait, is it evidence, or did we just... Yeah, it's evidence. Okay. Dahlia Hawthorne. I knew there was no way she could possibly be at that temple. But I just had to see for myself who this nun really was. February 7th, 3:24 p.m., Hazakura Temple, main gate. It's so cold here, Nick. Why didn't you bring a coat? Maybe you should put on something warmer for a change. Well, it's supposed to be cold. It's training. You're gonna get a cold. Her teeth are chattering so loudly, it's all I can do to make out what she's saying. Ah, Mystic Maya. So this is the famous Hazakura Temple. Pearly, well. large. How nice to see you here. Welcome to our temple. You guys got Magatamas too. Thank you. Oh my. Thank you for coming all this way. Come now. You must have been cold. What's with the past tense? We're high up in the mountains after all. In any case, we shouldn't speak here. Please follow me inside. Thank you. I was starting to... Oh, yes, I forgot to almost introduce myself. I'm the head nun here at the temple. My name is Bikini. Bikini? That's right. Actually, that's my temple name. What do you think? It's tradition to have one, and I wanted something that has a nice image to it. So I thought, why not choose a bikini? Besides, it makes me seem younger. It certainly does. Oh, I signed up for your special course. My. Quite brave of you considering how cold it is. Young people can be so reckless with their health. Don't blame me if you become one with those who channel. Reckless? Wahaha? Maybe you should take it easy tonight, Mystic Maya. We can come back another day. You went... Oh. She keeps cutting Maya off, and I don't like that. You come all this way, so please enjoy yourselves. There's still time before supper, so why don't you have a look around? Well, here, let's go ahead and, see what all you got to say about the dojo. Oh, shit! Josh with the rating party of 13. Welcome, everybody. We're deep late into this game. If you do not know about Phoenix Wright and would like to play Phoenix Wright, especially the third game, Trials and Tribulations, you might want to take off if you want to consider yourself unspoiled, because we're in the last part of the game right now. However, if you do know that and you want to stick around, I'm not going to stop you. Either way. So, what is this channeling dojo? You don't even know that? Forgive him, sister. He knows. Stop cutting her off. I've been pretty spoiled. Oh no, fuck. Was good? Nothing much. What's going on with you? You just finished your stream? Well. Just call me a bikini and forget that sister part. The channeling dojo is basically a spiritual power training ground. We have special holy items prepared here to help people boost their spiritual power. Holy items. Why is Shuichi the sub badge icon? Because that's the 1 month one? You're the weakest detective. If you train an entire evening surrounded by these items, it's quite mysterious. The spiritual power of these items seems to envelop you. Wow, she must have gotten off the trolley from the land of make-believe. Got the shit kicked out of me in Clash today. Dog, why do people still go through it? It's gonna hurt you. You must be incredibly devoted to be interested in that at such a young age. It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant a spell. 30,000 times, all while being showered in freezing cold spirit water. My god. It's February now, right? You have to be careful this time of the year. If you don't watch it, you'll catch pneumonia or maybe even die of hypothermia. So be careful, you hear? How am I supposed to be careful? Oh no, I knew I shouldn't have signed Mystic Maya up for this. Alright, so who this? I can see who you are. Who this? Oh, look at that. I must say I look rather divine here, don't you think? Yeah, unforgettable in every way. You mean it? Oh, I knew it. The make-it was pretty tough, but Iris helped me out. Iris. 2 flowers, huh? Iris? The cute little girl in the photo. She looks just like me, doesn't she? Well, it's a small temple here, so she and I run the entire place. Oh, look, it's redacted. Poggers. Sorry to cut in, but this Iris, where is she right now? Maya has been doing nothing but getting fucking cut off the entire time of her speaking. I kind of feel bad. You haven't come all the way up here just to find a girlfriend, have you? Pearl, it's not what you think. Pearl, please. No, that's not what I had in mind at all. Anyways, Iris is in the inner temple preparing for this evening. Inner temple? Yes, that's right. Iris will be back this evening. Why don't you go have a look at the main hall for now? So she's in the inner temple, huh? Alright. Move, nigga. Is that a giant fucking Magatama? Great. Hazakura Temple, main hall. The main hall? I think it's even colder in here. Ah, Mr. Nick, do you smell that? It smells like meat and gravy. Yeah, you're right. I guess it's pot roast for tonight. Weird. I thought they would serve something a little more, well, traditional. What are you talking about, Nick? You think monks and nuns just sit around eating rice gruel all the time? Mystic Maya is right. Oh, I hope there's mashed potatoes, too. I love mashed potatoes. What a cute little acolyte. Greetings to all of you. Who this? Hold on. Oh, hello. This lady makes Maya look like a 6.8 on the weirdness scale. Your outfit. Did you come here for this special course too? Unfortunately, no. Actually, I'm... You're... You're Miss Elise Donim. Elise Donim? Yes, that's right. You know of me. My name is Pearl Fay. I'm your biggest fan. Who is she, Nick? See now, Zavari, a fortune teller. Don't try to steal his fucking shit. I've got all your books, Miss Donim. She's an author. Or a fucking child book author. What a sweet thing to say. And please, call me Elise. Books. Mr. Nick, don't you know anything? Don't you even know who this is? Well, an author, maybe? Yes, and an illustrator of picture books. Yep. This is a child author. Now I get it. Sorry I didn't know who you are. I get a lot of chances to really enjoy picture books. It's alright, I take no offense to that. Also, why are you why do you got this staff? What the fuck going on? Like, why are you up here? Are you just fucking in deep for your training? My books are nothing but simple stories for children. And really beautiful pictures too, Miss Elise. Your books always make me feel as if my heart has been purified. It makes me very happy to hear you say that. I do have to admit, she certainly seems like a kind, sensitive lady. Miss Elise won an award last year for her her book, The Magic Bottle. Yes, a friend of mine secretly submitted a story I'd written to a publisher. They liked it so much they asked if it was alright to make it into a book. Wow, it must have been a really great story. Maybe I should try to write a children's book too. Gonna go cool off for a bit, catch you later. Alright, Josh, thanks for coming out. Take it easy, homie. If I do, you can secretly send it to a publisher for me, Nick. Recently, I've accepted a sort of apprentice, you might say. An apprentice. He calls himself Larice Donim. I believe he's off doing some landscape sketches now. Wait, so is he your husband? Is he your son? Why does he got the same name as you? Is it a fucking pseudonym? I believe he's off doing landscape sketches. Alright. On Larice's behalf as well, I'd like to thank you for your support. Of course, Miss Elise, anything for you. Alright, but why come here? Why did you come to Hazakura Temple, Miss Elise? Are you here to do some spiritual training? No, that's not it. I'm actually here to gather materials for a new book I'm working on. Wow, I can't wait to read it. Pearls is completely taken with her. I want to do a book with a more Japanese feel to it this time. So that's why you're dressed like the way you are. The children have a certain image of me in their minds. Obviously, Krishi's a powerful mage from the land of Narnia and got isekai'd. No. I'm not reading the rest of that, just shut up. I don't want to disappoint them. Oh, they think you're a wizard, and you just wear this all the time? What can I say? She's a really sweet lady. Wow, Miss Elise, you dressed up like a mountain nun. Yes, the good people were kind enough to let me borrow this. I'm wearing training clothes under my robe as well. I want a staff like that. You like the crystal sphere? It's real amethyst, you know. Maybe we'll find one like that up on this mountain. Good luck, Nick. I know you'll find me one. Well, you have to excuse me now. I have to go help with dinner preparations. You mean you're cooking dinner tonight? That's right. Would you like to help too, Pearl? Yes, I want to help with whatever I can. Pearls looks like she just won the lottery. I'll help too then. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it. Feel free to relax and explore the area with your friend. Huh? But... Oh yes, please take this. I think it will be of help to you. Help? How would you... What do you mean? Oh, it's a map. Okay. I thought it was a picture. Wouldn't want to get lost now, would we? Wait a minute. Is that fucking Dusky Bridge? Oh, no. Oh, fuck. So, Dahlia is from this temple? Is that what I'm getting? And she went across Dusky Bridge to the inner temple? Ah, nice. It's a map of the area. We won't let you getting lost now, would we? The inner temple. There it is, on the other side of the bridge. Well, if you insist, I guess we'll take this chance to go check out the other temple. Alright. Okay, I'll see you two later then. Remember, you're not allowed to fight. Come on, Nick, let's go. At least we'll stay warm if we keep moving. Main gate. February 7th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Huh? Where did Sister Bikini go? I guess she went to the inner temple to go help that other nun out. Oh, right, I think her name is Iris? Yeah, that was it. I want to find out who Iris really is, but I'm scared of what I'll find. Because fucking, Dahlia should still be in jail. Heavenly Hall, Dusky Bridge, there it is. Wow, look at this broken down old bridge, Nick. Yeah, and look at that big canyon below us. Hey, there's a river down there. Looks like it's flowing real fast. What's wrong, Nick? You look like you've seen a ghost. I'm just not very good with heights. Oh, hey, I got it. Maybe you should face your fear and try hurling yourself off the edge. Maya. You know, 1, 2, 3, jump. It might be just what you need to get over your fear of heights. Yeah, death is a real good way to overcome phobias, alright. Anyway, it sure looks like a rickety bridge. Can't argue there. That's probably why it's called Dusty Bridge. Dusky, Maya. Dusky Bridge. Read it again, Maya. It says Dusky Bridge. Well, it's practically the same thing. Anyway, the inner temple is just up ahead, right? So let's go and check it out. Why isn't there another way across? Well, first things first. Can't believe there's a public phone here. Who would ever use it? People who live here, I guess. I doubt they have any real phones here. Yeah, but it took like 20 minutes to walk here from the main hall. So, keep in mind, 20 minutes from main hall to the phone to call. It would have been smarter than to build the main hall here, don't you think? Maybe you should work on channeling someone who makes logical sense, Maya. Some letters are engraved into a roughly cut boulder. Dusty Bridge, huh? It says Dusky. Dusky Bridge, okay? Come on, Nick. Take a look at that bridge and tell me it's not supposed to be dusty. The sign is obviously wrong, and I'm gonna fix it. Give me a pencil, Nick. Do I look like a pencil holder to you? There's a narrow path going off in a different direction of that of the main hall. The sign here is so old the text seems vanished. The path leads to a wooden staircase that goes down to the bottom of the canyon. Okay, I'll write wooden staircase on it then. Do you really think that's necessary? You'd have to be blind not to see the stairs. Well, it can't hurt. Just pass me a pencil, okay? Graffiti is a crime, Maya. Alright, well, that looks about it. Come on, Nick. Why don't we hop across the bridge? It'll be fun. I'm not sure. It looks like a bunny. A bunny hopping across the wood bridge would destroy it. Rather. Okay, Nick. Then let's try to find a cute little fluffy bunny and test your theory. That right there sums up the fundamental difference between sane and insane. I can't check out these footprints. Unfort. Alright, Inner Temple Gate. I wasn't here in stream, but Violetta is a baddie. She's cute. Whoa, that bridge was shaking like jello in an earthquake. At least half of the wood on that rickety bridge was rotting, I bet. Not to mention the last part only had like one board left on it. Yo, Phoenix is gonna scream. What's wrong with you? Your face is all green. Can you not pick on me for a second? I'm still trying to get over all the shock that we made it to safely across that death trap. Yeah, I guess I'm a bit surprised too. Yikes, that temple is in bad shape. Looks like it could collapse at any minute. I guess people don't use it too often. Who was Violetta again? She was the granddaughter of the mob boss from what was it, Case 3? Yeah, Case 3. Is this really where you're going to train tonight? That has to be it. It's kind of creepy around here, like a ghost might jump out at you or something. Spirit medium afraid of ghosts? Isn't that ironic? Don't you think? Looks like there's something written on it. I can't read it, but if I had to take a good guess, I'd say it'd say, Inner Temple? Potentially? How fast are you on this game? What do you mean, Phoenix? I guess the sign is a good indication of how long this place has been here. A long fucking time. Hey, a half-open gate. That's practically a welcome mat. Yeah, except the sign here says no entry. Nick? Rules are made to be broken, you know. You expect a lawyer to go along with that. Oh, come on. You're such an old lady sometimes. Let's just go. Don't blame it on me when Sister Bikini puts a curse on you. Now you've got me scared. Let's just forget it, okay? So that's the inner temple up ahead, huh? It looks kind of run down. Well, it wouldn't be very temple-like if it was all bright and shiny. So you're training here tonight? Yep. Then everyone will see my spiritual powers. You're hungry. Sounds like your stomach wants to show off its digestive powers instead. I wonder if that roast is ready yet. Alright. Whoops. Can we not... Oh, we can go in the training hall of the February 7th Inner Temple Training Hall. Monka. Man, look at this place. It's just a tiny, freezing cold room. So this is where you'll both be training, huh? What do you mean both? I'm the only one. Really? But I thought... Pearlie's just a little kid. She couldn't handle this kind of intense training. So says the girl who I can barely hear over her teeth chattering. Anyway, the real training room must be behind that door over there. Yep, definitely getting the feeling it's back there. Even I can say that there's something supernatural about the cavern behind that door. Excuse me, but who are you? Your hair's black. Also no butterflies. Well, last time I saw you were on, was the 24th, and you were the second case of Justice for All. 5 days later is the last case of the game. I mean, the game's been going by pretty fast. I've been doing pretty much a chapter per, or an episode technically, right, for these games. I've been doing an episode per stream, and there are some days where I take breaks, but usually I just do the first and second case of a game for one stream, then 3 for its own stream, then 4 for its own stream. And since the 4 for this game was really short, I'm rolling it together with case 5. So we're doing 4 and 5 today. We did 3 on Thursday for this game. So we're doing episode 4 and 5 today all in one. Excuse me, but who are you? Ah, you're... Hi there. We're just looking around since we're going to be staying here tonight. Is something wrong? No. It's nothing. I wonder why she spaced out like that. Don't you, Nick? Did you say something, Maya? Not you too, Nick. My name is Iris. I'm one of the nuns here at this temple. I'm Maya Fey. Pleasure to meet you. The pleasure is mine. Please excuse me, I have some chores to attend to. You didn't ask me my name? She sure is beautiful, and a bit spacey, I guess. I guess she's just not used to talking with urban sophisticates like us. Nick? That girl. It can't be, but... There's no way. Absolutely no way. No way. Can't be. Can't be. Can't be at all. Hanging scroll doesn't... Ah! What is it? Why'd you scream like that? This scroll. It's my mother. What? It's Misty Fey, the master of the Korean School of Channeling. Are you sure? Yes. That crest at the top of the scroll, that's the special mark of the master of our tradition. The secret is bigger than what you think. Well, fuck, I mean, obviously it's going to be bigger than what I think. They're not going to say, hey, yeah, nah, that's Dahlia. She escaped prison, by the way. So that's what the mark means. What is it? Nothing. It's just that the last I saw her over 15 years ago, if it wasn't for that crest, I wouldn't have even known it was her. My own mother, and I can't even recognize her face. Maya. Hanging scroll added to the court record. Alright. Look at this antique dresser. I wonder if there's anything valuable inside. Let's have a look. Nothing. Just a bunch of clothes. Hey, Nick. Huh? Oh, sorry. I was just thinking. About Iris, I bet. Looks like you've been bitten by the love bug, Nick. So everybody that wants to do the Maya and Phoenix shipping, just shut up. There are a bunch of musty-looking blankets and bedding sets piled up here. I wonder why they're even here in the first place. It's all because spiritual training is done under the supervision of a nun. I wonder if Sister Bikini is planning to sleep here when I train. But if they sleep, what's the point of having them here in the first place? And finally, the gate. Actual training area must be on the other side of this door. I wonder what it's like. I don't think she can escape prison that easily, but the plot is so cool. I hope it's not fucking more bullshit. I just don't want bullshit. Phooey. And it's locked. Come on, Nick. You know you want to open it for me. I can't. You've been kind of in a bad mood lately, haven't you, Nick? Zavari, I know what it is. IRIS. Iris and Nick sitting in a tree. Yeah, get me the fuck out of here. Alright, and now let's go back to the suspension bridge. Dusky Bridge. Whew, we managed to make it across Dusty Bridge. You're not even going to correct her? Nick, you look green. Are you feeling alright? Hey, what's wrong with you? Ever since we met Sister Iris at the training hall, you've been really quiet. Huh? Oh, sorry. Hey, you, wait up. You think he's yelling at us? He must be. There's no one else around. Would you mind moving? You're standing right in my way. Larry? Fuck, no. Loris? Don't tell me. I know you. You're... Whoa, sorry. Gotta run. See ya. Hey, wait a minute. Oh, nice to meet you. I'm Loris Donim. Okay, so the last name Donim is a... I need to look up the fucking prefix meaning of dough. Definition of dough. Small wooded commune, never mind. Never mind. Never mind. I thought it meant fake. I thought the last name was just another way of saying pseudonym. But yeah, no, it's definitely a fucking pseudonym. So who's Elise? Why, you're Larry. Your clothes may change, but you're still the Butts. Shut up. I'm Louise. And I'm just here to do a sketch of Dusky Bridge. So it really is our Larry. Not that I get why he's pretending to be someone else. So, what's going on, Loris? What are you doing with that last name? Well, I wanted to start over again with a clean slate. No way. There's no way they're doing it, right? There's no way they're saying fucking Elise is Misty Faye. Because that would explain why she was off-putting on Maya helping with dinner. Dog. A clean slate? You remember, don't you, last time? The Master Mask case. After that, I started to realize I didn't like this guy known as Larry Butts. And that's when I came across it, the Book of Destiny. The Book of Destiny? Do you mean The Magic Bottle by Miss Elise Donim? It's so beautiful, so moving, so gentle. My heart felt cleansed. I was saved. Maybe I should buy a copy of The Magic Bottle. Oh, Larry would make a great book salesman. I want to get that book now, too. So, tell me about Elise. She's the most wonderful person I've ever met. I'd follow her anywhere. It also explains why we have that fucking scene in the inner temple of Maya saying, I don't recognize her face. Fuck, okay, so Elise is Misty Faye. That's pretty cool. Well, she certainly is a very elegant lady. You see? Here's a photo I took of her in secret. That's a beautiful photo. You want a copy, don't you? Oh, it's okay. I just happen to have made extra prints. Ooh, boy. Picture books. Still, it's kind of hard to imagine you as a picture book illustrator. So tell the truth. You must have some kind of ulterior motive, right? What are you talking about? I don't trust anyone anymore, especially not women. Talk about a bad case of denial. Anyway, can you even draw well enough to make a picture book? Art isn't only about technical skill, you know. It's about having a pure heart. And that's why I'm asking. Can you draw well enough to make a whole book? Larry. Now that you mention it, I wonder. Looks like you still have some doubt in your heart. It's true I do, but when I first saw her, I felt it. Something inside me ended and something else began. Oh, Larry, it sounds like you've fallen in love with Miss Elise Donim. No, you're wrong. It's not her. It's the other girl. Other girl. Uh-oh. I've got a bad feeling about this. Well, so, Larry. Do you remember where... No, profiles. Do you know Iris? Oh, yeah, her. My little Iris. She's really pretty. This girl, she's perfect. She's exactly my type. I wonder if she would model for me. I want to draw a portrait of her. Yeah, you always liked those model types, didn't you, Larry? Hey, wait a sec. Didn't you say you were swearing off women? Yeah, that's right. Of course I have. I have, basically, but Iris is different. I feel like I have still one chance left at the dream. This guy will never change. Everyone. Hey, Pearly. Dinner preparations are complete. Please come quickly to the main hall. Alright, I can't wait to dig in, Pearly. I'm going into the inner temple and call Sister Iris. I also want to have a look at where Mystic Maya is going to be training. February 7th, 7:46 p.m., Hazakura Temple, main hall. Boy, am I stuffed. Are you sure it's alright to eat that much before your training? Well, this kind of training is a battle of endurance. Mystic Maya, please don't do anything that might put your health at risk. No pain, no gain, I guess. I'm still worried about you. Let's not dilly-dally shilly-shally. You must get ready for tonight. Good luck, Maya. The touching pause. Yeah, nah, that's mom's. That's momdom. Guess I'll see you all tomorrow, I guess. Iris, please ring the bell at 10 for lights out, alright? Yes, Sister Bikini. And then after you ring the bell, I want you to come join us at the training hall. I understand, Sister Bikini. Maya and Bikini really seem excited about this training thing tonight. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, if you'd like, you can come to my room. Perhaps we can read some books together. Really? I'd love to. I'm not very good at reading. Well then, would you like to practice reading with me? I'd love to! Pearl is absolutely smitten with Mr. Nim. So, Larry, what are you gonna do? Huh? Me? Well, I'm just gonna hang out in my room. I can't stand the cold at all. I totally hear you there. Miss Elise, so for example, how do you read this? It says gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Oh, okay. Now what about this word? 5-7, number 8, dog. I'm playing other games. Don't do this to me. It's another one. That one says roast. What kind of book is she reading anyways? Well, I'm gonna go wash the dishes and help clean up. I'll visit you when I'm done, Miss Elise. Well, not much to do except head over to my room and huddle under the covers, I guess. February 7th, 9:12 p.m., Hazakura Temple, main hall. It's a whole different type of cold up here in the mountains. Why couldn't the nearest bathroom... Oh, we're going to the bathroom? Great. Mr. Wright? Yeah! Yeah, Mr. Nim. You gonna use the bathroom too? No, but have you seen Pearl? No, not since after dinner. I thought she said she was going to your room. I know, but she never showed up. No. Ooh, boy. Miss Elise Donim. A woman as mysterious in origin as her last name. But the real mysterious one is... Oh. Sister Iris. Good evening. The really mysterious one is this girl. Are you on your way to the bathroom too, Mr. Wright? I can't let this chance pass me by. There's no way they're killing Pearl, though. They're not killing Pearl. Pearl's just been snatched up. That they would not. They don't have the fucking stones to kill Pearl. They don't have the stones to do it. Although from the picture that we saw at the beginning of somebody being stabbed by the statue and the Shichishido, it kind of looked like it was going to be Iris. Just from hair color alone, it looked like it was super dark hair. Sure to talk with her, maybe get some answers. Well, your hood's down now. So, Iris. Yes. Why are you blushing? When did you come to Hazakura Temple? I don't remember. Ever since I was a small child, the temple has been my home. So you've never left. Well, I don't have any family left to take care of me. What's your last name, Iris? Sister Bikini. I've come to think of her as my real mother, as it were. I see, but didn't you go to college? Maybe enroll in the Ivy University Literature Department? No, I never had an interest in going to a big university like that. Could it also be Donim? It could be, but the fact, because Elise said it right away, Larry, or Laurice, excuse me, said it right away. She's only said that she's Sister Iris. We don't have Bikini's last name as well, but it would be nice to see them, you know, give a last name so I can really piece it together. My training is all the education I need. I see. But once in a while, when I get the chance, I make a trip to the nearby town. I can use a computer and a cell phone too. It's not exactly something worth bragging about, but I don't see any Cyclops, so I guess that means she's not lying. Please don't stare like that. Alright. If only Librarian's Glare wasn't 10k points. Unfortunate for you, Smash. Unfortunate for you. What kind of place is this anyways? I heard it's for training to increase your spiritual power or something like that. It must seem awfully crazy to normal people like you. Well, I have to admit, it is a whole different world up here. I'm glad to hear you say that. Huh? Talking with dead people, who does it help anyway? I hate it. You hate the entire thing you've been doing your whole life? Why? Really? So then why stay in a place like this? Ah, is something wrong? I didn't realize it was so late. I have to go and ring the bell for lights out. Guess it's almost 10 now, huh? Mr. Wright? Yes? If it's alright with you, I would like you to have this. But this is your hood. It has the power to protect you from evil spirits. Of course, I meant the death person could be Donim, no? Oh! Yeah. No, that's right. That would suck, though. That would really suck. I pray for your safety on this dark, cold night. Iris's hood received from Iris. It was dark hair. It was dark hair, so it could be either Iris or Elise. That would fucking suck, though. I'm sorry, but I must bid you good night. Wait a minute, Sister Iris. Yes? Just now you called me by my name. You said Mr. Wright. How did you know my name? I never introduced myself to you. That's... Sister Iris, please tell me the truth. You and I, have we ever met before? As if it wasn't gonna be that easy. Of course. Of fucking course. Oh, it's almost 10. Perhaps we can speak again tomorrow. Tomorrow, huh? Yeah, after the fucking body pop-up. Okay, so are we getting fake outed? Are we getting faked out by the fucking Cyclops, and she's gonna die, or is it going to be these Cyclops are real? Oh, what would also be sick is if Iris is the one to die, and then we use one of the channelers to bring her back to talk to her, and then talk about the Cyclops. That would be pretty cool too. So my hunch was correct. She doesn't know me. I'll have to try to talk to her again tomorrow. Sleep, warrior. Ah! What the? That blood-curdling scream came from the courtyard. Well, here we go. February 7th, 1106, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Oh, I see the staff. Huh. Neat. That scream, I'm sure it came from around here. Ah! Someone's there, on the ground. Miss Donim! I just stepped on something soft. Hey, don't step on my tummy like that. Why are you on the ground? I was passed out. What do you think? So that blood-curdling scream... Hurry up and call the police. Is there even a phone in the main hall? No, but we still get reception up here in the mountains. You must have a cell phone on you, right? I didn't bring it... Oh, you're useless. I mean, even Iris has a cell phone. You've got no choice. You've got to use the public phone by Dusky Bridge. Hurry! Run as fast as you can. Yes, ma'am. If you don't hurry, Iris will... Iris? Iris will... Is that actually Iris? It's farther than I thought. The bridge is just up ahead. I'll have to tell Maya what happened, too. Oh! Well, fuck. What are you doing here? Ah! What is it? Is it me? Don't scare me like that, Larry. I almost had a heart attack. My name isn't Larry, it's Larice. Larry, hurry up and call the police. I'm going to the inner temple. Don't be stupid. The bridge is nothing but a burning wreck right now. Listen to me, there's been a murder here at Hazakura Temple. What? The murderer might have fled across the bridge. I have to make sure Maya's safe. But please, call the police. I've got to go. Get out of the way, Larry. It's too dangerous, Nick. Wait! must have been crazy. I knew how dangerous it was, but I still went for it. Ah! We could even more by the fire. The rickety old bridge's planks snapped and gave way, and I was swallowed by the eternal darkness that surrounded me. A final, terrified scream rose up to pierce the frozen air of that harrowing night. To be continued. Well, we're going proper movie for our. This is a proper film right now. Phoenix saw the bridge on fire. That was he's afraid of heights and was like, I'm running across the bridge. Nah, fuck it, I'm out. Date triple question mark. Time triple question mark. Location triple question mark. Phone. Who could that be at this time of the night? Yes, Edgeworth speaking. Edgy, get up, it's an emergency. Oh! Larry, do you know what time it is? It's not Larry, it's Larice. Larice, don't in. This is nothing more than a terrible nightmare. I'll just roll over and... Wait, don't hang up, it's an emergency. It's Nick, he took a really nasty spill. Well, it wouldn't be the first time, so... I'm not joking, his life is in danger. What? What happened? Tell me. Talk about a guy with bad luck, he may already be dead. Larry. Thank you. What's up, Alex? Anyway, you gotta come back. You're the only one that can help. My Iris, my beautiful Iris, she needs help. Alright, I don't know what's going on, but I'll be there as soon as I can. I'm at the detention center. Please, hurry! It's been 1 year since I left that country. I thought I wouldn't have to see him again for a while. Sounds like it won't be... we're playing as Edgeworth! Fuck it up! Let's go! February 8th, 219, Detention Center, Visitor's Room. You're late, Edgy. What took you so long? I don't want to hear it. I chartered a private jet so I could come here as quickly as I could. Well, you should have chartered a faster one. Anyway, just listen. Something happened to Miss Elise, and Nick is... and Maya is... Huh? Say something, Edgy. Before I came here, I stopped by the hospital and paid Wright a visit. I believe I have a better understanding of the situation than you at this point. The murder victim was the picture book author, Miss Elise Donin. She was found by Wright and the head nun. The suspect is the temple's younger nun. Then later, while Wright was crossing the bridge, it broke and he fell into the river. The hospital says that he'll need at least 2 days of bed rest. Yeah, that's right, you got it. But they arrested her, my sweet little Iris. And here I was, convinced he was the only one the police had arrested. He? However, I don't understand what these 2 items are for. What are you talking about? They're things Wright gave to me when I was leaving his room. This is the first. He said some nonsense about being able to see people's hearts with this. And the other... He couldn't possibly be asking what I think he is, could he? Dog, it's time! Nah, Edgeworth taking off one jersey and revealing another. Let's go! Begging you, Iris's trial starts tomorrow. With Nick out of the picture, you're all I've got left. You're the only one that can represent her. What did you just say? You know, represent, defend? What were you expecting? Why did you think I called you anyway? I'm a prosecutor, Larry. A prosecutor. Do you understand what I'm saying? A prosecutor is a lawyer who... Don't talk to me like a kid. I graduated from junior high, you know? Don't worry about it. I promise I won't tell. But I mean, I heard a paper badge had no problem fooling an entire court before. How could this country's judicial system have fallen into such decay? Please, Edgy. At least listen to her. Listen to Iris's side of the story. So Wright wasn't joking when he gave me this badge after all. Thank you for coming. My name is Iris. Edgeworth. Miles Edgeworth. I don't know if I can be of any help, but I will at least hear what you have to say about the murder. Mr. Wright, how is he? Mr. Lurie said that he might even die. Fortunately, he will be fine. Larry, you moron. How could you say something like that? He was badly bruised when he hit the water, but otherwise he is unharmed. Thank goodness. But he's caught some kind of nasty cold. Okay, so that's why he's in the hospital. Right, okay. See, that's where it is. On the DS, the bottom screen icon changes to Edgeworth's silhouette. Yo, that's sick. A cold? He's running a high fever and is drifting in and out of consciousness. I must be imagining things. This woman, I feel like I've met her before. Yeah, you do. You know her, or someone that looks like her, Edgeworth. Ooh. This is nice. I like this. I might play this. Pardon me, Iris. I would like to ask you something if you don't mind. I have the distinct feeling that you and I have met before. It must be your imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. After all, I hardly ever leave Hazakura Temple. Hazakura Temple? What's that? It's a place for those who wish to boost their spiritual power come to train. You need to undergo a very difficult training to release your inner spiritual power. There we go. Spiritual power? Do you go to that temple for that reason as well? No, I don't have any spiritual powers. I don't need them. In that case, what are you doing at that temple then? I've committed some sins. Sins that I need to pay for. This isn't Dahlia. Or at least it seems like it's not Dahlia. Because there's no way the Dahlia that the game has presented to me would do that. Is this actually... So, is this fucking Dahlia's twin sister? Was I actually correct? Was Valerie just an old sister and Dahlia and Iris are twins? It would make sense that they're both named after flowers. Wow, you're already here? Yeah, I mean, we zoom. That's why I'm here, and that's why I continue to train, to purify my soul. Alright, talk to me about the night of the crime. I want to ask you about last night, the night of the crime. Alright. I helped clean up after dinner and went back to my room around 8. Later, I left my room to ring the lights out bell at 10. Bell? We rang it at the same time each night. I see. And then? And then... I was told to go to the training hall, but I went back to my room and stayed there. Why didn't you go to the training hall like you were asked to? I was frightened. She wouldn't do what? She wouldn't say that she needs to atone for her sins. The Iris that the game has presented us very much shows that she is very self-conceited and self-preserving in her actions. She doesn't want to atone for her sins. She wants to move on and commit more sin. But if that's the case, then Iris has something hidden as well. Her Cyclops didn't pop up when Edgeworth asks if he knew her, though. So that's interesting. She's covering something, but we need to know what specifically. So I just stayed in my room and meditated until the murder happened. There's more to her story? I know there is. Maybe I should dig a little deeper. You were asked to go to the training hall on the night of the murder. Yes? However, you didn't go. Edgeworth can't see them, it's the Magatama thing? Yeah, fucking Miles got the Magatama from Phoenix. Phoenix sent his badge and the Magatama over. It should be in our... Yeah, we have it. Received from Wright, something about reading people's hearts. What utter nonsense. I like how the item descriptions are in Edgeworth's, like, own personal inner monologue as well. He wasn't serious when he gave this to me, was he? Okay, or at least the special ones are. But yeah, we have the Magatama, Guava. Because you say you were frightened. What exactly were you so frightened of? What in the world? Is there something wrong? I'm sorry, it's nothing. Looks like she's not aware of them herself. These must be what Wright was talking about, the Psycho Locks. I believe he said I needed to present this Magatama item to do something. Yeah, literally. Young Miles sprites are trash? Shut up, they're great, fuck off. They're good. They're not exactly like the Miles Edgeworth that we know, but they're still good. I think they're very good. I won't do that. I was gonna librarians glare the fuck out of you right now. Just for fun. So, do you have any idea as to what really occurred last night? They look really off? Of course they look off. That's his literal first case. I think it was the result of the tremendous spiritual pressure that was unleashed. Spiritual power? Yes, spiritual training has been a cause behind many great tragedies. This incident was just another example. Iris, I'm sorry, but I can't accept that. I'm a man of science, I don't believe in spiritual power. Yes, I understand. Most people don't. and I'm certain the thing that killed the victim was a human. So please, answer me this simple question. Were you the one who killed Elise O'Neill? No. I'm not the one who took her life. Well, psycholock things aren't appearing. I suppose that means I can believe that she's not lying about this. What's wrong? I can't believe what I'm thinking. Here I just finished saying that I don't believe in spiritual power.
Yeah, I was about to say, for somebody that's saying they don't believe in spiritual power, you kind of saw fucking magic heart locks pop up, Miles. In less than a minute, and to me it's the 30th. Ooh. Time zone, niggas. Yeah. Art style-wise, they look like they were outsourced. I mean, they look like they're in the same art style. Mia kind of looks a little bit different, but Edgeworth I get. Edgeworth makes sense to me. Edgeworth makes sense to me because you look at it and it's literally, it's his first day on the job. He's 100% like not confident. He's not used to his own mannerisms. He's not used to his own poses in the courtroom. It's supposed to look off. I think that was intentional. It seems like it was intentional, at least to me. If it wasn't, then fuck you, I'm giving them points for it anyways because it had that effect on me.
It appears that's about all you can tell me.
Thank you very much for listening to my story.
I visited Wright at the hospital before coming here. He asked me to take care of you.
Me?
Yes, at the trial tomorrow, he asked me to defend you.
Oh boy, Phoenix Wright passes the ball to Miles Edgeworth. I'm about to cook Godot in this courtroom. Mr. Wright has that much faith in you, Mr. Edgeworth, then I will gladly entrust my fate in your capable hands.
But before that, I have one question.
Yes?
Do you know Wright?
Why would you ask that?
Whenever you came up in our conversation, he would begin to act a little strange.
Mr. Edgeworth, what is Mr. Wright to you?
He is a very dear and indispensable friend.
It was 5 years ago. That's when I deceived him. 5 years ago being when fucking Doug Swallow was killed?
You deceived him.
I heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. But I think they look lower quality, not the mannerisms, but I guess that's just me. I think that just might be you. So, heard that he was in a lot of pain afterwards because of what happened. I know what a weak person I am. That's why I thought it would be best if he never saw me again. So, if this is the case, then you and Dahlia, two sisters. I'm going off that theory hard. Dahlia and Iris are two sisters, but how did you deceive him? There's a little bit of nonsense here. And if you thought it was for the best that he never saw you again, then okay, real-time test. Cyclops pop up? No. I wanted him just to forget about me without learning the truth.
Well, if you ask me, Wright is still suffering. And until he learns the truth, I don't think he'll ever be able to fully recover. Iris, it's not too late. You should go to him. Tell him the truth.
Yeah, get out of the detention center, Iris. Miles, please.
I'll defend you, but only if you agree to that one condition.
Alright, Mr. Edgeworth, I promise.
Very well. I'll do everything in my power to get you an acquittal. That's enough information gathering for now. I should head to the scene of the crime.
Move, nigga. Oh, bridge out. Everybody's stuck over there. That's amazing.
It sure is cold, all right. So this is it, Dusky Bridge.
Oh wow, it's you, Mr. Edgeworth. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Long time no see. It's been about a year, or has it been longer?
It doesn't matter, Detective. What does matter is why you're shuffling around up here.
Oh, ouch. And there's the sharp left jab. Well, I'm happy to see you anyways, Mr. Edgeworth.
Let me guess, you were transferred by HR to the local precinct? A wise decision. The vast amount of nothing up here should be quite easy to guard. I heard you were back in the country and arranged to come all the way out here. Everyone was real nice. They even let me take charge of the investigation, sir.
Gumshoe indeed. Looks like the gum on your shoe. Like the gum on your shoe, he's impossible to get rid of.
I'm supposed to report the details of the crime scene, sir. Anyway, here I am, Detective Dick Gumshoe, reporting for duty.
Great. Thank you, Detective. I thought Prosecutor Godot was gonna get here before me.
That guy's a real mystery, I tell you.
Prosecutor Godot? Alright, so what happened? I just got back into the country, so I don't really know much about this case.
It's simple.
Well, simple as simple does, as they say.
Oh, you've got no idea how much I've missed that biting sarcasm of yours, sir. But seriously, this one's a piece of cake. There was a witness that saw the whole thing.
A witness?
Yes, that bikini lady. She was knocked out. She didn't see the whole thing. Shut up.
Bikini lady, here, on this freezing cold mountain.
Well, you should talk to her yourself if you want the details, sir.
I may have to talk to this bikini lady, decisive witness myself. So, this is the bridge that Wright fell through.
Yep, I can't imagine being that reckless myself. You drove into a telephone pole, you're reckless. That's just it. That's it, Dick. You're about as reckless as Phoenix. Look before you cross. Is that how it goes, right? Or was that leap?
And is there something on the other side?
Yeah, some old building they call the Inner Temple. We can't get over there without a bridge, sir.
What? Nobody lives there, so there's usually not a problem.
But someone was at the Inner Temple last night doing training and now they're stuck there.
Yes, I heard that from Wright. It's Maya Fey.
Oh no, her again? Anyway, the air's really turbulent right now, so we can't do an aerial extraction. No one's gonna be able to reach the Inner Temple until tomorrow, sir.
She'll be alright in this cove. So, how exactly did the bridge burn away anyway? Bridge burned down anyway?
We're almost 100% sure it was lightning.
Lightning? Talk to me about Godot. So, who is this Prosecutor Godot? I've never heard of him.
Yeah, he's a news guy. Showed up after you left the country. He's a complete rookie, but nobody can say a bad word about the guy.
What kind of man is he?
He just became a prosecutor recently, but he's good, sir. Real good.
If he's so good, then how is it that I've never heard of him? Is he the lead prosecutor on this case?
You bet he is. After all, you know who was right in the middle.
You know who?
Phoenix Wright, of course. For some reason, Godot really has got it in for Mr. Wright.
Oh.
Yeah, it seems like he has some kind of grudge.
And what would the cause of this grudge be?
I don't know. Maybe he made fun of his mask or something.
None of this is making any sense. I better look into this Godot myself. You're telling me that the bridge caught on fire due to a fluke of a bolt of lightning?
Yep. Last night it snowed for the first time in 3 days. It's a little unusual for lightning to occur during snowfall like that, but according to the weather data, lightning definitely struck.
Okay, so lightning definitely struck? The only thing that... the weather report would say that there's lightning, right? It doesn't really say that lightning struck the bridge in particular. I see. This is a very detailed weather report. Almost too detailed. It even has the exact time that the lightning struck the bridge.
Oh, that? We got the information from the witness's testimony.
Someone actually saw the lightning hit the bridge. Who is this witness?
Sorry, I'll go ask one of the local cops later, sir. So you didn't find out yourself? Are you fucking gumshoe? I entrusted you to do all of this by yourself. Come along, man. You should have been doing it great. February 8th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Yo, Edgy, what took so long? I'm so cold my brain's turned to sherbet.
It was a mistake to race back to this country?
What do you mean?
Wright is going to be fine, and the case itself isn't anything unusual. And I find myself taking a request to defend a woman accused of murder.
Hey, wait a sec. Hold it. Objection. What's going on here, Mr. Edgeworth?
It's hard to explain, but one thing led to another, and...
What kind of lame excuse is that? You call yourself a defense attorney? Prosecutor Edgeworth is a prosecutor, and that's why he's Prosecutor Edgeworth. Prosecutor Edgeworth, defense attorney, just sounds plain old weird, pal. Right, Prosecutor Edgeworth?
I'm not sure what role I'm supposed to be playing anymore.
Dude, Edgy, I don't see you for a couple of years and your heart turns to sherbet. I'd say more like sorbet. It's rather cold here. Iris didn't murder her. Someone else did it. I just know it, okay? So just trust me on this one. Ever the romantic, aren't you, Larry? Nevertheless, I'll do what I can to prove her innocence. At least until I pass the baton on to Wright, that is. Oh, literally just gonna be an alley-oop. No, boggers. Alright, what you gotta say to me, Larry? Man, I'm telling you, Iris is so cute. Right, Edgy? You think so too, don't you? What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? To put it simply, your comment has me highly concerned. Could it be the reason you think she's innocent? Come on, a girl that cute can't possibly be a murderer. I was right after all. I should have never come back. No, don't worry. I see things for how they really are this time, honest. If I had a penny for every time he said that. It's just that, well, Iris is a delicate flower. You can't force things too much, know what I mean? Huh? I have no idea what you're talking about, Larry. Oh, forget it. I didn't say anything. So, about the night of the crime, Larry. Larry, where were you and what were you doing on the night of the crime? Larry? What? Don't tell me. You think I might have done it? What? Get lost, go back on your charter jet, and get out of my sight, you creep. And I hope your plane crashes and you die. I will fold you and your fucking pallet up on this mountain, Larry. I'll ask just one more time. On the night of the murder, where were you and what were you doing? That's what I thought, pussy. As I suspected, psycho locks. I'm sorry, man. You know me, I just don't remember. My short-term memory is a wreck, dude. Alright, we'll be back for you. We'll be back. Alright, let's go to the main hall. February 8th, Hazakura Temple, main hall. Hey, hello there. So how are you feeling? Alright, I suppose. Huh? Who is this? My name is Miles Edgeworth. My, a handsome boy such as yourself is always welcome. If circumstances weren't so tragic, I just might... Please don't call me boy. I'm sorry to trouble you, but I'm looking for a woman in a bikini. Well, you have found her. Now, what can I do for you? I'm sorry, but I don't see any bikinis. If you ask nicely, I might give you a peek, big boy. Mr. Edgeworth. This is the head nun, Sister Bikini. She's the witness. Why didn't you tell me that earlier? This is exactly why your salary keeps on getting cut. My stomach is already growling in protest. So, what's the latest about my beloved Iris? Well, first, I want to hear what you know. Alright. Last night we had an acolyte here for training. After dinner, the two of us went to the training hall in the inner temple. She must be talking about Maya. Approximately what time was that? I suppose it was about 9 when we left here. Training lasts all night long. It's extremely exhausting. The channeling dojo's head nun must be in attendance to keep watch at all times. Then shouldn't you... Oh, are you not the head... You should be the head nun, right? You are the head nun, right? Yeah, why aren't you over there? Why aren't you on the other side of the fucking bridge? Wow, you're right. That does sound exhausting. Detective, this is no time for flattery. Sorry? Sometime around 11, you witnessed the incident in the courtyard. But your duty was in the inner temple. Why did you come back? The way you're staring at me, I'm gonna get goosebumps. I'm starting to get goosebumps myself for a decidedly different reason. Salary pecking order goes Phoenix, the dirt, maggots inside of the dirt, gumshoe. No, Phoenix is in the dirt. It goes prosecutors, judge, Phoenix, the dirt, maggots inside the dirt, gumshoe. Oh, you get the chills pretty easy, don't you, Mr. Edgeworth? Alright then, I'd like you to tell me exactly what you saw in the courtyard. It must have been past 11. No, I can't say it. It's too much for my poor heart. Hey, calm down, lady. Let go of my tie. What? Dog. You ain't see that. You ain't see that. I saw two people. One of them was lying on the ground. Also, isn't the body positioned the other way? Interesting. The other one was stabbing her from the back with a sword. Did you see this criminal with your own eyes? I didn't want to believe what I was seeing, but it was Iris. You must have been quite shocked. Of course she was. Try putting yourself in her shoes. It'd be like if you were stabbing Mr. Wright smack in the middle of the courtroom, and I happened to witness it from the witness stand. I'd be pretty shocked too. I know it sounds insane, but that's what I saw. And that's when I finally realized what I was seeing. I screamed and then passed out. Unfortunately for us, her testimony seems to be pretty solid. However, the idea of Iris doing such foul acts seems unnatural. The girl I know simply isn't capable of this sort of foulness. I wonder what she means by that. So, why'd you come back? As the head nun, it's your duty to stay with the acolyte at all times, correct? Yes, that's correct. You know, I may look strong, but the truth is, I've got a bad lower back. Dog. A bad lower back? It's especially bad in the winter, so bad that I can't even lift a bucket. Do you remember how cold it was last night? My bad back felt as stiff as frozen glass. I wanted to take a nice hot bath to ease my aching back. That's why I returned to the main hall. So you left the disciple all alone. Don't be ridiculous, I would never do that. That's why I ordered Iris to the inner temple after she had rung the bell for lights out. So... No, there's no way fucking Dahlia escaped prison. This is the most mysterious... Okay, so I was talking about it a little bit the other day, where I said the mystery in Danganronpa usually ends up being a bit better than the mysteries in Ace Attorney because it actually provides a good mystery. I don't have all the clues when I go into thinking about stuff. If every case was like this, where I clearly don't have all the information, I would very much like that. Yeah, she said that she stayed in her room after lights out. So she never went. Nobody went back to check on Maya. Maya was all alone, allegedly. So this mystery, it seems good because I don't have any particular like thread that I can follow all the way through. Like I have some that I can follow, but not all the way through, right? Some just kind of stop cold for me. Yes, but she never went to the inner temple, did she? So did this head nun actually see Iris there? I think I better try to get some more details. So, who was this acolyte that was to train at the inner temple? Her name is Maya Fey. I treated her very badly, I'm ashamed to say. And after she went through the trouble of signing up for the special course. Special course? It's a training session where you sit on a block of spirit ice and chant 30,000 times. You don't mean to tell me she's still doing that over at the inner temple, do you? No, of course not. You don't have to worry about that one little bit. Last night we still hadn't started the training session itself. Well, that's good to hear. Oh, dear, there's one thing I forgot to tell you. Uh-oh, I don't think I like the sound of this. Do you know that small girl? I believe she's Mystic Maya's little sister. Maya has a little sister. Oh, you mean Little Pearl. That's Maya Fey's cousin. Little Pearl. I thought she was going to visit Mystic Elise after we finished the dinner cleanup, but I haven't seen her at all since last night. She's nowhere to be found. You mean she was the victim? She was with the victim? It's all the fault of my stupid, creaky old back. A little girl who's with the victim on the night of the murder is gone. As they say, the plot thickens. Damn it. What's this? There are more Enza cushions in the corner of the room. What's that white piece of paper sticking out from under that stack? Beats me. Dick. Mystic Elise? Oh, yeah, she did say Mystic Elise. But yeah, I was already under the assumption that this has been Misty the whole time. The the pseudonym isn't throwing me off. It's Misty Faye. I knew that the second I saw Larry, and he was telling me his name was Loris Donim. Would you mind checking that out for me, Detective Gumshoe? Yes, sir. Here you are, Mr. Edgeworth. Looks like an old manila envelope. What is it, Detective? This could be it. An ultra-important clue, a super special clue. suppose I should read it myself, then. It looked like a letter addressed to Sister Iris. Tonight at 10 at Heavenly Hall, unless you want your secret to be exposed. This sounds like a blackmail letter. But... no. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. But why was it crumpled up in the corner? We saw Elise before she got stabbed, but this... She didn't look like she was coming in here to dispose of a fucking note, especially her own... Why would she get her own blackmail note back? Would it make sense that Iris crumpled the letter? Why is Gumshoe breathing so hard? He's so excited. Nice going there, Mr. Edgeworth. Why can't I ever find clues like that? You're an ultra-important prosecutor, a super-duper prosecutor. Well, I suppose it takes a super-duper kind of dumb to miss a clue like this. Alright. Oh, it's a warm cat box, but where are all the cats? It's called a hibachi. It's for heating the room. Oh, look at all these ancient straw frisbees. Those are a type of zabuton cushions called enza. Why are you giving me such a hard time, Mr. Edgeworth? Why? Because learning something new might actually be a good thing for you, detective. Alright. So, we got that fucking note, but trying to figure out what it actually means is let's read the actual blackmail letter. To Iris of Hazakura Temple. That's weird if Misty was writing this, then salutation here, there's something I want to talk to you about. I'll be waiting tonight at Heavenly Hall. Make sure you come, unless you want your secret to be exposed. Why would... It's very weird for someone who is assumably hiding a secret herself to try to expose somebody of their secret. You're kind of locked in a Mexican standoff if they find out your secret and then your blackmail won't work. So this isn't from Misty. This isn't from Elise. But who is it from then? Interesting. Alright. Well, I mean... let's go check out the actual scene of the crime now. Let's go to the courtyard. Dog. That sword is just too dangerous. Misty or Morgan? Misty. Also, check out that step ladder back there. I love that you play as Edgeworth so much. Yeah, dude, I really... This is one thing that I really like in games like these, where you're having to do an investigation, and the game's like, alright, stop, you're not doing the investigation as your normal character. Switch to a much cooler character who you've been interacting with for a little bit of playtime. And then you play as him. And this is where the murder took place, sir. Other than removing the body, we left everything else untouched. Thanks, detective. I'll just have a look around. It looks like the police are still investigating. Oh yeah, by the way, I thought I'd ask just to be sure. Are you really going to defend that nun Iris at the trial tomorrow? Yes, I will. I gave her my word, and now I must follow through with my commitment. Well, in that case, I've got to be careful. Gotta make sure I don't leak the prosecution's whole investigation. Don't worry about it, detective. Just keep your mouth closed, and I think most of it will flow out on its own. You got it, sir. I'll make sure it flows out like water from a tap. Yes, you do that, detective. Just how much has your running spout leaked over the years? Alright, move, nigga. Actually, wait, hold on. Can we talk to you about anything else? Yep. The victim is the famous picture book author, Miss Elise Donin. Her entire past, up until she won that writing award last year, is a total mystery. Yeah, Misty. I'm Misty specifically. Elise is Misty. That's what I'm saying. It makes sense. Alright, so, that's definitely Misty. Morgan, I think, is still in jail. There's no way Morgan escaped from jail. It's hard to believe that in this day and age you can still find people like that. The estimated time of death of the victim was between 10 and 11 on February 7th. The cause of death was blood loss resulting from a stab to the back by the murder weapon. The murder weapon? The victim was found skewered with a giant sword. That, I mean, I think he can see that, Gumshoe, but thank you. That's terrible. Yeah, but there's one strange thing. Yes? The victim's entire body was covered with bruises. The bruises are consistent of falling from the height of a two-story building. A two-story building. Probably about the same height as the room in front of us, correct? Hey, you're right. Way to go, Mr. Edgeworth. That just happens to be the room that Elise Stoneman was staying in. Maybe she was pushed out of the window after she was stabbed by the sword. Alright, so, now then, Detective, let's see if we can summarize what we've learned so far. Okay, let's take a look at the map. I find it hard to believe that they had that Morgan cliffhanger in the last game with this case. Spirit Medium, she has no part in it. Of course, I feel that Morgan is implicated in this case. Especially if it's Misty that died, right? If it's Misty Faye that died, then that makes sense. But I need to figure out, I need more information. Because she could have called somebody and been like, hey, I found out where Misty Faye is, go kill her. Or somebody called her and told her where Misty is, and and she was like, alright, kill her. Obviously, there's more to be done here, but it makes sense. I feel like Morgan is implicated in this. Morgan Faye is definitely responsible for something in this. According to the testimony of Sister Bikini, the head nun, right after they finished dinner, she and Maya Faye headed to the Inner Temple. Well, although the nice thing is, for once, Maya isn't involved with the murder, at least. At 10 p.m., after ringing the bell for lights out, Iris went to the Inner Temple. But she didn't. When she got there, Bikini had taken over while she went back to Hazakura Temple. After taking a hot bath to soothe her back, Sister Bikini witnessed the murder in the courtyard. Speaking of the statue sword, it was never explained what happened to the sword in Luke's case. Yeah, but I mean, this sword is noticeably bigger. If you want more details, you should ask Bikini herself in the main hall. In the temple, huh? I'd like some more information about that place. The trial begins tomorrow, but who's the prosecutor? I'm pretty sure it's that Godot guy, but nobody can get a hold of him, so they're looking for a replacement. What do you mean? It's really weird. All of a sudden, no one can reach him. I wonder if the rumors are true. Maybe since Mr. Wright caught a cold and won't be defending, he just lost interest. So who are we seeing? If it's not Godot, then who are we gonna fucking see in court? Who's pulling up? Is it gonna be Payne? Am I gonna have to smoke Payne as Winston? Or smoke Payne as Edgeworth? That would be sick. I intend to appear in court in the role of defense attorney. However, I would be quite unhappy if they came out that I'm actually a prosecutor. Yeah, I can see why, but I'm not the one you have to worry about. I think the real problem is gonna be that judge. Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. If it was Francisca, that'd be pretty cool, but she also went out of country. She would have no reason to come back, because it's not a case against Wright, right? It's not... there's no involvement from her, it's just a case involving Phoenix. Unless Francisca actually has a crush on Phoenix, in which case I want to prosecute the case anyways, and just show him exactly what I can do, right? Yes, he certainly would remember my face, even after such a long absence. That's why I requested that another judge preside over the trial tomorrow. We've only met each other once. There's a good chance he won't remember me at all. Is it the Canadian judge? Because I don't want that dumbass nigga in here. Yeah, but what about the prosecutor? Everyone in the prosecutor's office must know you. Wouldn't it be a problem if there was someone there made a big stink, sir? There's no need to worry. I pulled a few strings and arranged for a prosecutor of my own choosing. It's Francisca. Okay, that's all I needed to hear. Thank you. Francisca came with... Wow, Mr. Edgeworth, I had no idea you had such a powerful string to pull. What is this inner temple that Maya was supposedly training in? According to Bikini, it's an old building they use for training the acolytes. It's on the other side of Dusky Bridge, the bridge that burned down. Huh? Is there anything else on the other side of the bridge besides that inner temple? Nope, not a thing. Nothing. The other side is surrounded by cliffs on all sides. In a way, it's kind of like a little island.
So the only thing there is the inner temple.
I hear it's not the kind of place a person could survive.
Please be alright, Maya.
Alright, so, now,
It's time to examine. We got these sleds. Also, this sled has snow in it. What was the other choice there? You don't seem like the type.
well, what about sleds? Sleds? Nah, they're a little too kiddie, you know? Messes with my hard-bodied image. What's with the silence, Mr. Edgeworth?
They weren't gonna use pain. Godot is a petty bitch, so it had to be Franziska. Yeah, there's literally no other choice. It has to be Franziska. Dog, it's gonna be fun. Because the world's starting to go mad. Alright, but one thing important to note that if it was snowing last night, so this snow could be fresh, right? What's this? Looks like a wizard staff. The amethyst is missing, by the way.
That belonged to the victim, Miss Elise don't it? There's nothing strange or magical about it. Oh yeah, listen, this is just between us, okay, sir?
Yes, what?
This is top secret stuff. Don't tell anyone about this.
Alright.
The truth is, when I was a kid, I wanted to be a wizard.
Gumshoe. Please. That's it. That's what you wanted to tell me.
That's it.
The staff was made from a very strong kind of wood. Literally not a second thought. Literally just, alright, back to the staff. What about fingerprints? Were there any on it?
Just the victim.
Victim staff added to the court record. Alright. So the sword from this gold statue was actually the murder weapon. Yeah, this fucking Shichishido is huge. It's just massive.
It sure is. It's called the Shishichido, by the way. Nasty piece of work, sir.
There's still blood on it. I suppose this is the victim's blood.
Yep, it's all over the blade. And speaking of all over the blade, there are fingerprints all over the hilt of the Shishichido, too.
It's gonna be Iris's prints.
Naturally, they match the prints we got from the younger nun, the defendant.
Her fingerprints are on the murder weapon. Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Edgeworth's gonna learn today, gonna learn what Franziska's whip feels like. I don't know. Dog, imagine he just catches it. Just catches the whip. He knows. He should know. Yeah, he grew up with her. He should know that that whip is coming. Just snatch that shit out of the air. Hey, no. No. No.
What's wrong? You're looking really sour.
Is this how it is for Wright? Is this what it's like to be a defense attorney?
Yeah, I figure it doesn't feel real good.
To be honest, it feels more like it's detrimental to your health.
Alright, so.
So, we got that. We got... What else can we look at? The main hall of Hazakura Temple is above us here.
Hey, you're right, but I'm pretty sure the main hall didn't have a second floor.
Hazakura Temple was built on a steep part of the mountain. The front and back of the main hall are on different levels.
Oh, that makes sense. But wouldn't it be easier to just build the place slanted, sir?
I fail to see how we can even consider that to be a remotely good idea. The main gate must just be over that stone wall.
Ah, stone walls. I jumped over a few of those in my time. Most of them are good memories, but not all.
Detective, perhaps someone should introduce you to the concept of positive words.
Oh, he doesn't have a line about it being a stepladder. No!
It's a lantern? I suppose they light it at night.
There's something elegant about the light of a fire. At the end of each month, I always like to relax in my room by candlelight.
Detective, can you not afford to pay your electricity bill?
How did you know?
Dog. Alright. Do we have anything else here? Skis?
I just love skiing.
Really? You don't... Oh, we already got this stuff. But I got it from the sled? Okay, so... Is that it? It's looking like about it. So... Let's go talk to,
Can we go talk to Phoenix? Can we go to the hospital? Oh, can we talk anything new about? Nope. We don't have anything to present, do we? I don't think so. Let's just get out of here. February 8th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. I don't see Larry anywhere. Maybe we scared the poor kid away. His heart was shut tight due to a number of psycho locks. I guess I'll have to look for him now. What a thorn in my side. Did he go talk to, Go talk to Iris at the detention center? Visitor's room. Ah, Mr. Edgeworth. I came back because I need to ask you a few more questions, if you don't mind. Well, it's time for Cyclops. She only had 2, right? It should be pretty easy. But everything I've already told you everything that Iris, please remember. I'm on your side. You can tell me anything. Yes. Thank you. This piano track is really nice. I need to know the name of this. It's even his fucking take. Ah, yeah! I like that. I was frightened. Since I have been handed this case, it is my duty to dig up all the answers, understand? Yes, sir. The smallest flame can sometimes bathe a case in a whole new light. In my years in court, I've seen it happen over and over again. That's why I'm committed to searching until I have those answers. Now then, is it really true that you didn't go to the Inner Temple last night? Yeah, she originally had 5, but that was because Phoenix was asking if she knew him. I just love how he says psycho locks. Yeah, he heard the word once and he was like, yeah, no, that sounds like bullshit, and saw them pop up again. He discarded what the actual word was because he was like, yeah, no, that's cap. And then saw him pop up and he was like, oh, fuck, what did he call these again? Oh, yeah, psycho locks. Yes, I swear, I already told you that. Yes, you said you didn't go because you were frightened. That's right. If that's the case, then the obvious question is, what were you so afraid of? I mean, the fucking blackmail note. Iris, I wonder, is this what frightened you so much that you couldn't leave your own room? I found this in the main hall. It is addressed to you. Ah, that's... Well, Iris, why are you glaring at me like that? You were scared of the blackmailer who wrote this to you. Isn't that correct? There goes one. Was it the evidence or the power of my glare that broke that lock? Oh well, I don't suppose it matters either way. But Mr. Edgeworth, yes? I thought that letter was someone playing a prank on me. A prank? Well, yes. After all, even if I did have a secret, which you do, there's no one to tell it to that would cause me any grief. I wonder about that. Sister Bikini's like a mother to me. I would never hide anything from her. No, you may not have to hide anything. You may not have anything to hide under normal circumstances. However, last night was different. Unfortunately, I do not know the exact nature of your secret yet. However, whatever it is, there's only one person you don't want your secret told to. Well, my friend since grade school fell from Dusky Bridge. Homicide detective. Oh, please tell me. My friend since grade school. I don't remember how we became friends. The prosecutor for this case, he apparently holds some sort of grudge against Wright. Wait, no. He's the prosecutor for so is he... Nobody can get a hold of him, so we're just subbing in Francisca? Alright. But it's Phoenix. Phoenix Wright. You mean something to Wright, it seems. I can tell he holds a special place in your heart as well. That's why you didn't want him, of all people, to know your deep, dark secret. Well, what do you have to say? I should have expected as much, especially from a friend of his. Don't blush at me. Wrong one. Alright, so are you frightened? After dinner, this letter was waiting for me in my room. As I said, I was frightened by it. What is this heavenly hall the letter mentions? It's a small mountain shack at the base of Dusky Bridge. A small shack, huh? It's more like a broken down shack that no one would ever want to go near. Oh, excuse me. Where is it on this map? Yeah, it was to the left of the bridge. We never actually went there. It's around here. To get there, you must follow a small path down from Dusky Bridge. The reality is, to get to the Inner Temple, I had no choice but to cross that bridge.
She can get the whole rock. Yo, calm down, Agent Moose Man. Going brazy for no reason. But the thought that such a terrible criminal could be lurking in Heavenly Hall, I was so scared by the whole affair that I didn't even want to think about it. That's why you didn't cross the bridge. Okay. So this is the secret that you locked away in your heart. Yes. It looks as though I need to visit this Heavenly Hall now. Maybe I'll find some other sign of our mystery blackmailer. In any case, you still claim to have never left your room that night. Yes, that's exactly right. She's built like a 16-year-old man. She's wearing not revealing clothes. Calm down. Also, if this is like Dahlia's sister, you don't want those implications because they're twins. The trial starts tomorrow. I promise you, I will win. I'm going to win so that you and Phoenix Wright can see each other again. But when I do, you must promise me that you will tell him your secret. But it's pointless. Why would you say that? Because I may know who Phoenix Wright is, but he has no idea who you are. Are you sure about that? I just finished speaking with the head nun of Hazakura Temple. She testified very clearly as to what happened. She said she saw you stab Miss Elise Donim with a sword. And one other thing. She said that when Maya Fey began her training at the Inner Temple, you were there as well. What? When I spoke with you last, you claimed you have never went to the Inner Temple. And yet Sister Bikini says that she met with you at the Inner Temple that very night. But I didn't go there. I didn't go to the Inner Temple last night. So, is there a possibility that Dahlia got released? Is that what Phoenix was looking up on the laptop? I want to go talk to Phoenix. Let me go talk. Twin. Of course, twin, but let's go to the Heavenly Hall. Move, nigga. February. Oh, no. Larry, what are you doing here? You've got the fucking flags all tied up. You got your portraits on the front of the shack. Whoa, not much of a view down here, huh? Still better than the view from my apartment, though. Someone's here. Hide yourself, detective. Oh, why does this always happen? Whenever I find a girl I like, there's always a runaway. They always run away. I even chase one of them to Japan. Next is gonna be prison, I guess. I guess I'll steal that detective's wallet. That'll get me locked up for sure. Nah, I can't do that if someone looks like he's down on his luck. Yeah, I was about to say, you steal fucking Gumshoe's wallet and then nothing. You have nothing. You have his ID. That is it. That's so tragic. He's just talking to himself. Shh, be quiet and listen. I knew it. I shouldn't have done that. I blew it again. Done that? What did he do, I wonder? Hey, you! About what you just said. I got an objection. Gumshoe, what did we just say? What the? Edgy, you dirty rat. Gumshoe, you oaf. I'm sorry, sir. Before I knew it, I was shouting out objection. In a loud, commanding voice, too. I even pointed with my pointer finger. You've watched too many trials. I'm sorry. Okay, Larry, the jig is up. What have you got to say for yourself? Why are you here? What is this little shack anyway? Well, I just discovered it myself yesterday. And why were you down here in the first place? Hey, come on, I'm an artist. Almost said something worse. I was looking for a good place to sketch. This is a great little place. It's artistic. It's quiet, it's cold, and it's got no power. It looks like it's about to collapse. Sounds a lot like my apartment there, pal. One thing's for sure, no one is likely to show up and disturb you here. So can I get you something to drink? Some hot water, maybe? He's getting all buddy-buddy on us, sir. Talk to me about Iris. Listen to me, Edgy. You gotta do this. You gotta save Iris. The accent you gave Gumshoe, it's literally just Detective Gadget. Ba-na-na-na-na. Why are you so sure she's innocent? Because she's cute. Watch your mouth. Anyway, I've made up my mind about it. I'm gonna marry that girl. How unfortunate, Larry. Mr. Edgeworth is pretending he didn't hear you, so I'm gonna ask for him. Have you already asked this girl to marry you? No, not yet, but I can tell how she feels by the look in her eyes. She's
She's got this, I really want this man to carry me over the threshold. I'm sure Nick would be surprised. He never imagined that I could marry such a beautiful girl like that.
Something tells me he would be shocked indeed.
That's why I didn't want her to do anything dangerous. I mean, what am I gonna do if she gets hurt? What is this guy trying to say? He lost me about a mile back.
If we really want to know the answer to that, we're going to have to drag him onto the witness stand. Come to think of it, you still haven't answered my question. Where were you and what were you doing last night?
Oh man, don't you have anything else to talk about? That kind of attitude, you'll never be a ladies' man like me. Okay, chill with the scary eyes. I got it. If you really want to know, last night, I saw something incredible.
Something incredible?
You really just love being a bitch. Yeah, but let's not talk about that now. Let's talk about the good old days. What do you say? Come on, I'll pour you a nice cup of hot water.
Why hasn't he realized that I absolutely despise about talking about the good old days, especially with him?
Like, do you not know that the good old days for me is like my pops dying, nigga? The fuck? Absolute moron. The night of the crime.
Alright, now you're gonna tell me what you really saw that last night.
Oh, you're really upset, aren't you, Edgy? Okay, I'll talk.
That was a bit too easy.
Yeah, anyway, it was awesome. Never seen anything like it. Around 10 o'clock last night, it started thundering. I'd been sleeping, not sure for how long. Suddenly, zing! The world went white in front of me. Like I'd just been slapped in the face by my old girlfriend, Naomi.
And then?
And then it was on fire. The bridge was on fire.
Dusky Bridge caught fire. Are you saying you saw it with your own eyes?
Hey, what are you giving me the evil eye for? I'm telling the truth.
There's still 3 psycho locks remaining. That means he's trying to hide something. By the way, Larry, where were you when you saw that happen?
Where, you say? What do you mean?
What do you mean, what do I mean? Just answer the question.
I was in my own room by the main hall. Where else would I be?
As usual, you're as transparent as an empty jelly jar. The problem, I suspect, lies there.
There? What do you mean there? Well, you can't see the fucking bridge from the main hall, idiot.
It's impossible for you to see the lightning strike Dusky Bridge from your room, and the map proves it. Look how you were here in Heavenly Hall. Fuck you. This is a map of the area. Take a look around the vicinity of Hazakura Temple.
What am I looking for?
I think that should be fairly obvious. The main hall is surrounded by trees and it's impossible to see the bridge from here.
Why didn't you tell me that before?
Well, how about it?
How about what?
Do you feel like talking now?
About what?
It looks like this won't be easy after all. You leave me no choice. I'll have to move on to the next step.
Okay. Where were you? You knew he was at Heavenly Hall. He was down here.
So where was Larry and why was he there? If I read the situation up to this point correctly, the answer is fairly obvious. Very well then, let me test my theory. The place you witnessed the lightning strike Dusky Bridge was here. Naturally, Heavenly Hall.
Why would I be hanging out in this old shack? It's freezing cold, there's no electricity, it could fall apart at any minute.
Larry, how do you know that anyway? How do you know that there's no electricity? After all, it's not that dark yet. Uh-oh. In other words, you just provided evidence to prove my theory. My theory that you've at least once in your life visited Heavenly Hall after sunset.
I have to admit I'm impressed, Edgy. You're a totally different league from Nick. Dog, Phoenix will smoke you too. In case you're forgetting, Phoenix got you cleared of a murder charge. You're welcome, by the way.
That's nice. Now tell me, what were you doing at this cold little shack last night?
That's what you might call a fair decor.
I think you mean a fair decor. Could it be you were waiting for someone?
You were waiting for Iris, right? You really are one scary guy, you know.
I believe that last night you were waiting for this person to come and meet you. There's only one person you'd wait for in a horrible place like this, Larry.
I told you before, don't call me Larry. The person we were waiting for was Iris. Suddenly I feel cold all over, Edgy. No doubt because of my chilly glare. So you think I got the hots for Sister Iris, huh? You have some kind of evidence? Larry. Come on, nigga. You got something that proves that I was waiting for her, or are you just guessing? This is where I draw the line and end this ridiculous little game. Here's the evidence that proves you were waiting for Iris. Here's your evidence. You called her to this spot with a pathetic blackmail letter. Okay, give that back. You're embarrassing me. What are you doing with that anyway? It's not important. I misjudged you, Larry. What do you mean? Taking advantage of a woman's frailty like that, you should be ashamed of yourself. First of all, what's at the top of the letter? It says salutation here. Well, that's what it said in the book Letter Writing for Dummies. You're actually not supposed to write that. That's where you're supposed to write, Dear Iris. I'm so sorry. Larry. So, you were here in Heavenly Hall last night, weren't you? And you saw the lightning hit Dusky Bridge, didn't you? Sorry, Edgy. Sorry doesn't cut it, you scumbag. Threatening a young lady like that. Wait, hold up. What now, pal? What are you talking about? What threatening stuff? I'll tell you what, you tried to scare Iris by threatening to expose her secret, pal. What do you mean threaten? When did I threaten her? Unless you want your secret to be exposed. That sure sounds like a threat to me, pal. Blackmail, in fact. Give me a break, it's a love letter. Haven't you ever been in love? What did you just say? My love for her burned so hotly it could melt all the snow on this mountain. Then what is this secret you mentioned? Come on, Edgy, don't you get it? I'm talking about the secret of love between her and me. Obviously, she wouldn't want Old Lady Bikini to know about it, right? About our hot and sour, bittersweet love affair? Alright, then why'd you send a love letter in a business-like manila envelope? Give me a break, it's not my fault. I didn't have any other envelopes. Eesh. And why were you so quick to apologize, pal? Because Edgy gave me that scary look of his. What's wrong, Edgy? Why are you so quiet all of a sudden? That's it. That's what all those huge locks were about. I don't understand why you were so defensive. Well, I don't know either. I guess the thing is, you shouldn't expect too much from a guy like me. Hey, come on, don't let it get you down. But, Mr. Edgeworth, this guy is still hiding something, I know it. What do you mean, detective? Don't forget what this guy just said a minute ago. Yeah, he's right. Larry. What, you're looking at me like a hungry dog that just found a bone. Or was it something incredible you saw last night? You're going to tell me, Larry, one way or another. I already told you, didn't I? I saw lightning strike Dusky Bridge. Yes, and I believe it was the incredible sight you saw, but now that I think about it, something doesn't quite ring true. What doesn't? That's all there is to your story. Your heart wouldn't have had all those locks. Therefore, Larry, I do believe you saw something last night. Something more incredible than lightning. When, where, why, how? Hey, what do you think you're doing? If you hide anything from Mr. Edgeworth, I'll arrest you on the spot, pal. Are you fucking... Larry. What's wrong, sir? Does this mean I have to do it all over again? Why are you glaring at me like I'm next to be hit by a bolt of lightning? I've just about had it with this harlequin. If I really want to drag the truth out of him, I'll just have to drag him to the witness stand instead. To be continued. Oh boy. So are we going directly to trial now? Yep. Alright. So, let's hit it. February 9th, 9:47 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, numero 1. Is he really your friend? He's childhood friend. He's an idiot. Childhood idiot. He's our childhood idiot. Alright, so. Oh my, Mr. Loris feels that way about me? Apparently, he isn't aware of your real secret at all. This is no time to be embarrassed. I'm sorry. I'm just hardly accustomed to that sort of thing. Worry not. In any case, whatever it was that he saw the night of the incident, mark my words, I will drag it out of him. Does that mean Mr. Loris is the witness today? No. I believe that none will be first to take the stand. Sister Bikini. She claims to have seen the very instant in which you committed the crime. I just want to ask you one last time. It really wasn't you who killed Miss Elise Donim, correct? That is correct. It wasn't me. Very well then. Mr. Edgeworth? Yes? You're a prosecutor, aren't you? Are you sure about this? If your true identity is revealed. Dog, what kind of fucking getup am I wearing? Don't worry, I've made the necessary arrangements. I see. Iris, it is a prosecutor's job to doubt people. But right now, I am a defense attorney. A defense attorney's job is to believe in people, and believe until the bitter end. That is what my friend told me once. Mr. Edgeworth, I simply ask that you watch and decide for yourself whether or not I am fit to do the task to which I have been entrusted. Very well, sir. I leave my defense in your capable hands. February 9th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. Oh, prosecutor not in. Court is now in session for the trial of Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The defense does indeed appear to be ready. However, the same cannot be said for the prosecution in this case. Indeed. I'm not sure I'd like such a blatant waste of the court's time. An empty prosecutor's chair can only mean that the prosecutor has no confidence in their ability to prove the case. Look, Enraged, I can't help it. It would seem that this case is already over before I had a chance to begin. I am now ready to announce my verdict at this time. The court finds the defendant... Objection! There she is! The prosecution stands ready. And you are Franziska von Karma, prosecuting prodigy. Von Karma, you say? Perchance you wouldn't be any relation to the legendary prosecutor Manfred von Karma? Nigga, what do you think? Legends are a thing of the past. I am a von Karma, that is all. Upon a special request, I flew in today for the purposes of prosecuting this case. You did? Then you must be quite a big shot, eh? By the way, Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor? I'm almost certain that I've seen you somewhere before. Or am I just imagining things? You look very much like a prosecutor I met once. I believe you are imagining things, Your Honor. Miss von Karma, do you have anything to say? There is no such weakling as this man among those of the prosecutor's office. There isn't, but I'm sure... I told you there is no such weakling. What is that, a whip? I'm not sure I care for such a thing in my court. Bailiff, remove that whippet. Hold it! I have no objection to the whip. I have no objection to the whip. That's a great line. You don't? The prosecution wield the whip or drink 17 cups of coffee, but there is only one truth. Look how smug he is. You can tell he's got it. Like, compare this to the, like, somebody go look at a fucking, the old sprite of him making this pose. You can tell that this took time. This is what happened. This promises to be interesting, Miles Edgeworth. I had expected to face Phoenix Wright here today, but looking at you now, maybe this is what I've been waiting for all this time. Miles Edgeworth, I will not allow this chance to crush you slip through my fingers. Bring it on, bitch! I see you brought your flair for the histrionic. Allow me to add to things I'm not sure about. People acting bizarrely in my courtroom. Ah! Dog, not once has she tried to hit Miles yet. Not once. Then the stage is set. Now continue with the proceedings, Your Honor. Very well. Miss von Karma, please give an outline of this case. With as little whipping as possible. The murder victim is the famed picture book author, Miss Elise Donim. Her body was found in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. She had been stabbed through the torso by a ceremonial sword from a golden statue. The sword in this picture is the weapon in question, correct? Very well. The court accepts this photo of the crime scene. Alright, so we got a crime photo now. That's pretty neat. It's not like we could have had one before, but she never tried to hit Miles in the last game either. Dog, she had no choice but to not hit Miles in the last game. Because Miles only popped up for case 4. She couldn't hit him. She was out busy trying to gather up evidence. She was in the fucking hospital after being shot. There is no mistake. This was the doing of Sister Iris. After all, there is a witness to her crime. Very well. Please bring this witness to the stand. And so it begins. My first and last trial as a defense attorney. Dog, y'all couldn't get her a box to stand on? Y'all got a box for the kid. You couldn't get a box for Bikini. Witness, state your name and occupation, please. Hold on here. I'm not sure about being not sure if I care for this at all. Witness, please stand up nice and straight. Okay. The little fucking rays of the spray, that was nice. If I recall correctly, there are a few milk crates in the defendant's lobby waiting for our back pain plague witness. Bailiff, fetch a crate for this poor lady, please. There we go. Once again, your name and occupation, please. Little of me? Well, I'm the head nun at Hazakura Temple of Eagle Mountain. My name is Bikini. You got it? Bikini. Nice to meet you, everyone. But you don't appear to be wearing a bikini right now. The courtroom is the garden of holy judgment. Those with lechery in their hearts should leave this sanctuary at once. You want me to leave? Dog. No need to get your bikinis in a twist. Let me tell you, I'm a sight to behold in the summer. In any case, witness, I hear that you saw the crime take place on the night in question. That's right. I can still hardly believe it myself, to be honest. There's no way dear little Iris could do anything like that. Let us hear what you have to say then. Testimony time. First tell us... Now shut up. Now shut up. Enrage. I can't even... What do you want? What do you... Tell us about your own movements that night, eh? The night of the murder. That night I was helping an acolyte with her training in the inner temple, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up violently. So, I left Iris to help the acolyte and returned to Hazakura Temple. There's no bath at the inner temple, you see, and I needed a long, hot soak. After I had finished, just as I was heading back, that's when I saw it. Okay, so you left Iris to help, but Iris left. Iris fucking left. Chris feels validated 100%. The game showed me that I have to be validated. So it's simply a coincidence that you found yourself returning to Hazakura Temple. Yes, you could say that. If my back hadn't been in so much pain, I would have stayed at the inner temple. It sounded like a pretty important statement she just made. There's only one problem with this testimony that I can see. And you're not about to fall at the first hurdle now, are you, Miles Edgeworth? She doesn't even say Mr. It's just Miles Edgeworth. Not Mr. Miles Edgeworth, just Miles Edgeworth. Bum-ass nigga. Are you quite serious? Mr. Edgeworth, please begin your cross-examination. The night of the murder. And I was helping an acolyte in training. Yes, so you left Iris to help. About that. Bink? Witnesses have to undergo their own trials, I'm afraid. The defendant's fates rests on their powers of observation and memory, after all. Well, don't worry, I'm more than up to the task. I'm a woman of faith, after all, the head honcho of Hazakura Temple. In that case, Miss Honcho, I'd like for you to explain something to me. The discrepancy between your testimony and that of the defendant, Iris. She claims that after ringing the lights-out bell, she went back and stayed in her room. Which means she did not go to the inner temple at all. No, she said that? There it is. Welcome back, Francisco. I missed you. A defendant or a witness? Who's more likely to lie, do you suppose? The defendant is simply lying to cover her back. But that is completely illogical. The murder was committed in the courtyard of Hazakura Temple. Claiming that she went to the inner temple would make for a much better alibi. Yeah. Bitch. Yeah. I got you. But that is odd. Still trying to simp for Von Karma? I'd allow it. It's gonna be the classiest court cases in history. Yeah, nah, fucking Miles and Francisca playing tennis. It's not even a courtroom anymore. It's not. It's chess. They're playing chess. Fuck it. Whatever the reason, I can't believe that she would lie. She does indeed have honest eyes. How do you not remember? Okay, well, no. If he doesn't remember Miles, then it's fair. It's fair. All people lie. That is my belief. Why am I the only one being whipped here? Anyway, neither the witness nor the defendant have any reason to lie. This man posted an R34 search bar of her. Yeah, there's not nearly enough art of Francisca out there. Art in air quotes, by the way. Which means we must call your memory into question. Dear, 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 you're older than me, and yet you want to play that game, do you? Ah, well, that isn't exactly what My memory is perfect, crystal clear, especially in winter. Then I suppose it's too early to end the cross-examination, eh? Mr. Edgeworth, if you're going to question the memory of this witness, you'll need to show a more decisive piece of What? No. Shut up. Alright, so, it's art? Yeah, it is art. There's no alleged dojins either, there's one. I looked for it. Understood, Your Honor. I was naive to think that alone would do the trick. And please add your comments about Iris to the testimony, and let us return to the cross-examination. And I was helping an acolyte in training with her, but, well, as you can see, my back likes to act up. She was dressed exactly as had she had been at dinner. No, because she didn't have her hood on. Because she gave it to Phoenix. Objection! Witness, let's get one thing straight. The defendant who you claim to have met, she was wearing this demon-warding hood, correct? Of course. That is a very important piece of clothing, I'll have you know. Wait a minute. You fucking moron. I like the laugh into the wait a minute. The laugh into wait a minute is nice. Why am I getting pinged? Who is pinging me? Damn bit. Yeah, there's one good Francisca book, by the way. There's 300 ones of Phoenix and Maya and 5,000 of Phoenix and Edgeworth. Yeah, there's a whole bunch of yaoi art. Y'all niggas is sick. Hold it right there. Why do you have that? That's the question of the day now, isn't it, Miss Von Karma? I'll have you know that this hood was given to someone that as a gift that night, before the lights out bell was rung. What? You know where I'm going with this, don't you? If the witness had seen the defendant as she claims, what's wrong with some man love? It's very clear. They're friends. That's it. Phoenix and Miles are friends. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying that y'all, the niggas Fujo's is going way too brazy for no reason. I smelled y'all. I smelled y'all a mile away. Then the Iris she saw should have been missing this very hood. Whoa. Friends with benefits? You shut up over there. It's not a bad feeling at all exposing contradictions like this. Now I understand that happy look on Wright's face every time he does it. Order in the sister, this hood, you have a spare one. You have spare ones around the temple, don't you? Spares, well, I do tend to make too many of them. I see, a stockpile. Surplus of hoods, eh? Each knight is only given one hood. This one should be the only hood Iris owned. Then this is quite strange. There was a surplus of hoods, then she could have worn one of those. There's no contradiction here. Are you... Nope. Then why would she give one to Phoenix? Sorry to break this to you, Miss Von Karma, but you won't get away that easily. Discrepancies such as this will sow seeds in any human heart. The seeds of doubt. Witness, while I don't wish to call your testimony into doubt, you must give every detail with precision. I'm not sure I'm comfortable going along with this. Sister, you shall continue with your testimony. Tell us what you saw after finishing your bath on the way back to the inner temple. Those seeds of doubt are just sprouting in the judge's heart. Chris, stop. I cannot stop. The text did it for me. It wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility if Maya spent the night with Phoenix. Not saying they did anything, but she's of age. Also, Phoenix, that's Phoenix's younger sister. Niggas is foul for that one. I don't like that one either. The Phoenix X Maya ship, I don't like that one. Y'all foul. Y'all foul as fuck for that one. They just need a little more stimulation to bear fruit. Contradictory stimulation. Alright, so I finished my bath around 11, and I thought I should return to the inner temple. As I was walking back, I heard a noise from the courtyard. I took a look, and Iris was Mystic Elise. And with that sword of all things. Mystic Elise was staying in the corner room, which faces out onto the courtyard. The stabbing I saw must have occurred after she was pushed out of her window. Wait a minute. She had bruises. Well, no, she was... Autopsy report, please. Someone update it. Cause of death, loss of blood from stab in the back. Body fell 10 feet after death. Oh, body fell 10 feet after death. Yeah, no, so she wasn't stabbed before she was pushed out of the window. Also, how do you know she was pushed out of the window? If I was in your place, then it would be very much like Miss Von Karma whipping Mr. Edgeworth into court. And me seeing it all from this very chair. Or, well, something like that.
This judge, his imagination is about as vivid and as creative as Detective Gumshoe.
I would look like the fool. I would look the fool if I commented on such foolishness. Anyways, this case is mine, Miles Edgeworth.
Calling everyone by their full name, can't you do something about that habit of yours?
Literally just called out after my bath. Alright, so, last... I'm also finding it very cool that right now, or as it stands right now, we haven't pressed on anything. It's literally just contradiction time. Dog. You mean who else is there? I don't know. Maybe Iris, Dahlia, the person he was actually fucking in love with? He just cares for Maya. Y'all are absolutely going out of pocket with that one. Phoenix deserves to be happy. He's happy. Phoenix is happy. Phoenix is happy fucking getting people found not guilty in court, finding the truth. Objection! Dahlia is non-existent. I can see her in prison, and Iris is right there. No, I mean that is the whole extent of Phoenix's love life. A bitch tried to get him framed for murder, and he's just like, nope. Misogyny time.
Impressive logic. That's what I'd like to say anyway.
Oh, please do. My brain is something else, especially in winter.
However, I think you're overlooking one thing. Miss Von Karma, would you be so kind as to take another look at the autopsy report?
The autopsy report?
The victim did fall from a height of 10 feet. However, this fall was after she was killed.
Just state your Phoenix X Lotta agenda? No, Lotta X Phoenix's wallet. That's the agenda. That's right. It says after death right here.
The scene the witness claims to have seen is contradictory. The defendant stabbed and killed the victim there in the courtyard.
Oh, she was removing the sword. Niggas.
How did the victim then go to take a 10-foot fall?
Order, order. The victim was killed and then fell. If that is the case, then the victim must have been killed in her room, don't you agree?
That is the logical conclusion.
Yes, that's right. The victim must have been stabbed by the defendant in her own room. And she was then thrown out of her window down into the courtyard below.
Were there any signs of a struggle in Miss Dunyan's room? She was stabbed with a sword. That would leave bloodstains, wouldn't you agree?
Well, Miss Von Karma, was there any blood? No traces of blood were found in the victim's room. You would have just caused traces of blood to be found on my glorious playoff beard. However, I'm sure there's no need for me to go over this, as I'm sure your honor is well aware of when a stab wound produces the most blood. When it produces the most blood, very little blood is actually lost at the moment of a blade's insertion. If you want to talk about when the most blood would be lost from a body, that would be when the blade is removed.
Indeed, with the weapon still in place, it acts like a lid on the wound.
It depends. There's a little bit that goes into that. I don't trust Iris, you shouldn't? Yeah, no, something's up. I smell it. I smell bullshit in the air. Alright. Yeah, it's true. With the weapon still in the body, there wouldn't be too much bleeding. A perfectly reasonable line of thinking. We have come to a conclusion then. The victim was thrown out of her window with the sword still in place. This removes all of the contradictions. You sure ain't plank on 20 bands for niggas to ship anime characters? Dog, never. Phoenix X Francisca is more natural than Edgeworth X Francisca? Yeah, no, that's actually just her brother. Whoever ships Edgeworth Francisca, go to jail. Go to jail now. You're getting the cell right next to Samugis. You fucking incest. Hate y'all niggas. I expect no less from Francisca von Karma. She locates and takes control of every vital point. It seems that we need a clear testimony from the witness. Remove all supposition on your part and tell us only the facts, please. Witness, please, remain standing on the crate. Dog! It's the little raise. It's the little... Huh? Is good. Is good. Don't go selling me short now. Dog. The weight of my winter snow has bent me out of shape. Especially my back and my mood. Sister, please, give us your testimony. I will give you a vigorous massage once we are all finished here. With the whip. Oh boy. Alright, alright. That's not fair. When I looked across the scene, the sword was already in place. Thinking about it now, I didn't actually see her stab Miss Elise. I've never seen so much blood before. That's when I fainted. You can't blame me, can you? There's something to be said about that. And you've never seen so much blood. We just talked about people only losing blood when the sword is removed. Thank you, Franziska. When I awoke, Mystigami was stabbing Mystic Elise through the back. Wait, hold on. So that is a I thought that was a statue of Mystigami, but... So does this place has some relation to Karain Village, then? I thought the Magatamas was just a fucking spirit thing, but... I'm assuming the tier 3 badge is either Mukuro or Hajime. Alright, so... I'm still trying to figure out if Morgan plays into this at all, because with Misty dead, she has a path. She has a path for Pearl to become the head of the Branch family. But it's not implicating Maya this time. Maya would be the next direct lead. Is all confirmed as Miss Von Karma's theory. Misty Faye was bad, yo. Correct. Von Karma strive for nothing but perfection. Putting together such facts is nothing for me. You should know that, Miles Edgeworth. Perfection is an impossibility, Franziska Von Karma. And I'm here to teach you just that. Oh, dog. Let's go.
Hold it!
Oh, hold it. It's the first one. So you're saying that you saw the victim's blood? That's right, some of it splattered onto Iris, too. When the defendant was arrested, she was meditating in her room, and her blood-flecked clothing was neatly folded in the corner. What? Her clothes were blood-flecked as well. That seems quite conclusive to me. What should I do? Should I press this point further? Going back to your previous statement, you said that you saw a little bleeding when the victim was stabbed. But now, you say you saw the victim bleeding. Well, I say that what I saw is what I saw. Look. What did you see? Maybe I didn't see the poor woman get stabbed, but I saw the girl pull the sword out of her as plain as day. You moron. Pulling the sword out. Well, it wasn't actually pulling, it was more like it came out. Witness, you will add this statement to your testimony. Oh, was that important? More important than you can imagine. Okay, and smoothly drawn out. You moron.
Objection!
Sister Bikini, you are a reliable witness. At least I'd like to think so. But there are too many contradictions here. What do you mean? You make it sound as though I'm a liar. But you're a handsome young man, so I'll forgive you. What contradictions are you talking about?
In the scene that the witness claims to have seen, the weapon was thrust up to its hilt into the victim. Furthermore, the killer withdrew the weapon smoothly from the body. However, both of these are complete impossibilities.
Explain yourself.
To start with, did you think it'd be possible to stab someone to the hilt with this? No matter how hard I look at the defendant, she doesn't appear quite strong enough for that.
Doesn't appear? What meaningless dribble. I too may appear to be frail and weak, but I can crush men under my heel and make them weep should I choose so.
You just,
Alright. The objection stands. I wept a little bit back there, I must admit.
That isn't the only issue here. If the sword was truly stabbed into the body up to the hilt, well, just look at all the branches on it. It certainly wouldn't come out smoothly. We also have the problem of the amount of bleeding. It's true that when a blade is left in a body, it acts as a plug of sorts. However, when the weapon is shaped like this, it's an entirely different story. The wound would be too large for the blade to completely stop the bleeding.
That's nothing more than conjecture. In reality, the victim was stabbed with a Shichishida. Even a weapon of this nature may still sometimes slide out smoothly and still sometimes stop the blood loss.
I'm not finished. There's still one more conclusive contradiction.
You've still got more?
This is simple. If the sword was really thrust all the way to the hilt, why is there only blood on the tip of it?
Damn. Brown rice. How did y'all not... I thought that was a quirk of it being just shown off in this style, because sometimes blood doesn't cover up the entirety of what we're supposed to be seeing.
If this witness is telling the truth, then there should be blood along the entire length of the sword.
Ah. Bravo, Miles Edgeworth. Raising this many contradictions from a single piece of evidence. All the other attorneys I know could maybe manage one, if that. But what does all this mean? You've proven contradictions regarding the murder weapon, but...
Having come this far, there can only be one answer. And that is... the weapon used to kill the victim was not the Shichishida.
What? A foolishly foolish idea born from the foolish mind of a foolhardy foolish fool.
Let's examine this again. What made us think that the sword was the murder weapon?
Well... it's because Mr. Gami was holding it.
Exactly. However, if you reflect on this, the only basis that we have to assume is such a thing. The impression left by the scene was just too strong. That's what influenced us. It influenced us to believe that the Shichishida was the murder weapon.
Order, ah! So maybe the Shichishida was not the murder weapon. Even if that's the case, it changes nothing, Miles Edgeworth. The sister here saw everything. She saw the defendant stab the victim with a sword-like object. Well, if it wasn't the Shichishida, then it could have been her trying to get her staff for her. Because maybe she just can't walk with it. Your response, Mr. Edgeworth?
If that is so, then I would like the prosecution to answer the obvious question it raises.
The obvious question?
Yes, namely, where did the real murder weapon disappear to? It goes without saying the police searched the main hall and the surrounding area. Perhaps the prosecution can enlighten us as to if a sword-like object was found.
That's... Answer the question, Miss Von Garma. No evidence of that kind was found. Another mystery to throw onto the pile. A trial without a murder weapon is a tricky beast. Excuse me, could I say something? I just remembered something, actually. What is it, sister? I was just thinking it's possible. What do you mean, stop? Stop what? Maybe what actually happened was, it was just over there. What exactly are you going on about here? The murder weapon, I mean. Maybe. I think I might know where the sword was disposed of. Whoa! You didn't hear any impact marks. She missed. She missed. Well then, I think we need to hear your testimony for one more time, sister. Dog, he didn't catch it, but dodging it's fine enough. She missed. Didn't hit me, nigga. You missed.
Impossible. What else could this old woman have seen?
Location of the weapon. Gallus, what's going on? I saw the murder around 11 p.m. After asking that it reported, I went to the main gate. And there I saw tracks that indicated a snowmobile has been used. It takes 15 minutes to walk to Dusky Bridge, but less than 5 using one of those. Maybe they threw the weapon into Eagle River when I came back while I was knocked out. Iris could have done that. She can drive a snowmobile after all. Witness, please tell us everything you know right away next time. Well, I'm not in the best shape, what with my back and my age, you know? Quite. There were indeed some snowmobile tracks in front of the main gate. Here is a photograph. Snowmobile, eh? I see. Well, it certainly is an interesting theory. The tracks begin in front of Hazakura Temple and run all the way to Dusky Bridge. Well, I mean, it was, wasn't it snowing? The tracks wouldn't have shown up. Right? Let's look at the fucking weather data real quick. That solves your pesky little problem, yes. The Eagle River's current is quite swift, meaning it doesn't freeze over with water, making it the perfect place to dispose of the murder weapon.
Did she really go to the river to dispose of the murder weapon?
Mr. Edgeworth, your cross-examination, please.
Alright. Let me first look at weather data.
Snow with occasional lightning strikes. Snow 7 p.m. to approximately 10:50 p.m. I thought that was 7 inches. I was about to say, what the fuck? Lightning 10 p.m. to approximately 11 p.m. Lightning struck Dusky Bridge at 10:45. Around 30 minutes passed between the fire started and going out. Huh. So, if you saw the murder at 11, there should be 2 sets of tracks, right? If she drove back and forth. I was saying the snow might cover it up, but no, the snow doesn't cover it up. Saw the murder around 11 p.m. Yeah, so she can drive a snowmobile. Where is it? Here we are. And no. I think it's the tracks photo, right? Because there should be 2 sets of them.
I admit this photograph does prove something. It proves that the snowmobile was used on the night of the murder.
You finally accepted the inevitable, it seems, Miles Edgeworth.
However, if what the witnesses says is true, why is there only 1 set of tracks?
What do you mean?
Iris left Hazakura Temple, then threw the weapon into the river, and then returned. If this was the case, then naturally there should be 2 sets of tracks in the snow. Those heading out to the bridge and those from coming back.
Ah, you're right. You are forgetting one thing, Miles Edgeworth. On the night of the murder, it was snowing. Okay, so I just kind of jumped a little bit ahead. Right? I just jumped a little bit ahead. Just a little bit. Now you're wrong. The tracks leading to the bridge were erased by the snowfall. Got an achievement for 100k kills? Poggers. This removes your precious contradiction now, doesn't it? I see. While she was at the river, the snow stopped, leaving just the return tracks in the snow. What do you have to say now, Miles Edgeworth?
Is there a flaw in her theory? The idea that the snowfall covered 1 set of tracks?
There's a contradiction, nigga. It stopped snowing.
The tracks to the river were covered by snow. What a nice theory. However, Miss Von Karma, that is impossible.
Would you care to explain why there is a rude index finger currently pointing in my general direction?
No need. The evidence will do all the talking for me.
We've all been jumping ahead on this one. Just become a VA. Dog, I'm just having too much fun doing bullshit voices. Who won it? Yo, calm down. Calm down back there. On the night of the murder, the killer went to and returned from Dusky Bridge in order to dispose of the murder weapon. The outgoing tracks were erased by snow. Or so claims Miss Von Karma. Mr. Edgeworth, provide your evidence to the contrary, eh?
Evidence that the outgoing tracks were not covered by snow. Weather data, nigga.
Take that!
Witness, please tell us again what time it was when you witnessed the crime. Like I said, it was around 11. Of course, this means that the weapon was thrown away after that time, correct? On that note, please take a look at this data. It is the weather report for Eagle Mountain on the night of the murder. The weather report, snow started to fall at 7 p.m., but stopped around 10:50. Therefore, when the sister witnessed the crime at 11 p.m., the snow had already stopped falling. It is impossible for any tracks made after that time to have been covered up.
Take damage, idiot. Order, order. Very well then. It looks like Miss Von Karma's claim has been snowed in. See, it's funny because it's too soon to be closing this trial due to snow. Did they add a sound effect for her putting the whip up like that? I don't remember that before. I just turned my phone over and see M4 and Python getting 8. What? Dog. Took damage. Dog's out here doing damage.
Miles Edgeworth, how pathetic of you to rely on the weather of all things. Answer me this then. When is a weather report ever correct?
Ah, no, you got it all wrong. This isn't a forecast, this is actual data.
Forecast data, all weather reports have some inaccuracies. It may have well still been snowing in the vicinity well past 11 p.m.
It's true. We cannot be totally sure, eh?
What? How did she pull that off?
It had stopped snowing at Hazakura Temple when the murder took place. You'll need to provide conclusive evidence of this. Well, we have Larry's fucking testimony. We can throw him up on the court. Or we can throw him up on the witness stand.
I've come this far, there's no turning back now. Very well. I too cannot allow any doubt remaining to concerning... I cannot allow any doubt to remain concerning this testimony.
Ha! You can't back down, can you? Such a perfectionist, Miles Edgeworth.
Very well then, Mr. Edgeworth. Where is your evidence that it already... Well... We can look at... The body wasn't covered in snow, actually. Did you miss case 4? Damn. Well, you're here now for case 5, duck. The case 4 case was actually really short. It seems like it was just background info. If I'm gonna be perfectly honest. It seems like it was just set up to be like a setup thing, if that makes sense. I know that doesn't really make too much sense. It was set up to be a setup thing, but it was really short and gave a little background info on Dahlia, Diego, and Mia. It seems like it was setting up future events. But Mia versus Young Edgeworth? Young Edgeworth was in there cooking.
Ultimately, it comes down to one point. That being, whether or not it was snowing in that courtyard when the victim was stabbed.
That's right. But proving that is
incredibly easy. If we want to know whether it was snowing or not, this photo will tell us everything. Of course, I am referring to the photo of the crime scene.
Maybe a setup case, but it made you take damage? Yeah, because you could have presented 2 pieces of evidence there. It could have worked either way. I don't know why the fuck game was on my ass about that. That was bullshit. I tell you, bullshit. I had it right.
As you can see, everything is covered with snow, with just one exception.
And that is
the victim herself, Miss Elise Donin. Why is there no snow on top of her? The answer is simple. If it had stopped snowing when she was killed, that's why. In other words, if the killer really did go to the Eagle River to dispose of the murder weapon, in this photograph there should be 2 sets of tracks.
Terry didn't do what he did, she would have won. Yeah, that's also facts. It's bullshit is what I say when I take damage too. Look, no bully, please.
Just what are you suggesting, Miles Edgeworth?
Why are we playing as Edgeworth? Because Phoenix is in the hospital with hypothermia. That's how I'm saying it. Hypothermia. It's hypothermia now.
To be honest, I am not entirely sure myself, but this is simply what all of the facts point to. That night, someone used the snowmobile to leave Hazakura Temple. From the tracks left, it can be understood that they were heading for Dusky Bridge. At the time, it was still snowing.
Of course it was, because those tracks were erased by the snow.
Then, when this person returned to Hazakura Temple, the snow had stopped. Thus, the tracks remained.
Can I say something? This all sounds a bit fishy to me. What does, sister?
There's only one key for the snowmobile.
Furthermore, on the night in question, we know that the defendant had it.
What, Gallus? What did you just ask me? What'd you just ask me? I don't even know how to... What do you think? What do I think of what? Can I get that in English, please?
The key was found in her room after the murder.
Which can only mean that night, Iris used the snowmobile to go to the inner temple. But Iris said that she never went there. I should probably press on this point when I get the chance.
The snowmobile can't cross the suspension bridge, so she must have left it on the Hazakura side of the bridge and crossed on foot.
That sounds right.
But what's odd is when I left Iris and returned to Hazakura Temple, I didn't see anything near Dusky Bridge.
Ooh. My M4 got bugged and isn't being a nuke with her missile. Ouch.
It's probably my favorite case so far. I've only played until the last case of Game 4. It's nice to make theories and find flaws because you're actually missing info.
Yeah. I like this. This is a good mystery because I don't have all the facts yet.
Usually in a lot of other cases, it's very simple to see. Like, take for example the Tiger and Glenelg case. It was very easy to see what was going on in there, like well before we entered the courtroom. It really played me like I was stupid. But this, there's a lot. There's a lot that I don't know, and a lot that isn't presenting itself to me in a like, hey, just checking, are you still awake? Type of way.
You just must have failed to see it, sister.
Maybe, but when I made it back to Hazakura Temple, it was there by the main gate, the snowmobile, I mean. I know what I saw. It was covered in snow, too.
But that isn't possible.
Order in the court. What does this all mean?
So then what was the snowmobile used for? It wasn't taken by the defendant when she went to the inner temple. If it had been, the witness couldn't have possibly seen it by the gate. Furthermore, it wasn't used by the killer to dispose of the murder weapon. If that was the case, there should be 2 sets of tracks in this photo. All we know is this. After it stopped snowing, someone used the snowmobile to return to Hazakura Temple. I never thought a simple snowmobile could cause so much trouble.
Alright, so this is one, like, the snowmobile I don't understand. Unless Iris didn't actually show up at the inner temple. Unless it's actually Dahlia. Unless Dahlia somehow made a fucking prison break. Then that makes sense. But as of right now, nothing else makes sense. A lot of Ace Attorney cases, you know the culprit and roughly what happened. Yeah, and you just have to prove it in court. That's one thing I kind of dislike about the series thus far, except for, like, this case, is that I don't know. I can't know nothing. I've told you everything that I know. But then that still leaves us with the same problem. If only there was someone, a witness who could testify to having seen the snowmobile.
A witness, huh?
Was there no one out walking perhaps near Dusky Bridge on that night? We got Larry. Larry Nagoos. I don't think that's likely. It was cold enough to freeze your ears off. Only an idiot would go out wandering in like that. Or go out wandering in that. Unless they had something really important to do. That's a shame.
Hold on. Something is coming to me. An idiot may have well been gone out wandering on the subarctic night. Your Honor, actually, there just might be one individual who may be of help to us.
Really? You know of someone who might have seen the snowmobile on the night of the murder?
I don't know for sure if he saw it or not, but there are two things about him that do come to mind.
Which are?
First, that he saw something incredible the night of the murder,
And the second being?
this individual that I'm thinking of went wandering outside on that cold night. In other words, he is our kind of idiot.
Mr. Edgeworth, who is this idiot you're talking about? One Lawrence Donim. Or, well, Laurice? Is Larry Butts. Is Larry Butts. Big Larry Butts. This guy must be a product of Jean-Luc de Leduc's Guide to Obnoxious French Painting.
This is Larry Butts, disciple of the victim, Elise Donin.
Yeah, if Larry sabotages this case, I'm actually, like, we have to fucking old yeller him. We gotta take him out back and put one in the back of his head. A student, interesting. And why was he wandering about on... and why was he wandering about outside on the night of the murder? We're talking trilogy Steel Samurai should be clear enough. The other is Nickel Samurai. Yeah. Yeah. Steel Samurai is pretty clear. Like, there's a little bit of stuff. There's a little bit of stuff that's not presented super well, but it's very clear that Will Powers is innocent. And once you determine the that sleeping pills were used, you're like, oh, it's fucking it was what was his name? Jack Hammer. It was Jack Hammer that went to the studio, right? Because it couldn't have been the kid. Kid's too small to fit in the costume. It had to be Jack. Once you find the sleeping pills, has to be Jack Hammer. The mystery is there for a little bit, right? Like it's not super duper obvious, but it's the mystery is there at the very least, right? Where's Godot? Godot's MIA. Nobody's been able to find him.
I could tell them all about his designs for Iris, but it may cost us his credibility as a witness before I even call him. He is, after all, an artist. He was perhaps searching for something in the snowy scenery that would move him, although I cannot guarantee that this is the reason.
And so, this unfortunate, unreliable-looking man, what exactly was it that he saw?
Fuck if I know. I intend to extract it from him right here in this courtroom.
Summon this youth immediately as a witness. I have no choice, do I?
I believe he is in the gallery for this trial. It will not take long to summon him.
Very well.
Larry, you may have escaped me yesterday, but today I'm going to get everything out of you.
This court will now adjourn for a 20-minute break. Miss Von Karma, please see to preparing the next witness. Understood, Your Honor. Good. Well then, court is now in recess. Oh, that shit got me. Had to take a hard look to see if he actually said, fuck if I know. It would have been great. BRB? There is no exclamation mark BRB. You know what the command is, but now that I know you're gonna be right back, you know what's gonna happen. It's not the best by any stretch, but it's really not an offender considering what 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 3, 3, 2, and 3, 3 was. Yeah. There's a lot of nonsense where it's just like, hey, in case you were paying attention for half of a second, it's this guy. But yeah, those cases you mentioned, the other cases you mentioned are really, I think, are really stand out for at least hiding a little bit of the mystery, and I think those are good. But like we were talking about the other day, like I think Danganronpa does a better job of hiding the mystery, at least in its early game chapters, at least for overall story and murder. I think Ace Attorney does a fine enough job when it's required, but most of the time it will just say, hey, yeah, here's your motive, here's a faulty alibi, and here's the murder weapon that I had possession of. Bye. And that's about it. I've yet to play Danganronpa. It's on my list. We played through all of them before doing this game, or these games rather, and I kind of feel bad about doing that because the jumps in like logic that I had to do in Danganronpa, I feel were a little bit more intensive. So now it kind of feels, I don't want to say that this game is easy by any stretch of the word, but it's definitely easier to get to points of I can figure it out, right? In Phoenix Wright, at least. February 9th, 11:15, District Court, Defendant Lobby number 1. Excuse me, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm not really sure what to say.
Iris, we only have 20 minutes. There are 2 things which I need to ask you before we reconvene.
Alright, I'll help you any way I can.
First, about that night. You really didn't go to the Inner Temple, correct? The last witness claims to have met and talked with you in the training hall. Either you or Sister Bikini is lying.
Mr. Edgeworth, it's just as I said yesterday. Until the incident occurred, I was in my own room in Hazakura Temple.
Very well. Second thing, then. That night, the temple's snowmobile was used in between the time Sister Bikini returned to the main hall and when she bore witness to the murder. Sometime between 10:30 and 11 p.m. that night. Were you the one who used the snowmobile?
There's only one key for the snowmobile. The only person who could have used it was me.
So it was you.
But why?
What made you go out to Dusky Bridge?
Sorry, Mr. Edgeworth.
What? Fuck. Are you... Come on, nigga. Are you serious? Not the fucking Psycho Malox.
I can't tell you about that yet. I plan to play it. Just has a long list. You just have a long list of games you need to finish. That's fair enough. They're super fun games to play, but there's definitely been a lot of stuff that's come out between their releases to now. Yet, not until her safety is confirmed.
Her?
The safety of the Acolyte.
The Acolyte, huh? She must be talking about Maya.
But watching others play them gives me an understanding of them. That's fine too, Ave. You don't really have to play through them yourself. Understandably, these games are pretty much just like interactive movies. I can see why people would say that. Visual novels, like novel being the fucking keyword there. So having somebody play through them and like you're just in the room while they're playing through them and just watching, I can see how it would be fun. They're really driving this final level point home. Yeah, no, for all of the last cases for all of the games, it's pretty good. All right, Moose man, you didn't miss too much. We literally just did nothing. We talked for a little bit, and then we talked to Iris, and she said, "Oh, I can't tell you about fucking what is it?" She couldn't say that that she did use the snowmobile or why she used the snowmobile, but and then she locked up. So we're done on that front.
Iris, look at me in the eye and tell me the truth. Did you kill Elise Donin?
No matter who or what may come, I could never take a life.
As I thought, no psycho-locks. Very well. It's my job to get the truth. You'll discover this for yourself soon enough.
February 9th, 11:36 a.m., District Court, Courtroom number 7. It's funny, we got people stranded at the temple still, but we need a trial, chop chop. Yeah, no, Maya's stuck at... We don't know if anybody else is stuck at the temple with Maya. Because whoever used the snowmobile, it could have been her going back to Warren. Because Dahlia, we have no idea if Dahlia is out of prison or not. She could have got off on good behavior. For all I fucking know. So... I need to figure out what Phoenix was looking up could that have been why Phoenix was looking something up on the laptop and then requested that Larry call Miles to get him out here because he knows Iris is innocent. I assume there's some kind of rescue effort going on, but that's fucked. There's helicopters are trying to go there. Gumshoe told us that the air was too turbulent for them to actually land and get Maya out, so they couldn't land. Court will now reconvene. Ms. Von Karma, where is the witness? During the break, a man was detained for suspicious behavior in the gallery.
Suspicious behavior?
He was sketching something very intensely. Dare I ask what the witness was sketching when he was detained? He drew a terrifying woman armed with a demonic face and a vicious whip. Dog, what'd you do to him? And can I get next? I can only presume... Ow! Anyway, it's time to drag this pathetic excuse for an artist before the court. Laurice Donim, I hope you're ready. Get in here.
It would seem that Wimp is going to see plenty more use today.
Your sketch is in contempt of this court. Hey, I was out! You tried to run away from the bailiff who was trying to hand you your subpoena, correct? Look, I'm nothing but a fledgling artist training out in the mountains. I'm only down here in the city because I ran out of green paint. Well, to use a technical color for the term, or the technical term for the color, viridian.
Larry, this is an art store now, is it?
I know, I graduated junior high, okay? Look, art is all about working in the fields, isn't it? Working in the fields.
I presume he wanted to say field work, I hope.
That's it, thanks, buddy.
It's kind of sad that I was able to understand his mangled train wreck of a sentence.
I just happened to stop here and found a wonderful new model. Get ready. So see, it's got nothing to do with this trial, at all. I expect all of your faces to be red when you realize this mistake, bright red. Or to use a technical term, crimson lake. Ow! Stop your pathetic babbling and testify like a man. Refrain from whipping me, Miss Von Karma. Cross-whipping is as bad as cross-checking. Get it? He's Canadian. Hockey. Witness, that was all your fault. Testify now. This is too much for me. What I saw. Alright, I was at the lodge out in the mountains looking up the stars that night. I walked to the bridge a number of times, but I didn't see a snowmobile. I didn't see anyone at the bridge that night either. Oh, you lying bitch. You didn't see anyone else at the bridge? So you didn't go talk to Phoenix. You lying bitch. I'm all alone now, aren't I, Edgy? Witness, please refrain from talking directly to the lawyers during your testimony. I'm just a nobody, nothing but a small, worthless man, aren't I? And why wasn't I asked for my name and occupation or anything else? Mr. Edgeworth, this man seems to have quite a severe inferiority complex.
He's recently been the cause of numerous incidents. I think he's finally realized for himself just how much of a nuisance he has been to other people.
Yeah, that's right, I'm behind everything, every case. Watch out, okay? Just touching me will make you eternally unhappy. Well then, let us proceed with a cross-examination with no touching, thank you. We can delve into other details at a later time. Stop this, Judge? Dude, it's gotta happen. Alright, so... Are you fucking sure about that, you goddamn idiot?
Larry Butts, I can understand why you might want to throw your old life away. You're pretty pathetic and you cause all sorts of trouble. And you're a fucking loser, girls don't like you, and you're interrupting this court.
I'm sorry.
But having realized how much of a nuisance you have been, that could be considered a step in the right direction.
Edgy, are you trying to console me? Certainly doesn't sound that way to me.
However, I cannot forgive you for simply turning away from the incidents you create.
You're totally pinning this on me.
Now then, let's talk about the night of the murder. Sister Bikini, after seeing the murder took place, asked Phoenix Wright to report it. Thus, he headed for the public phone by the bridge. There, he happened to cross a certain nefarious individual. You, Larry Butts.
That's right, me in the flesh. Larry. Are you fucking serious? Listen carefully, witness. It doesn't matter if you change your name. So long as you remain pretty pathetic, you will continue to cause these incidents. That reality will not change. What do you want me to do then?
Larry, what you need to do is change your inner self. But for now, what you saw that night, testifying truthfully about this one issue is all I need from you.
Don't think about it, just fucking do it. Edgy, I think I've finally woken up. Well, I guess I could still be sleeping. But anyway, I'll do it. I'll testify. Well, I'm not sure this is gonna go especially well. I'll ask again then, witness. What did you see on the night of the murder? What you saw, part dos. Went to the shack around 9, so it would have been around 10:30. Alright. I was lying under my bedding when a white flash almost blinded me. Dog. If I take my glasses off and squint, it can be Kaito. Larry just looks like Kaito in some pictures. It's just weird to me. I looked out the window and Dusky Bridge was on fire, or on fire rather. There was still some thunder, but I went right away to check it out. That's when I ran into Nick. All right, so you went right away to check out the bridge? It doesn't make sense. Not too much to me. You certainly saw quite a lot, didn't you? So, what happened to the bridge after it caught on fire? It was like me after a 3-day stint chasing a girl. It totally burnt out, like almost gone. I mean, trying to cross the burning remains was what caused Nick to fall. What did you say?
Oh, don't worry, it's nothing life-threatening. He just caught a cold.
I never know with that man if he should be called lucky or unlucky. Now, Mr. Edgeworth, please commence your cross-examination.
Well, the smudge on his shirt?
His paint? Yeah, all of these are his paint. Just because it was in black and white, you couldn't really tell, but yeah, it's paint on his shirt. Went to the shack around 9. So, it was on fire. There was still some thunder. Tell me a little bit more.
You said right away, but exactly how long after the strike was that?
Lightning fell and the bridge caught fire, maybe around 5 minutes? I mean, I suddenly thought, gotta check this out. How far is this small shack you were in front? How far is this small shack you were in front from you? How far away was it, nigga? Hold on, well, it had pretty much stopped snowing. I guess about a 5-minute walk.
And how did Dusky Bridge look when you got there?
What's up, Panda? They still haven't approved the other moat, so we're waiting for III to actually go live. But yeah, 5th emote coming soon. Provided by the wonderful Nerdy Panda in the chat. Soon.tm. Like I had recovered a piece of my childhood. I mean, not even the bonfire kids make during school camping trips could compare.
Well, should I press him for a little more info?
Why didn't you call anyone, idiot?
Larry, let me ask you one thing.
What is it, Edgy? What's with the serious face?
Why didn't you call anyone?
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, when faced with a towering inferno, someone would try to tell someone. There's a public phone right by Dusky Bridge, correct?
Larry? Well, of course I thought of doing that. So then, let's hear why you didn't. Yeah, okay, a reason. My reason. It isn't that I didn't try to tell anyone, I just didn't have the time to, okay? So, Nick showed up less than a minute later. No, cause... No. Something's off, and it's particularly due to the weather data. Because lightning struck at 10:45, the murder took place at 11. So, it was on fire for a little bit, Larry.
Your very existence being a contradiction, I'm not sure if you can grasp this or not.
Hey, what the hey, Edgy? You made me sound like some sort of alien.
But your testimony is conclusively contradictory. The problem here is time.
I've never been the best timekeeper, you know. 3 minutes after Billy leaves on foot, you follow him on your bicycle. How long does it take you to catch up with him? Terrible at those.
This is much more simple. You saw the lightning strike Dusky Bridge and immediately went to see what had happened. Is this correct?
Yeah, well, I wasted about 5 minutes first, but more or less.
I have the weather data from the night of the murder here. According to this, the lightning fell at 10:45 p.m. You say it takes less than 5 minutes from the shack to Dusky Bridge, meaning you probably got there around 11 p.m.
That all sounds about right, I guess. And then Nick showed up and did his falling act.
That is impossible.
What do you mean?
11 p.m. is when the murder occurred at Hazakura Temple. Thus, Wright was still there, in the courtyard. There is no way that Larry could have encountered him at Dusky Bridge at that time.
Excuse me, I have an objection. You do. Edgy, how many times do I have to say this? I'm not lit out.
It has not been proven that the murder occurred at 11 p.m. The sister said only around 11.
In which case, it could have been earlier than that.
Watch your footing there, Miss Francisca von Karma. The slope ahead is slippery. For there is still no way that Wright could have been at Dusky Bridge at 11 p.m.
And why not?
It is clearly written here in the weather data report. It took around 30 minutes for the bridge to burn out. Therefore, the bridge must have been burning until at least 11:15.
Which means what exactly?
Wright did not see the bridge while it was being consumed by the flames that night. In fact, he did not arrive on the scene until after the flames had died down. Larry, you arrived at the bridge at 11 p.m., but Wright did not make it there until at least 11:15. I suggest you stop hiding things and just tell us the whole truth. Now then, what happened during these missing 15 minutes?
I feel like I just got brutally woken up by a toilet splashback. I guess I was still sleeping after all. Lord, So there was a missing 15 minutes prior to meeting Phoenix Wright. I hardly see that as much of a problem. Yeah, not much of a problem at all.
Really? The bridge is burning before your eyes, and there is a phone right next to it. Why then did you not report the accident?
Yes, witness, why didn't you? Were you there simply to watch the bridge burn?
And therein lies the problem. For even after the bridge had burnt out, he was still there. Staring into space, this witness didn't even attempt to fulfill his civic duty. That's what it sounds like. But this is Larry we are talking about, and even he is incapable of being so stupid. Which means there has to be a reason for his inaction.
Edgy. I think it's about time I got serious with you, dude.
Just as I thought, you've been playing with us all this time.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you everything. Are you sure you want to hear it all? That's what we've been asking for this whole time, you moroon.
Yes.
Then say it. Very well, I have a terribly bad feeling about this. However, let's have the witness finally give us the whole truth. Now, for this 15-minute gap, what were you doing, witness? Alright, it's gonna be Cap. I can smell Cap. I'm a donim. I'm an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. I was whipped up into a frenzy of art. The shock and awe I was feeling transferred directly all onto page. Stop this boot shit. They gotta take it out of the fucking... remove it from the game and I won't say it. It's in the fucking... it's in the subtitles. I'm reading it. Oh, well, fuck it. Before I realized that the flames had gone out and he had came running up, well, I want to see the sketch. I suppose artists can be strange folk. That's right, I'm willing to sacrifice everything in order to draw the perfect sketch.
Including the truth from the sound of it.
Mr. Edgeworth, has this removed the last of your doubts?
Not at all, Your Honor. One very large doubt still remains.
And what would that be?
This is a surprisingly believable story, especially considering the source. So why did he think he needed to hide it from us until now? I intend to drag the reason out of him.
You'll regret this, Edgy. You want to show me that sketch, you moron?
Hold it!
Sketching the burning bridge.
The burning bridge and everything that came with it.
What came with it?
You want to hear this from my lips, do you, Edgy?
You'll regret...
Enough. Just take that ridiculous sketch of yours out already, witness. What are you talking about? I don't know what you mean. That does indeed appear to be the fastest solution. Blame Janet Sue if you want. Oh boy. I'll leave it to you, Mr. Edgeworth.
What should I do? I have a terrible feeling that the instant this sketch is revealed, the entire world may be changed by what is depicted there.
Fuck it, look at it.
Larry, I wonder if you could show us your sketch, please.
Well. Even I couldn't have imagined it turned out like this.
Imagined what?
That Larice Denim's debut would take place here, today. Like this. Ow! Show it now. Homicide, in the courtroom, life sentence, bare hands, give me the whip. Okay, but still yourselves. This is the world of Larice Donim. What the fuck is that? Larry? What is that? Well, this is Dusky Bridge, correct? Quite a large bridge, isn't it? Your response, Mrs. Von Karma? Yes, well, it's a better drawing than I expected. Isn't it? Isn't it? I struggled to reproduce those flames. I really did. Yes, I'm sure you did.
This is going to get ugly. No one has the courage to bring it up, it seems. This mysterious flying object. Larry?
What?
The burning bridge is fine, but what is that unfortunate-looking figure?
Ah, you spotted that? I thought you might.
However much I might want to ignore it, I can't.
It's Iris, of course. Iris. I just wish she'd taken better care of herself. We have to plan for our future, you know? What would have happened to her if she injured herself just flying like that? Why are you stupid? Jesus Christ, I hate this guy.
Larry, please answer this next question honestly.
Okay.
Are you really claiming to have seen this? Are you claiming to have seen the silhouette of the defendant flying over a bridge that was engulfed in flames?
Yep, that's what I saw. That's why I drew it. I'm an artist, a real artist. So this is the something fucking incredible that he saw, right? This son of a bitch. So, why did you draw it? Are you high? The girl, she's really high up in this picture. Dog. That was good. What was that for? This is all a bad dream. I was hitting you on the cheek to test that theory. Please whip your own cheek from now on if you wish to test your own wild theories. Anyway, no court of law will ever acknowledge that people can fly. Actually, there is some precedent for this. She was flying pretty high, my sweet Iris. She was about 30 feet above the bridge at least. It was really something to see. This has to be some kind of mistake. Mr. Edgeworth, please bring the witness back down to earth.
What, me?
This witness is your friend, is he not? Accessory to foolishness, Miles Edgeworth. Dog, don't do that. Let us get back to the cross-examination, by force if necessary. Mr. Edgeworth, I expect you to expose the obvious contradiction here.
Yes, Your Honor. So we've got another reason to remember this moron.
Well, what do you think of my debut piece? Get that thing away from me. Larry's sketch added to the court record. Horrible sketch of what he saw the night of the crime. Dog.
Now, hurry up and cross-examine him.
Alright, I'm a donim. I was an artist. What do you think I was doing? Sketching in front of the bridge. Like this. See, I really don't like this fucking thing. I'm a donim. What other donims do we know of, nigga? One, and she's dead now. Alright, you saw Iris flying. You saw her white hood fluttering. Ooh. Are you sure it was her hood?
Objection!
Larry, what did you really see that night? Not that I particularly care.
In your position, that's just being irresponsible. I drew exactly what I saw. I'll give you a whole $1, it's the truth.
That is truly the case, and there's one thing we can say for certain.
What might that be?
The person who flew over the bridge could not have been the defendant, Iris.
What do you mean? I don't understand. A foolhardy folly of a foolish statement by an equally foolishly foolhardy fool. How exactly can you make this claim?
Tell us, Larry, according to the picture, the individual whom you say you saw was wearing a hood, correct?
Of course she was. That rundown shack is quite away from the bridge. The hood is what told me that this floating angel was my Iris. The hood is my darling Iris, and my Iris is the darling hood. It seems there are bigger fools in this world than the one at the defense's bench.
Larry, there's something you need to be made aware of. On the night of the murder, Iris wasn't wearing her hood. She had given it to Wright as a gift. Are you going to change your story now? Perhaps suggest it was Wright who took flight.
Bars, hold on. She gave her hood to Phoenix? Yeah, and she said there were spares. So, who was wearing a spare then? I just need to figure that out. What are you talking about?
I think you understand what I mean just fine.
Why? Why did Nick have Iris's hood?
What?
Gee, what's going on with that Nick and Iris? Why, you, Nick? You dog! I do believe that this unbelievably mysterious sketch is destined to disappear, discredited, discarded, straight into the garbage. Huh. What is it now, witness? It feels like I've been waiting 25 years for this day to come. Gee, today is the day I get to completely stupefy you. You've been waiting your whole life. You haven't met this nigga since birth. Shut up. What is the meaning of your outburst, witness? I hate to have to do this, but I have some definitive evidence. Definitive? Evidence? Iris did indeed come flying over the burning bridge, and I, Laurice Donim, shall prove it. I didn't expect to ask this again, but we shall be needing your testimony once again. Tell us anything you know concerning the defendant as depicted in this sketch, and show us your evidence that this nightmare was actually a reality. Okay, hope you're ready, Edgy, because I'm going to feed you a whopping serving of pain.
You've been serving us a whopping serving of pain this whole time, trust me.
Proof that Iris flew. Y'all ready for some cap? Because it smelled like there's about to be a lot of cap. When I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone, so I was worried. I was so worried, so I frantically searched all over for her. That led me to finding this beautiful... Larry, for the love of fucking God. You have no idea what this is. Okay, great. Okay. I'm sure that Iris was simply wearing a spear hood. After all, no one could have lost a crystal spear that night. Oh, ho, ho. Moron. Crystal sphere? This one. Pretty, isn't it? But finders keepers. That's fear. Where did you find it? Let me see. Around here somewhere? Looks about right.
And it was half buried in the snow.
And it pretty much stopped snowing by then, but there was still some falling as I walked to the bridge. The court accepts this crystal sphere. That's mine, okay? I want it back afterwards. There's something on it. Oh my, it's blood! What? Blood? Yep, crystal sphere. We know exactly what that bitch is. But come on, Larry, you gotta just think for a moment. You ready, Edgy? By tomorrow morning, you'll be calling me Master Larry. But this isn't proof that Iris flew. It isn't proof. Why are you stupid? Why are you stupid? Yeah, I like the sound of that. No one's gonna push me around anymore.
Didn't you want to be called Laurice Donim only a few moments ago? Moments, minutes, whatever it said?
Proof that Iris flew. I reached Dusky Bridge, she was already gone. Yes. Yes. Now.
Larry, that night there was someone who lost a crystal sphere.
There was. Who? Who was this stupid idiot?
Miss Elisa Donim, the mentor to a stupid idiot. The victim. I have a photo of her here.
Oh, can we present, like, any of this?
At the end of her staff, you can see a familiar-looking crystal sphere.
Hey, that's my photograph. Give it back. A crystal sphere like that is quite easy to find. I have one just like it on my brooch.
They look nothing alike. In any case, please take a look at this. This is the victim's staff, found at the scene of the crime.
Ah, the crystal sphere. It's gone. What? Yeah, don't belong to you, nigga. Just what does this mean?
If anyone jumped or flew across the bridge that night, it certainly was not Iris. After all, she was not wearing a hood. More importantly, the crystal sphere found at the landing site was not hers either.
That means the one who flew and dropped the sphere was the victim, Miss Elise Donim. A fool alongside another fool on a fool's errand to reach a foolish conclusion. First of all, this sketch, which I prefer to call a scribble, is ridiculous. Did Chris take damage in KS4? I did. 100%. I took 2 hits because I thought the answer was one thing, which also my answer made sense, but it wasn't the answer. The game was just like, nope, use the map. And I was like, but the picture also proves it. But the map. People cannot fly, thus it is rejected. Get out! And this crystal sphere, this is nothing more than a red herring. You honestly believe that? Give it some thought, and I'm sure you'll realize as well, Miles Edgeworth. Elise Donim was in her room the night of the murder. There was no reason for her to go to Dusky Bridge. Therefore, the sphere cannot be related to the case. That is all.
Miss Francisca von Karma. The only people who will accept that explanation are scatterbrains and clowns.
Why are you pointing at me?
The victim's crystal sphere was found near the bridge the night of the murder. He is to expect us to believe that this has nothing to do with the case.
That crystal sphere was probably thrown away at the bridge after the murder. After the murder? There's blood on the crystal sphere, isn't it? Does it actually suggest that it was thrown away after the murder took place? The killer placed it there to throw the investigation off the scent. Which is the exact same reason that he drew that ridiculous sketch.
The game does that a lot. I haven't really noticed it doing that. Like, there's, like, I would say the 2 times that I've actually taken legitimate damage was because of the game, because I thought my answer would have been okay, and the game was like, no. But I haven't really been hit by that too much. So it seems like it's logical at the very least that sometimes it might happen to other people, but it hasn't happened to me as much. Maybe I'm just getting lucky, maybe I'm reading into it a little bit more better, but either way, I seem to have been going through just fine if it's only tripped me up twice, right? Twice through the whole games, or the whole trilogy.
You mean I'm the killer? No way. Ah. All joking aside, just when did this crystal sphere appear near the foot of the bridge? Unless this can be proven in some way, I refuse to believe this is related to the case.
Case 1-5 would like to know your location. When did I get tripped up on 1-5? What happened? What fucked me? Oh, don't talk to me about... No, stop, don't bring up the jar. The Blue Badger would like to know your location. She makes a valid point. There is no evidence that Elise Donim left Hazakura Temple that night. However, somehow the crystal sphere can be proven to have been dropped before the victim was killed. In this case, is going to transform into something else entirely. It's the reason many playthroughs devolve into trying out random evidence until something works. My god. As long as you understand the game wants you to go through the details and not jump ahead, it's usually fine. Yeah, I think the presenting of the spot of the not the spot, but the picture of the map of Dusky Bridge and the actual witness photo, quote unquote, from the crime scene in Case 4, like, I felt like they presented the same thing, but it was just like one presented it more clearly, and I was kind of getting ahead of myself, right? Your response, Mr. Edgeworth? I want your final opinion on the disposition of this crystal sphere. Well, I mean, it's something that we can prove. Right? If it was half buried in the snow, then it must have still been snowing. Right? Brute forcing evidence and testimonies makes me feel like an absolute brainlet. Yeah, if you brute force some shit, then you're fucked. If it is not related to the case, then this witness who you called will have been nothing more than a monumental waste of time. Prepare yourself for some very appropriate punishment, Miles Edgeworth. Can I prove it? Can I prove that the crystal sphere was dropped before the murder took place? Yes, I can. Can I prove it? That isn't the issue. Simply prove it, that's the only option. That's what he'd do. That's the way Phoenix Wright would do this. Your Honor, allow me to prove something to you. I will prove that this crystal sphere is vital. It is a vital link to solving this case. You will do what? That look in your eyes. You remind me of Phoenix Wright when he is cornered. And that should come as no surprise, because right now I am Phoenix Wright, and right now I am indeed cornered. I order you to present your evidence, Mr. Edgeworth. Evidence that proves that the crystal sphere was indeed dropped before the murder. Well, is that picture supposed to be back there? Because, that seems like a big, it seems like somebody put the walkthrough in front of my face. This crystal sphere, it was half buried in the snow, correct? That's right. If it hadn't stopped snowing, then it would have been game over. Snow would have totally covered it. That's all I needed to hear from you, Larry. Your testimony makes one thing quite clear. What? When the crystal sphere was dropped, it was snowing, even if it was ever so slightly. Snowing? On the other hand, let us look at the scene of the murder. As proven earlier today, there is no snow on the victim's body.
Ah,
Therefore, the crystal sphere must have been dropped before the murder. What? Order, order, order. On the night of the murder, the victim did indeed go to Dusky Bridge, and there something occurred that caused the staff's crystal sphere to come loose.
what could that have been?
The sphere, there is some blood on it, isn't there? Allow me to raise a certain possibility at this junction. The real crime scene was near the foot of Dusky Bridge.
The murder didn't take place in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. Only a fool would suggest such a foolish piece of absolute foolishness.
Just who's the fool, and which part is so foolish, Miss Von Karma?
Have you been paying any attention this whole time, Miles Edgeworth? The sister saw everything. She saw the victim being killed by the defendant in the Hazakura Temple courtyard.
That's not exactly true now, is it? To put it more precisely, what she saw was the murder weapon being removed from the victim's body.
That's the same thing.
No, it isn't. You said it yourself.
Yeah, it's coming back now, nigga. What's going on? You really just fucking... You've really pulled it out. She tried to whip Miles like 4 times and missed all 4 times. Miles dodged that shit. Alright.
If that statement is the truth, then Dusky Bridge could have very easily be the scene of the murder. The murder weapon was not removed, thus there was no bleeding.
You're forgetting one very vital thing, Miss Miles Edgeworth. Elise Onim's body was found in Hazakura Temple. On foot it takes 15 minutes to travel.
Yeah. There's a snowmobile.
Ho ho! I've made it this far. The only place to take this is to the end. I just need to prove that my version of the events is also perfectly plausible.
Now, if the defense is ready, the court would like to have an explanation. Please show us the method. Alright? We don't have the snowmobile as evidence, but we do have...
On that snowy night, there was only one way a body could have been moved. The snowmobile. As we know, the snowmobile was used that night. It was explained as having been used to dispose of the murder weapon. But it also could have been used to carry a body.
This is completely unacceptable, Miles Edgeworth. You've dug yourself into your own grave.
What do you mean?
The only one who could have used the snowmobile was the defendant. She's the one who moved the body. Doesn't that put the final nail in your coffin?
You're too late, Franziska von Karma. In fact, the defense has proven something else entirely. We have shown that this case requires further investigation.
What?
Where was the victim, Elise Onim, really killed? If her body was moved, whatever for? And finally, just what does this image mean?
Oh, well, she hit the picture. She whipped the picture out of his hand.
Do you even need to think about that? Such a creature could never see the truth, let alone describe it.
This witness certainly sits on one of the lowest possible branches of humanity. However, he would never utter a lie that could hurt a girl with whom he is enamored. He drew this, so it is actually something that happened. The defense stands firm on this point.
Edgy, thank you. That settles it then. I cannot give a verdict under these circumstances. You mad?
Right. I seem to have fulfilled my part in this. It is just as I thought. Franziska von Karma, you make a wonderful partner.
Excuse me?
There is one reason and one reason alone for me being here. To expose the darkness lurking in this case and then pass it on to Wright.
Really? That's what this is all about? You could have just told me that from the very beginning. Now!
Miles Edgeworth, I don't care what you were here to do. This is my chance to finally grind you under my heel.
A shame that your chance seems to have slipped you by.
Ow! This is all your fault. Such a terrible witness. You are a foe.
I demand satisfaction? Damn. I cannot believe that the witness's testimony relates to an actual event. However, there has to be some sort of answer for the questions it raises. Have his words here today been the truth or lies? Next time we gather in this courtroom, those are the matters that shall be addressed. I'm counting on thorough investigations by both the defense and the prosecution.
And with this, the rest is up to you, right? Court is now adjourned.
To be continued. We keep it moving. We keep it pushing. Judge is too stupid to be talking down on this nigga. That's correct. Actually an idiot as well. He's slightly less of an idiot than Larry, but yeah, Franzi and then just not get whipped. Dog, you gave her a pet name without her permission. That's just, you take damage now. February 9th. We're back in the fucking hottie clinic? Bro, we're in the ICU. 3:43 a.m. I'm still up at this hour, reading through the trial record of a certain case. It's the first case my mentor Mia Fey had handled in a court of law. The horrifying truth that I refuse to accept is holding me hostage here within its pages. Dahlia Hawthorne, what I read, I don't want to believe. What is written here, this isn't the Dahlia I knew. After falling into Eagle River, I was somehow miraculously saved. But I ended up catching a cold that seemed to knock me around the world and back. I feel dizzy, my ears are ringing, my throat burns, and my head is on fire. And I'm up looking at videos on YouTube.com. But I will recover. I have to recover by this afternoon. I have to meet with the most ill-tempered witness imaginable. But I know that he will be able to help me with him, somehow. February 9th, 2:43 p.m., Dusky Bridge.
Right? Are you sure you're well enough to be doing this? You still look a little green in the face.
Or maybe Viridian in artist speak. Actually, my fever has gone down quite a bit. How's your temperature now? Only 102, nothing to worry about. Okay, he's dying. He's actually dying out here. Anyway, I read today's trial record. You weren't bad, Edgeworth. Pretty impressive despite the circumstances.
We're not in the clear yet. The main point of contention tomorrow is going to be the murder weapon.
Yeah.
In the end, the Shichishido did not deliver the deadly blow, which means there must be another sword hiding out there that we don't know about.
Another sword, huh? Don't you worry about a thing, pal. I'll dig up the murder weapon myself or I'll eat my coat.
Thanks again, Edgeworth. I'll handle things from here. That's probably for the best. Actually, I was thinking about paying the old precinct a little visit. There's something I want to look into. And that is a client's background, naturally.
You mean Iris, sir?
I have the feeling that we've met before. All I want is confirmation, one way or the other. And since I probably won't be getting that from you...
I'm sorry, Edgeworth.
I bid you adieu, Wright. Take care.
Guess I should get moving, too. Why, do you need to be somewhere? Yeah, I gotta get to work on this bridge, pal. I'm rigging something up so we can get across to the other side. Ah, that's right, Maya's still stuck at the inner temple. But don't you worry, pal. As soon as it's all set, you'll be the first to know.
Thank you, Gumshoe.
No problem, pal. Just try not to give me that cough of yours, okay? Alright, I'm off.
Hang in there, Maya. We'll get you out, I promise.
But in the meantime, I've got to continue collecting evidence. Well, so now we can go directly into the scene of the crime because we didn't get to investigate that as Phoenix. But however, February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main gate. Come on, please, it's for art's sake, I swear! There's only one guy I know who could be this persistent and high-strung. Talking about the hero. Enough. Damn, you just out here, huh? Why are you out here? A fool's who foolishly accept the foolishness of a fool's fool. Wouldn't you agree, Phoenix Wright? Me? Wait a second, I know you. You're Ow! Your reflexes and mine need to shape up. My brain's frying like a sunny side up, and you want me to drill over a name? Franzi, you can't do that. Even as we speak, Nick's on the brink of death. Or so I'm told. Whip a dead horse. Isn't that one of your American sayings? No, it's not, and I'm not on the brink of anything. Come on, Nick, tell her, would you? Tell her she needs to model for my picture book, Franzi's Whippity-Whip Trip. Before you ask me to model, learn to at least give semi-coherent testimony. And before that, you'll have to learn how to live a semi-coherent life, Larry. I don't care what anyone says. I'm telling the truth. I saw what I saw. She flew, I'm telling you. Whoosh, just like they do with the red underwear. The nondescript guy with the red underwear. Don't think I'm gonna forgive you guys when you come crawling back to apologize. Off he goes. It's amazing how little has changed with you in the past year, Phoenix Wright. What's up, Franziska? Have you been in Germany all this time? That's right, extending my perfect win record, naturally. Phoenix, if you bring it up, she's gonna hit you. Bring it up. Oh, Joy, sounds like she hasn't changed a bit. Has it really been a year since we first met? Yep. Franziska was born and raised in Germany and became a prosecutor at the age of 13. Her father was the legendary prosecutor, Manfred von Karma. He had a perfect win record for 40 years, but now he is gone from this world, and it's my fault, nigga. It was me. Don't tell me you still hold a grudge against me because of what happened to your father. She's gonna hit you. Run! Phoenix Wright, you will fall before me. This I promise. But it will be for my sake, not my father's. Are we clear? Yeah, Crystal. So about today's trial. In truth, I was shocked. I came back to America with the intention of defeating you. Instead, it was my little brother who was leading the defense. He's older than you. I got you. It's not your little brother. He is older. Edgeworth, come to think of it, Edgeworth was pulled to being a prosecutor by Manfred von Karma as well. Miles Edgeworth told me something very interesting, you know. He said this case has a special significance to you. Because it does. And that's precisely why I am here. Oh. It has relevance to me, and you want to be here? Alright, sick. She called him little brother in game 2 as well? Yeah, and I also brought it up that he's older than her as well. She needs to stop saying that. Wait, this does take place in America? Yeah. One last one. Your personal involvement will make crushing you into teensy-weensy pieces all the better. Yeah, so it does take place in America. It takes place in a fucking weird land of fucking Japan, California. Japanifornia. It's weird. The plug came into Chris's room. Nah, I had to start coughing. That's my bad. It's probably the fever, but she's so openly hostile, it's almost kind of... Gotta grab that one, too. You know what it is. You know what it is. Yeah. Where y'all Maya niggas at? Where y'all at? Kind of quiet. No smirking. No whipping the sick. That foolish fool doing such a foolish favor and for such a foolishly foolish fool. Edgeworth. Make no mistake, Phoenix Wright. I came here for one thing and one thing only. To pulverize you. It's not like I thought you were here to bring me some Cold Killer X, you know. Ah, get it? It's the medicine from the fucking first... It's the first case! Haha! Did y'all remember? Y'all remember the first case? The Cold Killer X? They brought it back. Full circle. Wait, Maya? Fuck no. Mamma Mia? Cease this degeneracy? No. She's cute. Fuck what you're saying. So, what happened? I went over the whole case file on the flight over. You read the whole thing. Yes, every last word of every last sentence of every last paragraph. All the ridiculous things you did to make it a very interesting read, you know. Attempting to cross a burning bridge, did you even consider the dangers? No? The only thing in my mind was I have to get across. A fool who doesn't think more foolish than a fool who foolishly thinks. Gumshoe said he'd let me know once the bridge was repaired. Maya, she's gotta be okay. I just know it. Plus, I need to ask her about what happened at the Inner Temple that night. So, she's not gonna get bitched out by Godot. What would be sick, as I'd love to see a fucking coffee cup and whip clash in midair. Also, shout out to Edgeworth being the only person not to get hit by a whip in court. That's that nigga right there. Alright, but we've got pretty much all we need from you right now, Francisca, so let's go to the main hall. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main hall. There's a ladder combo with Francisca? Oh shit! Hell yeah! I get to I'm slightly upset that we didn't have one with Phoenix, or not Phoenix, Miles, but I'm really great. Is there a ladder oh, okay. I really hope there would be one. But I'm now that that's cleared up, I'm slightly upset that we didn't get a ladder / step ladder question from Miles, but we're probably going to get one with Phoenix when we look at the crime scene. It's going to be great. All right. That was one long sigh. Sister Bikini. A foolish fool who foolishly thinks a ladder is a foolish ladder. What? Is a step ladder? Oh, okay. My, I didn't know you were here. How are you doing? Bro, look at her face. Jiggling. You don't have to pretend to be in a good mood for my sake. I suppose I've made a terrible mess of things, haven't I? I let Mystic Elise die, and then there's Iris as well. Mystic Elise, now that I think about it, there's an acolyte stuck at the inner temple, and that poor little girl has gone missing too. So is Pearl with Maya right now? Has to be, right? If nobody else can find her? Pearl has to have gone over to the temple. So did she want to go for training herself? Or was there some other reason? Because she was supposed to go with Elise. But with the information that the scene of the murder could have taken place at the base of Dusky Bridge, did Maya run to the temple to try, or did Pearl run to the temple to try to tell Maya? Also, I'm gonna say this for the time being, the lightning that struck the bridge, I hate that. That's the worst part of this case so far for me. Like, if the bridge would have just gone out, like, it would have fell, I would have been fine. The fact that it was a lightning strike is a little bit less fun for me. Do they have food in the temple? I do not believe it was said that they do. So Maya is starving once again. They have snow, so they definitely have water, but they don't have food. That little girl? You don't mean Pearls, do you? Yes, I'm afraid I do. She hasn't been seen since the morning after the incident. Pearls, she's missing. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? So, tell me about Iris. I must be getting old. I think I've seriously lost faith in myself. Are you talking about your performance at the trial today? You believe me, don't you? I'm not a liar. I would never lie. I know what I saw. I saw Iris pull that sword from Mystic Elise's body that night. I'm certain of it. At least, I was until this morning. I don't see any psych logs, so she must be telling the truth. Did we get our fucking Magatama back? We did. Yeah. I want to see if any of these change to have something. Wait, hold on. What happened to the, we don't have... I guess we threw away Larry's note, but to be fair, there wasn't really much tall stuff to take the lightning strike for the bridge. Yeah, like, you could have just said the bridge fell, right? Like, the bridge could have just gone out. Then I guess you don't have the burning of the bridge to have Larry draw the photo, but you can rework some details. I just think that lightning striking the bridge is a little bit... and I know that sounds weird as, oh, yeah, we're around people that are talking or are used to being able to talk to spirits, but like that is just eh. The bridge is falling out is eh. I mean, it's a rickety ass bridge. Like, you even had the setup from Maya saying the wood was rotting. Like, I think there's more credence to it falling than lightning just striking it. At least it was set up for the bridge to have fallen, or some of the bridge to have fallen out. It's anime, of course. There's bullshit. Yeah, so whatever. But either way, it's just a minor nitpick from me. I'm an asshole. so it doesn't really make too much difference in the long run, but it just leaves a personal bad taste in my mouth. Just a tiny one, mind you. It's a very tiny bad taste, but it's there. So why are you so unsure of yourself all of a sudden? You know the artist that testified after me? I saw Iris flying, her white hood fluttering. The lightning could be an allusion to the first case, but remember there was no lightning in the first case. Oh no. Okay. If that's the case and somebody actually burned the bridge, then well fuck. Right? Because that possibility is now very real in my head. If we're drawing allusions to the first case, there is definitely some merit in saying that you know, there wasn't a lightning strike at all. It was just somebody set the bridge on fire. But who would set the bridge on fire? Questions for later. I feel like I might start flying myself. I assume we'll get some more questions answered the second we get able to go over to the inner temple, right? When I saw that man testify so fervently about something so impossible, I started to wonder if I acted just like him when I was on the witness stand. I wouldn't take that guy too seriously. He's an artist, but all he draws is trouble. Nothing else. What's the game you're playing after this? I know it's not Apollo. I'm going to be playing Kamegashine, known as, I think the English translation is Your Turn to Die. It's another death game, mystery game. It's not finished all the way, but it has 3 chapters. I've been told they're pretty long, so we'll be playing through that. I've played, and a little bit of a disclosure on that, I played up until character introductions, just to get a feel for the game and the atmosphere of it, and I really enjoyed the little bit I did play. I would say no longer than about like 30 minutes, if that. And it seems like it's really gonna be a fun game to play for me. If both Bikini and Larry are telling the truth, then that could only mean one thing. They both didn't see what they think they saw. Alright, on the night of the incident, you met Iris at the inner temple, is that correct? That's right, I'm sure it was Iris. But Iris claimed she was in her room at Hazakura Temple. I knew I shouldn't have come back here that night, but because you did, Maya is stuck all by herself at the inner temple. I am so sorry. The drafts in that place are nothing to shake a stick at. Winter is especially bad. I'll bet the training hall looks like it's about to fall down any second. Eagle Mountain has always been prone to earthquakes. Earthquakes? Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if the next big one levels the training hall. We gotta get Maya out of there, fast. But still, there's really no reason to worry. The area on the other side of Dusky Bridge is isolated like an island. It's like an island? How so? Well, the only thing on that side of the bridge is the inner temple. No one lives out there, and it's surrounded on all sides by the river or the forest. I see. So a criminal would be trapped should they choose to flee in that direction. And as long as the bridge is out of commission, he or she will have to stay there. That means Maya could be stuck out there with the murderer and no way of escape either. Oh dear, yes, I suppose it does. Please, Gumshoe, get that bridge up faster. Now, I'm curious about a few things, if you don't mind answering some questions. Oh, do you need to know my measurements for your investigation or something? No. I want to know a little bit more about the victim, Miss Elise Donim. How does game selection work? It's usually something that I've seen that's interesting. And, like, if I start playing it, it's just been, like, I play through it a little bit, or... So, it's weird. As of right now, it's literally just been, I played through the Danganronpa games, people suggested Ace Attorney, and there were a couple games to play for Ace Attorney. I wanted to play Kamegashine after playing Danganronpa, because I checked that out. The Channel Point one? Oh, just suggest a game. Literally. Drop your 150 or 150k, select a game, and if I can play it, I'll play it. I would request that you keep it to PC games and single-player games, but I don't really have any bearing on you. I do have a veto option, though. So, and I think, you were both, yeah, right, yeah. So, if you happen to, you play through for the stream, yeah, I'll play it on stream. And if it ends up being interesting, I'll fully play through all of it. So it'll get one stream. If I like it, we'll keep it going. And if I don't like it, it'll be that one stream and then I'm out. For that game, at least. I was going to talk about it when somebody actually redeemed it, but if he hasn't already, I'm going to make him play Honey Pop. Something I won't get banned for, by the way. No fucking dating sims with actual smut in it. But yeah, you suggest a game at the end of the current game. I'll try that out. If it's good for a stream, we'll continue it. If it's not, we move on to the next game. And I'd like to say that it takes precedent after what the queue already is. Honey Pop is banned on Twitch. Yeah, if I can get banned for playing it, it doesn't go. It doesn't go. But keep in mind, if it's something that I actually really enjoy playing, I'll VIP. Or if it's something I haven't played and I enjoy playing it, I'll VIP. How about that? That sound fair? I want to know a little bit more about the victim, Miss Elise Donim. I'm afraid I don't know her waist size, or her bust size for that matter. No, I'm wondering why she came to stay in a place like this to begin with. I mean, she told us herself that she wasn't here for spiritual training. My. You make it sound like this place is some sort of dump, Mr. Wright. Mystic Elise was here to soak up the natural beauty of Eagle Mountain, if you must know. There, you did it again. Sister Bikini? I notice you always refer to Miss Donim as Mystic Elise. Oh. Yes, now why is that? After all, she's not here as an acolyte. We address all our visitors as Mystic. It makes the experience feel authentic. And anyway, she's older than me. You must respect your elders, you know. Yeah, this song is actually really soothing. How do you know that? How can you say for sure that she's older than you? Why? Why is everyone like this? I hate these niggas. Seems Miss Elise Donim was no ordinary visitor after all. And then there's Pearls. She was with Donim on the evening of the murder, now she's vanished. It's all gotta be connected somehow. Why did Pearls have to get mixed up in this mess? Please, Mr. Wright, I know you're worried, but try to keep it together. Oh man, my head's throbbing so bad it's killing me. Excuse me. Pearls, she was with Miss Donim on the night of the murder, remember? Yes, but I have a temple to run, you know. I was busy preparing for the training. I didn't see the little darling even once after we finished eating dinner. One of my main regrets in life is being a normie for so long. I wish I'd played these games closer to when they came out. That's not you being a normie. It's just not you having specific tastes in other things. Because I played through DR1 after its US release, and I was like, this is kind of cool, but I don't think it's for me. And I love Danganronpa now. I really like Danganronpa. I don't think that makes me a normie. I think it just makes me late to the wave. The murder didn't take place right in front of her eyes, did it? According to the detective, she hasn't turned up at home either. Come on, keep calm. There's one place left where Pearls could be. She just has to be there. Come on, Gumshoe. Tell me we'll be done with the repairs soon. Alright, well, I don't think I can break your locks. So, we go. Let's go look at the crime scene. February 9th, Hazakura Temple, courtyard. This is where Sister Bikini witnessed the incident. It's hard to imagine she was lying on the stand, so maybe there are some clues that have yet to be found. Like this step ladder. The main gate's on the other side of this stone wall. The difference in elevation is almost 10 feet. That's how... 10 feet, huh? Oh boy. That's also the height the body fell from, according to the autopsy. Is it possible that Miss Donim was pushed from the top of the wall? What? Phoenix! Damn it. Damn it. They get quite a bit of snow up here on Eagle Mountain. Around here, skis aren't just for fun, but the sled, that's gotta be for Bikini's own personal entertainment. And a few of these stone lanterns scattered around this courtyard. Without the city glare to compete with, I imagine they would seem a lot brighter. I guess Sister Bikini must light them now, since Iris can't be here. The Shichishido, it's right there in Mystic Ami's right hand. But it was proven in court today that it wasn't the murder weapon. Given the design, it must have been used for some pretty gruesome things in the past. Miss Donim's staff. I definitely remember there being a crystal sphere attached to the staff. I guess Larry eventually found the sphere near the foot of Dusky Bridge, but what was it doing all the way out there? Interesting indeed. Is that it? This will give me the same. Oh, I thought it. Oh, I guess it was blue and I was just looking around. The building up there is the main hall. It was where we were staying. It's just kind of funny because it was built on a very steep slope. If you enter from the main gate side, these rooms are above me or on the ground floor. Apparently, Miss Donim was staying in the corner room. I guess that's where she was pushed from last night. Alright. But that's it. That's all for the crime scene? I mean, technically, with Edgeworth getting all the clues here, we don't really need it either, but... Hey! What was that jarring, inconsiderately loud yell? So this is where you've been. Keep it nice and warm, I see. Detective, how you finish your Yeah! I told you I'd let you know. Well, then I'd come along with you. And sorry, ma'am, no unauthorized access. Access is restricted to the people involved in the case. What was that? I'm involved, aren't I? You could get much more involved than me. Or you couldn't get much more involved than me. Oh yeah, but that's not what It's been a while, Scruffy. It's... Karma. Sister, please leave the investigation to me. My. Well, you certainly seem to have everything under control. I'm on your side. I won't do anything you don't want me to do. As you work to pin the guilt on Iris, what are you daydreaming about, Phoenix Wright? Ow, that hurts you. Ow! Silence. How was the Edgeworth and Fran match? That was sick. The sickest of all was that Edgeworth actually was dodging the whip. He knew better. I, Francisco von Karma, will personally guide you through your investigation, so you will follow me. She's not seriously going to follow me around, is she? Well, let's go. Holy shit. Good work. Good shit. Inner Temple Gate. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Things have certainly become a lot more hectic than before. They must have commenced with the investigation. Oh, Mr. Nick! That voice. Pearls, yeah! Pearls! Mr. Nick! So you were here ever since that night. I was so lonely I thought I was gonna die. When I woke up in the morning and saw that Dusky Bridge was gone, I realized I was all alone. She was all alone? Where's Maya? Must have been very trying for you, little girl. Ah, I am Francisco von Karma, the prodigy. There is no need to worry now that I am here. You're the prosecutor who was so mean to Mystic Maya last year. Well, I don't like you. You're nothing but a little girl without your whip. Don't hit the child. Mystic Maya didn't do anything wrong, but you were so mean. I'll never forgive you. Dog, mental damage. It looks like Pearl's words are really getting under her skin. Why are you whipping me? I didn't even say anything. You didn't have to. The smile on your lips gave you away. Anyway, Pearls, weren't you with Maya? Ah! I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Huh? What are you talking about, Pearls? Okay. Hey, wait, Pearls. She just ran off. Ow! That was cruel, Phoenix, right? To make a little girl cry like that is inexcusable. What was it all about? Pearls is acting like that, it's giving me the creeps. Guess I better take another look around since I finally got a chance. Especially since something about this place seems different from 2 days ago. Oh, I never fucking saw this side before. Phoenix, right? What? And would you stop calling me by my full name like that? Was this once a prosperous port? A port? Yes, that metal hook is a mooring post for boats, you know. Oh, that's an anchor for one of the wires that is used to hold the bridge. I think the wire that was tied to this one probably snapped when the bridge burnt. Huh. Also, looking at these statues, 2 of them don't have their coverings. I mean, there's no way there was ever a port all the way up here. Don't get smart with me, Phoenix Wright. But I didn't say anything. Look at all the Buddha statues lined up along this path. Phoenix Wright, do you think this is how many siblings the head nun has? Why don't you ask her the next time you see her? You know what? I think I will. And she'll probably slap you for prying into her private matters. She won't. There's a weird smell coming from that incinerator. The door is also open, almost like it's begging me to look inside. Oh well, let's see what stunning clue is concealed in here, shall we? Huh? It's empty. How naive of you, Phoenix Wright. But it's a bit strange, don't you think, Franziska von Karma? I seem to remember. I don't remember that at all. I never saw this. There was snow in this incinerator the first time I saw it. In other words, someone's been using it to burn something recently. Listen, Phoenix Wright. It's impertinent to call people by their full name. I was only copying you. Alright, so that's about it over here. I see a bridge. It's an unusually long bridge, isn't it? I would say it's about 20 yards. I guess the gorge is too wide to cross without a piece of rope or wire, huh? Therefore, no one has crossed this gorge in either direction since the night of the murder. A simple yet sound deduction, wouldn't you say, Phoenix Wright? Dog, the fact that I'm investigating with Franziska is great. Amazing. The sign says Inner Temple. I don't know how you're reading it, but it's incomprehensible to me. Actually, I can't read it either. Feigning comprehension isn't a very good habit to have, Phoenix Wright. She looks really happy to finally have caught me on something. There's a little gate that leads into the garden. It says no entry on the sign, though. Come now, Phoenix Wright, what are you doing? Let's go in. It's half open anyway. What harm could come of it? But it says no entry. You didn't check the ladder with Franziska, though? Fuck. Fuck. I didn't think I could go back. Don't you Americans enjoy doing whatever you like and simply saying whatever? That's got nothing to do with anything. And who told you that? Please let me leave. Yes. Yes. Move, nigga. Ah. Fuck you. Damn it. I'm not mad. Fucking furious. What? Okay. Questions. So disappointing. Reload the save. Is it even... Can I even get something like that? Can I even get a conversation about the step ladder? I just wanted to see a ladder combo, Chris. No, the fuck you wasn't for you, Nostalgia. That was for the game. It was nothing. It was nothing for you. Is there actually a conversation there? Because I'll look it up later. I'm not going to reload the save. February 9th, Inner Temple Training Hall. Now, there is shit smeared all over the Misty picture. There is an actual lock on the door to the training hall. Interesting. It looks like all the blankets are still there, though. What's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Maya, she was supposed to be, excuse me, in here training. Yet it appears she's nowhere to be seen. What's that? That strange lock? It wasn't there 2 days ago. This whole room is giving off some strange vibes. What do you think this yellowish poster is, Phoenix Wright? It's a scroll, not a poster. It's a picture of a woman who's actually... A woman? I don't see any woman here. There's different atmosphere in this room since the last time I was here. No, it's not a different atmosphere. It's a different smell. It's gravy. What's the matter? This scroll, it's been completely covered in gravy. Ah yes, there's a very appetizing smell in the air. But gravy is a type of sauce. So when you run out of paint, you Americans use gravy as a substitute, I see. Dog. Maybe there's one you get pearls back? There might be. I'll go check it out. Anytime I can. No one does that. For starters, it stinks. This must be the gravy that we had with the roast on the night of the incident. But why would anyone do this? Why this scroll? Alright. So somebody wanted to deface the picture. So Morgan is implicated in this now. I just need to figure out how exactly. Does she have a relation to Dahlia / Iris? Questions for later. This door. When I was here 2 days ago, that weird lock wasn't on it. Those chains, it's almost... Okay, so Franziska sees them too. It's not a psych lock for the door. They're guarding something inside that cavern. I've never seen a lock quite like this before. I have. I've seen locks and chains just like this before. They look just like the one that guards a person's secrets during a psych lock. I wonder if this lock is guarding something too. Dark secrets in a dark cavern? What took you so long? I thought you'd even managed to get here. Why are you here? Godot, buddy? You know niggas have been trying to contact you, right? Where have you been? I thought even you'd managed to get here faster than this, Mr. Trite. Prosecutor Godot, I didn't know you were here. I love the preemptive female voice because I thought it was fucking Maya. I thought it was Maya in the back of the cave. I didn't realize it would be fucking bullshit. Why are you here? Prosecutor, how come you didn't show up at the trial today? Huh, I could ask you the same question. But I had a cold and I was in the fucking hospital. I had something slightly more important than a common cold to deal with. The importance of which is something that you have no hope of ever understanding. Enough. I believe I have the measure of you. You are the very worst kind of prosecutor. What could be more important than a trial? Shut up. Who's the wild mare, Trite? This is Miss Von Karma. She was the acting prosecutor in your absence today. Huh. Well, I guess I owe you one then. But you can go now, princess. It's time for the big boys to take the reins. Hit this nigga! Just who do you think you are? This case is mine. Hey, Philly, know your role and shut your mouth. I can't stand women like you. I'm only gonna say this once, Lady Von Whippingberg. Go home. Don't hit me! What's the problem? Huh. You deserve more cracks of the whip than that, Trite. What? You still don't get it, do you? You don't realize that you set something in motion that you'll never be able to undo. There's something different about Godot today. I'm getting such a strong sense of something from behind that mask of his. Is it anger, or is it sorrow? Yeah, no, she's a... Tsundere power top. You will switch. So, why are you here? You had some important business and that's why you weren't in court? So what was it? Told you once before, but perhaps you don't remember. You see, Trite, I've experienced something most have not. Death. Yeah, sure, Diego. You died. Of course, being extradited from hell is a tedious affair. The meticulous regeneration and adjustment of all your internal organs is, well, let's just say modern medicine allows us all to live to a ripe old age. But even someone like me. So you mean that mask you wear is this ugly device? I promise it's not a fashion statement, my unenlightened friend. Without this, I can't see your frequently dumbfounded face. So those are your actual eyes. She took your sight from you, dog? My mistake. I didn't know. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I still can't see everything. Still, I keep this worn-out piece of junk of a body from going with regular... or I keep it going with regular service. I'm sorry, but... You say you experienced death. How is that possible? What happened? Why don't you ask him? Huh? Me? Yeah, that's right. You. You should know all about it. You know when my life ended, and who ended it for me. Well, Phoenix Wright, do you? I don't know what he's talking about. Although, to be honest, I do feel a little tug at the corner of my memory. I think I do know about how Godot was killed. It'll all become clear in due time. Isn't that right, Trite? Earlier you said I've done something I can never undo. What did you mean by that exactly? The inner temple here on this side of Dusky Bridge is an isolated island. So how the fuck are you over here? That's what Sister Bikini said too. And I wonder, Trite, do you know what the police are doing here today? What do you mean? They're searching for any trace of an acolyte who went missing. Missing? As leader of the search party, I can tell you this with absolute certainty. Maya Fey is not on this side of Dusky Bridge. Huh? But that's impossible. She came here that night and... I won't say it again. The chances of her being here are nil. Excluding, of course, one very unique place. One? Where is that? The Sacred Cavern, the entrance of which we are standing right now. This is the only place that the search party has yet to explore. So they haven't searched the cavern yet. Be aware, though, that the temperature inside frequently falls below freezing. Even if she were in there, the chances of her being found alive are slim at best. No. Which means, Trite, that you sent Maya Fey to her death. You fool. If that's the situation, then why aren't you in there with the search party right now? You must have blinders on, my equestrian angel. Don't you see the big lock and chains? It's a trick lock. I'm making preparations to open it as we speak. Well, Trite, once again, a woman dies because of you. Yeah, sick. Yeah. So this is for the people that are like, damn, who is Godot? Duh. Since chapter 4, right? This is for these people. Because he's clearly talking about Mia. Once again, what are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It was only 2 years ago, after all, when the last unfortunate woman died because of you. Because of me? And do you know who that was? It was Maya Fey's sister. That's right, Mia Fey. Mia? You killed her. No, that's not how it was. It was 2 years ago. Mia Fey was pursuing someone, a man. She bit off more than she could chew. She made a very dangerous enemy. Phoenix Wright wouldn't know about Diego Armando. Yeah, I guess this is technically for Phoenix, but I have a feeling Phoenix would have made the connection without this as well. I think Phoenix could have made that connection without fucking Godot beating it into his head. Yeah, that's one case I'll never forget. But I got that guy, personally. Sure, Miss Fey's murderer was caught, but that won't bring her back. Well, no, but you were with her at the time, you and no one else. It was your responsibility. You should have protected her. You say Mia Fey was your teacher. Well then, I say you learned nothing, Trite. Yeah, this is why Godot is mad? Yeah, like, it's my fault, nigga? Can you shut up? Like, are you quite serious? You let her sister suffer the same fate. Of course, they were dating, but it's not Phoenix's fault. If anything, you should be heated at fucking Red White, not me. And that nigga's in jail. Need you forget? Like, it's not my fault, Diego. Phoenix aided his killer as well. I mean, not really. He had no idea that was going on. It wasn't his fault either. Phoenix had no idea that there was fucking poison or there was poison in that bottle. Godot seems to have no fucking grudge about him dying, quote unquote. Well, he seems to have the biggest grudge about Mia. It wasn't like Phoenix got told, hey, I need you to hold on to this evidence for me because I killed somebody. And Phoenix was like, okay. It was, hey, here's a present from me to you. Oh, thanks. That's a cute looking necklace. Alright, trick lock. What about it? What is this peculiar looking lock? Why don't we just break it open? It would be a simple matter of... I'm afraid we can't do that. This area has always been prone to earthquakes. The repeated tremors have weakened the foundations of the training hall. Any excessive force used to break the lock open would, well, let's just say the inner temple and sacred cavern would be a thing of the past. Very well. Then dare I suggest the obvious solution of opening it with the key. Huh. Sure. Just show me where the keyhole is on this trick lock.
There's no keyhole?
That's right. An interesting puzzle, huh? The person who set this lock isn't the only one who can open it.
Then who was it?
Simple. The accused.
Iris?
An acolyte undergoes training inside the sacred cavern. The attending sister is responsible for locking the entrance. Obviously, the night of the murder was no exception. Maya Fey was to train in there.
He's not the GOAT. This guy sucks. I don't like this guy no more. He's got the cleanest design, but I hate him. Actual bitch.
Sister Bikini did mention a number of times, now that I think about it. She said that Iris was left in charge of supervising the early stages of the training. So Iris, the accused, is the only one that can open this lock.
Well, I mean, now, if we try to open the lock with excessive force, yeah, we might fuck around, like, with a bomb or something. We might set off a fucking cave-in. However, there's chains on the lock, buddy. We can just bolt cutters. That's all we need. That's all you really fucking need to open the goddamn lock. But of course, never mind. We have to open the lock. Yeah, the mental gymnastics required in order to blame Phoenix for Mia's death is some like next level bullshit. Like that's like what was Phoenix supposed to do? Considering Red White, when we came up to his office and were asking him about the murder, he beat us, like he physically assaulted us, and then kicked us out of his office. He would have killed Phoenix too, and then who would have Godot been mad at? Like, all I'm saying, his character motivation right now sucks. Is ass. Iris is the only person who can open this lock. I hope she gets here soon. Hang on there, Mia. Or Maya, we'll get you out.
So, I should be getting back to work.
Wait, Godot. How sure about Maya are you?
There's no doubt in my mind. She's in the sacred cavern somewhere. It's the only place she could be. You better start praying. You better pray that that friend of yours brings the accused back here soon.
Edgeworth?
Listen up, Trite. There's only one thing I want to say to you before I go. I'll never accept you. Never.
You should choose your friends more carefully, Phoenix, right? Would Phoenix really have died? I mean, considering he wouldn't have been able to stop him. Phoenix would have been unconscious at the scene. He would have beat Phoenix over the head. He wouldn't have died. He would have been unconscious, and then he would have been implicated for the murder as well. It would have been the same. Literally, if Phoenix was there, he would have been knocked out, and then Mia would have been killed anyways. Literally, there was nothing Phoenix could have done. So we need fucking Mia to come back in Pearl or Maya and say, no, it was my fault. I'm the reason I died. So that better happen. Looks like I don't have much of a choice. I guess I'll just have to do what I can for now. Alright, so is it possible for us, like, I hate the design of this fucking lock. Like, literally just cut the fucking chains and that's it. But no, it might cause an earthquake. I don't know, should I or shouldn't I? Sounds like someone's talking to himself, but where's that coming from? Yeah, I guess I better wash that off. That's what I'll do. No, but I can't do that. I'm a detective. Ah, my brain. This is driving me nuts. Ah! Is something troubling you, Scruffy? Please don't whip me like that all of a sudden, sir. It was merely a simple greeting. A friendly tap on the shoulder with my whip. So what's up, Gumshoe? Something on your mind? How did you know, pal? Perhaps you were trying to decide... You were trying to decided? That's a typo. Hey. You were trying to decided if you wanted to wash that off or not? There we go, Pog. The lock isn't even attached to the chains, it's on top of them. But even if you wanted to say like, oh, well, you know, the lock is sitting on top of the chains, but that's because there's something behind the lock that actually locks it. It's not through the top of the lock like a normal padlock, but it's like, ugh. These games are riddled with typos. I've noticed a couple of them, but this one, after doing Terry Falls testimonies, where he literally just has bad grammar, it's kind of refreshing to see an actual typo, if that makes sense.
How did you know, sir? Oh yeah, I nearly forgot. You can't go through that little gate there, okay? You mean the one that says no entry on it? I kinda already snuck in there. Was he trying to be clever or something? So what's behind there, Scruffy? A kind of garden-like garden. A garden. Yeah, anyways, it's under investigation right now, so keep out. I'm not telling you, I'm not asking you, pal. You got me? Isn't it? Or, I'm asking. Isn't it normally the other way around? Well, see you later. So, shall we adjourn to this garden, Phoenix, right? Of course. What else would we do? I really want to know what Gumshoe was thinking of washing off. To the garden. Y'all niggas is awful. They wrote Leon upside down. No. There's a strange feeling in the air. I wonder what it is. Strange feeling? Forget about that. What's this strange writing on the stone lantern? Ah! What are you doing here, sir? I thought I said you can't come in here. Don't you know, Scruffy? Avant Karma will always show up wherever there is a clue. And there are plenty of clues to be found right here. But... So, how's the Intertemple investigation going? We have the best forensic team in the world working the place. Forensic team, and what was the outcome of the scientific study? Bai's name was made to be written in blood, huh? Yeah, I guess. Nothing. Scientifically speaking, the place is as clean as a whistle. That's simply not good enough, Scruffy. Do you think I'll let you get away with that? Uh-oh. Well, there were a couple of things that bothered me when I first got here, sir. That stone lantern in the surrounding area is not covered with snow, correct? They look kind of fishy to me, you know, scientifically speaking. So, that's the first thing. Maya I emote. No, we have Iba on the docket. Hold on, let me go get the picture. Fuck, where is it? Wrong DMs. So from the Somnium Files playthrough, we have it's pending. It hasn't gone through yet. I don't know what the fuck Twitch is doing. They need to just go ahead and approve the emote. If we get an Ace Attorney emote, Chris is gonna make it Franziska based. It was either gonna be a Franziska emote, or it was going to be the Phoenix thinking face, where he's just literally just rubbing his chin like a jackass. So we'll think of something, because we're definitely gonna cycle some motes. We have to. All right, so. Miles not in the running. I said we'll have to think about it. There's definitely a lot of contention for a fucking Ace Attorney emote. You calm down back there. So I got the lab boys to look them over. The results were, it's kind of hard to say, actually. I guess I better look into them myself. Whose blood is that on the fucking pillar? About Maya. Oh, did Mr. Godot tell you yet? Yeah, we heard. He's got a search party out looking for her. But there's no one else she could have disappeared to on this side of Dusky Bridge. All we can do is wait for Mr. Edgeworth to get here, pal. Edgeworth? He's escorting Iris, the defendant, over here. Is Somnium Files good? I think the story is decent. There's a little bit left to be desired as far as gameplay and like certain moments go. Like, I was definitely fucking rolling my eyes at certain things in the story and certain repeating events, but it's a decent game for the story. The playthrough that has lost to time. Yep. We'll have to wait, since she is the only one who can open the door to the sacred cavern. Oh, I think Mr. Edgeworth wants to talk to you about something too, pal. Huh? I wonder what that is. Just don't be expecting any good news when you talk to him. When I spoke to him, he sounded so down, it felt like I was drowning. Sounds pleasant. Alright, so. Move, nigga. What's this? There's a charm or something poking out from the snow. It looks pretty old. There's a leather cord tied to it, too. Apparently, it belonged to the victim. To Miss Elise Donim? Yeah, there was a broken leather cord around the lady's neck. The ends of the cord found on both the victim and the charm match exactly.
Sounds to me like this little trinket is going to be my ticket of getting some very big answers. Yeah, so if it wasn't clear, Elise is Misty. Thank you. I remember hearing Oda in the streams. Did he ever improve? No. Oda sucked, and it, as a matter of fact, got worse. What the heck is that? Uh-oh, you spotted it, huh, pal? Are you kidding me? It couldn't be any more obvious. It says, Maya. And before you ask, it's written in blood. You will answer all our questions now, Scruffy, without exception. Yes, sir. Alright. Bloody writing. Maya, so these letters are written in blood. Yeah, what's worse is it's the victim's blood. What? Huh? This is Miss Donim's blood? We haven't done a detailed analysis yet, but it's looking that way, pal. Most interesting. Phoenix Wright, I presume you know, don't you? Why Maya's name is written upside down? Well, it's because Leon stabbed her in the chest, and she was backed up against the wall. It's the only way she could write. You know what? That was really bothering me, too. But I just came up with the answer. The result of my own special gumshoe investigation. Really? Do tell. Well, on the night of the murder, that stone lantern was upside down. Hit him. Ahem. Anyway, there's really only one logical explanation to this mystery. Miss Elise Donim wrote these letters herself in her own blood. You must be joking. That's impossible. From the writing in the victim's blood and the other clues left behind, it seems likely that this garden was the exact scene of Miss Elise Donim's murder. At least that's how our current theory looks on the event, or how... That's our current theory on how the events took place, pal. What? So Miss Donim was killed here. However you want to look at it, that's what people are saying now. Then what Sister Bikini saw in the courtyard of the main temple was... Well, what was it? If that wasn't the scene of the crime, what did she see? What do you think, Miss Ah? Surely a special gumshoe investigation will reveal the answer, no. But wait a sec, the bloody writing and all the other clues here, someone could have easily set all that up after the murder, right? Sorry, but that's not an option, pal. Why not? How quickly you forget Phoenix Wright? The fucking bridge was out, guy! Yes. I was overseeing repairs to the bridge the whole time. No one came over here before me and my men. Which means no one could have planted all this stuff here, pal. I can't think of a counter-argument to that. Well, I knew it. I should have washed the blood off the lantern as soon as I got here. You would have hid the fucking evidence from the crime scene? Dog, no. If this really was the scene of the crime, then I need to figure out exactly what it was that Bikini actually saw. Well, let's go talk to her. To the training hall. No, to the gate. Not the training hall. Excuse me. Suspension bridge. We gotta go to the main hall, right? February 9th. Oh, the main gate. That works too. It seems you have a visitor. Mr. Wright. Iris, I'm really glad to see you. Godot managed to mobilize the police by claiming a state of emergency. Not him again. Never mind him. We've got to hurry and hurry and unlock the sacred cavern. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. It's my fault someone so important he was locked in there. Mr. Edgeworth, can we finish our conversation later? All right. Let's hurry to the inner temple then. I'll see you later, Wright. Wait, Edgeworth, I'm coming with you guys. Sorry, Wright, I can't allow you to come with us. What? I hate to be the one to break it to you, but Maya Fey is in a rather delicate position. What do you mean, a delicate position? This isn't simply a rescue operation, right? It's also an investigation. That being the case, we can allow members of the public to interfere. Come on, Edgeworth. If anything happens, you'll be the first to know. Please understand, Wright. Mr. Wright, all that matters is that Mystic Maya is rescued, correct? Listen to the voice of reason for a change, Phoenix Wright. I feel Iris is either Dahlia in disguise or some weird reincarnation. I feel like she's a sister. I feel like Dahlia and Iris are just just two sisters. I just need to figure out what relation they have to Morgan. Because that's the only reason I have for motive.
Especially with her scroll being covered in fucking gravy, right? Literally, who's this? I don't remember this person.
From now on, consider anything beyond Dusky Bridge to be off limits. We'll be going now. Excuse us.
This is no time to be standing around, Phoenix Wright. Aren't there other things that demand your attention?
Thanks for reminding me.
February 9th, Hazakura Temple, Main Hall. Sister Bikini looks like she's shrunk some since I last saw her. I mean, yeah. Don't be so rude, Phoenix Wright. What's wrong, Sister Bikini? My, hello you two, how are you doing? From the sound of that sigh, I guess she's still pretty down. Iris was just here, you know. She was accompanied by that handsome crimson-clad prince. Is she talking about Edgeworth? Are you talking about Krillin? Unless this case has 3 trial sessions, I feel we're going to be investigating for a long-ass time. We've been investigating for a minute. It was just a courtesy call. I wasn't allowed to talk with her at all. Oh dear, it's all my fault that this has happened. Poor Iris. She was worried about my back, would you believe? What have I done to her? Only what you had to, sister. You bravely and truthfully testified about what you saw. There's no shame in that. And we'll see to it that your testimony wasn't made in vain. Well, I don't hear anyone else saying that. Mr. Bluesuits doesn't seem to share your opinion, I see. Huh. Oh, yeah, you did great, Sister Bikini. Ah! Absolutely spectacular. You two are the only ones who have said that to me. I can't shake the feeling that I just became a shill to a shrew. Do you have a problem, Phoenix Wright? Sure, she was brave enough to testify so truthfully like that. But I know she's still hiding something. Guess it's time to break those psych locks of hers. Alright. Don't even know how much longer I'm able to stay awake. Dude, if you're tired, you don't have to stay here. The VOD will be here if you want to catch the end of it, but I would say definitely, if you're tired, just take some rest. There's no need to stay up with me. Sleep Warrior. Sister Bikini. The truth is becoming increasingly clear to me. I'm convinced that Miss Elise Donim had a special significance to this temple. As to why she had special significance, I believe it has to do with her true identity. What on earth are you talking about? She mystically was an author. Just an author of picture books. To be honest, I had my suspicions almost immediately after I met her. Suspicions? Yes, but I didn't have any evidence to support my theory, you know. But now I do. This piece of evidence proves Miss Donim's true identity. Miss Donim had this charm on her at all times. Where did you... This isn't some cheap good luck charm either. Then, what do you think it is, Mr. Wright? What could a talisman like that possibly mean? It's a talisman, is it? Interesting. Oops. This thing speaks volumes about who Miss Donim really was. This talisman and one other item unequivocally prove Miss Donim's true identity. Misty Faye. The painting obscured by the gravy stains at the moment. But this scroll shows the Master of the Crane channeling technique. The crest at the top of that is a sign. The crest at the top is a sign of that honorable title. The very same crest that adorns the talisman the victim carried with her. This crest is reserved for the Master of Crane. Who on earth told you that nonsense? I've got no idea what you're talking about. The new Master, Maya Faye, told me. What? You mean that acolyte is Misty Faye's daughter? Yes. Are you sure? Yes. In fact, since her eldest daughter passed away, Maya is Misty Faye's sole successor. Oh, damn. I'm gonna keep it a buck. I estimate at least 30 minutes or to an hour more of investigating than 2 hours of trial. Damn. Alright, someone has a gun and is running around in my area. Well, stay inside. You'll be safe sealed. Mystic Elise graced us with her presence about a week ago. Bobby Schmurda niggas. When she showed me the talisman with that mark on it, well, I nearly fainted. No one had seen her since she disappeared 17 years ago, after all, and now she's fucking dead. My god. What is the significance of this talisman, sister? The Karain talisman is the symbol of the Master of Karain. The bear must carry it with them, always, until their death. Until their death. So Elise Donim really was Maya's mother, huh? She was Misty Faye, the master of the Karain channeling technique.
I haven't played this episode, and mind you, it's just conjecture. Of course, just a little bit. But I told everybody today we're finishing this. The truth comes out at last. It looks like we're making some headway here. Tell me, sister, after 17 years, why did she just choose now? Why did she choose to show herself now? Because something that happened to call her out of hiding. What happened? Well, earthquake. Oh no. It can't be. Oh my goodness, the inner temple. This kind of tremor might... The inner temple? The sacred cavern in the training hall. It might very well cave in. What? Maya. To be continued? Nope. It seems to have passed. Yeah, Edgeworth on the other island fucking yelling. Literally just fucking Tyrese screaming over there. We just can't stand here and do nothing. Let's go. What? Where? To the inner temple, of course. Where else? Sister Bikini, we'll finish this later, alright? Like, dog, could you imagine? Just yelling. Of course, you run along now. People may have been hurt. I must get some first aid kits ready. Come on then, Phoenix Wright. They won't bar you from entering as long as I'm with you. Yeah, so y'all really trying to say to me now that Franziska is not the better option for Phoenix? Some of y'all still trying to shill that Maya? Okay, I get y'all. Thank you. Right at that moment, I had the worst feeling in my gut. We just had an earthquake. I wonder if he's alright. Literally not asking about Maya, asking about his friend. Yeah, nah. Yeah, okay. You look worried. Are you thinking about Miles Edgeworth? Come on, let's go. Alright, but first. Son of a bitch. I had to check. Maya will always be viewed as a friend? Of course. Gotta hurry to the inner temple and... Right? Ah, what are you doing here? How could I have... How do you expect us to understand if you don't speak up? Hey, why am I the one getting whipped? She's gone. No. The defendant Iris, she's gone. Gone where? She fled. She escaped. What? So, it was just now during the... tremor? It's easy to see Edgeworth's one and only weakness, his fear of earthquakes. Yeah, Pearl is a Nick and Maya shipper, but yeah, nah, she's 9. I should have known better than to escort the defendant alone. As soon as the ground started shaking, everything went dark before my eyes, and I stupidly passed out. That incident haunts you to this day, doesn't it? It's no excuse for letting the suspect get away. I can't believe I let it happen. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end. Who is pinging me? Oh, it's got a Twitter follower. Never mind. Right, the inner temple area is a dead end, so she could have only escaped to this side. We haven't seen her. Then we need to get a manhunt underway now, and search Eagle Mountain from top to bottom. Wait, Edgeworth, have you thoroughly checked the inner temple yet? Don't be ridiculous, why would I? The inner temple is like an island. There's no way to escape but to cross. No, that's not it. Iris isn't the type of person to run away, Edgeworth. What are you talking about? Sister Bikini mentioned something when we were with her. She said that the sacred cavern might have caved in because of the earthquake. Then you think Iris might have gone to the inner temple to check out the situation. Listen, Edgeworth, I'm sure she's at the inner temple. A manhunt is not necessary. Well, how do you know that, you moron? There is no way you can know that. Right. Let's not waste any more time. We need to get the training hall's sacred cavern now. Alright, let's go. February 9th, Inner Temple, Training Hall. Fortunately, the sacred cavern hadn't caved in, but what we found was something none of us could have ever expected. How can there be even more locks? What is the meaning of this? Iris. Iris, please tell me. What the hell is going on? To be continued.
Ha! Never mind. Well, fuck it. More investigation. Yep. February 9th, Intertemple Training Hall.
Right? Is this what Godot was talking about?
Yeah, the trick locks.
Now then, Iris, please remove these at once.
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm afraid I can't. It's not possible for me.
What?
During the earthquake, when the cavern was in danger of caving in, Iris escaped. And I know there was only one lock when I last came here. So you're saying that you can't undo these new locks? Yes.
If only I was stronger.
Edgeworth, how are you feeling? You look a little pale in the face.
Like you want to talk with your face all green.
Miles Edgeworth, go get some air. I'll watch over the suspect. You go get a grip on yourself. Don't be ridiculous. Oh, first time he's been hit after an earthquake. Keep in mind. Keep in mind. Literally had to take damage. Alright. Pushing for Iris despite her not really doing anything yet suggests me he knows something, so I'm gonna back off for now. Duck game, niggas. Wrong person. Yeah, no, I got confused too reading that. There's no telling what sort of mistakes you can make in your current state. Yo, lower your voice? Just for a little bit. Just a little bit. Go and get some rest. That is your only concern now, Miles Edgeworth.
Understood. I'll handle the investigation in the garden. You take care of things here.
Edgeworth. He's got so much pride that he's probably off crying in a corner of the garden. Pride is simply another trap that hinders us in our lives. That said, one must have the pride to be effective on the job. At any rate, it seems that this is where we part ways, Phoenix Wright. I'm going to stay here and see if I can help solve these bothersome puzzles. I see. Well, thanks for your help. Now then, do you mind if I ask you a few things, Iris? No, not at all. Yeah, no, she says, in your current state, like, she's like, oh, shit, I actually hit him with that one. My god. This would be a perfect time for this sweating Phoenix emote. Yeah. There's a lot of good sprites that we can use for a Phoenix Wright emote. I just gotta go through them all and look at a good one. She's probably gonna keep whipping the locks. Why did you make a run for it, Iris? I'm sorry. I heard the Inner Temple had been severely shaken by a strong earthquake we had. I was so worried I just had to come and see. In other words, you didn't run away to escape the law. At least we're clear on that. I can't tell you how relieved I was when I saw the sacred cavern was alright, but... But what? Then I saw these chains here. I saw all these extra locks that someone had put on the sacred cavern's door, and... Who in the world would do something like this? These trick locks are a sacred treasure of the Karain tradition. There are hundreds of ways to set them. That's why only the person who set the lock can open it. And you aren't the one who set these locks. I don't think it's that simple, Francisca von Karma. When we were here the first time, there was only one lock. But now somehow there's 5 of them. What does that mean? It means that someone wanted to secure the place even more. And they wanted to secure it before you got here, Iris. Presumably because they wanted to make sure Maya Fey couldn't get out. That means that Iris can only open one of these locks, the first one. Yes, that's correct. What? Well, go ahead and pop it off so we can fucking prove that theory. Iris, try to think, please. Is there any way around this? Well, like I said, there are 100 different ways to set these locks. I suppose if I went through every combination with each one, I could remove them. But it will take time, won't it? Yes, about a day if I had to guess. A whole day. Well, that's better than leaving the locks in place. Will you do this for us? Sure, I'll do whatever I can. You gotta wait another day? Hang in there, Maya. You're gonna have to call in your inner strength now. Alright, so the night of the crime. You know what, Iris? There's still one thing I don't quite get. And what might that be, Phoenix Wright? I think it's obvious. Iris, on the night of the murder, where were you? Please, Iris, don't give me that look. You told us that you were in your room at Hazakura Temple at the time of the incident. But you were seen that same evening in the Inner Temple. And then you were spotted at the scene of the crime in Hazakura Temple, too. Almost like there were 2 of you. Being spotted at both Hazakura Temple and the Inner Temple. It's as if you were... Well, Iris, I think it's about time you told us the truth. Yeah, lock up. I fucking hate these people. So, just shut up. I really don't fucking like. I like just tell the truth. Just tell the fucking truth. I'm out of here. Maya following COVID quarantine protocol for social distancing pog. All right, let's go. Let's go check out the garden. Cops are still combing the place. They look pretty nervous. I'd be nervous too. It's got to be a tough job, especially with someone giving you the evil eye the whole time. How could I have done that? Still can't believe it's bothering him. Edgeworth? Hey, don't you dare run away. What do you want, Wright? What do I want? If you came here to laugh at me, then get on with it. Go on, laugh away. I was ready to hug it out with him, but he's just being the same prideful Edgeworth. You went back to the Criminal Affairs Department, right? You said you wanted to look into something concerning Iris. Yes. And thanks to what I found, I was reminded of something terrible. Alright, so you guys are putting a lot of effort in the investigation of the garden here, huh? There's a high chance that this is the actual scene of the crime. That's why. Maybe because of the writing in the blood and the talisman in the snow? Exactly. As you know, those things couldn't have been planted here after the murder. But surely you don't suspect Maya, do you? We have to treat everyone as a suspect. Maya as well as Iris. It's our job, right? So, I guess you still haven't got over your fear of earthquakes. It's PTSD, Phoenix! No, though thankfully my nightmares have stopped. But still, if the ground gives even the slightest tremor, I find myself short of breath. 17 years ago, when we were little school kids at the same elementary school, Edgeworth found himself in the middle of a murder. It all started with that big quake that hit the courthouse. Yes, I was stuck in the elevator with my father, who was a defense attorney. We were deprived of oxygen and we passed out. That's when it happened. That single gunshot that shattered my whole life. I lost everything that day, all because of that earthquake. My dreams, my family, and myself. It's been more than 17 years now, and that case was resolved 2 years ago, right? You think I don't know that? I was there, but it was such a shock. I never imagined I could be so wrong about myself and my life. I'm sorry, right? There's nothing else I can say. Not after you chose to become a lawyer for my sake. Not after you saved me. Edgeworth, you're stronger than you think, so no more of this self-pity, okay? Say it out loud! Be his friend! Be his friend! There was something that bothered me about her the moment we met. I felt like I'd seen her somewhere before. No, wait. Not somewhere. I feel like I'd seen her in court before. So you went back to Criminal Affairs Department to look for her file? Yes, I checked over every case file I've ever worked on. And I was right. I had seen her face before, 6 years ago. 6 years ago? It was my first appearance in court, and as cases go, it was my worst nightmare. So, who is she? Sorry, right? I can't give that information away to a member of the general public. Why not? It might be the most crucial piece of evidence in the puzzle that solves this case. The woman I knew was the daughter of a jewelry store. She had nothing to do with Iris and Hazakura Temple, and neither did the case. No, that woman is completely unrelated to this murder. Unrelated? Yes, I can say that with complete confidence. Wrong, Edgeworth. She's totally related to this case. I need to fill Edgeworth in. I need to explain the connection between the Iris and the woman Edgeworth knew. Whoa. Can I present anything? Do I have anything to present? I don't think I can. Nothing that proves that there's a connection between this quote-unquote woman, which is more than likely going to be Morgan. Yeah, I don't have anything. Well, shit. I assume this was supposed to come later, and I'm just an idiot. February 9th, Inner Temple Gate. Finally getting to the bottom of this case. I can count on Iris to break those locks, so I should try to gather more clues. From Sister Bikini, Edgeworth, Gumshoe, and Pearls. Alright, well, let's go to, we should probably go to the, see if See if we can find anything at Heavenly Hall, I think would be a good idea. February 9th, Dusky Bridge. Finally getting to the bottom. Are you sure, Phoenix? Yeah. Yeah, alright. It's weird that no one was around all of a sudden. Sure gets quiet up here in the mountains when you're all on your own. Speaking of alone, I guess I should go check out the shack just down. Okay, well, Phoenix wants to go to Heavenly Hall anyway. Maybe I'll find Larry there sulking again. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Oh, Mr. Nick! Pearls, what are you doing here? Nothing? What about Mystic Maya? Is she alright? Well, we don't know yet. Oh, I see. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Stay away from the 9-year-old, Larry. Larry? This is the loser shack, where losers get together to lose themselves. This is the what? Hey, we find comfort in each other's failures, okay? You got a problem with that? Look, Mr. Nick, Mr. Larice did a picture of me. That's, great, Pearls. We're gonna go gather firewood now. We'll be cooking some half-rotten potatoes over a miserable little campfire. So, stay out of our way. I don't believe this. Why can't he try getting fired up over becoming a better man? No one believes a word I say anymore. Listen to me, Pearls. You don't want to trust this kind of guy, okay? He'll only let you down. Oh, Mystic Maya. Shut up, Larry. Alright, so, about that sketch. Is there something you want to tell me about that picture? I've got nothing to say to you, Nick. My life's here now with Pearl. 2 losers cooking potatoes forevermore. What am I gonna do with it? Alright, then what do you think about this Pearl? Or picture, Pearls? I think it's really well drawn. I can't draw at all, so I think it's really amazing. See, someone appreciates it. It's tough getting the flames to look like that, you know? It's supposed to be Sister Iris flying through the air, isn't it? I love it. It's like a dream. A wonderful fantasy. No, it wasn't a dream. She really flew. I'm telling you, Iris really flew that night. But Mr. Larice... Not you two. Please don't look at me like that, Pearl. Don't look at me like I'm some kind of nutcase, I beg of you. This picture really is a representation of what Larry thinks he saw. Okay, so I was half asleep when I was here that night. But I was wide awake after the lightning struck. And I saw what I saw. It was exactly like I drew in the picture. And it looks like I don't have any choice but to take this sketch at face value. Yeah, no, Pearl's great. I like Pearl. What's with the look of doubt on your face? Also, her theme is really upbeat and happy. It's a nice theme. Pearls. Yes, Mr. Nick? I've been meaning to ask you about the night of the murder. Where were you, and what exactly were you doing when it all happened? I was just, well, I'm just a kid, you know? I'm sure it doesn't really matter what I was doing, does it, Mr. Nick? Sorry, Pearls, but yes, it does. On the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Miss Donim's room, reading a book together. But Miss Donim was murdered, and you, Pearls, were at the Inner Temple. Just what exactly happened that night, Pearls? Don't. Pearl. And Gala. No. I'm really sorry, Mr. Nick. Fuck. Son of a bitch. I've been a bad girl. That's why I'm being punished. What are you talking about, Pearls? My spiritual power, it has disappeared? What do you mean? Her powers have disappeared? What do you mean your power has disappeared, Pearls? It's all over for me. A spirit medium who can't channel spirits is like a painter who can't paint. Hey, what are you looking at me for? Pearls, did you try to channel someone's spirit right here at Hazakura Temple? Tried but failed, perhaps? Way to go, Nick. You made her cry. That's really cruel of you. Just as I thought, I'm going to have to break her Cyclops to get the truth out of her. So, you need to tell me who you tried to summon, but I can't get that from you right now. I'll be back, Pearl. So, main gate. Hazakura Temple, main gate. I wonder if Sister Bikini's back at the main hall yet. I haven't seen Gumshoe for a while either. Maybe they're having a cup of tea together somewhere. I bet Gumshoe is Sister Bikini's type. Well, February 9th, Hazakura Temple, main hall. Well, what's the damage? How's the Sacred Cavern? It looks like it survived, but we have a bigger problem now. I told Sister Bikini all about it. About the 5 locks that were stopping us from getting inside the Sacred Cavern. But who could have done that? The only people who know how to set those locks are those of Korean tradition. Are fucking Iris and Dahlia foster children to Morgan? Is that how they would know how to set the locks? Did Dahlia really escape prison? Oh boy. We have Iris at the Sacred Cavern trying her best to open them for us right now. Actually, there's something I've been meaning to talk to you about, Sister Bikini. Oh yes, we were in the middle of a chat, weren't we? A little bit, just a smidge. Is the only other child the character the fanboy of the Steel Samurai? Yeah. That's about right. The only other kid that we've seen directly? Yes, you were telling me how the Master of Korean disappeared 17 years ago. Morgan could manipulate Pearl into doing it if she was threatening to hurt Maya. Pearl would not have... You're gonna sit here and tell me Pearl committed murder? Fuck that. Nah. It do not make sense. She could have set the locks, though. True, about setting the locks. Not actual murder, but setting the locks. You're right. I don't know what it means, but in Turnabout Beginnings, Dahlia seemed to recognize Mia somehow. Yeah, of course. Yeah, the locks. Right. It took me a second to realize what you were saying, but yes. Pearl could have definitely set the locks to make sure nobody was getting to Maya. I want to know why Misty Face suddenly appeared at this temple. It was about a week ago when Mystic Misty arrived. After she showed me the talisman that proves she was the master, she said, "Someone's trying to destroy the Korean tradition's main family." Yep, Morgan. I'm here to put a stop to them. Someone's trying to destroy the main family line? There's only one heir to the title of master at any time, and it's usually the eldest. In Case 1, Dahlia hadn't met Mia, though, because Case 1 was after Case 4. Okay, no. I thought Turnabout Beginnings was was Case 1. That's my bad. So, yeah. Fuck, okay. Yeah, no, makes sense. No, I'm right? What? You misread? Oh, okay. That's my bad. My bad. Fuck it. Dahlia was like, "Are you?" and was cut off. Huh. No, that makes sense. Yeah, because she was like, "Only you, Mia Fey," or some shit like that. So then that makes sense if Dahlia / Iris is a foster child / children to Morgan. That would also be a good fucking like early lead-in sign from her name being Melissa Foster. Foster child, some shit like that. Alright. All the other meetings have become branch family members with no hope of controlling the clan. Case 4 is bridge to the turnabout or some shit. Oh yeah, I got you. I see where SNRGTC is coming from. That makes sense. Imagine how broken Mia could have been if she had her full spiritual power as a defense attorney. That shit would be insane. That's not fair. That's why nothing has changed throughout the course or the history of the clan. This is bridge to a turnabout, Case 5. What the fuck is fucking 4 then? I thought 4 was turnabout begin. I'm gonna go back and look at them. How about that? Because I don't fucking know. Case 1 is turnabout memories. Well, never fucking mind. I don't gotta go look at them. Is the power of the Master Forge this much bloodshed? Has to be, because there's this much bloodshed. You believe in the technique, Mr. Wright, don't you? You know the power is real. You know its power is real, rather. Yes, I do. It's been 2 years since I first met Maya, and that time I've seen her channel the spirits of the dead plenty of times. I mean, would she be broken, though? She wouldn't be able to communicate with anyone because she passes out, basically, while calling. She could, like, record herself. Like, if... I think Mia would have probably had the wherewithal to, like, summon a spirit and set up a video camera, and then like have questions written down that the spirit is supposed to answer. Mia seems like she'd be smart enough to do that. Mia would be fucking sick. The only reason Maya is so good is because she summons Mia, and Mia is actually able to talk. So, interesting enough, what if Pearl was trying to call somebody that wasn't dead? And that's why she thinks her power has gone away. I just thought about that. I need to figure out who she was trying to call then. That's the question. During the Mask case and during Maggie Bird's trial too. Thanks to Maya, Mia's always on hand to help out when I need her the most. With the second person, yes, but without them, you're relying on the spirit alone. Yes, of course, but you can set stuff up to make it so that the spirit actually like cooperates. You can set stuff up beforehand before you do the channeling. Like I said, like have like a list of questions and a video camera that the spirit is supposed to watch. You can write some notes. You can do a lot of stuff on your own. You're a little bit more limited, but you can be creative enough to make it work. The Crane technique has made a huge difference to the world, you know? I mean, the ability to commune with the dead, that's true psychic power, you know? Members of the tradition have always been there, left behind, or have always been there behind every important leader. Check Twitter. Oh boy. What'd you do? Gallows go to jail. Why are you like this? Why? I just want to know why. Who wouldn't respect such a tremendous skill? I suppose so, but with all that power and influence, I kinda expected you to be really rich by now. Are you saying we're poor, Mr. Wright? You're very direct, aren't you? Also, doing it alone, you need to know the spirit beforehand so the spirit doesn't take over and do something stupid. Yeah, you can lock a room. You can create a locked room. You can, there's a way you can, like I said, it's not as direct as doing it with somebody else, but there is a way you can do it and make it so that it's good enough to work. People don't believe in it anymore, you see, all because of one little mistake. A mistake? What mistake? DL6, nigga. It was 17 years ago. That's when everything came crashing down. All because of that incident. That incident? She's talking about what I think she is. I'm sure the record still exists if you're interested. Locked up, of course. It was called the DL6 incident. That's the name of the file. DL6 incident? I fucking knew it. DL6 incident? I knew it well. Or I know it well. I handled a related case just 2 years ago. Ah, that's right. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that. So it was you who was the defense attorney on that case. A murder that took place 17 years ago. It was the first time in the country's history the police ever used a spirit medium. The idea was to channel the victim's spirit to learn the identity of the murderer. And the medium who performed the channeling was Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Through Mystic Misty's channeling, the name of a certain man surfaced. Armed with that evidence, the investigators were spurred into action. But that man, he was found not guilty, wasn't he? That's right, he was. And the case remained a mystery until we solved it. Me, nigga. Me, nigga. It's all me, nigga. It would be very good just saying Maya's spirit calling is a great help because Phoenix is there to make use of it. Of course. Right. Like having someone else to help is so much more beneficial. But Mia herself still would be really good. Because imagine Mia as Mia able to summon spirits and then Phoenix is next to her. Granted, you could say that a lot of Phoenix's growth is because Mia is no longer with him, but she still helps every now and again. Imagine. Oh yeah, and like the DL6 case, a lot of the time the spirit wouldn't know who killed him. Yeah, of course, but you can still draw a lot of evidence from it. There's still stuff you can do. It's not a complete sham. Frames? Hey? Frame buddies? You gotta stop. I'm gonna wait till this rides out. Cause it's gone out, it keeps going up. Frames? We good? In other words, we failed. It was the first case the world had ever seen the Korean tradition openly involved in. It was all over the media, the public, the judiciary, the people of Korean Village. Everyone judged her. Everyone said Mystic Misty's powers were a sham. And then she just disappeared, vanished, while everyone still thought of her a fraud. But I know the truth. Misty Faye's spirit channeling wasn't a sham at all. Of course it wasn't. And since he managed to reveal the truth, we're finally making a comeback. Mia being dead is definitely good for Phoenix's growth. Hopefully it doesn't come across as bad. No, I get exactly what you mean, because that's kind of what I was saying. You can make the argument both ways. I still think that when Mia pops up, though, it's definitely in the moments where Phoenix needs to grow the most, and she's just kind of giving him a push. So effectively you can reach the same thing with Mia retiring, but obviously you don't have a lot of the events of the games take place as the way they do. So there's a couple things that you can draw from that, and neither of the interpretations are wrong, right? The Korean tradition is starting to recover at last, but with a new master wielding the power of the clan. Does she mean Maya? So, family feud. Get Steve Harvey out here. The spiritual power of the Korean channeling technique is in the blood. Maya's told me the exact same thing before. Yep. Only women can inherit that power. The main family's bloodline stems directly from Mystic Ami. But with each new generation, only one daughter becomes the new master. And the ones who don't become branch families, right? That's right. And it's always the cause of the tragedy. Well, fucking, why have multiple daughters at all? Why not just have one daughter and make sure that she is the strongest? Why have multiple daughters then? It seems pretty dumb. You know, Maya had a sister too, an older sister named Mia. Oh yes, I've heard of her. What? You know about Mia? Of course. She became a lawyer in the hopes of discovering what happened to her mother. And lost her life as a result. Do you know what Mystic Mia was rumored to have said? She said it wasn't only because of her mother that she became a lawyer. She also didn't want to fight with her sister over the leadership of the tradition. Really? Well, she saw what happened to her own mother, Mystic Misty, as she grew up. I guess Mystic Mia got tired of seeing all the rivalry between her mom and aunt. Yep, here comes Morgan. We asked 100 people, which Fae would you write in your will? Top 8 answers on the board. That's right, Misty Fae had an elder sister too, and Misty, having superior powers, managed to usurp the master seat from her. Mystic Misty's, Jesus Christ, sister is Mystic Morgan, as you probably know. Morgan? There's a name I know well. It was a year ago now, at Maya's home, Crane Village. What she did was terrible. It was all so she could make her own daughter the next master. I suppose if you know about Mystic Morgan's daughter, then you must have already realized that Iris... Iris? What's Iris got to do with any of this? Just shut up and let her speak. That Iris is Mystic... Yep. I smelt it. Iris is what? Is she kidding me? Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter. Did you say that Iris is Morgan Faye's daughter? Oops, I thought you already knew. I did. It sounded like you'd met one of Mystic Morgan's daughters already. I have. I know her very well. Oh? Yes, Pearl Faye? I always thought she was an only child. You jest. That child, she's Mystic Morgan's... I had no idea. Mystic Morgan. But she's in prison now, isn't she? Yes, ever since she was found to be a co-conspirator in a murder case last year. It was all done to set Pearl up as the next master. Chris a Mystic too? Calm down. I see, so this time I've been wrong all this time. Mystic Morgan had 3 daughters, not 2. Wait, what? 3. Yes, Iris, her twin sister, and Mystic Pearl. It feels right to be smart. It just feels right. Ooh, it feels good. Let's go! What? twin sister. Oh, didn't you know? It happened all 20 years ago. After the clan leadership was taken from her by her sister, Mystic Morgan's life crumbled. It wasn't many years later that Crane's reputation hit an all-time low. When Mystic Morgan's husband realized that his wife would never be the master, he fucking dipped. Taking their twin daughters with him. Oh, fuck. Not even foster children. Literally just, I'm taking the kids. I'm out. How awful. He was a jeweler, you know. In the end, he remarried, and that's when it happened. He decided to give up one of his girls up to be looked after by us here at the temple. That was Iris. It's unbelievable. Iris has a twin sister. Could it be? Could you tell me one more thing, Sister Bikini? What was the name of Iris' sister? Wait for it. I'm sorry. Aw, you motherfucker. I just can't remember. All I can recall is that her father was a jeweler. Alright, a jeweler. Thank you very much. You've helped clear up a lot of details. Pearls has 2 older sisters, huh? Yes, that's right. Well, yeah, no, we just need to find a jeweler whose name is Hawthorne. That's it. No doubt it was all because of Mystic Morgan's anger towards the main family. Anger? What do you mean? Her twin daughters were taken from her by her jeweler husband. But even that couldn't destroy her dream that a child of hers would one day lead the clan. That's why she had pearls? It seems that the incident here was a result of Mystic Morgan's anger. That's good RNG though. 3 children, 3 girls? Hold on. I was able to break free of the bars that confine her. So Iris has a twin sister. And the plot thickens. But this information will be useless unless I can flesh it out a bit. I need to ask some core questions and get some more info. I didn't remember that Morgan was the main mystic but didn't have powers. Well, yeah, she wasn't as strong as Misty. That was the thing. All right. Well, we'll be back. Thank you for providing all of that. February 9th, Hazakura Temple Courtyard. Sounds like someone's happy. What is that tune they're humming? No motive, no crime. No motive, no crime. Sing it with me. No motive, no crime. Okay, shut up. Whoop, I love my job. Who cares if the clues I find are no good? That's not what investigating's all about. Can you check the court record, please? What about it? What in specific am I supposed to be looking for? Or do I have Morgan's profile now? I have that woman. Is in solitary confinement. Welcome back, you raggedy bitch. Alright, so we have profiles now. We got 2 new profiles. Hold on. An old friend, said to be #1 at the DA's office, studies foreign judicial systems now. Like, you have to know. Phoenix, you have to know who it is. Alright, but back anyways. The investigator investigates for the love of investigating. It's a passion. Good cases we have, good cases we've lost along. Okay. I'd never guessed that Gumshoe was into reggae. He's literally just singing Bob Marley for what reason? Every little case is gonna be airtight. Hey, pal. Huh? Who, me? How long have you been there? I just got here. Oh, okay. So what are you up to, detective? I'm investigating, pal. I made a promise to Mr. Edgeworth. I promised that I would find the real murder weapon. The real murder weapon? That Bob Sword thing turned out to be a false lead, right? I'm giving it my best shot here, but I still haven't turned up any clues. I just found these weird scraps of paper. It looks like a letter or something. Wait a minute. The possibility that Dahlia is out of prison is 1000% confirmed now. At least to me. Because now it's not so much that she had reason to escape from prison. She and her moms were locked up at the same time. They were in prison together. They could have hatched a plan in there. Morgan didn't need to call anyone. Oh, hell no. I just found these weird scraps of paper. Looks like a letter or something. It just doesn't seem to have anything to do with the case, though. A letter? Alright, well, tell me about the investigation. I don't know if I should be telling you, pal, but I guess it can't hurt. It looks like the murder took place in the inner temple garden. And they're taking that bloody writing on the lantern pretty seriously back at HQ. You mean... I don't have the details, pal. She was in solitary, but she was locked... She got put into solitary. She wasn't in solitary off-rip. Meaning 0 outside interaction? No, it means 0 interaction with the other inmates. You can still have visits, right? If Iris doesn't come down from Eagle Mountain that often, she could have went to visit her sister who she heard got locked up. That ladder is right there. Come on, Gumshoe. I don't have the details, pal. All I know is if you don't find Maya down in that secret cavern, or sacred cavern, we're gonna be faced with one ugly situation. What kind of ugly situation are we looking at here? You got me, I don't know. And not my words, pal. Then who said it? Mr. Godot. Godot? What did he mean by that? Alright, so about the letter you found. Don't remind me, pal. I'm here bursting a gut trying to find the murder weapon. And all I find is some burnt up old letter. Oh, hold on. As soon as you... Okay, let me see. I can't read it out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Burnt up old letter. Yeah, it was in that incinerator right outside the inner temple. The incinerator. I knew it. I knew I wasn't imagining it. There was snow on the incinerator when I first saw it, which I never saw. But after the incident, the snow had melted away, which means someone used the incinerator on the night of the murder. What's up with you, pal? I've got it right here if you want to take a look. Can I... Do you mind? Sure, go nuts, pal. You can have it. It's all spirit mediums and masters and stuff. I bet it's got no relation to the case. Spirit mediums? Hey, it's gotta be important if it mentions spirit mediums and masters. Better give it a good look over and get some serious thought. Make sure you chuck it in the trash when you're done. Littering's a crime, pal. Alright. Fuck! Well, murder weapon. So what do you know about the real murder weapon so far? Well, it wasn't the Shishishido that was found impaled in the victim's body. Mr. Edgeworth proved that in court today. Yes, that's true. In which case, it must have been another blade. And that's what you're running around like a headless chicken looking for now, huh? Yeah, and man, is it tiring work. But let me tell you something, pal. I'm no chicken. We got the feather of forensics in our cap these days. We're using the department's secret weapon on this. Secret weapon? What's the secret weapon of yours? You wanna know? You gotta think scientifically, okay? Alright? The murder weapon was a sword. Swords are, scientifically speaking, made of... You're using a metal detector. Amazing. It's back. Any questions so far? No? I know what he's gonna say, but I'll let him look smart. Go ahead. So what's the perfect job for the tool? Ta-da! A metal detector. Raise your hand if you didn't see this one coming from a mile away. I think this might actually be halfway through the case. My god. Well, you want to give scientific investigation a go? Huh? Me? I've been using this thing for hours. It's pretty boring after a while. Why don't you give it a try? I don't know. Should I help out detective? Yeah, let's play forensics. Woo! It's good fun, I'm telling you. Alright then, I guess I'll give it a go. Like I said, this is the department's most advanced gadget. The absolute best. It's so sensitive it can make you cry. It's so high-tech you could skydive off it. Oh boy. Ladder with detector? You knew I was going to do it off-rib. So, I'm going to tell you how to use it. It's possible the real murder weapon is somewhere around here, right? Sure, that's what we're trying to find out. Right? So first, let's turn the detector on. Oh, it's just like the bug detector. Alright. Alright. You're going a little bit too fast, but I got it. Take a look at everything and everything that seems suspicious. Obviously, this is the statue. Look, a ladder. Yes! That's a step ladder. What's the difference? Looks like a normal ladder to me, pal. Surely everyone knows the difference. I mean, they're pretty ordinary objects. I mean, plenty of guys like you always picking on the smallest detail. Oh, wait. Wait, hold on. Hold on. We gotta refresh. I have to refresh the chat. Hold on. What? Twitch, you lying fucks. Your emoticon ayaya has been approved. It may take a couple hours for the emoticon to start appearing in the chat. Man, fuck! Well, hopefully by the end of the stream we have our new emote. But is there? The vegetable store near my place. The vegetable store guy near my place does it all the time. He even corrects me when I ask for a head of lettuce. That's cabbage, he says. I'm telling you, they're the exact same thing. No, they're not. They're completely different. You have to plant both of them firmly in the ground before they can grow, don't you? Listen, you gotta take a step back and look at the bigger picture sometimes. Otherwise, you could miss a really important clue. That's advice from a pro, pal. Last person I need advice from is this guy in front of me. Alright. I thought the... Ooh. Just a pair of skis. Nothing useful for a case here. I'm actually pretty good on skis, you know, pal. I just love to fly down the slopes with my coat fluttering in the wind. Yeah, that was a good letter combo. Really? I had no idea. How good are you, then? Well, I'm better on skis than I am on skates, but I'm not as good when I'm on a snowboard. Whoa, he's fucking shredding. That's a pretty detailed answer. Oh, but you know what I'm best at? Making mashed potatoes and gravy. The guy's losing it. Must be the altitude. We better get back to the investigation. I kind of want to investigate everything now. These are great combos. And Shishishido next to the golden statue wasn't the real murder weapon, pal. Yeah, I know. Just thought I'd check it again anyway. Oh yeah, that reminds me. Do you know about the sword? It's supposed to represent the multiple branches that life can take, all ending as one. Yes, I heard something about that. You know what I think about sometimes? What kind of life I'd be leading had I not joined the homicide division. You think about that kind of stuff, detective? Of course I do. I think a lot about it. Me as a traffic cop, me as a detention officer, me as the Blue Badger. There's something to be said about the humor value of Gumshoe as the Blue Badger. Yeah, these conversations are nice. Is it... What are we... This is Mr. Nim's staff, isn't it? Scientifically speaking, they're usually made of... Is there a fucking sword hidden in the staff? Dog! Misty was out here! Hold on! The detector's reacting to it. Yeah, but however you look at it, the thing's made of wood, alright? I don't bother investigating anything that looks like it might be metallic. Isn't the whole point of a metal detector to find metal where you can't see it? It's weird that this thing is causing a racket. Here, let me take a look at it. Did Gumshoe's voice for Phoenix. Hey, hands off. Examining evidence is a job of the... Crack. Hey! The top's coming off. Look what you've done. You damaged a really important piece of evidence. That's, a sword. Inside the staff? Is this... Could it be? The murder weapon? I never guessed there'd been a sword concealed in the victim's staff. They called this kind of thing a sword cane, pal. This one's a real gem. The workmanship is really something else. Thank goodness it wasn't a cane sword, or else the victim would have stabbed her own foot. I officially give up on trying to figure out how Gumshoe's mind works. If the real scene of the crime was the inner temple garden, then why was the sword used to kill the victim found in the main hall courtyard? It's not a sword, it's a fucking skewer. No, I can see the bevel on it. You can see it. Dog, Misty was ready to fucking end somebody's life. She got thrown off guard. Hey, Gumshoe, who knows about the hidden sword? No one. Even the police didn't know about it until I discovered it just now. Well, as they say, there's no team in Gumshoe. It doesn't look like there are any traces of blood on it. Then I guess this isn't the murder weapon, huh? No, no, no. I'm sure someone just wiped it off after the murder. Oh yeah, I'm slightly joking because of the shape. Yeah, it do look like meat on the bone. Yeah, of course. This thing's definitely the murder weapon. Great job, pal. It's about the same length as the Shishishido, too. This must be the murder weapon. Okay, I'm gonna run over to forensics. There's gotta be some traces of blood left, even if most of it has been wiped off. Where's Emma with the luminol? Pepe hands. See you later, pal. Yeah, no. The sword was about as long as that fucking statue sword over there. Wait up, detective. Huh? What is it, pal? I'm a pretty busy guy right now, you know? You're going to get that stuff analyzed, right? Would you mind holding off for just a while? Huh? What are you talking about, pal? Please. Just until we find Maya. Maya? What's this got to do with her? I don't know, but I'm starting to get a really bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. Oh? How so? Look, Maya's trapped inside the sacred cavern right now, and, well, we don't even know if she's okay or not. The more evidence and testimony I hear, the more uneasy I feel. You don't think... Maya's been... Please, detective. Let's just wait until we can get inside the sacred cavern. You're kind of looking Viridian there. Okay, okay, just stop with that face, pal. One thing, though. This staff secret trick, let's keep it between you and me, alright? Please, just let the emote go live. You neighbors. I'll get you, bitch. If it gets out that we knew any about it, didn't say anything, we're finished. I feel like there's yet another investigation in 2 trials, but I might be wrong. My god. Do we want to just call it here, then? Because this is getting pretty long. I did say I'd finish today, but how are y'all feeling about, you know what, fuck it, it's time for voting. The time for talk is over. It is now time to press buttons. Alright. So, here you go. You gotta work tomorrow? The time for talk is over. Push your buttons. This is where we figure out if we're finishing this tonight. We'll let this go for a few minutes, and we'll just talk in the meantime. I am really, really enjoying this case thus far. I think this has probably been my favorite investigation up till this point. It is a 50-50 split. There's only 16 votes. Twitch polls can be used on mobile now? How the fuck I do a Twitch poll? Can I get to that from my creator dashboard? Quick actions. Manage your poll. Ooh. Create new poll. Yeah, we'll do a Twitch poll then. Fuck it. Straw poll no longer needed. This way, people don't have to click off of the window. Currently 8 to 12. Finish the game. I'll admit I voted no because it's 4:20. Yeah, that's fair. It's probably late as fuck for you, Nostalgia. I don't blame you at all. Alright. So, we'll let this run for 2 minutes. Poll started. Your votes determine now if we finish the game tonight. Like I said, I have no qualm finishing it tonight, but I know a lot of people were saying that they're tired, they got other shit. Gonna be awake for 6 more hours. My God, I know it's not that much. Like, it's not super long, but 9-9 is tied up. Oh. If it ends in a 50-50, I'm gonna do a coin flip. Pretty sure the investigation is almost over. Next stream, we can start with a recap discussion. We could definitely do that. 9 out of 11. 9 to 11, Pog? Come on. So, we definitely have options. Watching these things in real time is intense. It's looking like we're about to do it. $13 to 9. Oh, 10 to 13. The yeses might have it. Hyperion, what's going on? Long trial, keep in mind. And Nix, you got me contributed 20 bits and made extra votes for yes. You madman. Absolute. So the actual result of the stream vote. Nix, you've been exposed. There is no hiding now. But the actual result was what would it be, 11-10? Because there were 2 extra votes from Nix. Interesting. But either way, the yeses have it. And it looks like we're going to continue this game. Now, I'm going to go fill my cup up. I'm going to be right back, and we're going to get right back into it. Give me just 1 second. I'm thirsty as fuck. Alright. I'm back. We back. And as the stream voted, we will continue. Don't do another Twitch poll. I got money to fuck the vote. Stick to straw poll. I think the bits thing was just an option that was on. I didn't even know that. It didn't even tell me during the voting that Nix did it. Alright. I understand. This is just a regular run-of-the-mill stab. You got it? Okay, now you take good care of it, pal. Thank you, detective. Don't worry. She'll be fine. Gumshoe. You know, there's a place at the base of this mountain that has some really good pasta. How about I take you there when you find Maya, huh, pal? Sure. Thanks. Alright. No one knows this except me and Gumshoe. I'm about to go tell Miles right now. Can't help but wonder, though. What was Elise Donim doing with a staff like this in the first place? Protecting herself, nigga, the fuck? Are you serious? She wanted to make sure she wasn't about to fucking die. Alright? So, let's go... Well, now we can prove that people are linked together. So, let's go to Edgeworth. Y'all ain't shit, we bought that action. Yo, calm down. There is no need for any of this. So, Inner Temple Gate. Let's go to the garden. What up, Edgeworth? Alright, so. I didn't look at this before. Be careful once night falls. Should be there. Who should be there? As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Leave everything up to her. Her name is Ha. She is the whole Ba. Here's a picture of her. Use it when you channel her. I know you can do it. Once this is Ba, burn the Ba. Also make Ba tell anyone about this letter. Gravely roast. Oh no. So, pop quiz. Does anybody remember those words? Gravely and roast? Because that's what Pearl was reading during the dinner. Also, speaking of dinner, I'm gonna start eating mine now. So you will hear munching. Because I'm fucking hungry. Alright? But this, what we mentioned on? I just got a sandwich. I got a hero. Chicken hero, don't worry about it. I feel like this was given to Pearl and they fucked up. Well, it makes sense because you must channel her spirit, leave everything up to her. Her name is blank, so it's a female that that Pearl was trying to summon. Was she trying to summon Dahlia? That's the question now. Because if she was trying to summon Dahlia, Dahlia's not dead, but there's no way Pearl could have known that. And that would give Pearl reason to believe that she lost her powers. So, this makes a whole bunch of sense. But let's go to profiles. Let's present this person's profile. Hey Edgeworth, did you know that Iris had a twin sister? What? A twin? You can't be serious. Sister Bikini told me, but the problem is she didn't know the name of this twin. There was nothing about Iris having a sister in the files I checked. Well, Iris was taken in by the temple when she was really young. Apparently your sister was raised by her father, a jeweler, I think. A jeweler. Right, Did you recently see some new Lotus art? Lotus from from 999? I haven't seen anything. I haven't seen any art of 999 now that I rack my brain about it. Also, it's crazy that Edgeworth knew it way before Phoenix would ever. I had a feeling you'd say that. Let me guess. Her name is Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, I mean, Phoenix got it too. Never mind. The Phoenix didn't just shout it out like a moron. Alright. Whatever. Yes, exactly. But you are talking about Lotus from 999, right, Gallus? Because otherwise, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Alright. Please tell me what you know about her, Edgeworth. Please. Alright. Dahlia Hawthorne.
It was my first court case 6 years ago. I was a greenhorn, and due to my inexperience, the defendant died. You're talking about Terry Falls, right? You know about that case. You're not the only one who noticed something about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne. I checked on one of Mia's old files from 6 years ago. Yeah, that's what he was doing in the hospital. Yes, Dahlia was a key witness in that case. Dahlia and Terry Falls conspired together to stage a fake kidnapping 11 years ago. They stole a jewel worth $2 million from Dahlia's father, a jeweler. And 5 years after that... excuse me. She murdered her own sister, Valerie Hawthorne, to keep her from talking. Her sister. Well, stepsister, actually. They weren't blood related. Alright, that makes sense. Because I was about to say, was this one Morgan's daughter too? But no, this one could have been from the other marriage. Valerie was the only daughter of Dahlia's father's second wife. Oh. And this is when she entered my life. The woman who tried to kill me. Yep, that's about right. So after Terry Falls died, what happened to Dahlia? Did you check that out? Does it really matter? Like I said, Dahlia isn't connected with this case. Fucking bring it up, Miles. Why are you so sure about that? It's simple. Dahlia... Huh, are you sure about that? What? Well, her metabolic processes are a matter of interest only to historians, so to speak. So, what do you mean by she's dead, though, Edgeworth? Right, I must confess that in reading her file, I came to know of the murder case you were involved in during your college years. Dahlia Hawthorne was found guilty, thanks to the persistence of Mia Fey. Yep. At the time, Dahlia, it's like she was possessed by a demon or something. It's been almost 5 years since that guilty verdict was handed down, and her sentence was finally carried out. She was executed last month. Executed? I'm sure that's a bit of a shock for you, right? And for more reasons than one. But do you understand now? She can't possibly be connected with the case. She's dead. And once someone is dead, there is no way to revive them. There's no way to revive the dead? Except for channeling somebody? I wonder. It seems you're not aware of one other connection yet, Edgeworth. And what is that? It's about Iris and Dahlia Hawthorne's mother. What has her mother got to do with any of this? She's Morgan Fey, a spirit medium from a branch family of the Crane channeling technique. Did you say Crane channeling technique? Do you know something about it? Oh yes, I know it's connected with that fraudulent spirit medium. Oh, yeah, no. It's not probably the best idea to bring that up to him. All things considered, not super great. I was involved with another nightmare 17 years ago. I was caught up in the middle of a murder investigation. The police didn't have any leads. We know this. We know this. But you know what happened? Yes, we've talked about it approximately 9 times now. As a result of her efforts, an innocent man was accused of murder. She and her powers, they were all fraudulent. Edgeworth, go to the police records room. It's all in there. All you have to do is check the DO6 incident case file and you'll know. Of course, how could I forget? How did you let him talk for more than 5 seconds without stopping him? Edgeworth was a victim in that case. Edgeworth, you'll understand someday, and then you'll see that the Crane channeling technique is real. Well, so, we now should have this cleared up. Dahlia Hawthorne, deceased. Yep, she was executed last month. Sound like some cap, but that's just me. So, let's go into the training hall. Alright. Iris. Let's talk. Let's just do a little bit of talking.
Alright, you're out. See you later, Guava. It was his father that lied, not the medium, but I guess you don't want to tell him that. Well, I mean, it would be bad. It would be detrimental for Phoenix to be like, hey, your father didn't know really who killed him, so, is it gonna be some of that eeny meeny bullshit? It seems like it. If Dahlia isn't really dead and she wasn't channeled properly, but that letter can't be from Morgan then, because Dahlia would know her daughter isn't dead. Who is that letter from then? I'm gonna take another bite of sandwich. That one was all bread. Fuck. Bread's good though. The night of the crime. I think it's time you told the truth about what you were doing on that night. You said you were in your room at the Hazakura temple the entire time. Do you still claim that to be true? Yes, that's where I was. Iris, I believe you're innocent. That's why I want to believe what you're telling me too, but I can't. Because this person saw you somewhere else the night of the murder. Well, Sister Bikini. I'm talking about Sister Bikini, of course. Sister Bikini. Her testimony in court today was very clear. Yep, you saw Iris remove the sword. Sister Bikini didn't just see you, she spoke with you. You two talked about Maya's training that night. So you see, Iris, you were there at the Inner Temple on the night of the murder. That's very impressive, Mr. Wright. The Acolyte's actual training was due to start after 10 o'clock that night. Huh. I left the main hall early so I wouldn't be late. What time was that? Let me see. It takes about 20 minutes to walk between the main hall and the Inner Temple. Right. Well, no, it takes 20 minutes to get from the main hall to the bridge. Yeah, well, fuck it. You're telling me that? Maybe that's how it is. So I would have left about 9:40, I think? I'm sorry, Iris, but mine just doesn't suit you. You met me. Because you were supposed to be ringing the bells. It was almost 10. The lights out alarm? Huh? Now, you say they left the main hall at 9:40, but what you say doesn't add up with this. You giving me your fucking hood, moron. You testified yourself to the contrary, don't you remember? You said you rang the lights out bell at 10 o'clock that night. Ah. Plus, only moments before you rang that bell, you were seen at the main hall by the most reliable witness I have. Who's that? Me, nigga! Mr. Wright, we even spoke a little that evening. That's when you gave me this. Surely you haven't forgotten. No, that's right, I remember. And that brings us to another puzzling fact, Iris. At 10 o'clock the night of the murder, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time. It's time you told me exactly what's been going on, Iris. So far, I've managed to prove 2 things. First, on the night of the incident, you were at the Inner Temple. And second, at the exact same time, you were ringing the bell at Hazakura Temple. There's only one possible explanation for this apparent impossibility. There's 2 of you, nigga. On the night of the incident, you were seen in 2 different places at the same time, which means there must have been 2 of you. I can't think of any other explanation, Iris. But that's crazy. How could that be? There's only 1 of me. It's impossible. Impossible. I wonder. The way you're trembling certainly seems to suggest otherwise. You're seriously trying to suggest there's more than 1 of me? Then show me the evidence. Well... Bink! I have a firm grasp on the situation now, Iris. You have a sister, don't you? A twin sister, perhaps? Oh. That's right, Dahlia Hawthorne, a woman I know only too well. I had no idea you knew of her. Very impressive, Mr. Wright. But she's no longer... Yes, I know. Her sentence was carried out recently, wasn't it? I'm sorry. Thank you. There's no need to explain now, is there, Iris? The second you who was here at the temple on the night of the murder, it was your twin sister, Dahlia Hawthorne. But you just said yourself a second ago, my sister's dead. Have you forgotten that? Have you forgotten this, Iris? There's a channeling dojo. This is a channeling dojo, a training ground of the Crane channeling technique. That night, someone channeled Dahlia's spirit, and you knew about it. And that's the secret you've been trying to hide from me. It didn't work, though. It didn't work. I was in my room in the main hall that night. As soon as I heard that I'd been spotted at the inner temple, I knew it was my sister. Dahlia, the other half of me who passed away last month. She ain't dead. Fuck off. I ain't no dummy. Oh. Oh no, my sandwich is falling apart. Oh no. Right. So, Dahlia's alive then. So, no, because Pearl said she tried to channel somebody, it didn't work. And we have the note to prove. We got the logs. I can prove it didn't work. But it's somebody that didn't know that. It's somebody that had to know Dahlia was dead, or presumed to be dead. But the fucking channeling didn't work. Okay, so I'm a little bit confused on this. Just as I suspect. The iris that Sister Bikini saw at the inner temple the night of the murder was Dahlia Hawthorne. Why didn't you tell me this before? Because my sister always does the right thing. Excuse me? Because I mustn't get in the way of what she's trying to do. I betrayed her once already before. I can't do it again. You betrayed her? What do you mean? That's why I have to accept it. I may be found guilty. It's the only way. What is she talking about? You know about it, don't you, Mr. Wright? About the fake kidnapping that took place here on Eagle Mountain 11 years ago? That was the start of it all. That's what started her down that twisted path. She started to commit crime after crime, and in the end, she lost her life. Well, I'd say deserved, but I don't think it's because... Oh no, sad song. I don't think Dahlia is dead. I don't think that's a possibility right now. How did you betray her, Iris? It was no coincidence that Eagle Mountain is where the exchange was to take place. After all, I helped plan the whole thing. Wait a minute. Okay. She ain't dead. Also, Chris, spirits can be brought back. Look, you're... No. You're taking two separate statements and making them seem like they're related. Also, what I said also contradicts what you're saying for me now. Because if spirits can be brought back, then how did Pearl fail? You know, Pearl's something of a prodigy herself. She wouldn't have failed, unless the circumstances for her bringing the spirit back can't work. Now, I don't know about y'all, but that seems like it's possible to me. Alright, so how did you plan this? You got scared, so you ran away. What are you talking about? Why would you help her? Stealing $2 million from your own father, that's awful. But I promised that I'd help. And she didn't do it for the money. Huh? It was revenge on our father? Revenge. Revenge. I was about to say, am I out of dialogue? What do you mean by revenge? He was a hideous man. He threw our mother away and then sent her to hell. Alright, yeah. Definitely talking about Morgan. The main family had a lot of influence in many businesses and political circles at the time. As the eldest daughter, our mother was set to inherit all of that as the next master. That's the reason our father married our mother in the first place, for power. But his plan backfired. Because our mother's sister took it all from her, she took over as the master of Karain. That would be Misty Faye, Maya's mother. Before long, the credibility of the Karain tradition hit rock bottom. The new master, Mystic Misty Faye, made a terrible mistake. It was during the investigation of the DLC. I know all this. I know all this already. After that happened, our father took me and my twin sister away, leaving our mother and our home behind. He hated the place. He said it was a hick dive and that he had no reason to stay there. Dog. Yeah, that nigga deserves to lose 2 mil. Like, why are you doing that? And that's when you came here to Hazakura Temple. Yes. The woman my father took as his next wife already had a daughter, Valerie. I had no place in his new family, you see. Oh, and I haven't seen my mother once since then. Having the master seat stolen from her and being rejected by her own family, I heard she's been very battered spiritually and emotionally. I think I'm beginning to finally see how the pieces fit together. I have asked her everything I can in my capacity as a prosecutor. Wait, so what happened to Pearl's dad? It don't matter. It do not matter. He really just got roped in, gave Morgan a kid, and she kicked him out. This incident, everything related to it goes back to the history of the Fae clan. That's what it looks like. Iris, there's just one more thing I want you to tell me. What is it? During the incident in which your sister, Dahlia Hawthorne, poisoned a lawyer, she began a relationship with a certain college student in order to hide the evidence. That college student, have you heard anything about it? Well, I did hear one thing. She actually hated his guts. No. No! I see. Thank you for your help. You're welcome. Hurry up, Phoenix Wright. There is much to investigate. Leave these locks to me. I'll promise I'll open them for you. Thank you. I suppose I better continue my investigation. There's still one giant secret left to unlock. Pearl's psych lock. Alright, move, nigga. February 9th, Heavenly Hall. Look at that, they really did make a fire right in front of the shack. Oh, Mr. Nick! Huh, you're too late, Nick. If you came for one of our potatoes, we've polished them off already. I think I pretty much got all the evidence I need. Now I just need to find out what Pearls is hiding. Alright, Pearl. I wouldn't do it to you, but you're making me do it. The night of the crime. Also, I really like the detail that the 5 locks are going around her because she's got a shorter sprite, instead of the one being like in the center. After dinner on the night of the murder, you were supposed to be in Elise Donim's room reading a book together, correct? Yes, I was so happy when she invited me, but I didn't go in the end. It's off screen? What? Norway flag? You know, you can't really blame Japan for that one. You didn't go? No, there was somewhere else I had to go instead. I was so worried I had to go. I didn't know what to do with myself. I was so nervous. So Pearls never went to Miss Donim's room, because she's too worried about something or someone else. Pearls. On the night of the murder, you went to this place, didn't you? You went to the Inner Temple. You went here, didn't you, Pearls? Looks like she's still not going to open up to me. This is where you went because you were so worried, right? The next question is, who or what were you worried about? Now, I'm going to take a guess, and you can tell me if I'm right or wrong, okay? You mean you know? If I'm right, will you tell me the whole truth? Okay. You went to this place for one very simple reason, and that is... you went to go check on Maya. It's obvious what you were so worried about, Pearls. It was Maya, wasn't it? Ah! You knew the training Maya was undertaking was dangerous. After all, it was the special course. Yep. Remember Pearl being bamboozled in 2-2 because we guessed her intentions? Yeah, it do be making sense. Sister Bikini scared you with what she said, didn't she? And because it was you who introduced Hazakura Temple to Maya in the first place. You felt responsible, didn't you? Thinking about what had happened to Mystic Maya made me worry more and more. I couldn't sit still at all. That's why I decided to go and find out how she was doing at the Inner Temple. Then we're clear now that you went to the Inner Temple that night, Pearls. What's not clear is what happened after that. She thought being a lawyer was another kind of superpower? Yeah. I mean, now we're doing the lawyer superpower shit. About what time was it when you headed over to the Inner Temple? It was probably around 9:30 when I left the main hall. I heard the real training was supposed to start at 10. I wanted to get there before it started. But there was so much snow I didn't get there until after 10 o'clock. Until after 10? How'd you know what time it was? Well, the fucking bell, Phoenix. Because I heard the bell ringing for lights out. She heard the lights out bell. The Hazakura Temple's bells are pretty small, though, isn't it? You must have really good hearing. I was really trying to pick up the sound of the bell, that's all. I didn't want to miss it. That would be terrible. She was trying to hear the bell? Tell me, Pearls, why were you so worried about hearing that bell? Huh? Oh, I think I know why. The reason you were so worried about that bell was because of this. It's the fucking, after the lights out bell. Once night falls, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit.
Take that!
You were given some instructions to follow for that night, weren't you? I presume you recognize these pieces of paper? Where did you... In the incinerator at the inner temple. Pearls, you were following the instructions in this letter that night, weren't you? That's why you couldn't afford to miss the sound of the lights out bell. I'm speechless, Mr. Nick. You're amazing. These instructions that were found in the incinerator, I believe they were written for you, Pearls. For me? No. As you can see, a large portion has been burnt away, but the last section is still fairly legible. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. Who was it, Pearl? Whose spirit were you supposed to be channeling? Taking into account the author of the note, the purpose for writing it, whose spirit would Pearl's been trying to channel? Don't overthink it, Phoenix. It's pretty obvious who Pearls was supposed to channel. The person you were supposed to be channeling that night, Pearls, was Miss Dahlia Hawthorne.
Take that!
It was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? That was the name that was in the letter. Ah! It's just as I suspected. It wasn't Iris who Sister Bikini met at the Inner Temple that night. It was Dahlia Hawthorne. Do you know anything about her, Pearls? Do you know what kind of woman Dahlia Hawthorne was? No? I've never heard of anyone by that name before reaching those instructions. I thought so. Pearls doesn't have a clue. She doesn't know that Dahlia is her sister. About the instructions I found in the letter, Pearls, who wrote them? Whoever it was asked you to channel the spirit of someone who you've never heard of. You must have had quite a lot of respect for them. After all, you followed their instructions without question, almost like it was your parent or something. So here's my next question. Who wrote the set of instructions for you to follow?
Take that!
Pearls, I have to wonder about something. You didn't have any idea what these instructions meant, did you? But you followed them to the letter regardless. Why? Because it was your own mother who asked you. That's why. How did you... I figured it out. The person who wrote this letter was your own mother, Morgan Fay. No, Pearls. It's time you started telling me the truth. Mr. Nick, Why is she holding back from me? I don't like this. Don't underestimate me just because I'm a child. Are more locks about to appear? Huh? If you're trying to say I followed these instructions, I'd like to see some proof. What? Because I don't think you have any. Okay. Right. So. I just realized what somebody said earlier. Gravy roast. Pearl. She'd say anything rather to admit she was carrying out those instructions. I guess I'll have to produce some more evidence then. One more thing should do it. Alright, Pearls. We both know that someone carried out these instructions on the night of the murder. But you're right, there is no evidence that proves it was you. I knew it. However, I do know whoever did it was a child. Huh? How do you know that? It couldn't have been an adult. No adult would have made a simple mistake like that. A simple mistake? What do you mean by that? I'm sure you thought you were carefully following the instructions you'd been given. But you misunderstood some of the words, and this is the evidence that proves it.
Take that!
It was you who splattered gravy all on this hanging scroll, wasn't it? What? Why would I do something like that? Do you remember what was written in that letter? Gravely roast the master in the fires of Hades and bring our vengeance to fruition? But you didn't know how to read the words gravely and roast, among others, right? How do you know that? You were asking Elise about it. Remember the conversation you had with Miss Donin on the night of the murder? Really? I'd love to. Yep, not very good at reading. Yep, gravely. That's kind of a tough word. Sure, Miss Donin taught you how to read gravely and roast, but what she didn't teach you is what they meant. Gravely sounded like gravy to me, and the only roast I thought of was the food. And that's why you did it. That's why you covered the picture of the master in gravy from that night's pot roast. To be honest, I did think it was a bit strange. I guess I really did get the wrong idea. Just a tiny bit. I really am useless. I couldn't even burn the letter properly as my mother had asked of me. Such a simple thing, and I couldn't even do it right. Hug the child, Phoenix. Alright, talk to me about the night of the crime. After dinner that night, I did go to the inner temple with a pot full of the leftover gravy. The gravy. I saw the picture hanging on the hanging scroll near the sacred cavern. I'm sure it was the Master of Karain like it said in the letter. I see. And then? Well, it was already way past 10 when I got there because of all the snow. So I went to the inner temple guest area. The guest area? Yes, I thought I could wait until the training was over. Why didn't you just go into the training hall? Because Mystic Maya's main training has already started and I couldn't interrupt. So I just stayed where I was and prayed for her to get through. But then, Pearls, did you fall asleep? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I just couldn't help it. Hey, don't worry about it, Pearl. Who cares if you fell asleep? Larry, shut up. I fell asleep waiting for Iris too. It happens. Anyway, then you found yourself trapped at the inner temple? Yes, when I woke up it was morning. I tried not to cry, but Dusky Bridge wasn't there anymore and there was no one in the training hall. I thought everyone had left me because I overslept. I threw the letter in the incinerator, then I heated up the leftover gravy and let off some steam by chucking the gravy at the scroll while you cried. 3 more days until your birthday? Happy early birthday, Sealed. Must have been pretty scary for you, Pearl. I know what it's like. Nick used to leave me behind when I fell asleep at school, too. Don't equate something so trivial with her experience, Larry. It was written right in my mother's letter. It said, as soon as you hear the lights out bell, you must channel her spirit. I was on my way over to the inner temple when I heard the bell ring. So, you channeled Dahlia's Hawthorne's spirit? No. I tried, but I couldn't do it. You couldn't do it. Yeah, I never failed at channeling someone. This is the first time it happened. I tried and tried and tried. Yesterday, this morning, the whole time. But I just couldn't do it. Don't let it get you down, Pearl. It'll all work out. If you want, I'll come flying through the sky for you. Whoosh, just like that. So she never managed to channel the spirit. Is that why you think your spiritual powers are gone? Yes, I don't know what to do. Is there any other explanation for why you couldn't channel a spirit? I suppose there's one other possibility. It's not very likely, though. Could you please tell me what it is anyways? It could happen if someone else was already channeling the same spirit. Someone else? What do you mean? Well, there's only one of each spirit, right? Yep, it's like dating a girl, Nick. You can't see a hot chick if she's already taken. And that would mean on the night of the murder, someone else channeled her spirit before Little Pearls could. Someone else channeled the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne. I'm a failure. I couldn't even grant my mother's final wish. Her final wish? Yes, this letter. This is my last wish, she said. So make sure you follow the instructions carefully. This letter. Definitely need to find out more about it. My mother has gone to a place called a penitentiary. Yeah, I know, Pearls. I must visit her every month. And last month she told me, time we've been waiting for has come. There's something I need you to do for me. I hid a letter for you at our home before they brought me here. What? I want you to read it and do exactly what it says. It's for the good of the Fae clan, my angel. You'll be doing a great thing. Now listen carefully and I'll tell you where the letter is hidden. My mother is always so nice to me. I love her very much. Yeah, moms do anything for their kids, right? She said it was for the good of the Fae clan, so I knew I had to help her. I mean, Mystic Maya's part of the Fae clan, so it had to be good for her, too. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Nick? I can't be mad at you. I guess so, yeah. There was a picture with her letter on it, too. There was a picture with her... Oh, no, there was a picture with her letter. A picture? of Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. Usually a picture's enough to channel someone's spirit, but this time, pretty weird, huh? Like Larry knows anything about this stuff. Thank you, Larry. Very cool. There's something else that was strange about my mother's letter. The seal on it was broken, as if someone had already opened it once before. That sure is pretty strange. Someone had opened it already. Thanks, Pearls. You really helped me out. You're very welcome. Thank you, Pearl. My mother is watching over us, so I'm sure Mystic Maya will be alright. Look at that innocent smile on her face. What am I supposed to say to her?
Finally figured it out, have you, Trent? You finally realize how terrible of a crime being painfully oblivious is? Godot. The entrance to the sacred cavern looks like a freaking workshop puzzle. As he's talking about Iris and the lock-breaking effort. But it's all a waste of time.
Why do you say that?
Because Maya Fey isn't coming back.
What? You don't know what you're talking about. How can you say anything like that?
It was your job to protect her, Trite. Just like it was your job to protect Mia Fey. Two sisters caught up in the worst of circumstances.
I realize that, but...
And you were the only one by their sides. You were the only one who could have saved them.
But I didn't know anything about what was going on.
What did I just say, Trite? Being oblivious is a heinous crime in itself. Tomorrow. We'll settle this everything in court tomorrow. Once and for all.
This is a nice song, too. Is this like a fucking... No, I was about to say, is this like a remix of his theme, but saxophone not present. Mr. Nick, is what that man just said true? It'll be alright, Pearls. Sure, Maya's alive. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Yeah, that's right. I know I can trust you, Mr. Nick. My dear Pearl, you've done so well, my child, my Pearl. It's better that you don't know what you've done. I knew this day would come for you. The blood of the main family is no more. Now, finally, after all this time, the master seat is yours. My last great wish, it seems I was just in time. To be continued. Don't make me fry you, little nigga. Don't pop up in this courtroom. Dog, if Pearl gets taken over by Morgan, I'm gonna lose it. February 10th, 9:39 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. Good morning. Oh, are you by yourself? Ah, morning, Pearls. Mr. Nick, please tell me, what's gonna happen to Mystic Maya? You mean Morgan isn't dead? Yeah, fair enough. I took that Pearl saying she's watching over as she's dead and as a ghost watching over. Eat some of these fries, too. So I thought that meant to say, like, oh, she's a ghost now. Alright. I'm sorry, we don't know yet. I guess it sounded like that, yeah. The investigation is still going on, so I wasn't allowed into the inner temple. Oh, I see. So is Sister Iris still trying to remove those trick locks in the training hall? No, she's a defendant in this case, so she can't be at the inner temple. She's required to be here in court. Then how come she's not here in the defendant's lobby? I have to admit, it's kind of strange. If you're looking for Iris, she's in the prosecutor's lobby. Edgeworth. What's Iris doing over there?
She's going to be today's testimony with the prosecutor as we speak, or she's going over it.
Today's testimony?
You heard me. Iris is going to testify as a witness for the prosecution.
Wait, what?
The prosecution is squeezing her for a confession. Or so I heard. Franziska von Karma, what are you up to? I know what you're thinking, but Franziska isn't going to be the prosecutor today. Yep. Godot's pulling up just to get smoke. It's crazy. See how useless I am, little nigga.
What? Then who is?
Who else would it be but Godot? Godot? Franziska is engaged in some important work at the Sacred Cavern.
Sacred Cavern? You don't mean that she's...
Exactly. She's been out there all night trying to remove those trick locks. With the head nun's assistance, naturally. We estimate that the last of the lock should be taken care of in about 3 hours. I hope everything continues to go smoothly and we receive some good news soon. Yeah, thanks, Eggsworth. Prosecutor Godot entails to nail this case shut today. Be prepared to fight like there's no tomorrow. You don't have to tell me that. Touché, I can already see it in your eyes. You're not the same fever-ridden, frantic maniac you were yesterday.
It's strange. On the way here, I decided that today would be the end of all this. Almost immediately after I made that decision, I felt myself getting stronger.
Interesting. Maybe you've passed your cold on to someone else, literally. And with that, I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner. Thanks.
Oh, I still don't have the answer for most of the riddles plaguing this case. The circumstances around the murder of Miss Elise Donim, no, I mean Misty Fey, the impossible flight Larry claims to have seen, and what that woman is really after. I will solve them all and bring this whole tragedy to an end. February 10th, 10 a.m. That's my grandma's birthday. District Court, courtroom number 7. The court is now in session for the trial of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Nobody speaking.
Your Honor, what are you...
Who, me? Well, my little brother came to visit me in my chambers early this morning. All of a sudden, in the blink of an eye, he developed a scorching fever and fainted. Therefore, I'll be standing in for him.
Well, no Canadian judge, we're fine. I see, Your Honor. So they're brothers. That explains a lot.
My poor brother, he looked a bit pale, and not to mention sad that he couldn't be here.
Wait, how the fuck is this... How is this judge not Canadian, but the other one is hyper-Canadian? What the fuck?
Is it possible to predict? It is impossible to predict what the future has in store for any of us. This is precisely why people need the judge to pass. And we of the court have been charged with the solemn duty of passing such judgment. Well said, Mr. Godot. I understood exactly what you said, at least up until the end anyway. Now then, Mr. Godot, please proceed with your opening statement. Humans are fragile, fickle beings. Our hearts change with the shifting of the tides. There's only one thing that remains a constant in this crazy world. The bitter darkness that lies at the bottom of this mug.
So then you mean... Forget it. What do you mean?
During yesterday's trial, the accused refused to admit her role in the crime. But today, she has a change of heart. Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple has a confession to make.
Confession? The defendant. Iris, why didn't she discuss this with me first?
Very well. This court will now hear the defendant's confession. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, always ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules.
My name is Iris. I'm but a simple nun undergoing training at Hazakura Temple.
Witness, is there something that you want to confess to?
Yes, but first I want to apologize to Mr. Wright. I can't continue lying to everyone anymore. It's alright. What is it? Mr. Wright, I have to admit that I did play a part in this terrible incident.
Are you actually confessing? Like, is that really what's going on? Okay. Are you saying you were the one who murdered Miss Elise Donim?
No, I'm not, Your Honor. But I dealt with the cover-up after the murder took place. After her spirit left, I took the lifeless shell of Mystic Elise and carried it to the Hazakura Temple courtyard where I desecrated it.
What? Order in the court. Order. Witness, are you saying that you were an accomplice to the murder?
Yes, that's correct.
What?
3 minutes in court, I'm already covered in a cold sweat.
Everyone on the planet is an accomplice to something. It just happens to be that in this case, it's to murder. Isn't that right, Mr. Trite?
Godot. So this is the confession they were conferring about. It pains me to say this, but it looks like Iris's testimony was all a lie. Iris's testimony crumpled up and shoved into a pocket.
Now then, little lady, if you don't mind, I've got a question for you. Whose crime were you trying to cover up by your actions?
Was Iris covering for somebody? Now I'm definitely up the creek without a paddle or a life jacket. I've been at Hazakura Temple ever since I was a little girl. Hazakura Temple is run by one of the branch families of the Korean tradition. One of our missions is to protect the main family. I'm sorry, but main family? Yes, and that's why I would dirty myself, if need be, to protect her. daughter of the master of the Korean channeling technique, Mystic Maya Fey. Huh?
Wake up and smell the coffee, Trent.
She's naming Maya?
Order in the curd.
Whether you're an accomplice to murder and accompanying someone to the cinema, it's all the same. Yeah, fuck it. Why not?
So not only do you witness the murder, you know the name of the murderer.
I'm terribly sorry, but it's true. I saw her commit the crime with my very own eyes. And then I cleaned up the area to try to protect her.
Objection!
That's ridiculous. Maya could never...
The defense will refrain from commenting until the appropriate time. Now, witness, let's hear your testimony. What exactly happened the night of the crime?
Yes, Your Honor. I thought I was prepared for the unexpected, but I never imagined this case would wind up going in this direction. Went to the inner temple that night and saw it all happen in the garden. I saw Mystic Elise strike Mystic Maya with her staff. While Mystic Maya was still stumbling, Mystic Elise moved to deliver a fatal strike. What? Mystic Maya tried desperately to defend herself and stole the weapon. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
Yeah, I guess saying Maya would never isn't really good enough. Yeah, quite literally. No, it's basically impossible.
Alright, so... No, while she was stumbling, Mystic Elise moved in to deliver a fatal strike. It was only in self-defense. You can't blame her for it.
So it was in self-defense.
Yes, Mystic Elise was the one who attacked first.
That's cap. This whole testimony's cap.
That's why I try my best to protect Mystic Maya.
You moved the victim's body to the temple so that Maya wouldn't be suspected. Isn't that right? Not bad. You've got the instincts of a true criminal.
Something's not quite right. I'm sure it was established yesterday that Iris never went to the temple that night. And that the person who did go was that woman. Iris even admitted it.
Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Real murderer. Alright, so, a fatal strike of what kind?
Yes, I'm sure of it. She threw down her staff and reached into her robe for a...
Y'all about to make me act up.
Ah, ha ha. Why would she need to reach into her robe after throwing down her staff, you moron? Wait a minute. What was this weapon? It was some kind of dagger. A dagger, huh? And Lee Stoneham tried to stab her with this weapon. To kill Miss Fey. Yes, exactly.
Huh. You look like I did after mistakenly took a swig of Worcestershire salt.
Yo, Diego. Nigga. You need to start sniffing before you drink.
You have a problem with the testimony that we're hearing from the client lawyer boy?
Do I have a problem with Iris' testimony? There is one little thing. Your Honor, I have a small problem with the witness's testimony.
You do?
Is it really a moron when only you and Gumshoe know? No, it's not that they're a moron for not knowing. It's a moron for thinking they could lie to me when I know the truth.
But this witness is your own client.
Yes, well, nevertheless.
That's fine. Witness, let's add your last statement to the testimony.
Yes, sir.
Hey, just a moment. It's my job to say that. Listen, Gramps, I won't say it again. Final judgment will be rendered by me. Okay now. Let's continue.
She threw her staff away and pulled a dagger from inside her robe.
Damn. It is crazy that you're stupid.
Objection!
Sister Iris, there's something strange about your version of events. Huh? This don't him throwing your staff away just makes no sense at all to me. But all you can do with a staff is hit someone. Naturally, you wouldn't know about this, Sister Iris, but the victim's staff had a special feature about it. As you can see, it's a sword. If Elise Donim really wanted to kill Maya Fey, she wouldn't have needed to use a separate dagger. Naturally, or not when she had a beautiful blade in her hands already. Also, I think I already was put in that sentence twice. Godot gonna use 2 hours to render this verdict. That's like old school YouTube quality. Dog. 360p verdict, niggas. Well, Sister Iris, what do you have to say?
That was an impressive bit of investigating, Trite. I would have never thought there was a sword hidden in that staff. But even so, how should I put this? The longsword is unwieldy and thus quite ineffective in close quarters combat. Maybe that's why she shows a dagger over her blade.
Well...
Anyway, the type of weapon she chose to use isn't what's important. The important thing is that she tried to kill Maya Fey.
Well, no. Because she didn't. Because that's her fucking daughter, you morons.
As long as there's nothing strange about that, there's no problem with her testimony.
There is something strange about this whole testimony. Well, Mr. Wright, the prosecution has a point. Very well, Your Honor. The defense will not present its evidence to back its argument. Mr. Wright, I have here another piece of evidence that shows that the testimony can't be trusted. Because Miss Elise Donim would never attempt to take the life of Maya Fey. Do I have... Real name Misty Fey, yep.
Take that!
Elise Donim would have never attacked Maya Fey. How can you be so sure? Because the victim's real name was not Elise Donim. Her real name was Misty Fey. Fey? No, not Mystic Misty Fey. Who is this Misty Fey? Is she related to... Misty Fey is the master of Crane channeling technique. She is also the mother of Maya Fey. Are you serious? Is it really true, Mr. Wright? Was Elise Donim actually the great Mystic Misty? There's no doubt about it. Looks like Iris had no idea, or she's playing. Correction, she's been playing. I can hardly believe it. The idea that she would try to kill her only daughter, one she hadn't seen in 17 years, perhaps the prosecution can offer some explanation on why she would do such a thing.
Yeah, shut up, nigga. Order. Order in the court. Upon hearing the witness's testimony, it seemed natural enough. However, in light of some facts that have just been presented, one, that the victim supposedly threw away a sword during a fight, and two, that the two people battling to the death were mother and daughter. Let me actually go ahead and pop this onto Twitter real quick. Let me get a picture go along with this. Always gotta have a good shitpost picture on there, or else it won't ever work. Yeah, if only you knew how bad things really were. Maya does really have some shitty luck, by the way. I didn't think she was going to be implicated for this, and then fucking Iris takes the stand and starts yelling. And now I'm like, okay, shut up. Right, so. Interestingly enough, despite the facts being believable when taken on their own, what does this sound? It sounds off? This sounds right to me. This song is played a couple times. If it sounds off, I would recommend refreshing. Unless, like, my voice sounds off. If my voice sounds off, then just refresh. But, oh no, it was the main part of the song? Never mind then. Listen, there's nothing in this world that's impossible. Except for one little thing. Yes, what is this one little impossible thing? Huh, you still don't get it. You think my beans are under roasted, but you have no idea, Gramps. Could you get to the point? I heard this witness's confession this morning, just as I had taken my first sip of my 8th cup of morning coffee. Main part of the song sounded weak. Don't know what to say about that. You're going to ruin your health, my friend. Anyway, after hearing this woman's confession, I had a detective who loves to investigate sent to the scene of the crime, and he discovered this little beauty. Is that the dagger the witness testified to seeing? Obviously, Your Honor. But do you not notice something else? Now that you mention it, if you look closely, there appears to be blood on it. You don't have to look closely, I can see it from here. I'm not taking a real hard look at it, but I can tell that that's blood. Where did you find that? I didn't see that when I investigated the crime scene. Did you investigate the pine tree at the crime scene?
Huh? The pine tree?
This dagger was stuck in the backside of the pine tree.
What pine tree? Where is a pine tree? Am I missing something here?
The thing is, does Godot drink with sugar and cream?
No. He doesn't. Where the fuck is a pine tree in this picture? I gotta be losing it, right? Like, maybe they mean the bonsai tree? Maybe I'm just crazy? That's not a pine tree, nigga. Okay, shut up.
The last blow was struck, ending the violent battle between the two women. And this little baby was thrown in the direction of the back of the pine tree. Which means blood on this on the dagger belongs to the victim, correct? Huh. Were you even listening, old man? I first heard the confession this morning, just as I had taken the first sip of my Dog.
Didn't you just say it was your 8th a few minutes ago?
I didn't have enough time to get the blood analyzed on such short notice.
Well, you should have. In any case, the court will accept the dagger as evidence. Furthermore, I order that a blood test be performed on it immediately.
This is my sweetheart. Make sure you treat her right.
Bailiff, get this piece of evidence to the crime lab for testing immediately. Found behind a tree in the inner temple garden. The blood is being analyzed now.
Now then, the testimony we've just heard had numerous unbelievable aspects to it. However, after having found the very dagger the witness spoke of, I do believe we can consider her testimony to be credible. Cute girls never lie. Ever.
Godot. In any case, witness, if you could please testify again to the court. About what, Your Honor?
About the incident you saw, the battle between the two women.
Yes, Your Honor. Witness testimony. The battle. Mystic Maya stumbled briefly after being hit over the head with a staff, but then she dodged Mystic Elite. What? Are you sure? Are you sure she dodged after getting fucking bonked on the head? This is great. Final trial day and we still don't know everything? Yeah, niggas, we're about to get a lot of evidence brought into us post-haste. Suddenly, Mystic Elise was the one on the defensive with her back to the stone lantern. Dog, nah. It smelled like cap. As a Mystic Maya stabbed Mystic Elise. Mystic Elise managed to fling the knife away, but then she collapsed. That was a very heartbreaking story. I don't know if there are any bad feelings between them, but no. Also, if her back was to the lantern, then how did she get stabbed in the back, moron? I'm gonna go take a piss real quick, and then I'm gonna come back and be mad at her later. In just a moment. Alright, so she got stabbed in the front, right? Yeah. It had been 17 years since Mystic Misty's disappearance. Perhaps they simply didn't recognize each other anymore. That seems reasonable. Now then, Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Alright, the battle. We present the autopsy report because it said that she was stabbed in the back. She stabbed it right here, huh? Yeah. From stab in the back. This is a Mia copy. Wrote Maya with her last power. Amazing. Something about you just isn't right today, Iris. Huh? Till now, I didn't think you were the type to make such a careless mistake. However, the testimony you just gave contains quite a few contradictions. What do you mean? What's so wrong about my testimony? According to you, Maya Fey stabbed the victim while she had her back to the stone lantern, correct? Yes, that's right. 8 hours. Yeah, we're going for the long run anime list. We're in it till we finish, basically. But in that case, the victim should have been stabbed in the stomach, right? Yes, I think so. But according to the autopsy report, the cause of death was due to the blood loss from stab wound in her back. This proves that the victim was stabbed from behind, not the front. Sister Iris, it appears another seed of doubt has sprouted from your testimony. This is game 3 anime. This is the Trials and Tribulations, I think it's called. Yeah, this is about as long as 1.5, but stream will be longer because of case 4. Alright, it's only right for the trilogy finale? Of course. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright? Huh, it's simple. People are like books. We all got a front and a back, you catch my drift? Is that all you have to say? I can also say that darkness loves to play with the human mind. Could you please knock it off with the cheesy proverbs and illogical metaphors already? The point is, too much of this testimony just doesn't make sense. Throwing away useful staff, people fighting, being mother and daughter, and now she falsely claims the victim was stabbed in the stomach. There are certainly some inconsistencies. Inconsistencies. There we go. Couldn't say that word for a second. How about it, Iris? Well, it's just... If you ask me, you're being too naive about the whole thing. What do you mean? There are 253 distinct types of bitterness in this coffee. But to pick out each one requires total concentration and the use of all senses. Were you really concentrating on what this witness actually said? Prosecutor Godot, explain yourself. The witness is quite unambiguous about her own ambiguities when she said that the garden was dark and she couldn't see clearly. A human needs one thing to see clearly, and that is light. Light. By the way, did you know? Hazakura has a rule that on nights when an acolyte is at the inner temple training, the stone lantern in the garden must be kept lit. I did wonder what that stone lantern was for. Well, if that's true, shouldn't the witness have been able to see the crime a little more clearly? Normally, yes, Your Honor, but according to the head nun, Sister Bikini, on the night of the crime, it was impossible to light that stone lantern. Impossible? It hadn't been used in a long time, and the wick was no good. In other words, it had to have been nearly pitch black in the garden that night. There could have been faint light coming from the training hall, but that's all. Most enlightening. Yes, that illuminating fact has chased all the contradictions away. If the staff was dropped, it would be difficult to see. It also explains why they didn't recognize each other. We can't see the demons that lurk in the night. That's why humans are weak. Isn't that right, Trite? Okay. Well, if it was dark, then how did she pick up the fucking staff? How did she know where the staff got thrown? If no one could see, no one can see. You have to be consistent when you're presenting evidence like this. Here, Your Honor, let me present the stone lantern into evidence. Maybe we'll rekindle the flame of truth in your mind. It was not lit the night of the crime. Neat. Why is the judge just sitting there with that look on his face? What's wrong, Your Honor? Flame too hot? This lantern, there's something written on it. Why? It's written in blood. Oh boy. So the judge didn't know about that yet. Written in blood? Did you not know either, idiot? It says... Maya, upside down. What the? Oh yes, that's right. After being cornered and then stabbed by Mystic Maya, Mystic Elise didn't fall down right away. Godot, did you seriously not fucking see? You wouldn't have missed something like that. Can he not see blood? She must have been riding on that stone lantern behind her, with the blood that was draining out of her body. It certainly looks that way.
Objection!
Hang on just a minute. What are you talking about? What do you mean, what are we all talking about? We're talking about the message written in blood. Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle. Can this guy actually not see blood? Could it be? He can't see the bloody writing at all? Now that I think of it, he did say something to me yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. He can't see everything. Yeah, but... blood? He can't see red on white? Dog. That's awful. So that's what he meant by that. In any case, this is obviously an important clue. Who killed me in the first game? Yeah, he couldn't see red, white. It's like poetry because it rhymes. I get it. Yeah, remember the apron in 3-3? Of course, of course. Right, okay. He couldn't see it because it was a red stain on the white apron. Okay. I get it now. We know now that the crime scene was dark, and that the victim scrawled this message on the stone lantern. Well then, Mr. Godot, anything further? Dog, he is shook. Mr. Godot. Okay then, let's move on. Godot is literally shaking, and somehow I don't think it's from caffeine overdose. Specific color blindness does exist, but it's very clear that this isn't, like, particular color blindness. This is due to his eyes being bad. Also, I think it's now is a good time to check to see if... She's live! She's live! Everyone refresh. There she is! Look at her go! I believe it has now been established that Miss Donim was killed by Maya Fey. That's just fucking wrong. Now's our time to turn our attention to you. Yeah, it's because his eyes are fucked up that made him somewhat colorblind. No, it's literally just the man cannot see. I do not see it. Yes, sir. After the victim died, you did something, didn't you? Let's hear it. We're all ears. Sister Iris's cover-up. After Mystic Elise died, I called out to Mystic Maya. I thought it was my duty to protect the future master of the Karain tradition. So I removed the body from the inner temple myself. I dragged it behind me all the way to Dusky Bridge. You're free? Welcome back, stars. You came in just in time for the climax of the trial. Maybe it's the visor or whatever it's called that doesn't help him see that. Yeah, because it's got the red lights on it. Welcome back, stars. Give me the theories? What do you mean, give you the theories? What theories are you looking for? I use the snowmobile to carry it back to Hazakura Temple, and use the Shishishido to alter the way the wound looked. So you moved the body. Yes, I was raised at Hazakura Temple. I know a great deal thanks to the fake lamp. But even so, I never imagined that Elise Donim was actually Misty Fae. I've committed a terrible sin. A terrible trick of fate. So, you used the snowmobile to carry it back, right? Yeah. You left the temple while it was snowing, though, right? So, the snowmobile tracks should have been at least a little bit more, right? I believe you're looking for Twist of Fate, Your Honor. Matt Hardy, niggas. I intended to return to the inner temple after taking care of the body, but you were spotted by the head nun, correct? Yes, and that's why I couldn't go back. Your story makes sense, I suppose. Mr. Wright, go ahead with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. After Mystic Elise died, alright, so you brought it back with a snowmobile?
Hold it!
The snowmobile? I knew that would show up sooner or later. Yes, I had the key. I used the snowmobile to travel from Hazakura Temple to Dusky Bridge. This is the part that was in question the other day. Should I ask for more details? Ask about the tracks. How did they get covered up? If you really did move your body by snowmobile, then there should be tracks left in the snow, right? Well, yes, naturally, you would expect tracks. This picture was presented at yesterday's trial. I wasn't here for that, but I still know about it. Are these the tracks from that ride? Yes, I think they are. But I can only see one set of tracks here. I don't see what's so strange about that. Snow was still falling when I left Hazakura Temple. I see. Snow was still falling, huh? And then when the murder took place, it had already stopped. That's why there's such fresh-looking tracks. Okay, moron. The snow stopped. It was... Okay. How about it, Mr. Wright? What do you think about this testimony? It's very important. When the murder took place, the snow already had stopped? It doesn't make sense if you stack it up against the other evidence. Why do they have to make it look so... I don't know what you might be tripping. I don't think Iris or Dahlia look that cute. Your Honor, I'd like the statement Iris just made added to the testimony. But does it have something to do with the case? All will be made clear if you allow her statement to be added to the record. Huh. This should be fun. You, let's get this snow business cleared up, shall we? Yes, sir. By the time the murder took place, the snow had already stopped. I want to believe it, but I think my logic is failing me. Iris is trying to pin the murder on Maya. So, yes, the snow had already stopped. I thought there was more to the testimony. But why would she want to do that? Also, interesting to note, this is one of the only times Phoenix is in court by himself. He doesn't have Maya or Pearl with him. There's only one reason I can think of. Alright, so the snow had stopped, right? You moron. Moron. Absolute moron. Where's the fucking weather data? The witness's statement is clearly faulty, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but what? Uh-oh. No! Must be on the wrong track. The snow had already stopped? What? Okay, so... You dragged... Okay. Yeah, no. I just presented it in the wrong spot. That's my fault. You claim the snow had already stopped when the murder occurred. But I'm sorry, Iris. That just isn't possible. What? This is the weather data from the night of the murder. According to this, the snow didn't stop until 10:50. So, see, that's what I mean. When the snow had already stopped, I was like, okay, it makes sense, and the weather data will back it up. But then I didn't remember I dragged it all the way across Dusky Bridge because I was like, okay, well, she's lying about the snow being stopped then. But I guess not. I took damage in case for it. I classify these two as the same amount of damage because my logic isn't wrong, it's just the wrong time to present the evidence. But you couldn't have crossed Dusky Bridge at that time. Why do you say that? Because the 5 minutes before the snow stopped, Dusky Bridge was struck by lightning and it caught on fire. What did you say? The bridge, it was on fire? You don't mean to say you didn't know about it? Just because of the lightning strike that burned the bridge down. What? But it can't be. Looks like you still haven't figured it out. No matter how hard you try to conceal or deceive, or conceal the truth or deceive, you can't pull the wool over the eyes of a real defense attorney. Oh, shit. Order. The bridge was already on fire when the incident took place. That's right, the inner temple was already totally cut off from the outside world. There's no way you could have crossed the bridge, body or no body. Witness, even my patience has its limits. Any further lying and I will find you in contempt of court. Do you have anything to say for yourself? Objection! The only person here that is truly contemptible is you. Try it, old man. Oh. Me? How dare you? Whether this witness lied or not doesn't mean squat right now. Squat? The important thing right now is to find out the truth. Isn't that right? Yes, of course, but whether it was snowing or not snowing, whether the bridge was burning or not, there are two facts that can't be disputed. It's almost 6 AM and I've seen 3 damage. That's fair. Take it wherever you can get it. First, the body of Elise Donim was discovered in the Hazakura Temple courtyard. And second, the head nun, Sister Bikini, witnessed Iris desecrating Elise Donim's body. He makes a good point on both accounts. But it still doesn't line up with what your fucking witness is saying in her confession, so her confession is fucking out of the window. You lying bastard, it matters. It matters. That's right, I'm not lying. Are you fucking... Am I losing my mind? Like, is what I'm saying making sense to everyone else? Because it matters. If this is a confession, it fucking matters. If she's lying about everything else. What are you claiming at this time? I wasn't myself at all that night, so my memory is still somewhat hazy. You stood at that witness stand and testified this entire time. Are you telling us now that your memory of the night is hazy?
It is only human to err. If you're so perfect, Trite, then maybe you can explain this for the court.
What is it?
When the murder happened, the bridge had already burnt down. Somehow the body traveled across the bridge and was found in the temple courtyard. Perhaps you have some kind of perfect explanation for this little magic trick.
Well, not exactly, no. There must be some other way she got across that burnt out bridge. But unless I can somehow demonstrate it, we'll never know the truth. Alright. So. What is the contradiction here? Mythic hero and who's the new mythic hero?
Who in the fuck?
Bramimon? Dog. Colorless tome? Effie, yeah. Holy shit. Okay, I click to another server and I see this skill. During combat, disables skills of all foes, excluding foe in combat. Dog, what? That's fucking annoying. I can tell.
It looks like the defense is not prepared to offer a suitable explanation. You see what I mean? In other words, you're in no position to suggest that this lady's testimony isn't the truth.
She couldn't have slung her body over the gorge? Yeah. Except for one of the fucking wires. The mooring point, right?
Alright then, witness, let's hear your testimony once more.
About what, Your Honor?
You admitted that you moved the victim's body. Nevertheless, your prior testimony contained a rather large inconsistency. Please add an explanation for that to your testimony.
Yes, Your Honor. Will this be your final testimony? Other than walking over the bridge, there's no way to move the body. So I must have just gotten confused, I guess. Was the snow still falling, or had it stopped? Does that much really matter? Yes, it do. Are you saying that there was a way to cross the burning bridge? Yes. Yes.
So it was just a misunderstanding, I see. This is a photo of Dusky Bridge after it burned down from the lightning blast. It was taken on the morning after the incident.
Y'all gotta be fucking kidding me, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way you're that stupid. There's absolutely no way you're that fucking stupid. Like, you see it. I know you see it. I'm looking at it. Holy shit, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Like, chat, you can see it, right? The big dangling piece of evidence right there.
One of the suspension wires even snapped. It's amazing that the whole bridge didn't fall. Clearly, it would be impossible to carry a corpse across a bridge in this condition.
Oh boy. Unless I do something to discredit this testimony, it's going to be deemed as the truth. And Maya will be accused of murder.
Trite, I'm only going to say it one more time. It's only human to err. And only humans can spot the errors of our ways.
The more sense he makes, the less sense he makes. Alright, Mr. Wright, please begin your final cross-examination. Grima on focus 2. You know what time it is? Is it female Grima? In colorless? Or is it Grima? The first Grima. Let me see. It is female Grima. Okay, sick. What do we got? We've got Tsubasa, we've got Grima, we've got Brave Camilla, we've got Legendary Tiki, Roy, we've got Thrasier, we've got Brave Micaiah, Alm, Fjorm, oh, Altina, that's weird. But yeah, I'll be summoning on colorless for this because I've never gotten I've never gotten a female Grima. Alright, final cross-examination. Alright, other than walking with bridge, there's no way to fuck... Yeah, shut up. I have one poorly drawn picture here that proves otherwise. A dead body flying over a burning bridge. I wouldn't exactly rule out the possibility. What? Huh. You're saying it's possible? Don't make me laugh. The only thing that's possible about your claim is that it's been pulled out of thin air. I don't know about that. In any case, we have a witness who did see it happen. I think you could actually present that at any of the statements. That makes sense, right? Because all of them are just talking about there being no other way to cross the bridge. It makes sense. Alright. Small fun fact, poggers. I can't chicken out. I've got to keep on the attack and go, go, go. Miss Elise Stonehim's brilliant and highly gifted apprentice, Maurice Stonehim. Brilliant, highly gifted apprentice? Remember what he said in his testimony. That night, he was at the Mountain Shack, Heavenly Hall. And that's when he witnessed the event. Oh, don't tell me because he was fucking upside down, he saw them below the bridge, because I'm pissed at that if that's the case. I think you've all seen this sketch before. That's exactly what it is. Oh, my, you gotta be fucking kidding me. Because you can see the suspension wires on the bottom of the bridge. Yeah, it's so fucking dumb. Ugh. It's an exact drawing of what he witnessed that night.
Are you serious? Today is not April Fool's Day, is it?
It's March 29th. Almost April Fool's Day means it wasn't April Fool's Day.
Mr. Wright, are you seriously claiming that the victim flew through the air? And you're using this pathetic scribble to support your argument?
Uh-oh. The judge looks like he's about to blow a gasket.
Huh. Well, that's right. There's nowhere for you to hide now. Other than looking like it was drawn by a 6-year-old, does this sketch prove anything?
Yes, I'm pretty sure it does, and I'm going to prove it.
Listen, I know your tricks. You're gonna try to turn this whole thing upside down.
Well, hey, you, about that, good dough.
If you're so eager to turn this case upside down, why not start with this sketch?
Upside down? Why did he say that?
Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
I don't think old Whiskerface is going to forgive any more mistakes. Alright, Phoenix, look carefully and think it over.
It's a complete contradiction. Although it's exactly what happened at the same time.
So, I'll take damage for selecting the wrong thing, but I want to see what happens if I say exactly what happened. It has to work. Of course the victim was flying through the air. You can see it right there in the sketch. Whoosh!
You know, you're starting to remind me of yesterday's witness.
What?
That was the last thing I wanted to hear. Do you have any evidence that the victim flew through the air? Just so you know, we haven't discovered a giant human catapult at the Inner Temple yet.
I wish they had.
Even if you're a lousy lawyer, you're 1 cup's worth of entertainment. I think we should skip the penalty this time.
Okay, thanks for covering for me, Godot. Thank you.
There must be some way, I just know it.
Look at him upside down and shit. Alright then, the witness will now return to her testimony.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, alright. So, we just do it again, right? We go through the whole fucking rigmarole again. It all comes back to this. I can't believe we're looking at this again. I admit that I didn't really understand it before, but I get it now. That's why I believe this sketch shows the truth.
Very well. Alright then, let's hear the defense's theory. What exactly is this sketch trying to show?
Yep.
So, it's a fucking contradiction.
Yep. Something is obviously funny about this sketch. One of the best parts of these games is the alternate dialogue. I didn't even think that was going to be an option for alternate dialogue because it's still technically the truth, right? It's still technically exactly what happened. It's just the phrasing. I'm no art critic, but even I can see that. No, that's not what I mean, Your Honor. Maurice Denim stated over and over that his sketch was exactly as he saw it. However, if we're to believe his testimony, then the sketch contradicts reality as we know it. It contradicts reality. Huh, this is getting interesting. Looks like you're back to that finger-pointing thing again. Okay, Tripe, so what contradiction is there?
Take that!
It's this wire connected to the bridge. The wire. Huh. Is that the thing that contradicts reality? It is indeed. And show us the reality it supposedly conflicts with. Show us, okay, the Dusky Bridge photo. Where is it? It was recently, right? Yeah, it's the last thing we got. Yep.
Take that!
That's a photo of Dusky Bridge, correct? Yes. Now compare the sketch and the photo for a minute. In the sketch, the wires appear to be above the guard wires. But on the actual Dusky Bridge, jumping Jehoshaphat. Godot kindly provided us with this. Yeah, thanks for the evidence, my mans. It seems that he's I don't know if he's trying to help. I don't know if he's given up on his dick-headed ways, but he's helping nonetheless, right? So I can't even be mad. That's exactly what's happening. Let me see if I can't throw on my, yeah, I can. I need to do more NeuroCloud shit in GFL. To be fair, Godot helped before in 3.3. I mean, he has helped before, but it seems like he's a little bit, like, against it, if that makes sense. Jumping Jehohu now? Jehoshaphat. You've never heard that before? The wires are below the guard wires. What? Order. The sketch is somewhat different than what's depicted in the photo. However, isn't it likely the artist just saw it wrong? That's what I'm getting at. Or perhaps he just drew it wrong. Either way, it sounds like you're just wrong. For someone like Larice, I admit a mistake is a definite possibility. But that begs the question. Why did he make a mistake? What was the reason? Are you saying you know the answer to that? Listen, think back, alright? Remember what Larice was doing when he witnessed the event. He was at Heavenly Hall waiting for a lover that was never going to come. He waited and waited until he finally laid down. But then, lightning shoots from the sky and sets the bridge aflame. Now, ponder what sort of position Larice must have been at the time. He was lying on his back, which is why he remembered the scene the way he did. He was lying on his back. I can't see how this relates. But it does, Your Honor. That is the reason why wires in the sketch go up instead of down. Ah. No way. Maurice Donim had witnessed the events while he was lying on his back face up. In other words, the scene that he saw was upside down. So then, the sketch should actually... I think you finally get it, Your Honor. The correct way to view Larice Donim's sketch is like this. This is how it should actually look. The victim's body wasn't flying above the bridge, it was actually swinging below it. Alright, guy, easy. That's right, just like a pendulum. Ridiculous. All the things to say, a pendulum. The bridge was burning to a crisp, there was no way to get across it. But if the body had been found at the inner temple, it would have caused problems. This is where the criminal decides to take a gamble. They decided to use the burning bridge to get the body to the other side, and a pendulum was the only way to get it done. Let's think about this for a minute, shall we? Dusky Bridge is about 20 yards long, which means it's about that far from the inner temple to the opposite cliff. Yes, that sounds about right. In order to cover that distance with a pendulum, you need a rope at least 10 yards long. To get a rope that long, you'd have to plan ahead. You don't need to. The lightning strike that night can only have been an accident, so it doesn't make any sense that the culprit would have prepared the rope beforehand. So then, they didn't have to get the rope ready. The rope was already right in front of them. What? I'm saying that it was just a matter of using what was already there. In that case, Mr. Wright, please give us an explanation, support your theory. What makes you think the criminal had the rope on hand to create a pendulum? Well, once a motherfucking again, if y'all would look kindly at the fucking rope to create the pendulum. The meaning of this is, if you really want to know where the rope came from, it's hanging right there in front of your gorgeous beard. Don't flatter him, Phoenix. This is one of the wires from the bridge. When the lightning struck the bridge and set it on fire, one of the suspension wires came loose from its anchor. The criminal didn't have any time to waste, so they tied the wire around Elise Donim's body and swung. Because there was simply no other way to move the body. Huh. Dog. At least it's not a what could they have done without the lightning strike, because they could have just crossed. Yeah. The bridge also could have gone out too. I'm still saying that. Mr. Godot. It seems that Mr. Godot is more focused on his coffee than answering my question. It seems that the odds of the rope being readily available were very high. So I suppose it's not an impossibility after all. Objection! Possible or impossible, that's not the question we need to ask. There's only one question. Did that really happen? Trite, I wonder if you can prove what happened to us. Do you have any actual evidence that the body was swung over like a pendulum? Why, yes. The ball. Before I present my evidence, let me review what we know so far. According to this photo, one of the wires snapped. Looking at the map, we can see that it was one in front of the inner temple. So, was that the spot where the criminal? Yes, precisely. Now, let us consider the body's movement by looking again at the overhead map. If the body was pushed from this point here, it would drop on the opposite bank at approximately this point. Did you say drop? Well, we must have failed to catch the body on the other bank. What makes you think something like that? Because I have evidence that suggests her body dropped some distance. Well, I mean, the bruising as well. Ahaha. It's your boy. Take a look at this autopsy report. It's updated. It says here that her body fell about 10 feet after her death. 10 feet, huh? That's most likely the height difference between the two sides. The body overswung due to forward momentum, but then came loose and fell about 10 feet. And then, as a result of the landing impact, this crystal sphere was knocked loose. Yes, this is the bloodstained amethyst crystal. It's the one that came off Miss Elise Donim's staff. And even more important is the place where the crystal sphere was found. Indeed, I believe is already marked on this overhead map. The crystal was found, precisely, Your Honor. In the very spot where the pendulum would arrive if given the right amount of speed. This explains your theory quite well, Mr. Wright. You provided us with a way the body could have been moved that night. An impressive deduction, Mr. Wright. Most impressive. I was gonna ask, what was that noise? But, I should have known. I really should have known that this son of a bitch was gonna swing this goddamn thing at me. Like, for what purpose? I'm right. I'm right, nigga. I'm right. What is the meaning of this, Mr. Godot? That was a dark and bitter guess that you made, Trite. But you forgot about one thing. Oh? And what would that be? The aroma. Huh? A coffee's most reliable accomplice is its deep and profound aroma. The rest of the court doesn't speak coffee-nese. Can you elaborate a bit more? If the criminal had sent the body to the other side, like you say, then naturally there must have been an accomplice lying in wait to catch it. At least it was cold this time. He shouldn't have done it at all, is what I'm saying. This son of a bitch. He could have just calmed down. Quite literally, there was no need for this. Could have just relaxed, you know? But, I mean, it's cold, yeah, it is a little, I'd rather have somebody throw, like, cold coffee on me than scalding hot coffee. But he does bring up a valid point, however, he should fucking know by now. There is an accomplice. The criminal wasn't able to cross Dusky Bridge. So, who collected the body? What do you have to say about that, Trite? Are you fucking serious? Mr. Godot is correct. This can't be the work of a single person. Well, Mr. Wright, you know what you must do. Yes, Your Honor. The body couldn't have made it to Hazakura Temple without an accomplice. Very well. Well then, if you please, Mr. Wright. Who was the person that received the body on the Hazakura Temple side? So, it was Iris.
Take that!
Yes. It can only be you, Sister Iris. Huh? Ah, but I don't see why you're so surprised. The only way to transport the body from Dusky Bridge is by snowmobile. But with her bad back, Sister Bikini could never pick up a body like that. You're the only one that could have managed it.
Objection!
Right, were you even listening to the witness's testimony? On the night of the crime, this little cutie pie was on cleanup duty in the inner temple garden after the mother-daughter bloodbath.
Objection!
I haven't forgotten, but if you, Mr. Godot, this witness was also seen at Hazakura Temple, desecrating the corpse of the victim. Strange indeed. It's almost as if, on that night, the defendant was in two different places at the same time. Sister Iris, let me ask you something. Why didn't you mention it when you first gave your testimony? Mention what? The pendulum, of course. Using the sketch drawn by an eyewitness, I've established how the body was moved using the burnout bridge. Which means it's now a fact that this occurred something you should have already known. No, I had no idea. I didn't know anything about a pendulum. But the body couldn't have been passed along to the other side without your help. So you should have known about it. In fact, it'd be impossible for you to be clueless about this whole thing. Unless you're not really Iris to begin with. What? How can you say that, Mr. Wright? What kind of nonsense is this? You're saying this witness isn't Iris at the Hazakura Temple?
Objection!
Are you serious, Trite? You mean this woman is... There's no one besides Iris that could have received the corpse that night. Now I get it. Now I see why I've been sick to my stomach this whole trial. Why her whole demeanor changed suddenly from yesterday. Why she's trying to pin this murder on Maya. The woman that's standing at the witness stand, her real name is Dahlia Hawthorne.
Take that!
I've never thought I'd have to utter your name again, let alone see you. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. Hawthorne? Sister Iris had a twin sister, and you're looking at her, Miss Dahlia Hawthorne. That name rings some bells, distant bells, but bells nonetheless. It's just your imagination, Gramps. The file contains all the relevant data about Dahlia Hawthorne. Oh yes, I remember now. In that case, 5 years ago. Yeah. So, either way, you're still guilty, nigga? What are we trying to say here? But, according to this, Dahlia Hawthorne is already dead. Or so you believe. It says her execution was carried out last month. So what? Death has no meaning in this courtroom. Oh, damn. I didn't think he'd be saying it, but here we go. What? Order. Wait a moment. How can you, my sister, she's already dead. What kind of... You of all people should already understand. After all, the blood of the master of the Grain channeling technique flows from within that body. Yep. You've been found out, little nigga. I'm sorry, but is it the Grain channeling technique? Where have I heard that? That's right. You're not Dahlia Hawthorne herself. You're the spirit of Dahlia, currently inhabiting the body of a spirit medium. What an exciting story. Exciting, but quite impossible. You're asking us to buy that Dahlia Hawthorne just happened to be channeled by someone on the very night of the murder to a temple where her twin sister Iris was? Well, if you're gonna put things that way, then yes.
Objection!
We're supposed to believe a coincidence just like that happens. Naturally, it was no coincidence. The whole thing was a part of a plan from the very beginning. It's written right here in these instructions. What's that? These instructions were written by your mother, Morgan Fay. And part of the plan called for Dahlia Hawthorne to be channeled. That night, there were 2 irises at Hazakura Temple. 2 of them. Even the time the channeling was planned out. As soon as you hear the lights out bell, in other words, 10 p.m. However, Iris was seen before dinner time. That means that the Iris at dinner was the real Iris. And the Iris who gave me this hood in the main hall was also the real Iris. Meaning that the Iris sister Bikini saw at the inner temple was someone else dressed as her, namely one Dahlia Hawthorne.
Objection!
Do you even know what you're saying, Tride? This whole channeling the spirit of Dahlia Hawthorne business. Yes, it's true that you found plans to talk about it. However, there's one thing that's perfectly clear. The witness currently standing in the witness stand is the real Iris. What? Calm down and remember what you know about the night of the crime. Ah, is he going to tell me about he knows that Pearl wasn't able to channel? After meeting Sister Bikini, the Dahlia Hawthorne that had been channeled would have been stranded at the inner temple due to the lightning strike. That's such like a perfect swing, too. That's amazing. Also, give me 1 second. I gotta do something in a mobile jam real quick. Namely, promo my UMP 45. Upgrade! Froggers. There, we did it. It was later that the body was moved by the pendulum. That's right. Naturally, this would mean that the Iris received the body was the real Iris. Are you with me so far? Yes. After being notified of what happened, the police came to Hazakura Temple's main hall. They only found Iris in her room. There, they found Iris in her room and arrested her. And ever since, she's been under police supervision at the detention center. Yes, I suppose I can't deny any of that. Whew, thank goodness. It looks like he's finally convinced. But something still seems way off. I'm not convinced that the Iris here is the same one from the other night. Huh. I suppose you're about to say something really ridiculous. Like, the real Iris and the spirit of Dahlia somehow switched places. Switch places? To be perfectly honest, there's still quite a few things I don't understand, but I do know that unless we confirm the witness's identity, we can't continue with this trial. Iris doesn't have the spiritual power needed to channel Dahlia, which means they must have switched places somewhere. Well, Mr. Wright, since the time she was arrested at Hazakura Temple, have there been any chances for Iris to switch places with Dahlia Hawthorne? There was one. There definitely was one time. Your Honor, I think there might have been one chance. Oh? Explain yourself. Yesterday, for a few minutes, Iris's whereabouts were unknown. Unknown? What do you mean? What I mean is, there was a span of time in which Iris was able to move about freely, unsupervised. Well, who was it? Who would have given a murder suspect time to move about like that freely? He didn't give her time. Nah. I'm sorry, Miles, but I'm sorry. I know you didn't mean to. I know it wasn't your fault. The person who gave Iris the chance to freely move about was... This is Mr. Edgeworth, isn't it? Your Honor, there was a fairly large earthquake yesterday, was there not? An earthquake? Yes, yes, earthquake. I didn't need to see the fucking screen shaking again. Thank you though. How could I have? Yeah. We saw that. We went to the inner temple right away. And it's true, Iris was already there. However, they had already switched places at that point in time. When I arrived at the training hall, I was met by none other than Dahlia Hawthorne. That's quite enough already, Mr. Wright. Now see here. No judge in his right mind would be quiet. It's been a long time, Mr. Judge. That voice. Guess I'll have to ask again. Upon meeting a beautiful lady, ask her for her name and profession. That's one of my rules. Dahlia Hawthorne, my current profession? Permanently retired. You conniving bitch.
So you're not gonna bother hiding your identity anymore, huh?
Why should I? After all, I'm dead. There's nothing you can really do to punish me.
What is going on here?
Dahlia Hawthorne. I never thought we'd meet again, and I never thought we'd meet like this. But this time, I'll end it. For her, and for myself.
To be continued. That's a good stinger to end part of the trial on. Not gonna lie.
Alright. But we keep it moving. February 10th, 106, District Court, Courtroom number 7.
Now then, let's continue where we left off, shall we? Well, witness?
Yes? How can I help you, Mr. Judge?
Well, it seems that we're to learn the truth. We'll need to hear your testimony.
I have no problem with that. But you've seen what I have. Sometimes the truth is better left unknown.
In any case, let's hear your testimony. Tell us about the plan that was carried out that night.
The plan. Neat. The whole plan began with my death. A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. But for it to work, Maya Fay would first have to die. The idea for me was to kill Maya and then have blame pinned on Iris? What? The plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyway. What? Wait a minute. Did you say the plan was all to kill Maya Fay? Yes, you have a problem with that. Don't give us that nonsense.
Watch yourself, Wright. If you got a problem, solve it during cross-examination. That's one of my rules.
Yes, thank you, former defense attorney. Whose initials are DA. Also the initials for defense attorney. Thank you.
Mr. Godot is correct. And by the way, that's one of my rules as well.
To kill Maya? Could it be true?
Let's get it.
The whole plan began with your death.
Talk to me.
You were executed last month, correct? Yes, I was hanged. It wasn't exactly pleasant. How did you manage to discuss the plan? When did you talk with Morgan Fay? Last year, she was transferred to the same detention center as me. Since I was on death row and she was my mother, it was actually pretty easy to meet with her.
I see.
That's when you discussed the plan. Huh, are you crazy? At first, that woman was planning to kill me as well, even though I'm her own daughter. All to make Pearl Fay the master of Crane? She's a cold, twisted woman. She thought she could finally regain her lost honor. The honor she lost when her younger sister Misty took the place as master. Ever since that day, she's been working on this plan.
Plan, huh?
A stupid plan hatched by Morgan Fay to install her own daughter as the next master. You're talking about Pearl Fay, is that correct? Yes, though at first she had high hopes for the two of us.
You and your twin sister, Iris.
That's correct. Fortunately, neither of us had that much spiritual power. That's why we were abandoned by... Ooh, you didn't have that much spiritual power? So... Iris couldn't have summoned you at all. You're not Dahlia possessing Iris. You're just Dahlia.
Abandoned?
The only person I ever really cared about in life was myself. My sister was a nuisance, so I convinced my father to leave her in an old temple. You mean Iris? Yes, my father remarried a woman who also had a daughter. The less children you have, the more money there is to go around, right? And on top of that, my father had absolutely no interest in children in general.
How horrible.
Yeah, of course, if Iris was possessed, then they couldn't have been in two places. Exactly. And Pearl wasn't channeling her either. Yeah, so what I was saying before was correct. Dahlia was alive. She survived her execution. I just want to know how that happened. That's insane. Really horrible one was that woman. That bitter, vengeful woman. It was her stubbornness that gave birth to that child, Pearl Fay. She was born with an abundance of spiritual power, unfortunately for her. Morgan Fay heaped all of her broken hopes and dreams onto that poor child's back. All because of her pathetic dreams of having her bloodline become the main family. But for it to work, Maya Fay would have to die first. But Misty Fay was still alive. you guys didn't know where she was, but she was still alive. Maya would have to die, but why? For our bloodline to succeed as the main family, thus making Pearl the new master. The remaining descendants of the current master had to be taken care of.
Objection!
But Pearls would never agree to a plan like that. She adores Maya. How sad. You still don't get it, do you? What Pearl wanted had nothing to do with it. Morgan didn't care one bit about Pearl. Go to jail, nigga, the fuck? Stay in jail. Die in jail. The only thing she cared about was the position of master. That's all. That's ridiculous. She was willing to sacrifice anything and anyone to achieve her goal. The life of her daughter, and naturally, the life of Maya Fey as well. How could anyone do that? The idea was for me to kill Maya, then have the blame pinned on Iris.
Hold it!
Doesn't seem about right. You were going to kill Maya. Pearl didn't need to know anything about it. All she had to do was follow the instructions in the letter and channel them. Then I would simply use her body and finish the job. In any case, I'm already dead and there's nothing you can do to me. So, the plan was to blame the crime on your younger twin, Sister Iris of Hazakura Temple. She and I look absolutely identical. No one could tell us apart. If someone were to witness me killing Maya, naturally they would think Iris was the one that done it. And the witness in this case was the head nun, Sister Bikini. I never would have guessed that she was going to return to Hazakura Temple that night, but she wound up seeing Iris's crime anyway. But why did you want to pin the murder on Iris in the first place? She's your twin sister, isn't she? Twin sister? Don't make me laugh. She's nothing but a backstabber. I couldn't care less about her. Backstabber? You just don't understand. You never will. Anyway, the plan went wrong, but it seems to have succeeded anyways.
Hold it!
You think the plan was a success? You heard me. Just as that woman had hoped, Maya Fey is dead. That's Cap. I can smell Cap. Now the title of Master will pass on to Pearl Fey.
Objection!
That's absurd. She's just trapped. Trapped inside the sacred cavern. Really? You're as foolishly optimistic as ever, aren't you, my darling Feeny? Well, call me that fucking name. Do you want to know the truth? Ever since we met, I've despised you. Your sniveling naivete and your pathetic faith in other people. I just want to know one thing. What did you personally think of Morgan Fey's plan? I told you already, didn't I? It was a stupid plan. It had no point, no value other than fulfilling her own greedy desires. Well, I mean, it's greedy, and it may be greedy, and it is stupid. Yes, it was certainly nothing to be proud of. If that's how you feel, then why did you help her carry it out? Why would you do it? Why would you kill Maya? You may not understand it, being the kind and gentle soul that you are. You may not be able to appreciate why someone like me would help a woman like that. So then tell me, why? Isn't it obvious? I'm not like that woman. I act only in my own self-interest. The reason I helped her was for myself. For my own personal satisfaction. What did you say? So this woman, Dahlia Hawthorne, she had her own reason for wanting Maya dead? Do you understand now why I would kill... No. No, you wanted her dead because of Mia. That's why her fucking profile keeps popping up. Because they don't want it to be very obvious when it does become relevant. That makes sense.
Objection!
Could it be that your actual goal had nothing to do with Maya Fey herself? As I said, none of you have the power to punish me anymore. Because I'm already dead. Well, I had the same problem, you see. You can't punish the dead, and you can't take revenge on them either. You wanted to take revenge on someone. I was sentenced to die because of that woman, Mia Fey. I knew somehow this was it. I wanted to send her a message. It was at her hands that I suffered my first humiliation. I wanted her to make her feel the same pain she made me feel. Sadly, when I realized that revenge was impossible, I gave up. And the reason it was impossible was because Mia Fey had already died. Yes, and I realized there's only one way to take revenge against the dead. And just how do you do that? Even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, it lives on forever. I wanted to take away the person that Mia Fey loved most. I wanted to kill her with my own hands. That way I could be the one and only, I could be the one and only, that could be the one and only way I could take my revenge against Mia Fey. That was the reason I helped out with that woman's plans. Just for that you would kill Maya. Your goal was no different than that of Morgan Fey. As they say, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. What a cruel plan. Cruel, cold, heartless. Don't waste your time preaching to the dead. I've already told you, there's not a thing you can do to me. That night, at about 9:30, I materialized into this world. I quickly pinned my hair up and put on a demon warding hood. Then I picked up the staff that was by my side and left Hazakura Temple. So, it was at least Donin who channeled her after all. No. No. That ridiculous head nun? Okay. She let my... She's taller than you! And wobbled back clutching her poor old head. What did you do then? The kid was easier to handle than I hoped. I caught up with her in front of a stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and... So then you're saying you stabbed Maya? It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. What does that mean? No clear memory? It means that she's a fucking liar. It means we cannot believe her. At all. I don't know. Spirit channeling changes your physical appearance, yes, but you can still, you don't shrink. Nobody has shrunk. I mean, even if that's the case, fucking, she was carrying around Misty's staff. Everybody was to think that's Misty. Pearl's grown, but nobody's shrunk, is my point. It physically changes your appearance. I think I was stabbed. You were stabbed. At the last minute, Maya Fey must have stabbed me, I'm sure. That's not like her at all. Maya wouldn't stab a french fry with a plastic fork. Anyway, I suddenly lost consciousness, but before I did, I scrawled her name on the lantern. Just as I was passing out, I wrote Maya behind my back. I hoped it would cast suspicion on her. I can't believe she was thinking of that until the bitter end. That's where my memory temporarily stops. It stops, but you know that the body pendulum... But you... Why is it everybody has to lie? I'm going to find you. I don't actually have any memory of killing Maya Fey with my own two hands. My very last memory was Maya's terror-filled eyes. When I woke up after that, I was in the sacred cavern surrounded by darkness. You were in the sacred cavern. The entrance was sealed by one of those trick locks. Somehow I ended up trapped there. But how did you wind up there? I'd like to know that myself. Anyway, I was worried. I didn't know whether or not Mia Fey was dead. Or Maya Fey was dead, excuse me. And I swore I wouldn't return to the underworld until I knew I had killed her myself. It sounded like cap. It smelled like cap. Maybe I'm just crazy. Like, maybe I just know some stuff. Like, without knowing some stuff, but it smells like cap. At least to me. For a ghost, you're one tough cookie. I wanted to get out of there and make sure she was dead. Is Dahlia possessing Maya? Yeah, no, that's dumb. Yeah. You're crazy about that one. You wildin' with that one, cousin. But I couldn't do it. I had to get out. The trick lock stopped you, huh? I didn't know how to remove it. So then you're saying you were actually confined against your will inside this sacred cavern. Yes, I wanted to get rid of that annoying lock as soon as possible. But it wasn't easy. I kept getting interrupted when I was working on it. Interrupted? It was early in the morning, but someone came into the training room. What? Who? Could it have been Maya? I thought the same thing, but I couldn't see. Why not? If someone had spotted me, I would have lost my chance to take revenge. So I made sure to hide myself well at the back of the sacred cavern. That morning, only 2 people could have gone to the training hall. Maya and Pearls. Pearls went there to cover the hanging scroll and gravy. Still, I finally managed to remove the lock. But I was too late.
What do you mean by that?
The flies had already started to gather.
The bridge had been fixed and the police had started their investigation, correct?
Naturally, I couldn't go out. So instead, I returned to the cavern and put the lock back on myself. I realized I wouldn't get a chance to see Maya's corpse as I'd hoped. But just then, Lady Luck showed up. Lady Luck. Oh, excuse me. After that big earthquake, she showed up all by herself. The real Iris? She said she'd come to make sure that the sacred cavern was alright. Stupid girl. Need to go back and see Chris's reaction to the gravy shit. Yeah, no. I got confused until I read the instruction note a little bit more closely. I came out from the sacred cavern and got a feel for the situation. And I locked her away in my place. I had finally learned exactly what had happened. It was then that I learned that the plan had actually succeeded. What do you mean your plan had succeeded? I misunderstood one thing, you see. That night, the one that had summoned me, I had assumed it was Pearl Fay. Well, of course you would have assumed that. It was written on the instructions. But I was wrong. The person that actually called my spirit back was... Misty Fay, the picture book author. She said this earlier. She said this a while ago. Why are we confused? Am I missing something? Am I secretly stupid? Cause this just seems like it's a fucking no-brainer. Well, that's really the only possibility, isn't it? After I lost consciousness in the garden, it was her body that was left lying there. Maya Fey. I wasn't able to kill her with my own hands after all. But even so, I made her commit the most vile sin a human can commit. Jaywalking. And that is... matricide. The sin of killing her own mother. No way. Order in the court. What is the meaning of this? It's true that I was the one who attacked Maya Fey. But even so, the murderer who actually snuffed out Misty Fey's life was none other than... your darling little Maya. Ridiculous. That's nonsense. Are you sure about that? Just think about it. There's even evidence supporting these facts, isn't there? What do you mean? What is this so-called evidence? The fact that Maya Fey has disappeared is evidence enough, isn't it? No, it's not. She's in a fucking... We haven't been able to get into a fucking cave. Like, just shut up. Actually, just stop talking. Just shut up while you're up there. If you would. Thank you. Huh? The idea that she's still in the sacred cavern is just ridiculous. She wasn't able to escape from the inner temple, that much is obvious. In that case, there is only one place she could be. Still inside the inner temple. Where? Do I have to spell it out? The bottom of the Eagle River. Where else? Eagle River. Maya Fey killed her long-lost mother. Can you imagine the guilt she must have felt when she realized that? How would she have known that was her long-lost mother? She didn't recognize her. Just shut up! Like, why are you speaking? Like, what? Shut up. That's why she threw herself into Eagle River. Most bodies that wind up there are lost forever. So, what do you have to say now, Feeny? Godot, your phone, please. Oops. Sorry, that's my phone. What kind of ringtone is that? Godot here. Okay, thanks. Was it something important? They just finished up removing the locks from the sacred cavern. That's great. What about Maya? There was a woman in the cave. It wasn't Maya. Was it Maya Fey? It was the accused, Sister Iris. Huh? Don't look so surprised. I locked her in there yesterday. I just finished telling you that. So what about Maya? Where is she? There was no one else found inside the sacred cavern.
No, it can't be.
I told you, didn't I? She's dead. No. That's lies. Big cap. Big cap on campus. I can smell it. This case has come to an end. A tragic end. Sadly, it appears the killer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Misty Faye, was her own daughter, Maya Faye. Overcome with guilt for what she had done. Like, because if we're taking us at her word, then the person in front of us is a spirit channeled into somebody's body. You guys can't be this stupid. Like, I want to believe that. I believe that you can't be that stupid. But, are you dumb? Like, it's just... okay. Maya Faye jumped to her death in the raging waters of Eagle River. It can't be. Huh. Tried, have you ever heard this one? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. No matter how improbable it might seem. What is that supposed to mean, Prosecutor Godot? According to this witness, Maya Faye threw herself into the Eagle River. However, is that really the truth? Remember, this woman testified earlier that the bridge was already on fire when the murder was taking place in the garden. Which means if Maya had thrown herself into the river, it must have been from the inner temple side, near the bridge. She would have landed on the fucking rocks. That's right. That's where she jumped from. But that's impossible. It's impossible to jump into the river from there. What? Don't get your panties all twisted up, Trite. Just relax and think through the whole thing again. So, it's impossible. Maya couldn't have thrown herself into Eagle River. Well, Mr. Wright, Miss Hawthorne claims Miss Faye threw herself into the river from the inner temple side. Do you have any evidence that refutes this claim? The fucking map. Because if she threw her, she would have landed right on the fucking rocks. She would have been dead. I can't believe you're doing this mistake again, Dahlia. It's impossible to jump into the Eagle River from the inner temple side. No one knows this better than this witness. What did you say? 11 years ago, you jumped into the very same river. Shit on. Just take a look at this overhead map. As you can see, below the cliff on the inner temple side is a big rock shelf. Ooh, you're right. She wouldn't have reached the river if she had jumped off from there. In other words, if she had jumped, we should be able to see her body in this photo. Ah. So you finally figured it out. Did you drop a couple frames, or was that just me? I haven't dropped frames in a little while, but I have been dropping frames. You know. Order, order. You're just playing with me. Maya Faye's body is at the bottom of Eagle River. There's nowhere else she could possibly be hiding. Miss Hawthorne, have you ever heard this one before? Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Yes, just a few minutes ago. Maya Faye wasn't inside the sacred cavern. We now know that she didn't throw herself into the Eagle River. Correct? That eliminates the most likely of all possibilities. Now, although it seems improbable, there is one other place she could still be. So, no. This is dumb. This is really dumb. I don't believe this one. What? What is this one possibility you were talking about? That's obviously a bluff. So then where is her dead body then? Finally, I think the pieces are falling into place. Normally the living have no way to punish the dead, but I think there is a way to give Dahlia Hawthorne the ultimate punishment. Let's give it everything we've got. Shall I tell you, Miss Hawthorne? Shall I tell you where Maya is this very instant? Maya Faye... There's only one possibility left. Namely, she's right here in this very courtroom. Maya Faye is here. You say she's here in my courtroom. Dahlia Hawthorne. I seem to recall that you said I had misunderstood one thing, you see? So what? But I think there's one more thing you misunderstood. This is so dumb. What do you mean? Tell me something. At this very moment, who is channeling Dahlia Hawthorne? I would have liked it better if she was actually alive. Why, that's obvious. It's Pearl Fay, that pathetic little sniveling runt. You're wrong. Pearl's tried, but she couldn't do it. I never failed at channeling someone? Yep. Dog, I thought that explanation was a red herring. Damn it. No, Solaris, you gotta do it all together like this. No, not at what happened. Damn fucking keyboard. There's the command. If you ever need to know what happened, just ask! Exclamation mark, what happened? There's a lot left still? Okay. So, hopefully this gets explained a little bit better. Someone called me before Pearl did, but who? Pearl's even tried again on the day after the crime, but she couldn't do it. What could that mean? I think the truth is becoming clear to you right about now, am I correct? It wasn't Pearls that channeled you. There was someone who called you before she could. Well, I mean...
Take that!
This is an easy one. Pearls couldn't do it, and Misty Fay is gone. There's only one possibility left. Come on already, I can't stand the tension. Dahlia Hawthorne. The person that's channeling you right now must be Maya Fay. What? But how could that be? Remember what this witness Dahlia Hawthorne said about her goal. She said that her goal was to kill Maya Fay. Yes, that's right. But if Maya channeled the spirit of someone that was trying to kill her... well, Gramps, what would happen? Could it be... It looks like you finally understand, Your Honor. Well, I don't. What are you going on about? What I'm going on about is the reason Maya channeled you. And there's only one reason. To protect herself from me. To protect herself from me? Yes. On the night of the crime, you were only interested in one thing. Killing Maya Fay. The path back to Hazakura was closed off and there was nowhere for her to run. So the problem became, where would be the safest place to hide? Ah, you mean that's when she channeled me. All this time you thought you'd been channeled by Pearls. That's why it never occurred to you that Maya's hiding place was you. Don't say that. You're saying that I, Dahlia Hawthorne, was played for a fool by that little whelp. Maya Fay killed herself. Isn't that obvious?
Objection!
Sorry, but no. It would have been impossible for her to jump into the Eagle River. This was the only avenue of escape open to Maya. The only way that Maya could disappear from the inner temple. I don't believe you. A stupid little girl like that who has never been out in the real world. She could have never come up with a plan like that. Who could have even given her such a brilliant idea? Well, me, of course. Oh, welcome. What's up, Mia? Also, hey, Pearl. Mia Fay. It's been a long time, Dahlia Hawthorne. So it's true. It was you. Yes? Huh, you're something else. But what are you doing here? That hair, it's Pearl's, right? Tell me something, Dahlia. I want you to think back into that night one more time. You had just cornered Maya in the Inner Temple's garden, and then in the final moments of the fight, you lost consciousness. I was stabbed by Maya Fay. Actually, Maya lost consciousness at the exact same time as you. She did. Not terribly surprising, since she was about to be killed. When she woke up, she was in the training hall. That's when Maya decided that she needed help, so she channeled me. She explained in a memo... See, this is what I was talking about! This is the type of shit I was talking about. You write down exactly what you need to figure out in a note. Channel the spirit. Have the spirit read the note. This is exactly the type of shit I expect. She asked me what I thought she should do. She did that? I can't believe it. Of course, I didn't have all the details, but one thing was perfectly clear. And that was... I knew that you couldn't be allowed to wander free. Free? What do you mean? It was a race against time, so I wrote down 2 things that Maya had to do. Channel Dahlia Hawthorne as soon as possible, and lock herself in the sacred cavern until help arrived. So Maya was the one who put that lock on there. Yes, but why did you order her to do those 2 things? Also, it's crazy that fucking nobody saw Pearl just walk up to the defense booth and was just like, "Hey, what's that child? Where is that adult coming from? Hold on." If she hadn't done it, Dahlia Hawthorne would have been channeled by someone else. By one Pearl Fay. Pearls? Yes, Pearl didn't properly understand the plan. So all she was trying to do was follow her mother, Morgan Fay's instructions. If she had succeeded in channeling Dahlia Hawthorne's spirit, things would have turned out very badly, to put it mildly. So that's how it was. You had to block and sell drugs. Dahlia Hawthorne would have used the body of Pearl Fay to kill Maya at all costs. Yes, it certainly sounds like that was the intent all along. How dare you? I won't forget this. Why not just admit it, Dahlia Hawthorne? Your little plan was nothing but a big failure. Yes, another failure to add to the pile of shame, wouldn't you say? What do you mean by another? Come on, Chris, they used channeling just the way you wanted. Yeah, no, I'm excited about that. This is what I was saying. That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. Literally, word for word, what I was saying. You write down a fucking note, summon the spirit, have the spirit read the note. Look, I'm just saying, that was pretty cool. I'm glad they did that. Think about it, Dahlia. Remember all your past crimes? Not a single one of them was a success. They all ended in failure. What? How dare you? 11 years ago. The fake kidnapping, your very first crime. You got your hands on a $2 million diamond, but... after Terry Falls escaped and went to meet with Valerie Hawthorne, the truth was exposed. Shut your mouth, that wasn't my fault. It was because of that stupid oaf of a prisoner and that weakling of a policewoman. And then, 1 year later, you tried to kill me. It really sucked. Wait, 1 year later? That wasn't 1 year later. Did that say 1 year later? Because that wasn't 1 year later. The resolution to Maya channeling Dahlia isn't actually as dumb as it seems when you realize it. Yeah, of course, once it's laid out, but I would have liked it more if, this is one of those instances where my fucking, where my headcanon would have been cooler. If Dahlia survived her execution, that would have been sick. Well, I'm still alive, but you wound up killing someone else. Case 3-4 was a year before 1-4, or 3-1. But it was, no, it was 11 years before the 11 years ago was her first crime attempt. 6 years ago was the killing of Valerie, and then a year after that. So maybe I just missed the, also, look at the fucking jury going nuts up there. Hold on. Jesus Christ, they're shaking their heads. So maybe I missed the actual chain of events as it was played out, but it made it seem like, or the way I read it, it made it seem like the fake kidnapping and then the attempt on Phoenix's life. That's what I mixed up. That was my fault. It's one stupid move after another for you, but it's no longer funny. You wipe that smug, happy-go-lucky smile off your face. And now this. You've messed up again. You let Maya Fey escape, even though she was right there in front of you. Mia Fey, you spinster. I was supposed to kill Maya Fey like I swore I would. And if only you had gotten this spiky-haired jerk the guilty verdict, then I wouldn't have been hanged to death. True. Literally. Yeah, you got that. Yeah, that's fair enough. You got that one. Hold on. But I think I finally understand you, Dahlia Hawthorne. You will never defeat me. What? Ghost battles, poggers! What did you say? Whether you're alive, dead, somewhere in between, you will never defeat me. As long as I'm around, you're destined to lose for all of eternity. Oh, I remember what you said earlier in the trial. You said there was no way we could punish you, because you were already dead. What about it? Then you said, even when the body dies, the spirit, the ego, lives on, forever. That's very true, Dahlia. That's exactly the punishment you'll never be able to escape from. For all of eternity, you'll have to remain as Dahlia Hawthorne. A miserable, pathetic, weak creature who can never win at anything. Dog. You are a bona fide loser. And for you, there is no escape from that. No hope of freedom. Since the day you were executed, that narrow bridge that once stretched out in front of you has burnt to a crisp. I get it, it's like poetry. It rhymes. You're wrong. That's not your spot to say that. It can't be. How could I lose to the likes of you? It no longer matters. I don't care whether you win or lose anymore. The only thing I want is for you to come out of Mai's body right now. Oh. Oh. What? What? Hey, Maya. Bye, Maya. Now then, I assume you are the real Iris? Yes, I was just rescued from the sacred cavern. I must say, you and your twin sister are indeed identical from what I can see. In any case, it appears that everything has finally been cleared up. Mr. Godot, what happened to Dahlia Hawthorne? If you ask me, Your Honor, looks like she went back to the hell she came from. It seems that Misty Faye wasn't the only victim of this crime. Maya Faye, as well as the young Pearl Faye, also victims of this wicked and selfish plan. Yes, Your Honor. The tragedy of Medium Valley has finally come to an end, it seems. It would be the best for everyone if no further attempt was made to channel that spirit again. Your Honor. Yes, what is it? About this whole spirit meeting thing. It's almost weird how comfortable you seem with the concept now. It seems like this seems pretty wrapped up. All things considered. I don't know if I'm crazy. This seems wrapped up. Like, this seems like the murder has been solved. Well, to be frank, my younger brother is quite judgmental. He often criticizes me for not studying hard. Isn't there still more? Yeah, but like at this point, it seems like this is open shut. We're done. There was a ghost. We out. That's why I made up a concerted effort to study up on the Crane channeling technique. Hey, isn't that the New Year issue of Old Colts? I've seen quite a few things in my many years on the bench, and in that time, I finally learned this one thing. Ghost niggas is weird. Each case is different, and each takes place in its own world, if you will. In order to finally understand and to fully understand that world, first we have to immerse ourselves in it completely. And that's where my brother and I used to differ. I never thought of it that way. I mean, ghost niggas. At any rate, it's time to pass judgment in the case of Iris of Hazakura Temple.
Objection!
Godot. You're a little too fast with that gavel, Your Honor. What do you mean by that, Mr. Godot? This trial, it isn't over yet. That's what he means. What? Stop flirting with him and leave, nigga. The fuck? We're done here. Try it. Remember what Miss Evil Spirit said in her testimony? Huh? Dahlia's testimony. Caught up with her in front of the stone lantern, then I took out the dagger I got from the storeroom, and... It's strange, but I don't have a clear memory of what happened after that. I think I was stabbed. Just as Dahlia Hawthorne was about to attack Maya, she was stabbed and killed by someone. Yes, that's right.
person that ultimately killed the spirit was the spirit medium that channeled Dahlia. At least to know... Oh, no, Misty Faye. But who killed her? We still don't know who did it.
This isn't over. It seemed like it was fucking... So this was a whole bunch of nothing just to figure out that Dahlia was inside Maya's body? This seems awful. God damn.
Unless someone else is found guilty, the accused will still on trial. We can't let her walk until there's evidence that proves her innocence.
No way. But this court isn't prepared for any further testimony.
The prosecution is ready to call our final witness.
Final witness.
This one will clear up the whole mystery. The mystery of who killed Misty Faye.
Indeed. Is it really alright, Mr. Prosecutor?
Of course it's alright, Madam Attorney.
Just fuck all... No, don't actually, but... Mia, leave the body and then go talk to this nigga. Very well then. Who is this final witness?
Huh, isn't it obvious? There's only one person who saw the whole event and will put a final dagger in this case.
Someone who saw the murder take place?
The very person who saw the mother killed in front of her own eyes.
You mean Maya? You can't. She can't testify about after what she's just been through.
We need to find the truth. The prosecution calls Maya Faye to the witness stand.
Very well. But first, we'll take a brief recess. I'll have to wait for Miss Faye to recover before her summoning. Or before summoning her. Ah, get it? Once we receive the doctor's permission, we'll proceed with the trial.
Hey, Wright, I've got something to say to you, so listen up.
What is it?
I don't think much of you as a lawyer.
Thank you, Godot. Has Maya been a witness before? I believe so.
It's always the same with you.
She was a witness in Game 1, Case 2.
You somehow managed just to squeak by without even a faint understanding of the case. Some beautiful woman always seems to come dashing in at the last minute to save you.
You've got some nerve.
That's not gonna happen this time. This time, you're gonna have to do this by yourself.
I planned on it. Thank you, Godot. That's enough. This court is now in recess. Going to bed, have fun with the rest of the trial. You take it easy, CJ. The rest will be up, ready to watch, if you want to catch the rest of it, when you wake up. February 10th, 256, District Court, Defendant Lobby, number 1. I'm truly sorry about everything. You were working so hard to defend me, but I was missing all day and we didn't even have a chance to talk. She's right. When I met Iris at the training hall yesterday, they already switched places and Iris is inside the sacred cavern. I wanted to at least be in the defendant's box today to root you on. Well, that wasn't your fault. You were locked up this whole time. About to break Dangan hours? Not necessarily. We need another 2 hours for that. Or another hour for that. There's something more important than that, though. I have to ask you, why did you help your sister out as much as you did? Huh? If you had tried to get help yesterday at the Sacred Cavern, you wouldn't have spent an entire day locked up in there. My sister, I felt sorry for her. She was abandoned by our mother and never got any love from our father either. Yes, but it was the same for you too, wasn't it? Yes, but at least I had Sister Bikini who was like a mother to me. If only Dahlia had come with me to Hazakura Temple. Gonna break double-digit hours at least? Of course. 10 hours at least. I always loved her. Dahlia was so smart, so strong. She never complained about a thing. That's why I promised her that I would help. Is literally Mukuro again. Poggers. Are you talking about the fake kidnapping case 11 years ago? Yes, I wanted to be useful to her in some way. But, as usual, I was too cowardly. At the last minute, I ran away. But because of that, Dahlia's stepsister, Valerie, ended up... That was the case that wounded Mia so badly. Bro, pour one out for my man... No, actually don't pour one out for Terry Falls. That's a whole criminal. I forgot. That's really all we have to say about him. I left for 2 hours. What did I miss? The final chapter. That's what you missed. Kappa. Some people suspected that my sister was involved in the murder. Some people, you must mean, yes, 2 defense attorneys. Mia Fey and Diego Armando. Dog, look at that mugshot. Hold on. Look at him. Look at him go. After poisoning Mr. Armando, who was getting too close to learning the truth, Dahlia even tried to kill the person who had unknowingly hid the poison for her. You. That's right. Iris, there's one more thing that I have to ask you. Yes, what is it? On the night of the murder, the person that cleaned up the corpse of the victim, Elise Donim, was it really you? Maya didn't testify in either 1-2 or 2-2? Huh, interesting. I could have sworn that she did, but I guess not. She was the defendant in those cases, but how many I want to see the fucking spreadsheet now on the list of people who are defendants who also testified in the case, right? Because it don't make sense to me that that Maya is one of the only ones. I mean, it's pretty cool, but it's also pretty weird. Larry, Phoenix, yeah, there's a lot of people that have, but specifically Maya not being somebody that has presented as a defendant, that's kind of weird. Yes, it was me. That night, after I rang the lights out, though, I went back to my room. Around 10:30, I received a call on my cell phone. There's a problem, come to the Inner Temple right away. I got on the snowmobile and headed for the Inner Temple. But lightning struck, yeah. Are all these games just one series of cases? Yeah, they're all literally just murder cases that you have to solve. Exactly. We can't just leave the body here. So you got to do this exactly as I say, got it? Yo! It was me, I was the one that received her body. The murder weapon had been left in her body so she wouldn't bleed so much. Wait, then, so, who is the murderer? That's the question, right? Because we're trying to figure out who actually... Because it wasn't Maya. It wasn't Maya because she was under lock. It could have been Iris because she wasn't there. Okay, so yeah, we're actually trying to figure it out. I didn't realize. Okay, no, this makes sense why we're still here. Staff that Mystic Elise always held. I knew it. So the actual murder weapon was the staff. Yes, that's right. I brought the body back to Hazakura Temple on the snowmobile. But why? Why did you alter the body, Byakuya? I didn't want anyone to know that the staff was the murder weapon. I didn't want to leave anything that would lead back to Misty Faye. So I dressed her in a robe and stabbed her with a Shichishido. I wiped the blood off of the staff's blade and left it next to her on the ground. Could not see next right there. That was crazy. Iris, just tell me one last thing. Tell me the name of the person that called your cell phone. The real killer. I'm sorry, Mr. Wright. I can't do it. I can't say who did it. I see. Dip just came in right quick to troll. Alright, brother. We'll catch you later, Exalted. Tomorrow we're probably going to be doing... Actually, I think tomorrow we're going to take a break. Then on Tuesday we're going to start up Kamegashine. Or we'll do Kamegashine tomorrow. I've been wanting to do that for a while. I see. Victim staff. Yeah. Defendant. Yes? The judge is calling you. He wants to see you in his chambers. He has some questions about Dahlia Hawthorne. Alright. Well then, I'll see you later. There's something I want to tell you. Okay. Don't blush while you say that. Just back up real quick. So it's true. Iris cooperated with the real killer. Maybe even from the very beginning. Phoenix? Hey Mia. How's Maya doing? Physically, I'm not worried. She'll recover completely. But emotionally, she's been hurt very badly this case. I see. You don't mean she's learned who Elise Donim really was? Yeah, I went to the medical office and talked with her. I told her everything I knew. But why? Maya's stronger than you think. I knew she could take it, all of it. Back up? No. Stars, you don't understand. She looks exactly like the woman who tried to fucking pin a murder rap on Phoenix and then said, I despised you ever since I met you. Dog, Phoenix can't get down with that. What do you mean by that? When you figured out that answer by yourself. The trial is about to restart. Also tried to poison Phoenix, correct. Also tried to kill him as well. Yeah, let's not leave it at just try to pin a murder on him. Try to murder him as well. The real killer, do you know who it is yet? Iris wouldn't tell me who called her, but still, I think that just maybe I know who it was. That night, the victim was killed in the garden of the Inner Temple, and the criminal wasn't just there by accident, which means that the killer knew of Dahlia's plan from the very beginning. And one more thing, the victim was moved to Hazakura Temple's side by pendulum. In other words, the criminal couldn't cross the bridge. That means they were stuck on... So, can I just talk to the coffee drinking man just for one moment? Can I talk to him just for one moment? I gotta talk to him just for a little bit. Just for a little bit. I gotta talk to him for just a minute. Exactly. So the culprit was someone that wasn't in Hazakura Temple the following day. That's as much help as I can give you. The rest of the battle is yours to win, or lose. Okay, I've got it. Thank you, Mia. Finally, it's almost time to bring this case to an end. What exactly did Maya see anyway? And who was it that actually killed Misty Faye? Whoever it was, I have to prove it. But why? He don't have motive. What? Unless he recognized that that Dahlia was inside. If he realized that Dahlia was inside Misty's body and realized it was Dahlia at the most like opportune moment, he did it to save Maya. Which, gee shit, I respect him for that. But at the same time, you couldn't have just tackled the bitch. Like, you had to stab her? Like, you couldn't have just Are you serious, my nigga? Are you suspecting Godot? Yes. Cause he was instantly, like, when we ran across the makeshift bridge that Gumshoe made, he was in the training hall and we didn't realize it. Or he was on the island before we realized it. Whoever it was, I have to prove it. Me. All by myself. To be continued. Well, it's time. Save your progress up to this point. Yep. Alright, here we go. I think this is where most realized this. Same spot I realized it. Yeah, it's pretty wacky, but here we go. Now then, before we proceed any further. February 10th is my birthday. February 10th is my grandmother's birthday. Happy birthday on the 10th of February. I'm just going to announce the results of the test we had performed earlier. Test? Yes, the blood on the fucking dagger, Phoenix. But the bloody dagger that was found stuck in the pine tree. Oh yeah, that. I totally forgot about that. That's the weapon that Maya Fey used when she fought with the victim. So what are the results? Was it the victim's blood, or... Due to time constraints, a full test was impossible. However, there's one thing you can say with certain. Is it a familial match? The blood that was on this dagger was not the victim's blood. That is all. Now then, let's restart this trial. So it wasn't Misty's blood on the dagger. Then whose was it? So it doesn't match the victim's. See, normally I would say, like, okay, because it's not a familial match, it would lead me to believe it's Godot's. But at the same time, they're not telling me if it's a familial match or not. Outside evidence provided by the real murderer. Yeah, how'd you know that knife was... How do you know that dagger was back there, Godot? You simple bitch. I'm sure both the defense and the prosecution know this, but this trial is rapidly coming to a close. Both sides will need to show some firm evidence with their claims. I understand, Your Honor. From what I've heard, the witness is dangerously weak, physically speaking, so let's finish this quick. Agreed. Very well. Please begin. Bring in the last witness. Hey, Maya. Witness, please tell us your name and profession. Maya Fey, my profession is, secretary. 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 Yeah! Well, I mean, not secretary, but assistant manager at the Wright & Co. law offices. Maya, according to the magazine I have here, you're a spirit medium of the crane channeling technique. Why are you fucking serious? Like, are you gonna snitch on her like that? For what purpose? I'm frightened. The Fae clan, I don't want any more to do with it. Oh, Maya, the pain the Fane bloodline causes must be unbearable. Very well. Now then, Miss Faye, when the event occurred, you were in the garden of the Inner Temple, and you witnessed the moment of Elise Donim's murder. Is this correct? Can we just stop calling her by the pseudonym? Just Misty Faye. It's so easy to say. Bars. I didn't see anything. Straighten up this instant, young lady. Huh? Pick your head up and speak clearly. There's always time for crying later. But your mother was killed right in front of your eyes. There's nothing you can do to change that fact. But there's something you can do. You can finish this. You've been watching the whole thing, right? You've seen the witnesses come out and you've seen us squeeze the truth out of them. Now it's your turn. Let's hear your testimony. On the night of the crime, what exactly did you see happen? Witness, if you please. Yes, Your Honor. I was passing through the garden on the way to a spare prep room when it happened. Suddenly, someone struck me over the head. I stumbled and ended up against the stone lantern. I think I screamed, "Help!" Then something warm splashed over me. Ooh. That's when I lost consciousness. Alright. So you were struck on the head. I suppose it must have been the staff. Maya, the person who hit you, it was Dahlia Hawthorne, wasn't it? I'm sorry, Nick. I just couldn't see. I don't know who it was. Maya, think hard. Sorry, Nick, but I really couldn't. Huh. Can't say it was especially good night for you young ladies to be walking around alone. It seems that it will be hard to determine the criminal through testimony alone. Very well then, Mr. Wright. Please begin your cross-examination, if you fucking have any. Maya, hang in there. She doesn't look well at all. Alright, Maya. So, passing through the garden to a spare prep room, somebody hit you, you stumbled up to the stone lantern, you shouted, "Help me." So, what happened after you shouted, "Help me"? Godot was also absent day one, that's correct. You screamed, "Help me." You think you screamed, but you're not sure. Listen, I was a complete wreck. It was dark and I couldn't see my attacker. Was it a man, a woman, an adult, a child? I had no idea. I was scared out of my wits. Believe me, my dear, I'm certain I would have soiled my robes. I thought this person might attack me, so Anyway, I'm pretty sure I screamed. I thought that it was my last hope. Wow, it sounds like poor little Maya was really out of her mind. But I wonder what she meant by last hope. What do I do? Do I press her for more details? Your last hope. Talk to me about that. Wait a minute, Maya. What's this my last hope stuff? What? What do you mean by your last hope? No, that's not what you said. You said my last hope. Huh? What? I said what? Look, you were facing an attacker that you couldn't see and you screamed, right? You screamed, "Help me." Yeah. But you testified that you screamed because you thought it was your last hope. Oh, well, you know, that's like... What do you call it when that happens? Maya's not doing so well up there. Oh yeah, that's right. I remember now. I was facing my attacker, but that's not who I was screaming at. What did you just say? Yeah, that's right. It was the person behind my attacker that I was yelling at. That's who I was screaming to for help. Ah! Maya. I know you're a little bit out of it. Come on. Come on. What is it now? I messed up. I didn't mean to let that slip out. Huh? Witness, are you absolutely sure of what you're saying? Behind the attacker, there was another person. I am. Well, I meant to keep that part a secret. What have I done?
Huh. It takes a ton of pressure to make a diamond. That's what I always say.
A ton of pressure?
You're in a court of law here. You can't make things up or try to hide things in this chamber.
Witness, the information you just presented is vital to the case. I want you to add it to your testimony. I could see a man... The stone lantern wasn't working, Maya. Ah, ha. And the lights have been out before. So, the stone lantern was fucking broken.
Objection!
So there was a man standing behind your attacker. Yeah. That man, he's the killer. He stabbed her from behind. He's the one who killed Elise Donin, otherwise known as Misty Faye, your mother. The killer? Maya. You know who killed your mother, don't you? To be fair to Maya, she's under a lot of stress, grief, and everything else right now. Yeah, I can't be mad at Maya right now. She can't remember a lot of things, and she can't be exactly sure of the details of a lot of things, so I'm gonna let it slide, alright? You get a pass this time, Maya.
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Wright?
To be frank, Your Honor, I think she is in shock and quite confused. That's why she hasn't noticed the huge problem with her testimony. Huh? What do you mean? What problem? Maya, on the night of the crime, that stone lantern was out of commission. Huh? What? It's true. There was no light anywhere in the garden that night. No.
Order in the court. Mr. Godot, explain this. Add to the pureness of milk to the perfect clear darkness of coffee. Stir. That's what the state of the witness's mind right now. A cup of café au lait.
Café au lait? Is that even legal?
Mr. Tright's words are the milk and you are the spoon, Your Honor.
I'm a spoon. I'm no spoony bard, I'll have you know.
You must have noticed it too, Trite. This witness's mental state is highly unstable right now. It's not hard to understand why she would make a little mistake like that.
Sorry, but that's not gonna cut it.
What did you say?
There was truly no light in the garden. Then there's a fatal contradiction in the witness's last bit of testimony. Nick, may I? Recall the witness's statement about her attacker. She said that she didn't know if it was a man, woman, adult, or child. And yet, the witness could describe the person that was standing behind her attacker. And she was quite clearly described him as a man. Well, fair play to Godot, though, who set this back on track as when the judge was ready to end after the Dahlia business. Yeah, that's fair. And then Mia popped in and she was like, hey, wait, somebody killed my moms, hold on. Yo, y'all wildin' in here. Y'all wildin', my mama dead. Hold on. Hey, run that back. Y'all chill for a little bit. That would have to mean Maya actually saw our mystery person, despite it being so dark that she couldn't see the face of her own attacker. Order. What in the world does this all mean, Mr. Wright? Are you saying that Miss Faye saw the real killer in the pitch black conditions?
Objection! Trite, don't you have any idea what you're proposing? How could she have seen in the darkness? There was no other light source at the scene.
Objection!
There are some things that only you can see in the dark, Mr. Godot. Maya, you did see who the killer was in the dark, and now you're trying to cover for him. Cover? For the man that killed her mother. There's only one conclusion I can draw from this. You know who this man is. Please, Nick? I don't know anything. Please, I'm begging you.
Huh. Jock a good game, Trite, but let's see if you can walk the walk. It was pitch black. So what could the witness see?
Been out of sleep? Short recap? Exclamation mark, what happened? I'm calling your bluff. No, Nick, don't. Please stop. Maya's dead set on protecting this guy. The man who murdered Maya's long-lost mother, but I can't let him get away with it. I'm a lawyer, an officer of the court. I'm here to find the truth. Alright, Mr. Wright, time to show us what you've got. Who was this person that Mia saw, or Maya's Miss Faye saw, rather? Salutes, Godot. You did your job, didn't you? Because it was pitch black, Miss Faye was able to clearly recognize the killer. I'm sure if the court would like to see for itself how this is possible, yes? But how do you propose to show us something like that? It's easy. We just need to recreate the conditions of that night. Conditions? Your Honor, the defense officially requests that all the lights in this courtroom be turned off. This is what it can't be.
That was a nice bit of deduction. Tried.
Salutes, brother. Well, everyone, this is the man Maya saw on the night of the murder.
Order, order, order. Prosecutor Godot, what is the meaning of this? Surely you must be shocked to hear you were self-accused of such a thing. It's the truth. He doesn't really care.
Why aren't you denying it?
Huh? Your Honor, you're asking the wrong person. What do you mean by that? If you got a question, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Well, Maya, how about it? What you saw that night, was it 3 glowing red lights?
Well, witness, answer the question.
You're wrong. I never saw that. Maya, I thought the person that stabbed my mother was a man for a totally different reason.
Maya,
What?
stop your chattering, Your Honor.
Chattering?
It's worth asking the witness. If it's worth asking, ask the witness. That's one of my rules.
Alright.
Well then, let's continue with the testimony. Please tell us how you knew the killer was a man.
Yes, Your Honor. I didn't realize it until after I woke up, but when I came to, I was just lying there on the training hall floor. By the time I got back to the garden, the place had totally changed. The torches were lit, and the body was gone. So, why did they... Why would they fucking light the torches and move the body and get rid of the snow around the base of the lantern? Godot is prolonging this case until Phoenix can get the full truth. Damn, nigga, I don't care. Nigga, we know you did it. Like, I get it at this point. You protected Maya. Whatever the reason may be, you got it. You got it. You did the right thing. And all the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Maya, first of all, that's sexist. Second of all, stop lying. So it was after the crime took place that the witness came to think the killer was a man. Yes, that's right. I'm sorry, Your Honor. No need to apologize. It's as Mr. Godot said. You're utterly exhausted. It's only natural that you would be a little confused. Look how quiet he is over there. Also, if you consider the situation you described, it doesn't seem too much of a stretch to assume the culprit was a man. Mr. Wright, please proceed with your cross-examination. Alright, so... First things first. First? Forced. The torches were lit and the body was gone. They hit the body, the torches were lit. Yes, that's how I noticed the whole scene had changed. I'm going to say it was the killer who lit the torches. I mean, who else could it be? The killer probably lit them, since it'd be impossible to do any cover-up work in the dark. However, if that's true, there's one thing that still bothers me. Why didn't the killer go to the effort of moving the body? That's true. It's hard to see how that would be any advantage to the killer. The only one who could gain anything from that would be the only person that was at the inner temple, Maya. Yeah, Maya was 2 when she left, so she didn't have any, like, hyper relation to Misty, but at the same time, it must have still been a shock, right? But at the same time, Misty was still keeping her away when she showed up at the, at Eagle Mountain. Is it because Misty knew? That's some precog on her, hold on. And all the snow around the lantern had been carefully cleaned up too. Alright, so you're saying the killer cleaned up the snow? It did look really odd. The snow was removed in an unnatural looking rectangular shape around the lantern. There were a lot of shovels around the inner temple, but they're all really heavy, way too heavy for me to use. An odd fellow indeed, this killer. Almost like he drinks 45 cups of coffee a day. Alright, why on earth would anyone want to take the snow away? Well, there's one thing I can think of. Didn't you say that a lot of victims' blood sprayed onto the snow? Yeah, the area I collapsed in ended up being splattered. In other words, the killer's purpose was to hide the bloody snow. I think that's the most reasonable explanation. Perhaps. However, there's something that's bothering, and that's why he wigged out when he was like, oh, what do you mean the blood writing on the stone pillar? Wait a fucking minute. I didn't clean that up. No, no! If the killer wanted to just hide the snow with blood on it, there was no need to remove that amount. He couldn't tell how much blood there was. That's true. He could have just scooped up the snow that was stained with blood. It looks like there are some mysteries behind this issue. There's blood. Man, fuck! I thought I got it all! Son of a bitch! But I think this will help explain it. Since the person did all that work alone, I just assumed it was a man. Alright, so the place had totally changed. We can press on that. Naturally, the killer must have done it, right? Yes, I think so. But why would the killer tamper with the crime scene like that? There must have been something that the killer desperately wanted to hide. The truth is, when I saw the crime scene, I felt something. You did. Yes, I felt like the killer was hiding the evidence for me, for my sake. What? Hiding it for you? Everyone knew that I was the only one at the inner temple at that night. If Sister Bikini had come back and looked at the garden, not ignored, I don't know why, she may have thought you had done it. No, she definitely would have thought so. And you're saying that's why the killer cleaned up the crime scene to make it look like nothing had happened. Yes, I'm sure of it. Well, that's certainly an important piece of information. I want you to add that to your testimony. Okay. So, they cleaned up, but they didn't clean up the fucking name that the killer wrote upside down on the lantern, because they couldn't fucking see it. I think it was for my sake. Yeah. They cleaned up a lot. They didn't clean up everything. The body of Elise Stop! Misty Faye! It's Misty Faye! Was carried all the way to Hazakura Temple's courtyard. Then, at the garden, the real scene of the crime, the snow that we suspect was covered in blood was scooped up and removed. It's reasonable to believe that this was all done in an attempt to hide the true crime scene. However, there's still one matter that seems somewhat odd. Oh, and what would that be? You must have it figured out by now, Mr. Godot. It's the message written in blood on the lantern. Fuck. It was written very clearly on the white stone lantern. Maya. I guess it depends if she legally changed her name, but either way, we're referring to her as Misty Faye for the majority of this case, right? Elise Donim, aka Misty Faye. Misty Faye is just so much easier to say. Elise Donim? No. Misty Faye. Mystic Misty. If the killer was so motivated to protect Maya from suspicion, then why didn't they wipe off the writing on the lantern? Ah, you're right. Order. But, Mr. Wright, isn't it a fact that the killer was trying to cover up the crime scene? Indeed. But it doesn't make much sense to move the body and remove the bloody snow, then not wipe off the most incriminating thing of all, the bloody writing. Objection! But if that's the case, do you have an explanation for the killer's mysterious behavior?
Why would this killer move the body and remove all that snow, but then leave the bloody writing on the lantern? 'Cause you couldn't see it, you simple bitch! I don't know what the killer's plan was, but it's a fact that the killer left the writing on the lantern. There must be a reason for it. Well then, Mr. Wright, let's hear your opinion. Why did the killer leave the message written in blood on the lantern? He couldn't notice it. Prosecutor Godot, earlier in this trial, you gave me some good advice. Once you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Maybe you're not as dumb as I thought. The real killer wanted to disguise the fact that a crime had occurred there. If that's the case, they wouldn't have left the bloody writing on the stone lantern on purpose. Therefore, it must mean they didn't notice it. But that doesn't make any sense. The torches were all lit and everything. There is no way that any normal person would miss something as glaring as that. You're right. There is no way any normal person would. What are you trying to say, Mr. Wright? There's only one person involved in this incident who could have missed seeing the bloody writing altogether. And who would that be?
I mean, who was the person that could have failed to notice the bloody writing? The judge was in here, right? Like, I'm not tripping. That wasn't Canadian judge?
Take that!
Was that Canadian judge? I don't think it was. Because Godot presented it. And Godot's only been in court with real judge. Real judge and Canadian judge. Mr. Godot, this is what you said yesterday. My eyesight is pretty messed up. Even with these huge goggles on my head, I can't see everything. You can't see everything. Is that correct, Mr. Godot? This lantern was submitted as evidence today. Yeah, it was today. So that makes sense. Salutes, Godot. I would like the court to think back to the moment it was first presented. This lantern, there's something written on it. Why, it's written in blood.
Nonsense. This lantern is as clean as a whistle.
Mr. Godot, just admit it. There are certain colors you can't see, correct? You can't see red on a white background, can you? That's right. We went through this once before, during the poison case at Tribulations. Yep. Yep. What's bloodstain would that be? Yeah. Alright. You could see the coffee on the white apron, but you couldn't see the ketchup, because it was red. Fuck.
Huh. It's strange. In a black and white photo, those letters would have appeared black to me. I wonder, why am I the only one that can't see them?
So then, Mr. Godot, are you admitting it? Are you admitting that you can't see the red writing on the lantern?
Nope, fucking blind. Hey Gramps, didn't you know? That's the reason why I don't drink red tea.
You only drink coffee. You don't drink tea at all. I wasn't sure about it until now, but I just can't believe it. Prosecutor Godot is the murderer. But there's no going back now. I finally figured out the truth. Mr. Godot, the defense at this time formally accuses you. You are the murderer of Miss Elise Donim, also known as Miss Misty Fey. It's hard to believe this may be true, however, once again Mr. Wright has brought up a disquieting fact about you.
Huh. Just make sure you don't fill out the indictment in red ink, Gramps. Come on, how does a little graffiti make me the killer? Besides, it's not like my name is written there.
Objection!
I'm certain that the killer wasn't able to see the color red.
This is rich. Do go on, Trite.
The real answer is right there at the crime scene. In the snow. The snow? He didn't see the fucking talisman either. Well, for example, why did the killer move all that snow? Your Honor, you said it yourself. If you wanted to hide the bloody snow, why not take out just that area? Yes, why did he not just take... Oh, could it be... Yes, the killers couldn't see the red blood that has seeped into the snow. And so, he had to remove all of the snow. He couldn't be sure of where the blood had landed, so he removed the whole area.
Objection! Isn't it more likely that the killer couldn't see the blood because it was dark?
Not a chance. The torches were all lit. He would have been able to see just fine. It seems that once again this trial has taken an unexpected turn, to say the least. He would have if he could drink red tea, though. I mean, potentially. Can you explain this, Mr. Godot? Hold it. Wait, just a minute. Maya. What is it, witness? Mr. Godot isn't the killer. After all, he didn't even come to the Inner Temple until 2 days after the murder took place. How do you know? Just shut up, Maya. He didn't show up until after that old bridge got fixed up.
Objection! Maya, you can't testify to something like that.
What do you mean? I may not look it, but...
After the murder happened, you didn't even exist.
She didn't... I'm afraid I don't follow. She was being fucking possessed.
Are you senile, old man? We established this just a little while ago. After the murder, this witness was unconscious for a long time. Because she was channeling Dahlia Hawthorne.
Oh, that's right. Please, Your Honor, let me add to my testimony. Nick, please listen to me. Maya, do you plan to cover for Godot no matter what the cost? If that's the case, then I've got no choice. Your Honor, let's hear her testimony. If it means we're going to hear the whole truth, I say we should not silence her.
Nicely done, Wright.
Very well. Let's hear the witness's testimony.
Godot making sure Maya doesn't commit perjury. Literally, hey, you don't get to lie up there, you idiot.
Please tell us what happened at the Inner Temple after the murder. Yes, sir. After I woke up, I began channeling, and my spirit left me, as it were. But little Pearlie was there at the Inner Temple, too. Okay. Pearl was also stuck on the inner... You're not going to say Pearl did it. Just shut up. Next morning, she looked around, but she couldn't find anyone. The next day, when the bridge was finally fixed, she was in the spare prep room. That's when Mr. Godot arrived at the Inner Temple for the first time. He found Pearl first and cheered her right up. I mean... So... He was investigating, but... You don't know why he arrived at the temple. You wouldn't have known. You couldn't have known he arrived. That's my little cousin, Pearl Faye. When did you hear about this? Oh, just a little while ago, when I was in the medical office. I'm terribly sorry, but what you heard from someone else is simply not admissible as testimony. What? Come on. Pearlie would never tell a lie. She's a way more honest person than I'll ever be. Real smart, Maya. You always know the best things to say under oath.
Huh. The prosecution has no objection. We believe the witness. Mr. Godot, let's just move on to the cross-examination. If the defense has no objections.
This is highly unusual, but well, Mr. Wright. Let's get this cross-examination started. She was also stuck in the temple. Yeah, so you knew that he found Pearl and cheered her up from Pearl. He cheered her up. That's what Pearlie said. She said he was a very nice older gentleman. Thank you for looking after my cousin, Mr. Godot. And here I was thinking you were nothing more than a coffee addict.
Cut it out. You're making me blush.
This guy's really beginning to get on my nerves in more ways than one. Why is Maya defending him? Because he meant a lot to her sister? Probably because after Mia possessed, or entered Maya's body, she wrote down, Godot is Diego. Do not arrest.
The truth is there aren't that many places to look for. Look on the Inner Temple side. The policemen were all busy going over the garden with fine-tooth combs. So I decided to carry out an investigation in my own way, Godot style.
I'm the same way. I'd like to hand down verdicts in my own way, judge style. Maybe I should ask some questions, Phoenix style. Ask about Godot's investigation. You say that you conducted an investigation of your own. Did you find anything? Does Maya even know Diego? I mean, probably. Through Mia explaining on a notepad. And she probably got told about Diego, because Diego's only been dead for, what, 6 years? 5 years? Technically 6, right? So, Maya could have known about Diego. There's nothing that suggests that he doesn't. Or she wouldn't, rather.
Looks like my investigation went about as well as yours, Wright. After all, I did miss the bloody writing on the lantern.
Well, I didn't miss it, so speak for yourself, Goggles.
The only thing I discovered was the beauty in the training hall.
Beauty?
Misty Faye, naturally.
clad in her stunning Japanese garb and surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tales. Western tales? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? Wait. So you were there after the murder occurred then, because you said you could smell gravy. And that didn't get there until the morning after the murder. The prosecutor from the last game is dead? What do you mean? Francisca? We saw her literally like earlier. We saw her yesterday in game time. Western taste? Could he find a stranger way to describe gravy? So there you headed for the prep room. Wait a sec. What did Godot just say just now? I passed out? Yeah? Remember what the exclamation mark, what happened command is for. I think I just found his proverbial weak spot. There's only one thing of any importance here. Where was Godot when the murder was taking place? He must have already been at the inner temple when it happened. Otherwise, he couldn't have killed the Stone Inn. Hurley was also stuck inside the hidden temple. Right? So, he arrived there at the first time. Sorry about that, he just proved himself wrong. Mr. Godot, the first time you crossed Dusky Bridge and went into the inner temple, that was long before the murder took place. Why do you say that? Because he just made one fatal slip-up. No, the man, just tell me what happened. Tell me when you left. I have no idea when you left. Francisca is fine. She's big chilling right now. Yep. You know what I remember? Everyone telling me to go to sleep 5 to 6 hours ago? Yeah, fuck all of you. The hanging scroll in the training hall. Hanging scroll. But Mr. Godot is right. That scroll shows a picture of my mother. Maya, I know you know who it is, but there's something you didn't know. By the time the bridge had been repaired 2 days after the murder, the hanging scroll in the training hall looked like this. What's with that wonderfully delicious smell? The morning after the crime, someone covered it with gravy. Why gravy, Nick? Because gravy was much more than a condiment to the culprit. Well, Mr. Godot, if you really hadn't seen the hanging scroll until after the murder, you wouldn't have any way of knowing that it was Misty Faye. Wait a minute, Nick. Yes? Take another look at the hanging scroll. Look at the top. There's a crest there. It's the mark of the master, correct? Exactly. So if you know the meaning of the mark, you could guess that this was a picture of Misty Faye on there. True, but Mr. Godot described what was underneath like this. Clad in her stunning Japanese garb, surrounded by the hue and aroma of Western tales. Oh. Yeah, I'm sorry. He did it, and he knows he did it. I went to sleep as soon as they got to the temple. Like the beginning of the chapter? Like what was going on? The man, I cannot help you unless you help me help you. Yes, it's impossible that he knew what the crest meant. However, he couldn't have known that she was wearing Japanese clothing. Mr. Godot, on the day of the murder, you were hiding at the inner temple long before the crime took place. They met the fat monk lady. So, at the beginning of the fucking chapter, you've missed this entire chapter, you're just gonna have to watch their VODs again. Sorry, brother. That's the very beginning of the chapter. You can't get a quick recap, unfortunately. Because that's been going on for 8.5 hours now. What is it? This whole theory of yours, and I'll rest on certain assumption. That I knew beforehand that a crime was going to be committed. He was the one that opened the note first. Sick. That's right. Otherwise, there's no reason for him to sneak out onto the crime scene. Of course Mr. Godot knew about the plan. Huh? What did you say? Is it really possible that another person knew of the plan? Yes. The burnt letter. Opened once before. How the fuck did he get it, though? Why were you here in the first place? Jesus Christ, Godot. Okay. This is actually planned over a year ago. Morgan Fay authored the plan for her daughter's future, and these instructions were hidden somewhere in Fay Manor for a year. However, by the time Little Pearls, found these instructions, they had already been unsealed. Unsealed? Yes. The killer had read these instructions long before Pearls ever found them. That's how we knew the crime was to take place at the inner temple.
You still insist this crafty killer is me?
You bet I do.
But you just said the instructions were hidden.
That's right. Mr. Goto couldn't have known where the instructions were hidden. If he really wanted to know, he had one great chance to find out.
Yes, and when was that?
During a visit.
A visit?
Morgan Fay told her daughter Pearl about where the instructions were hidden. During one of her visits to the detention center. That would be the only time for someone to have learned where they were hidden.
Eavesdropping on a visit at the detention center.
Yeah, it could be arranged if you were someone with easy access in and out of there. Like, for example, a prosecutor, such as Mr. Godot.
I mean, order. Mr. Godot, you're under fire again.
This murder could not have been carried out without prior knowledge. And you. You are the only one who could have acquired this information before the murder.
Humans are afraid of the dark, and yet, at the same time, we're fascinated and bewitched by it. Maybe that's why humans drink the darkness that is coffee.
That's just you. Literally just you.
He's no longer taking damage. Yeah, he's not getting shook because he knows it's all the truth. He knows he's just waiting for Phoenix to figure it out.
Sorry for always asking, but what does that mean?
It means there's a reason for everything. According to your theory, the killer in this case eavesdropped on a conversation during a jail visit where he learned of a hidden plan for a crime. After discovering the plans, he hid in the inner temple and waited for the crime to occur. Then he ultimately took a person's life. He did all that just to protect this witness?
That's right.
If you're accusing me of this crime, I would have to ask you, why would I do this? This girl is nothing but a stranger to me. I've got no reason to go through that kind of trouble to protect her.
No, it's your girlfriend's little sister, man. Come on.
I am what you see. I'm certainly not the type to rescue a damsel in distress. Mikoto's behavior is certainly extreme, for lack of a better word. Even considering that the killer wanted to protect this witness's life, his behavior is still a little too unnatural.
However, you had a good reason, didn't you, Mr. Godot? An unshakable reason that forced you to protect this witness at all costs.
I knew it.
You figured it out, haven't you, Nick? Maya, I guess you were doing your best to cover for Godot. For the same reason, huh?
Okay, Trite, I'm all ears. Let's hear it.
It's very simple. Maya Fey is a lot more than just a stranger to you.
What's this?
There's one person who lies at the very center of this whole story. One person that ties you and Maya Fey together inextricably.
And here she come again.
Take that!
There's a very good reason why Maya Fey's life is so precious to her. Or precious to you. After all, she is Mia Fey's only sister.
Mia Fey.
You once worked alongside her. That was when you were a defense attorney. Wait a second here.
Mr. Godot is a defense attorney.
With your Honor's piercing intellect, you must have figured it out by now. The real name of this man who calls himself Godot. His real name is Diego Armando. Isn't that right?
Last time someone called me by that name was over 6 years ago.
Diego Armando. That name rings a bell. It should, Your Honor. All this is related to a single case. A case in which a convict named Terry Falls killed himself. Mia Fey's first time in court. The tragic outcome left a deep wound in her heart. She knew that behind it all was a heartless, scheming demoness in disguise. But in the end, Mia couldn't tear off that disguise. However, there was one man who reached out to help her. Diego Armando, a senior defense attorney working at the office where Mia worked.
Yep.
Dog.
He literally shattered that cup for no reason. There's no need for that. I was moved by her. The way she put all her faith in her clients, that pure sweet heart of hers. That's why I could never forgive Dahlia Hawthorne. Me and I thoroughly investigated that fake kidnapping accident. Then one fateful day, Dahlia wanted to meet with me.
That's not coffee in his hands. That was blood. Yeah, no. We saw it in the because that was part of the fourth case. We saw it was blood.
It had been 6 months since the trial. We met in the courthouse cafeteria.
Ah, I just remembered. 6 years ago, right in this courthouse, you were poisoned.
Even I didn't see it coming. Dahlia Hawthorne slipped some poison into my coffee.
Some newspapers at the time called it a murder. But very little information about the case was released to the press. But you weren't dead at all.
No official reports actually called it a murder. I was just in a deep, deep coma.
And your hair turned fucking white? I see.
My body shut down and my life became nothing but a long, deep sleep. That woman's poison did a real number on my central nervous system. I lost my sight, all of my hair turned white to the damage it caused.
Dog, your beard is still black. Shut up. Shut up. That's terrible.
Apparently it was a miracle that I ever regained consciousness. 5 years had passed since I drank that poisoned brew. Then one morning my eyes flew open from the smell of a doctor's cup of coffee.
5 years? You were asleep for 5 years.
The worst possible news was waiting for me. Mia Fey was dead. From the very moment I opened my eyes, I had already lost everything I thought I had. The woman I loved had been murdered, and the woman I loathed had been sentenced to death. The woman you loathed, the woman who had spiked my scalding hot coffee, Dahlia Hawthorne. Huh. Good old Mia. She didn't let me down. She got her revenge before she checked out. In the end, there wasn't anyone waiting for me when I woke up.
That's so sad.
For someone like me, someone who had slept away their best days, there were only 2 reasons left to live. And it was for those 2 reasons I decided to become a prosecutor.
If I may ask, what were your 2 reasons to live?
The first was you, Trite.
Can you call me by my name? Huh? Me?
If I hadn't drank that stupid poison, Mia Fey would have never died, much less the way she did. You were the only one there to protect her, but you let her die. It was all your fault.
It wasn't like that.
I wanted to see for myself what kind of man you really were.
So that's why you became a prosecutor.
My other reason for living, she goes by the name of Maya Fey.
Huh? You mean me?
You were the only one I could make up for the sin of not saving Mia. 1 year ago, when the Crane Village incident was resolved, it was obvious that Morgan Fey was planning something. Whatever her evil plan was, I was determined to stop it.
Godot would have beat the brakes off of Red White. Yeah, no, if Godot was in that fucking office, it really just would have been beats by Godot.
My role as a prosecutor put me in the perfect position to do something about her.
So that's how you overheard Pearl's visit with Morgan at the detention center.
I knew that the time was drawing near. Since I knew the plan, I thought I could foil it. My goal was to outwit the plan. I thought if I could do that, I could keep that girl from being caught up in it.
That makes sense. If Pearls had known that the purpose of the plan was to kill Maya, she never would have helped out.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawn.
You could have just said, hey Pearl, your mom wants to kill Maya, so don't do that. Don't do the plan. But no, because Pearl didn't even fucking help with the plan at all. That's a bit brazy. Pearl wouldn't have believed me because she loves her family too much. Yeah, but then Maya could have been like, you know, Maya/Phoenix could have been like, hey, maybe it's for the best that you don't go through with that plan. Maybe for the best, don't go through with that plan.
Finally, the day of the plan was drawing near.
This case still going on? God, it's the final case. It's got to go on for a brick, cousin.
I contacted both of my accomplices.
Accomplices?
Iris of Hazakura Temple and Misty Faye. I desperately needed the help of Iris. She was to take the fall in my backup plan in case we couldn't control Pearl Faye.
But how did you contact my mother? She had been missing for almost 20 years.
Officially, yes.
What? What do you mean officially?
You've heard about it, haven't you? About the strong ties between the main family and the government?
Now that you mention it, Bikini did say something to that effect. She said the Master of Crane had great authority.
Even without her official position, Misty Faye wielded great influence. The police had been keeping an eye on all their movements all this time.
That's how I was able to contact her. Again, because of my position as a prosecutor. So my mother was cooperating with you. Don't ever forget, no matter how far away from you she's never stopped thinking about you. She was all, oh, she's gonna cry in the courtroom. No! That's why I knew she would do anything to protect you. If you wanted to know how strong her resolve to protect you was, look at her staff. Her staff? The one with the sword in it. The day the plan was to be carried out arrived soon enough. We met for the first time at Hazakura Temple. That's when your mother showed me her special staff. I realized it then, just how far she was willing to go. She was ready to use that sword to protect you from Morgan Fay, if necessary. Yes, even if it meant paying the ultimate price. Mom. That night, the night of the crime, there was just one way to stop Morgan's evil plan. You mean pearls, don't you? We had to make sure she didn't channel Dahlia Hawthorne. Well, Pearl, what are you gonna do tonight? Well, oh, so that's what, fuck, you should've went, Pearl, no! Yeah. We thought we could prevent her from playing her part in Morgan's plan, but she never showed up. She was worried and followed me to the inner temple. This is a tragic case. Pepe hands. That was the thing we were most afraid of. And that's why Misty Fay had to do the channeling herself. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne into her own body. What do you mean? If she channeled the spirit first, then Pearls wouldn't be able to do it herself. As Master of Crane, Misty Fay's power was supreme. So that's how it went down. She channeled Dahlia Hawthorne so that Pearl Fay wouldn't be able to. Is this true? Like, some other cases haven't been super tragic, but this one, like, this, out of the whole trilogy, like, this one is proper fucked. My role in the plan was to make sure no one was going to hurt Maya Fay. That's why I hid myself in the inner temple. Just in case you need to be safe from Dahlia Hawthorne. Cadeau. Anyway, that's all I'm going to admit to. Trite. Come on, brother. Huh? There's no doubt about it. You're a great defense attorney. But you're gonna have to do the rest yourself. Background leading up to this incident has been laid bare. There's one question remaining, Mr. Wright. Who killed the victim? Well, brother. Salutes. There are two possible suspects right now. Maya Fay, and I'm sad to say, you, Mr. Godot. Well, Tride, if you're the real deal, then finish this thing once and for all. Show us beyond a shadow of a doubt that you can finish this on your own. No, Nick, please don't. It sucked, but we gotta do it, Maya. I heard the whole thing from my sister in the medical office. That's why I have to protect Mr. Godot. I can't do it. I can't testify against him. After all, he's the man who put his life on the line to protect Mia. And me too. Maya, I know that. Nick? But even so, it doesn't absolve him of his crime. Please, Maya, testify. Miss Fay, your testimony, please. This is the final testimony. Don't bother trying to hide anything because I'll know. I want to hear the truth from your own lips. I understand. I'm sure you're right. I'm ready now, Nick. Alright, young lady, tell us about the moments before you lost consciousness. What exactly happened at the time of the murder? Here we go. Just before it happened, I think I saw some red lights. 3 of them. I thought I'd ask for help, but just then I was splattered with blood. She wasn't dead though. She was struck, and she struck back at the enemy behind her. His blood's on the knife. Yay, poggers. Suddenly the red lights went out, and the whole area was dark. Just at that moment there was a horrible scream. Right after that, Dahlia collapsed and I lost consciousness. Alright, so we need to know about that scream, these red lights. I thought you said you didn't remember seeing them. I'm sorry. I thought I saw them, but they disappeared all of a sudden. She stabbed him in the fucking face?
Things break, Trite. Even the best of theories. Who was it that stabbed Misty Faye? And looks like you still can't prove it.
Maya is telling the truth this time, I know it. The rest is up to me.
Well then, Mr. Wright, proceed with your final cross-examination of the witness.
Time of the murder.
Yeah, so the scream. Tell me about the scream.
What do you mean by just at that moment? Do you mean the moment when the red lights went out? Yes, that's right. The scream you heard then, was it Dahlia Hawthorne? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure it was a man's voice.
What? So, that scream came from the killer.
That's gotta be it. I think Dahlia Hawthorne must have taken the blade and attacked the killer with it. No. No. That's not great. Wouldn't hurt to save soon, you made a lot of progress. I told you guys, I'm not saving unless you force me to throw. And the killer let out a scream of pain, huh? After that, the killer stole the blade back and delivered the final blow, I guess.
Well then, Mr. Wright,
It seems to make sense to me. Sounds like a reasonable deduction, but I still kind of wonder.
there's a contradiction.
I'm sorry to say this, but that interpretation would create enormous contradiction.
That makes sense. After all, my deductions are almost certainly never correct.
Remember the testimony she just gave? Before the killer let out a scream, Maya said she'd already been splattered in the victim's blood. In other words, the blade of the staff had already been plunged into the victim. Is that right? She couldn't have struck back with a sword that was already stuck in her body. The weapon that caused the killer to let out a scream must have been something other than the staff.
If you're so sure about that, then don't keep us waiting any longer, Trite.
There's only one thing I can think of that could have been used as the weapon.
Dahlia Hawthorne had already been stabbed in the back by the staff. What could she have used to strike back at the killer?
Naturally, the dagger the killer brought to the scene of the crime. Oh, that's right, I forgot about that. This dagger was found in the crime scene, stuck to a pine tree.
Yes, the detective that found that this morning and brought it to me.
Still on G-Force, wouldn't know about Game 5 and Game 6? That's fair enough. We're going to be taking a little bit of a break from the courtroom for a minute before we move on to Apollo Justice anyways, so you don't got to worry too hard about that. Dahlia Hawthorne struck back at the killer with this, and she managed to wound him as well.
Objection! Just because he let out a scream doesn't mean he was wounded. For all we know, the blood on the dagger could have been from the victim.
Have you forgotten that the blood was already been tested? Since we learned it wasn't the victim's blood, it must be the killer's blood. The killer must have a wound somewhere on his body.
So you're saying the blood on this dagger belongs to the victim?
Exactly.
You're getting roasted? You're not getting roasted.
I also don't know what I'm supposed to be reading there. I can tell you tried to make it the fucking you tried to make it a listing of the of your ranking of cases, but some of them have dots, some of them have there's a slash, you tried. You tried. I got it, Stars Man, but you definitely could have. We'll be doing a tier list tomorrow too. A DNA analysis of the blood would prove beyond a shadow of a doubt. And yes, Mr. Godot, it would prove that it's your blood.
Nice theory, Trite.
Order in the court. Is this the end? Have I done it? Even he won't be able to change the results of a scientific test.
Huh. Let me ask you something, Trite. Let's just say that it turned out I was the killer. Do you really think I would have been stupid enough to leave evidence like that?
What?
Just think for a second. This dagger was found this morning by a detective and brought to me. There was already blood on it, correct? But even so, I was the one who brought this dagger here to the court.
Yes? What does that prove?
Well, if I really were the killer,
I could have washed the blade off and then planted another person's blood on it. That, it can't be. In any case, there's one thing I can guarantee, Wright. That blood, it doesn't belong to me. You want to take off your visor so we can fucking see it? Not a chance. What? In any event, it seems to be established that the killer was wounded. All right, then, witness, continue your Wait a minute. What's the problem? I know I probably shouldn't say this, but there's a big... What? There's a big contradiction in Nick's explanation? Maya. Stagger, you said it wounded the killer. That's right. But... If Mr. Godot really had been cut with a dagger, his clothes should be bloody or have a rip in them, right? Maya... Maybe he just changed his clothes. That solved the contradiction pretty easily. What are you talking about? It's not that simple at all. Remember back to the day of the murder. Everyone on that... Yeah, so we would have noticed blood on him. So, dog has blood all inside of his, all inside of his shit. All inside of his visor. What up, Reshi? You've made it to the end of the game. That's right. And once the bridge was fixed and the police headed for the inner temple, Mr. Godot was already there waiting for them. He never had a chance to change his clothes. Well, maybe he brought a change of clothes with him. Phoenix, it's much more simple than that. But no one could have predicted the lightning strike that shut down the bridge. Why would anyone have brought a change of clothes? Did the judge take smart pills during the last recess? Well then, maybe the killer took off his clothes before he committed the murder. It was cold, Phoenix. Come on.
Objection! That's impossible, Tribulations. You know how cold it gets up there late at night? After a few minutes with no clothes on, you'd be frozen solid. Huh. So that's all you've got. I knew you weren't tough enough to finish this.
Come on! Phoenix, please!
Right now, if Mia Fey were here... she would have closed the book on this case already.
If Mia Fey were here...
So come on, Wright. Can you do it or not?
How about it, Mr. Wright? You've accused Mr. Godot of being the killer, but can you prove it? Have you even got one piece of evidence? The question is whether I can prove it or not. Or it's not whether I can prove it or not. The fact is I have to prove it. And that's the only choice I have. I was taught that it's one of the rules of being a lawyer. I can prove it. I like how I didn't even get a chance there. I'm going to bring your magnificent vengeance to fruition, just as you want it. It's back!
That's good. A fighter to the bitter end, Wright.
Hold on, fuck it.
Since there's just one piece of evidence that can prove your point, why don't you go for the unlimited penalty?
Are you trying to pressure me, Mr. Godot? Because it doesn't matter to me. I've got the one piece of evidence I need.
Give me a break. You've got nothing, Wright.
So what do I need to do at a time like this? It's simple. I gotta think outside the box and approach from a different angle. Alright then, Mr. Wright, let's hear what you've got. There's one thing I've demonstrated in the previous cross-examination. The killer was wounded. That was proven by the blood on the dagger. But we've decided it was impossible for him to have hidden such a wound. If he had been cut by a dagger, there should be a blood stain on his clothing. There's one place the killer could have hidden his wound. What did you say? Hidden? This is it, my last stand. I need to think about this from a different angle. I don't need to think about why there were no bloodstains on his clothing. I need to show how he hit the wound.
It's the end of the line, the final stop, Wright. Let's hear what you've got. Where's this location you say the killer hit his wound?
On his face. That's pretty cool. If it I can't, all or nothing, baby, is Godot.
Yeah! I don't know what you're talking about. Frankly, I don't need to. What I do know is that you'll never be half the lawyer she was. Isn't that right, Wright?
Oh! Visions of Mia.
What was that just now? Mia? It can't be. You're living on through him?
Even as we speak, you're still hiding the wound. It's beneath your mask. That was heat. Nah, that one was sick. That one was sick. During the fight, the red lights given off by the killer suddenly disappeared. Seconds later, the killer let out a scream. That's right, your mask went flying off your face. Mr. Godot, would you mind removing your mask? If you have a dagger wound under there somewhere, then I'd say this whole case is solved. Damage. Just now, I saw her spirit in you. Huh? I never liked you. 6 years ago, you helped the woman who put me to sleep by hiding her bottle of poison. It wasn't my fault! And then, while I was sleeping, you let Mia die. But you didn't care. You kept living your pathetic, happy-go-lucky life. You even had the nerve to follow in her footsteps as a lawyer. I could never forgive you. That's what I thought. Mr. Godot. But I was wrong about you. I knew it from the very beginning. The truth is, the only person I could never find it in my heart to forgive was myself. Yeah, it's not your fault either, idiot. Yeah. Now that what? Where's it going back down? Shut up. With that saxophone in my ear. That's probably the closest to a simultaneous objection. Yeah, I'm sad we never got one. At least in the trilogy, right? You yourself. I was the one that failed to protect Mia. Me and no one else. I tried to avert my eyes from the truth, to escape from the harshness of reality. I just couldn't face Mia's death head on, so I ran. I hid behind a mask, I threw away my true name. I couldn't even deal with being a defense attorney anymore, so I quit. You saved Maya. Yeah, that was my plan. Up until just now, anyway. What do you mean? Are you listening, Maya? If I really wanted to save you, then there's one person I should have gone and talked to right away. Come on, nigga, you should have pulled up and talked to me, right? Who would that be? Are you talking about Nick? But I didn't do it. I tried to get the help of Iris and your mother. But I closed my eyes to the most important man involved. Do you know why? The real reason? No, why? I suppose I wasn't really interested in saving you at all. He was interested in saving himself. I think I was just trying to salvage what's left of my own broken soul. I was trying to make up for the fact that I couldn't save Mia. Nothing more. That's why I let you walk right into a situation I knew was dangerous.